I'm pregnant with the hope of the entire planet. Chapter 128 to Chapter 181. Looking at the frightened eyes of the little dragons, Jianluo suddenly realized that these little cubs were no longer the same as before. They were now Neohuru cubs, cubs that could understand adults, damn it. If he had known, he would have avoided them. But at this time it was not the right time for him to explain to the cubs that their father was actually their father. Thinking of this, Jianluo could only brace himself and look away. It would have been better if he did not look away. As soon as he looked away, his eyes met with Lu Shifeng's. The young version of Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows at him. The meaning was obvious. For some reason, Jianluo felt that Lu Shifeng seemed to be slowly regaining some of his previous aura. How should he put it? In any case, it was quite scary. He blinked hard, wanting to express to Lu Shifeng that we'll talk when we get back. In the end, Lu Shifeng only gave him a cold smile, making his scalp tingle. Jianluo trembled. But fortunately, he was more open-minded and believed in the principle that there would always be a way out. So even if Lu Shifeng was strong, Jianluo believed that it would be fine as long as he was thick-skinned enough. The young man in charge of picking them up said, "It's almost winter here." Jianluo felt that the environment here was really different from the Dark Star. The 4 seasons here were somewhat similar to Earth. The 4 seasons changed very quickly and were very obvious. When he first came here, the first rain should have been at the end of autumn. Now, almost a month had passed. The signs of winter were very obvious, and the wind was a little bone-chilling. Jianluo said, "Then how do you guys survive winter?" "We usually store meat," the young man replied. "Because the territories of the different tribes are divided differently, the forest that we are assigned is actually very rich in resources. However, this forest is more dangerous, and there are many ferocious beasts inside. Unlike the other tribe, their forest has many tame prey, so it is easier for them to obtain resources." Jianluo was still very smart. During winter, large beasts basically hibernate, and they will be even more ferocious. The young man nodded. "You're right. That's why every winter in our tribe is a little harder." Jianluo looked at him with pity. The pitiful people on this planet did not even have instant noodles. However, it was now winter, and the difficulty of hunting had increased. The cubs were in poor health, and because of the recent rain, the temperature had dropped even lower. His sister, who was the weakest, came back with a fever. Jianluo was not willing to let Lu Shifeng take the children out. Thinking of this, Jianluo asked, "Does it snow here?" The young man probably didn't expect Jianluo to ask this question, but he still answered honestly, "Yes, soon. It'll be snowing in a few days." Jianluo nodded worriedly. The group soon arrived at the tribe. As soon as they entered, they saw small houses of high and low. They were similar to the houses of the other tribe. They were also spherical houses, but they looked more dilapidated. There were fewer people in the entire tribe. The young man said to him, "Most of the people have gone out to hunt. It's more difficult to hunt after the snow, and most of the animals have gone into the depths of the mountains to hibernate. Everyone wants to have more protection before the snow comes." Jianluo nodded. The young man led them to choose a house. "This is a shelter from the wind. It's warmer. You still have the children. Why don't you stay here?" Jianluo was very grateful. "Thank you." The young man was also 100% respectful to Lu Shifeng. He said, "I'll send some food to you in a while." Lu Shifeng said, "Just send some. You're short on food, so you don't have to send too much." The young man was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Shifeng to be so reasonable. He immediately bowed deeply and left. Jianluo looked around the house. Everything is here. The bed was covered with a leather blanket, and some of the daily utensils were new. It could be seen that the owner of the house had put in a lot of effort to welcome them. Although they were all worthless things, they were more important than in another place. It was obvious that they had put in more effort. Lu Shifeng said, "Sit here. I'll go get a brazier." Jianluo put the dragon cubs down from his pocket. "Go lie on the bed. Don't run around. It's cold outside." Long Outyen sneezed a little. In the beginning, Jianluo would be very nervous. However, after taking care of the children for a long time, he was not so nervous anymore. He tested his sister's temperature and felt that it was much better. Hence, he started to boil some water so that they could wash up later. Jian Luo asked Lu Shifeng, they shouldn't transform into human form in winter. It's too cold. Lu Shifeng brought in the brazier with charcoal and placed it in the house. The charcoal emitted a little warmth, causing the somewhat cold room to gradually warm up. He lowered his head and began to adjust the direction while saying, it's still early. Dragons usually transform after 1 year. Jian Luo was relieved. However, he soon felt a little regretful. He really wanted to see how the dragon cubs looked like in human form. He was so curious. Sigh. Jian Luo asked him while burning the fire, do you think the children will look like you or me? Lu Shifeng stood up after setting up the charcoal. He hung his coat on the hanger and said faintly, am I not your brother? Jian Luo paused and pursed his lips. This man was still as vengeful as ever. He had to coax him early. Otherwise, if he kept holding it in, it might get worse. When he regained his memory, he would look for him to settle the score. Thinking of this, Jian Luo put on a fawning smile and quickly said, wasn't it because of the situation? Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Of course, of course. Not because I'm young? It was because of this that everyone thought they were eloping. However, how could Jian Luo admit it honestly? He looked around and said, don't think too much. How can I not know how old you are? Lu Shifeng looked at him quietly for a while. This gaze made Jian Luo feel a little uncertain. After a while, Lu Shifeng actually nodded. That's good. It was a little strange. After a while, the young man brought the meat over. He rubbed his hands and said, remember not to come out at night. It's cold at night. It's better to stay indoors. Jian Luo thanked him. The harsh atmosphere of winter here infected him. Jian Luo, who was not worried about it, looked at Lu Shifeng. This winter, will it be okay? Lu Shifeng bathed the little dragon in the inner room and said, you and the others don't go out too much. You don't have to worry about food. Jian Luo, winter is hard. Don't force it. If it's not okay, we can make do for a month. Don't go to dangerous places. Lu Shifeng turned to look at Jian Luo. Jian Luo stammered, what are you looking at? I've always felt. Lu Shifeng said meaningfully, do you have some misunderstanding about the dragon race? It's not that I don't. However, Jian Luo was indeed not that worried. He had seen the adult Lu Shifeng kick the legendary high-thickness and high-bulletproof wall with his own eyes. Although he was injured and weakened, it did not mean that these prey had become stronger. The only ones who might really be afraid of those ferocious beasts were the few babies on the bed who trembled in fear at the sight of chickens. Jian Luo was still thinking of taking more pictures and recording the screen. When the cubs grew up and became the evil dragon tyrant, they would take out the pictures of the chicken being slaughtered, TSK. It would definitely be very exciting. The next day. After staying in this tribe for 2 days, he gradually understood the living habits and environment here. Jian Luo found thread from others. The people in this tribe used thread to tie things, but Jian Luo found that some wool was soft and could actually be used to weave things. He borrowed a ball of wool and fiddled with it in the house for a day. He knitted a small mini dress for each dragon baby. Jian Luo refused when he was first caught to put on the clothes. The black baby cried out and kicked its legs in the air. It was so scared that it did not show its claws to Jian Luo. Its small teeth that could bite through the bones of its prey begged for mercy. Jian Luo said gently, stop fooling around. Daddy will dress you up and you can go out to play in the snow. In the past 2 days, it had slowly started to snow. The cubs were extremely interested. Every day, they would squat by the window and watch. However, because their bodies were too weak, Jian Luo didn't dare to let them out. Now that there was a small sweater, at least they could go out and take a look. The small sweater was buttoned. Jian Luo smiled, it fits quite well. The black baby wore a grayish-black sweater. Jian Luo even made a hat behind its small head. There were 2 holes in the hat for the dragon horns to pass through. Jian Luo said, take 2 steps? Long Outyin wobbled as he walked away. he grumbled at his father and grandmother. He did not want to wear any clothes. Jianluo dressed the other two obedient cubs who did not struggle. He carried the three of them up. Let's go. Daddy will take you out to see the snow. Ever since they came here, they rarely went out because of the weather. The three dragon cubs were so bored that they went crazy. Coincidentally, it was noon now and the sun was shining brightly. The snowflakes outside were sparkling under the sun. This made the dragon race who loved treasures and sparkling things go crazy. Gee! The black baby wagged its tail excitedly and rubbed Jianluo's face intimately. It completely forgot the grudge just now. Jianluo put him on the railing. You can only play for a while. The three little cubs touched the snow for the first time. They were so happy that they made a mess. Because they were locked in the house, they were all listless. Now, they were finally a little angry. Jianluo looked at them from the side. Suddenly, he heard the sound of people not far away. It should be a group of people who went out to hunt. Lu Shifeng was by himself most of the time. Later, the people in the tribe gradually found that it was safer to follow him. Everyone followed this young man in a mighty manner. So the leader was Lu Shifeng, who was wearing a black windbreaker. In the white snow, his black color was very eye-catching. Although Lu Shifeng was not very tall, his imposing manner would not be ignored. Instead, he was the most eye-catching among the group of tall and strong people. Jianluo carried the baby up. Your father is back. Let's go and welcome him. The location of their house was remote. It took a while to come down from above. When Jianluo slowly approached with the dragon babies, the group of people in the square were dividing the prey. A short-haired woman stood beside Lu Shifeng. At this moment, she was talking shyly. She took out a piece of clothing and gave it to Lu Shifeng. I made this myself. Jianluo, who was about to go over, stopped. Lu Shifeng was expressionless. I don't want it. This material is very good. The woman stuffed the clothes to him. In 2 days, I'll make a set for your brother. It's hard for you to take care of them alone. I know, you don't have to be polite with me. This is all my own choice. The author has something to say. Jianluo, oh ho. Jianluo stood by the side. For a moment, he didn't know whether to come out or not. While he was still thinking, someone had already come out. The girl turned her head and looked over. When she saw Jianluo, she was a little surprised. Jianluo walked over with small steps and smiled at the girl. Yo, you're giving me something? The girl's skin was relatively thin and she looked a little shy. However, she still nodded in the end. It was obvious that she was very interested. Jianluo raised his eyebrows. It's pretty good. You must have put in a lot of effort, right? The girl was shy. And no, it's not good. I hope Brother Lu doesn't mind. I also see that it's quite hard for him to go out every day, so I want to share some of the pressure. Jianluo took the scarf and glanced at it. He clicked his tongue. What a pity. The girl was curious. What's a pity? Jianluo stuffed the scarf back to her and whispered into the girl's ear. These few words caused the girl's eyes to change from admiration to shock, and then to disbelief. In the end, there was nothing. She glared at Lu Shifeng and ran away. Jianluo waved his hand. Slow down. The girl ran away without looking back. Under the setting sun, that was probably her first love who had passed away. When she was far away, Lu Shifeng looked at Jian. Luo. What did you say to her? Huh? Jianluo was a little embarrassed. What can I say? I just told her the truth. Lu Shifeng, what truth? Something big and small. There was a moment of silence in the air. After a while, Jianluo's voice begged for mercy. I was wrong. Are you angry? Sigh, I really know I was wrong. Zai, come, act cute. What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. The lowly Jianluo felt the killing power of Lu Shifeng's cold eyes after he spoke so much nonsense. The noble and elegant marshal ignored him for the whole day. It was only after dinner that his attitude improved a little. Jianluo brewed a cup of hot tea from the inner room and brought it out. He saw Lu Shifeng sweeping the snow outside. There was a brazier in the room, so it was very warm. The Kong bed was also heated. Charcoal was used here, but there was no poisonous gas like on Earth. The craftsmanship was also more sophisticated. In fact, it could be regarded as a luxury item in the tribe. However, Lu Shifeng was afraid that humans and cubs would be weak, so he never lacked these. Jian Luo went out and stood by the railing. They want to build a snowman. It might not snow tonight. Don't sweep it all away. Lu Shifeng put down the broom and walked back. Jian Luo handed him the hot tea. This is the ginger tea I put down. It's cold. Try it. Lu Shifeng took a sip. The weather here was indeed cold, and it was getting colder and colder. It was much worse than the weather on Earth. The coldest weather on Earth was at least minus 70 degrees, but here it was slowly going down to minus 100 degrees. Moreover, according to the description of the people in the tribe, it seemed that the weather would get colder in a while. Jian Luo was not the kind of person to blame others. He said, I see that the clothes here are all made of leather. Sometimes it's too cold, so we have to wear many leather coats. Isn't it very inconvenient to move like this? Probably only Lu Shifeng did not need it. The scales of the dragon race could resist the extreme cold. The marshal even wore a single layer of clothing to show respect for this kind of weather. However, the people in this tribe were different. Lu Shifeng said, the technology here is a little behind. It's considered a remote galaxy. Jian Luo nodded. I found that during this time, the number of people who go out hunting together seems to have decreased. There are many people who are injured or have accidents on the way. Lu Shifeng looked at the village covered by snow. The winter will only get colder and colder. Jian Luo was thoughtful. On the other side, the people of the tribe had all returned from hunting. There were more small animals in the forest of their tribe, and most of them did not need to hibernate. Therefore, it was relatively easy for them to hunt. In this way, their casualties were relatively small every year. This was also the reason why they could be stronger than other tribes. The chief came back and said, this year, the casualties of the Kars tribe have decreased a lot, was surprised. Why? That dragon is too fierce. The chief sighed. Those large beasts are not the dragon's opponents. Although he hunts almost every day for his own food, others can still get a share of the pie. S heart was also heavy. Half of the reason why their tribe had a good life was because they squeezed the resources of the Kars tribe. The Kars tribe had not dared to resist because of their lack of manpower. If they could survive this winter without heavy casualties, then it would be difficult for their tribe to continue to have such an advantage. Curled her lips. Didn't they say that they would stay for a while? Why haven't they left after so long? I suspect that they might have communicated with the Kars tribe in advance. They came here to investigate the enemy and be under cover. Also, you know that our children were sick some time ago and have not recovered. We have taken them in for so long, but they are not even willing to give us a dragon scale. Bang. The cup shattered into pieces on the ground. The chief said, well, don't say any more. We can't afford to provoke the dragon race. Just wait for them to leave. The Kars tribe can rely on us for a while, but they can't rely on us forever. In the end, they will just be defeated by us. Only then did shut her mouth. The next day. Today, Jian Luo woke up early and took the dragon to make a snowman. The ant next door came out and saw Jian Luo. She said, Jian Luo, are you playing with your children? Jian Luo said, yes, yes. Are you going out? Isn't it? The woman was tall and strong, but she looked kind. The men are hunting outside, so we women will go to the forest behind to harvest some hibiscus. It's winter, so when there's no meat, the hibiscus can still be eaten. Jian Luo was interested. What is this? The ant patiently explained to him, it is a kind of plant. Not only people like to eat it, but animals also like to eat it. Jian Luo nodded. The ant sighed. It is a pity that we have little prey here. Otherwise, why would we need to eat this? Look at the tribe next door. The hibiscus is harvested in winter to feed the pets. Jian Luo was interested for the first time. He asked, may I ask why there is less prey in our forest than in their forest? I have been to both forests and I don't feel any difference. At the mention of this, the ant had something to say. She walked over and stopped in front of the fence. In fact, the reason why there are so many small prey there is because of the honey swimmer. They live underground and come out to hunt in winter. This kind of creature has thick skin and a lot of meat. It is the favorite of many small and medium-sized hunters. Therefore, there are many small and medium-sized hunting beasts there, forming a food chain. Jian Luo asked, then why don't these creatures live here? Because of the sun. The ant pointed to the sky. Honey swimmers like the sun, and we are a bit shady here. In summer, the trees block the sun, and there is no sun in winter. Jian Luo thought for a moment. Is there no other reason? Food? The ant shook her head. What can honey swimmers eat in winter? At most, they go to the river to catch fish or eat grass. Jian Luo asked, then do they eat the hibiscus you just mentioned? The ant suddenly choked. She had never thought in this direction. Every year at the beginning of winter, they would subconsciously cut the hibiscus first, leaving no chance for the honey swimmers. Jian Luo smiled. I think that if there is food, even if the honey swimmers like the sun, they will come, right? The ant couldn't refute. And for something like the sun, I think it is enough to get through the winter. In summer, you don't seem to be lacking in food, right? The onlooker sees everything clearly, while the person involved is baffled. Things that were a bit complicated were simple in Jian Luo's mouth. He even looked at her and silently expressed a kind of meaning with his eyes. Is this difficult? The ant was silent for a while and finally said, I will discuss it with the chief. Jian Luo waved his hand. Take care. After sending her away, Jian Luo continued to watch the little dragon build a snowman. Other people made a simple snowman, then put a round head on it, and finally add eyes and a nose. But Long Outyen was completely different. They were building a dragon. The key was that the technique was very poor. It looked like a big monster like Godzilla. Anyway, the dragon couldn't see it. Jian Luo laughed. So ugly. The dragon cubs paused in their actions. The three little heads turned around at the same time and looked at Jian Luo with their wet eyes, silently expressing their hurt. Long Outyen, who was the leader, even let out an aggrieved and dissatisfied cry. Jian Luo quickly changed his words. Good, good, very good. Only then was the dragon cub satisfied. They shook their tails and began to be blindly confident. They continued to build their Godzilla. Jian Luo helped at the side. This dragon horn looks better with ice. Long Outyen and the others were really very smart. They first wrapped a big snowball, then dug inside, took out a Godzilla shape, and slowly polished it. Other children made snowmen, but this dragon cubs made art. Jian Luo muttered as he helped, it would be great if your father could be as enlightened as you guys. He's so stupid. Relying on the fact that children didn't know how to speak, Jian Luo complained about Lu Shifeng every day. After everyone was busy for a while, a Godzilla was finally built. Jian Luo picked up the three of them to bathe. After everything was done, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Shifeng came back. Jian Luo said, go wash them and wipe them clean. I will go cook. After thinking about it, Jian Luo was still worried. He reminded Lu Shifeng, wipe them gently. Don't rush to carry them out. Put them by the fire basin to play for a while. Don't catch a cold. As he spoke, he carried the three cubs and handed them to Lu Shifeng. They can't speak now. They don't know cold or hot. Be careful, Daddy. A little dragon's voice was heard. Although the words were not clear. Jian Luo froze for a moment. It was his youngest sister. He never thought that his youngest sister would be the first to know how to speak. Jian Luo said to Lu Shifeng a little excitedly, did sister call for you just now? Was she calling for you? She is too smart. Lu Shifeng nodded calmly. Some dragons can also learn languages before they transform. This is normal. Jian Luo was a little proud. It must be because I talk to her every day at home. That's why she learns so fast. Just as Jian Luo was busy taking credit, the little girl sitting on Lu Shifeng's shoulder moved again. The little silver dragon raised her head and looked at Lu Shifeng. Her voice was tender and childish. Although her words were vague, they could be heard clearly. Your daddy is so stupid. When her voice fell, there was a moment of silence in the room. Jianluo looked at his little daughter, feeling as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping across his heart. Lu Shifeng looked at Jianluo and asked, "You taught her?" Jianluo hurriedly carried his little sister down. He was so nervous that his hands trembled, worried that the little girl would say something golden again and send her father to be cremated. Hugging the little dragon, Jianluo said, "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. She's a child, so she must be talking nonsense." Cold sweat broke out on his back. Under Lu Shifeng's calm gaze, Jianluo braced himself and looked at the little girl. "You can't say that about daddy, do you understand?" The little silver dragon's little head was full of question marks. She didn't understand why her father was so angry. Her wet black eyes looked innocently at Jianluo. After realizing that she might have been scolded, the little girl sniffled and started to feel wronged. Jianluo panicked again. Hey, why are you crying?" He Zai and Lao Er sat next to the brazier, watching the show with their little heads hooked. Jianluo comforted the child and looked at Lu Shifeng reproachfully. He started to shift the blame. "It's all your fault, you made the child cry." Lu Shifeng, the little silver dragon, was actually just casually crying. Jianluo took a milk cake from the side and gave it to her to eat. Very quickly, she went to the side and used her little claws to hold the milk cake and nibble on it. The little fellow was very smart and knew when to stop. Her ability to observe people's expressions was stronger than anyone else's. She had learned this point completely from Jianluo. Sure enough, the child stopped crying. Jianluo glanced at Lu Shifeng and said guiltily, "There's still food in the pot, I'll go." "Lu Shifeng, I'll help you." Jianluo nodded absent-mindedly. "Oh, okay." The two of them walked to the side of the stove. The fire here was lit by a kind of tree branch. This kind of tree branch was very magical. It could keep the fire burning for a long time, and there was not much smoke. It was just that it was more troublesome to light it. These days, Jianluo often used it, so he was very good at it. He said to Lu Shifeng, "Try one." Lu Shifeng didn't light it often. He tried a few times but didn't light it. Jianluo said, "You have to lift it up a little, then start from the roots and leaves." Lu Shifeng followed Jianluo's instructions and got it done in a few tries. Jianluo didn't know how to do it at first, so it took him a few tries. He looked at Lu Shifeng and sighed. Amazing. Lu Shifeng put the firewood in and looked at him. "Didn't you say I was stupid?" He couldn't let this go. Jianluo felt that he and his children relied on him to make a living every day. No matter what, he couldn't hurt his feelings. After thinking about it, he had to make a sacrifice. Thinking of this, Jianluo said, "Well, don't think that I'm dissatisfied with you. Actually, you've misunderstood. This is actually," Lu Shifeng looked up at him. Jianluo had a flash of inspiration. "This is actually a term of endearment." Lu Shifeng's red eyes looked at Jianluo quietly. The fire in the stove was burning. He said, "Is that so?" Yes. Jianluo had to say a few more words. "That's right. Well, you know, couples always have some special quirks. They call each other little fool or little fool. It's similar to how I call you stupid." "Oh God, oh Earth, please forgive him," Lu Shifeng frowned. "Is that so?" Jianluo coughed softly. "But don't imitate it. This kind of endearment is not often used. Besides, there are children now. Don't lead them astray." Lu Shifeng moved the firewood. "Then, I have a question." Jianluo said, "What? Who came up with this endearment?" Lu Shifeng's eyes fell on Jianluo. "Me?" There was a moment of silence in the air. Jianluo realized that he had dug his own grave and jumped into it. It was too shameful for him to say that he came up with it, but, with Lu Shifeng's character, how could he come up with such an endearment? Thinking of this, Jianluo could only bear the humiliation and embarrass himself. "I came up with it." Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows noncommittally. He admired Jianluo's expression with interest. That delicate little face was a little chubbier, round and fair, probably because he had been staying at home every day recently. His cheeks were covered with a little bit of crimson because of excitement or shame. His eyes were the most lively and watery, as if they were shining. In fact, he knew that Jianluo was lying to him. But Lu Shifeng inexplicably found it very interesting. He finally understood why he liked Jianluo in the future. Maybe it was because this person was the opposite of himself, because he was jumpy, because he didn't act according to common sense, because he was full of vitality, because he was as eye-catching as a dazzling sun that people couldn't take their eyes off. Lu Shifeng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He said, Jianluo. Jianluo said, You have a child with him. Lu Shifeng asked, is it because you love him? He didn't use himself, but him. Jianluo was stunned for a moment. In fact, he had always restrained himself from thinking about this question. He admitted that he was attracted to Lu Shifeng and liked him. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Anyone who met a top-notch bachelor who was gentle and generous to you would have feelings for you, right? But he wouldn't be so confused. If he was still a teenager who had just experienced love, he could be willful. But he was no longer that age. He didn't know anything in the past, but now he knew. Therefore, Jianluo said, Sigh, I'll just make do with it. What's the point of getting a divorce? Lu Shifeng fell silent. The next day the sun was good today. Most of the men in the stockade went out to hunt, and the women were ready to move out. Jianluo was playing in the yard with the cubs as usual when he saw the woman next door come over and say, Jianluo, the chief heard about your suggestion. He thinks it's feasible. We won't harvest grass this year. Let's see if the honey swimmers will come over. Jianluo nodded. Sure. Doesn't Wenye's tribe also harvest early every year? The honey swimmers don't have anything to eat. If there's grass here, they'll give up the sunlight in order to survive. If the honey swimmers come over, small and medium-sized prey will definitely come over to hunt. At that time, you can reduce the danger of hunting in the depths of the forest. The woman nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Jianluo built a simple seesaw with wood in the yard. The dragon cubs were getting more and more mischievous. They would soon get tired of playing in the yard. It was too cold and dangerous outside. In order to give them more fun, Jianluo would make some toys himself. The woman said again, then we'll get busy. Jianluo asked casually, what are you going to do? We're going to mine, the woman said. Sometimes, large beasts will attack the village because they're too hungry. However, they're all afraid of the witchstone mine. We grind the ore into powder and mix it with water and sprinkle it along the village. This can prevent the beasts from entering. Jianluo said, that's amazing. The woman smiled and said, fortunately, it's been like this for generations. We're in a remote place, so this is the only way. The witchstone mine can eliminate gases and purify human smoke. This way, the beasts won't be able to find the village. Jianluo replied, that's not bad. Then you can go ahead. I won't delay any longer. The woman nodded and left. Jianluo didn't think much of it at first, but after the woman left for a while, he realized something. Could this ore be used on Earth? The villages on Earth also couldn't overcome the problem of beasts during the winter snow. Not long ago, he had custom-made a radiation shield on the industrial planet. If he had this ore at the same time, wouldn't the village be very safe? Also, what was the principle behind this ore? If it could purify gases, then could he make a bold guess that it could also purify the residual radiation on Earth? The more Jianluo thought about it, the more his heart pounded. Screech! Long Out Yen's cry came from the side. It sounded a little dissatisfied. Jianluo came back to his senses and realized that his seesaw was almost finished. He said, okay. Daddy will continue to make it for you. He was very fast. In a short while, a seesaw was completed. Jianluo let them sit on the seesaw and think about things on their own. He decided to ask Lu Shifeng if he could bring him a witch stone to take a look at night. Screech! The cry of another dragon cub was heard. Jianluo came back to his senses and realized that the three of them were fighting again. The reason was that the seesaw could only seat 2 dragons, and there were 3 of them. The dragon's strange desire to win and be possessive increased again. Jian Luo exclaimed, "Don't fight." However, he was a little slow. He rolled down from the seesaw and hit the small wooden planks that Jian Luo had piled up. The small wooden planks that were piled together lost their center of gravity and fell down. The three of them were completely smashed down. Jian Luo's heart instantly broke. He quickly ran over and pulled the wooden planks away with his bare hands. Some of the wooden planks had thorns that pricked his hands, but he did not care. After pulling away all the wooden planks, the three troublemakers were revealed. Jian Luo wanted to see if they were injured, but he saw something unexpected. The three of them were fighting together. However, the moment the wooden planks fell down, Long Outyan protected his younger brother and sister under his wings. The other two dragon cubs curled up into a ball under him. Jian Luo's heart trembled. He was angry and distressed. He was really angry. He picked up Long Outyan and said, "You forgot everything that Daddy told you. Next time, if you're naughty, I'll ask your daddy to come back and beat the dragons." Long Outyan felt wronged and cried out. Jian Luo suddenly realized that the little dragon's body seemed to be a little sticky. He hesitated for a moment and wiped it with his finger. When he touched it, there was dark red blood. Suddenly, Jian Luo felt his head buzzing. It was not anything else. When Lu Shifeng was injured, the marshal's blood was not red. Instead, it was blue. Even when Yin Hui was injured, his blood was blue. Previously, he heard from the high priest that the blood of dragons was blue. Then, Jian Luo's heart sank. Would there be something wrong with his cub? Jian Luo was shocked by the fact that the dragon's blood was red. However, he soon felt sorry for his son. "Are you hurt?" Jian Luo held his son in his hands and said, "Come into the house and let me take a look." He stood up, and second brother and little sister automatically followed him with their short legs. The two little ones also realized that they had done something wrong because of their mischievous behavior, so they were very obedient. Jian Luo carried the little ones into the house to check on their injuries. Although the house was not specially prepared, there was a first aid kit. He opened the box and took out some cotton wool. He started to wipe Long Outyan's wings. Soon, the cotton wool was stained red. Jian Luo was sure that Long Outyan's blood was really red. He put the cotton wool aside and looked at Long Outyan's wings carefully. Long Outyan whimpered softly. Jian Luo frowned and asked, "Does it hurt?" This was the first time Long Outyan was hurt since he was born. Long Outyan was not hurt when he was hunting for a crippled pheasant. Who knew that he was hurt because he wanted to snatch the seesaw from his siblings? Long Outyan's little head drooped as he let out a weak cry. He sounded like a spoiled child. Jian Luo sighed and said, "Don't be naughty next time, okay?" Huiyao climbed onto the table and squatted beside Long Outyan to look at her brother. She seemed to be very curious about Long Outyan's injuries, but she did not dare to get too close. The younger brother was obviously more realistic. Out of nowhere, he pulled out a piece of milk cake that Jian Luo had made for them yesterday. This little brat had hidden it somewhere before, but now he was willing to take it out for his big brother to eat. Long Outyan whimpered excitedly when he saw the milk cake. Jian Luo said, "Hey, hey, hey, don't move." Jian Luo grabbed Long Outyan by the back of his neck and said, "Daddy is applying medicine for you." Long Outyan looked at Jian Luo with teary eyes. Long Outyan's ruby-like eyes were clear and flawless. Jian Luo was in a daze when Long Outyan said in a childish voice, "Daddy." Jian Luo was stunned. Long Outyan whimpered and whimpered, "Secondary cake, secondary cake." What an unlucky child. Jian Luo put it down. Just as he was about to reach for the medicine at hand, he was surprised to find that the red blood was slowly turning blue. It was a very obvious blue. The sky was blue, clean and beautiful. Jian Luo muttered, "What's going on?" Jian Luo put a bandage on the small wing. He was going to boil a pot of bone broth tonight to nourish it. If it didn't work, he would ask Lu Shifeng to check if it was serious. He was most worried about whether the wing would be broken. The medical conditions here were unable to set the bones of a dragon. Evening as the sun set, Lu Shifeng returned. Jian Luo took his snow-covered cloak and put it near the oven to dry. He said, "They were fighting today and got crushed by a wooden plank. Can you check if it's a problem? After he finished speaking, he turned around and saw the three little cubs running around Lu Shifeng's feet. The happiest thing for them every day was waiting for their father to come back. Lu Shifeng would always bring back some small toys from outside, such as crippled prey for them to practice their battle royale, rare stones, and fruits. Long Outyen, whose wing was injured, was not obedient. Its wings were wrapped in cloth, but it was still chirping and jumping around. Lu Shifeng held Long Outyen by the scruff of its neck and looked at its wing. It's fine. Jian Luo heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I was careless today. Next time, I really have to be more careful. The three of them really don't affect their relationship at all when they fight. Lu Shifeng stuffed a fruit into Long Outyen's hand and threw it to the side. He said, it's fine. Fighting is also a way to learn. After the pain, you will know how to protect yourself next time. The dragon race is not born strong. They can only be reborn after going through hundreds of battles. When they grow up, they can be thrown into the Dragon Valley to train. Jian Nan was a little choked up. He felt a little choked up at the fact that the cubs had such a hardcore father. In fact, he also knew that the cubs would be under a lot of pressure in the future. The title of a pure-blooded Dragon King's descendant had a lot of responsibilities behind it. It was because of this that Jian Luo hoped that before they returned to Dark Star, he would pamper them a little more and let them have a normal childhood. Cheap. Long Outyen took a bite of the fruit and crawled over to pass it to Jian Luo. Jian Luo hesitated for a moment. Are you giving it to your father? Long Outyen mumbled incoherently, second. Thank you. Jian Luo took it and took a small bite. He recalled the matter of the Sorcerer's Stone and said to Lu Shifeng, I am quite interested in the ores here. Can you help me bring a piece back? I will see if I can find a laboratory to test it and solve the environmental problem of Earth. Lu Shifeng agreed very straightforwardly. He asked, are you worried about the radiation problem? Jian Luo, yes. The Phoenix stage is researching and developing equipment to eliminate radiation. Lu Shifeng, you can discuss it with Sir Zhan. Of course, the Sorcerer's Stone may be of help to him. Jian Luo, that's great. Although life was difficult, it was always developing in a good direction. However, in fact, he did receive a piece of good news the next day. The woman next door said to him, yesterday, someone found traces of honey swimmers in the forest. They are probably here to eat plants. This is really rare. In previous winters, honey swimmers were not seen. Jian Luo was also happy. After that, when the small and medium prey come over, your life will be much better. The woman was very emotional. Jian Luo, thank you. Jian Luo waved his hand. It's a small matter. He and I should be the ones thanking you for taking us in. Although everything was not easy, fortunately, it seemed that everything was going smoothly. This year's winter did not seem so difficult. Just when Jian Luo thought that life was peaceful, he did not expect the unforeseen event to happen so quickly. During the day, when he took the dragon cubs out for a walk, he saw that the people in the village were in a hurry. Yesterday, most of them had a relaxed look on their faces, but now, their faces were suddenly covered with a layer of haze. Finally, Jian Luo saw a younger sister who he had talked to before. He asked, what's wrong? The younger sister replied, we didn't cut down the vegetation, did we? Then these days, the honey trip did come over, and some prey also came over. Originally, there were some injured men in the tribe who couldn't hunt large beasts, but now that there are small ones, they dare to go out and try. They thought that good days were coming, but who knew that in the morning, they said that the vegetation was gone. Jian Luo was stunned. How could that be? I don't know. The younger sister was also gloomy. She said, they said that it might be the opposite tribe who sent people to do it. Because the honey swimmers came to our side, the forest where they are is not deep and there are no large beasts. Now that the small prey are coming over, so. Jian Luo understood. Although his method did help the tribe solve their urgent needs, it was a disaster for the gentle tribe. Because they didn't lack food every year, they didn't have the habit of storing food. When the small prey disappeared overnight, the gentle tribe panicked. The younger sister comforted Jian Luo. Now the chief has called everyone back and contacted the opposite tribe to gather in the valley. He wants to ask for an explanation. Because we have Brother Lu this year, the number of casualties is very small. If we really fight, we may not be at a disadvantage. Jian Luo still frowned. Just as he was hesitating, the dragon cub wriggled out of his arms and chirped. Jian Luo turned around and saw the man who had returned from outside standing behind him. Lu Shifeng was wearing a cloak. He walked over and stood in front of Jian Luo. "What are you standing there for?" Jian Luo said, "About cutting the vegetation, will you go?" He was a little worried about war now. The image of Lu Shifeng being injured still lingered in his mind. Although he knew that these were inevitable, he was still very worried. Lu Shifeng said, "Do you want me to go?" Jian Luo was stumped. This made it very difficult for him to choose. On one hand, he was worried that if there was really a war, Lu Shifeng would be injured. On the other hand, he decided that during this period of time in the village, he owed a lot of care. Jian Luo was conflicted. Lu Shifeng said to him, "Many things can't be solved by running away. The pain of regret will last longer than the pleasure of running away." Jian Luo was suddenly not so conflicted. "Then let's go." There were many things that he was not mature about. Although Lu Shifeng would not teach him earnestly, he could always point him in the right direction when he was conflicted and hesitant. Lu Shifeng said to Jian Luo, "Do you want to go?" Jian Luo was really curious because he had also interacted with Wenye before. He was also the one who brought up the matter of the vegetation. Now that both sides were in a stalemate, if he could not be there, he would definitely die of curiosity. Jian Luo muttered, "Is it convenient for me to go? Will I be a burden?" Lu Shifeng said, "No, they won't fight." "Really? How do you know?" "They won't dare." In this world, perhaps only Lu Shifeng dared to say this sentence so arrogantly and confidently, but it was so convincing that what he said made sense. Jian Luo went back to the house to get a coat and a water bottle. He also put on small clothes and hats with each of the dragon cubs. After tidying up properly, they set off. When they arrived, they saw a group of people standing under a tree not far away, including Wenye and the young man. They used to be in the same camp, but now they were on opposite sides. But what Jian Luo did not expect was that there were not only two sides, but there was also a middle ground party. The group of people standing in the middle were tall and strong, and they looked very difficult to deal with. "When you spoke first, Grand Marshal, please investigate. Our two tribes have always minded their own business. However, the Kars tribe suddenly plotted this year and lured all the prey in our forest to them. Isn't this not wanting to let us live?" Karsi did not panic at all. He said, "We're just hunting reasonably, and we're not targeting anyone. Where the prey goes is their own business. On the contrary, you didn't follow the contract, trespassed into our forest, and cut off our vegetation without informing us. What do you think about this?" Neither side was willing to forgive the other. That Decima seemed to be an arbitrator and had a high status. After he heard the whole story, he said to Wenye's husband, "Booth, you shouldn't have trespassed into their forest." Booth said, "Sir, we were forced to do so. If we can't hunt, the stockade will run out of food soon." Decima shook his head. "Food for survival depends on one's own thinking and wisdom. God will not be biased. If you're wrong, then you're wrong. You should go back and return their vegetation. If this happens again, I'll consider redividing the forest." Booth and Wenye's faces were very ugly. Decima had a lot of power, and he ruled over several tribes. If they made him unhappy, no one would have a good ending. Wenye raised her head and saw Jian Luo not far away. Their eyes met, and her gaze was slightly distorted. Jian Luo had an ominous feeling in his heart, but both sides had already left. He had no idea what Wenye was going to do, but he instinctively felt that it was dangerous. On the other side, before Decima left, Wenye came to look for him. Decima said, "I've already decided on this matter, there's no point in saying anything more." "You've misunderstood." Wenye smiled, "I'm here not because of this matter, but because I have important news to report to you." She knew that although Decima had a lot of power, he had a weakness that everyone knew, and that was Decima's child, who was a cripple. Everyone in the tribe knew that a cripple could not inherit the position of Decima. For so many years, Decima had been asking for the elixir, but to no avail. Now, did she not just send the opportunity to him? Jianluo heaved a sigh of relief on the way back. He sat in the carriage and massaged Long Outyan's head to calm him down. At the same time, he said to the young man driving the carriage, that Decima seems to have a lot of power. The young man replied gently, our planet is divided into north and south. There are a total of 4 tribes, and Decima is the strongest leader of the 4 tribes. He leads a tribe and is also responsible for leading us to a better and stronger place. He has absolute power. Jianluo guessed that this was the setting. He seems to be quite fair. Jianluo said sincerely, he seems to be a wise leader. The young man said, Decima is very fair most of the time. This sentence was quite ambiguous. Jianluo wanted to ask if there were times when Decima was unfair, but he swallowed his words and decided to keep his mouth shut. Snow began to fall from the sky again. The young man said, I thought that we could have a good year this year, but now that the plants have been cut down, life is going to be difficult again. Jianluo looked up at the sky. There were many unsatisfactory things in this world. Everyone was struggling to survive, and no one was an exception. Achoo! He shuddered from the cold. Long Outyan, who was trying his best to poke his head out, shuddered from the sudden sneeze and went back obediently. A large cloak fell from the sky and landed on Jianluo's head. Lu Shifeng was only left with a thin cloak. He sat beside Jianluo, but his back and waist were straight, as if he was not affected by the cold at all. Jianluo asked, aren't you cold? Lu Shifeng's thin lips parted slightly. Under the snow, his body was as still as a mountain. Dragons are not afraid of the cold. So powerful. Jianluo silently glanced at the 3 little ones in her arms. She deeply doubted if the 3 of them could still be dragons. Lu Shifeng seemed to have seen through his doubts. He said, they are still young. Their scales are not their armor, but their weakness. Jianluo was stunned. This was a very common sentence, but he understood the meaning of this sentence immediately. The sky was filled with snow, and the cold was piercing. It was painful. Jianluo patted Long Outyan's head and whispered, parents will become their armor. He would protect his children with his life. No one could hurt them. No one. After returning from the outside, the people in the tribe gathered for a meeting again. Regarding the matter of cutting down the plants, everyone gave their opinions. Jianluo also gave his own opinion. I think we should use artificial cultivation. Jianluo said, aren't they going to send the grass back? Honeydew hasn't left yet. We'll feed it at a fixed spot so that it won't leave for the time being. We'll plant it again after this snowstorm. The leader felt that this idea was feasible. Of course, the others also had different questions. Wenya's tribe can also feed them. They also have sunlight. Yes, Jianluo did not say anything. After all, he was not a savior. All he could do was to give his own opinion. As for the feasibility and difficulty of the method, it was not something he could think of. Just when everyone was in danger, Lu Shifeng said, is there no market? Everyone was stunned. Just when everyone was in a dilemma, Lu Shifeng said, can't you trade things in your market? It was winter now, but that did not mean there was no trade in the market. Among the 4 tribes, there were poor and rich. Those who had a hard time must have more than enough to trade. The chief said, we are poor in resources. I'm afraid we don't have anything to sell in the market. Jianluo thought of something. Yes, sweaters and the like. Don't I see that many ladies are very good at knitting? They are even in the mood to send their sweethearts. Jianluo's suggestion was like a wake-up call. This sweater was indeed a rare item, and the nobles of some high-ranking tribes would probably like it. The chief nodded approvingly. It's feasible. After that, he looked gratefully at Lu Shifeng and Jianluo. You two are really the great benefactors of our karst tribe. If there is anything you need, just say it. We will do our best. Lu Shifeng nodded lightly and prepared to go back with Jianluo. After returning to the room, Jianluo took off his cloak. The 3 cubs seemed to be suffocated for a long time. After being put down, they began to jump. Long Badian was smarter. He knew to take the initiative to ask Jianluo to take off his clothes. Jianluo pulled open the buttons and said, "It seems that you really don't like to wear clothes." Lu Shifeng looked at Jianluo. "You don't have many clothes." This. Jianluo looked down at himself. Because he did not bring any clothes when he came over, he was dressed more casually. He looked up at Lu Shifeng. "Don't you think it looks good?" His strange stubbornness increased again. Lu Shifeng picked up Long Outyen and changed its bandage. He said, "I didn't buy anything for you." Jianluo was stunned. It took him a long time to react. Was it because they mentioned the market today, and then Lu Shifeng suddenly realized that he did not buy anything for him, so he wanted to compensate him? This was also cute. Jianluo sat there leisurely and deliberately said, yes, you see, their partners are all good. They bought a lot of branded clothes and a lot of delicious food and fun things for them." Lu Shifeng paused and said, "What do you want?" "I will bring it back for you tomorrow." Jianluo looked at him quietly. Lu Shifeng waited for a while, but there was no response. He raised his head. They looked at each other. He met Jianluo's smiling eyes. He sat on the edge of the bed. The warm yellow light on the roof scattered softly on his shoulders. Outside the house, there was a sky full of snow. He said softly, "I lied to you." Lu Shifeng's red eyes deepened. "I don't like those things." Jianluo said, "I can buy those things myself. I just want you to come home safely every day." In his arms were his sister who was asleep and Long Outyen who was tired from playing and dozing off. He touched the head of the dragon cub and said softly, "I am already very happy now." He never asked for much. He just wanted a place where he could settle down and live an ordinary life. In the past, he felt that it was already difficult to have enough to eat and drink, so he wanted to be above others. He wanted to be rich and rich. But now, he slowly honed his character and felt that being ordinary was the most precious. However, such a precious and peaceful life would never last long for him. The next day Jianluo. Someone shouted outside the courtyard. Jianluo was trying to learn mathematics with Long Outyen and the rest. He heard the noise and walked out. He saw the woman next door standing at the door. He asked, "What's wrong?" The woman said, "Decima is here. I heard that he is looking for you." Jianluo frowned. He recalled the person he met in the valley that day. He was tall and strong. He did not look like someone to be trifled with. "Why was he looking for him?" Jianluo said. "Why is he looking for me?" The woman shook her head. "I don't know. But he said that he is here to discuss a collaboration with you. I heard that it might be related to the Sorcerer's Stone." Jianluo was shocked. He was very interested in the Sorcerer's Stone, but he was afraid of getting into trouble. He never dared to be too ostentatious. Even when he wanted to study it, he asked Lu Shifeng to secretly bring it back for him. "How did Decima know about it?" Jianluo said. "What kind of collaboration?" "I am not sure." The woman probed, "Why don't you go and take a look?" Jianluo still had children in the house. Lu Shifeng had gone hunting. He was not at ease leaving the dragon cub in someone else's hands. So he said, "If there is anything, we will talk about it when my brother comes back." The woman said, "Then I will go and let him know." Jianluo said, "Thank you." Ever since the incident with Wenye, Jianluo was 100% on guard against everything. When he returned to his room, he locked the door. Long Outyen noticed his father's nervous breathing. He did not understand what was wrong with Jianluo. Recently, his wings were much better. When the wound healed, it was a little itchy. He always liked to rub around. Now, he was wobbling and wanted to rub against the corner of the table. Jianluo said, "Long Outyen." The black cub shrunk its head. Jianluo was afraid that he would open his wound again. He sighed and went over to pick him up. "Daddy is going to fight the dragon later." Long Outyen rubbed against him to please him. Just when Jianluo was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Jianluo did not turn his head. "Auntie, I told you that I will not be going for now. If there is anything, we will talk about it when my brother comes back." There was a pause outside. A man's voice was heard. Mr. Jian, I am Decima. I heard that you are not free, so I want to talk to you. In an instant, Jian Luo had goosebumps all over his body. In his panic, he lost control of his grip on the black cub. The black cub cried out in pain. Jian Luo was stunned. He quickly let go of his hand. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The black cub's cry was obviously heard from outside. Decima was silent for a while before he said, Mr. Jian, you don't have to be afraid. If you are wary of me, we can talk like this. Jian Luo hugged the three of them and looked outside the door cautiously. What do you want to talk about? Decima said, I know, you need the Sorcerer's Stone. The Sorcerer's Stone has the effect of eliminating magnetic fields. It can be used to resist radiation, infrared rays, and even post-war pollution. Decima said, for thousands of years, in order to resist the covetous eyes of the other races, we sealed the planet. We would rather fall behind in technology than reveal the treasure to the public. Otherwise, what awaits us would be destruction. Jian Luo said, I promise I won't tell anyone. Decima chuckled. No, I'm not here to ask you to keep it a secret. I'm here to cooperate. Jian Luo asked, what? Our planet is the largest Sorcerer's Stone mine. The Sorcerer's Stones here are inexhaustible. Decima's voice was filled with confidence. If you're willing, I'm willing to cooperate with you. I'll provide you with the Sorcerer's Stone mine for free. Of course, Jian Luo knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch tomorrow. What do you want? Decima was straightforward too. Dragon scale. Jian Luo frowned. His gaze instantly became alert. The muscles on his body tensed up. He was in a defensive posture. He was even a little afraid that the person would force his way in. However, Decima was calm. I need a dragon scale to save my son's life. Jian Luo clenched his fists. His knuckles turned white from the force. He did not want to say a word, nor did he want to listen to this. There were millions of sufferings in this world. He and his son could not be saved. He did not have the ability to save everyone. He only wanted to protect his son. Jian Luo calmed himself down and said to the people outside, I don't accept it. Long Outyen wanted to stick his head out but was stopped by Jian Luo. Jian Luo said, I might have been a little interested in your ores but that's all. I'm not interested in anything else. Since you're Decima, you should know how important dragon scales are to a dragon. Besides, my children are still young dragons. They can't bear these. He paused. Jian Luo lifted his eyelids and glanced outside the door. His voice lowered a notch. If you want to talk to the dragon race. Dragon tribe. It was not just a word. It was a threat. One of the strongest tribes in the universe. Someone once said that an ordinary elite team of the dragon tribe could fight against millions of lions. It was not an undeserved reputation. As expected, Decima fell silent. Jian Luo continued, my brother will be back soon. If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. If you insist, I dare say that if you dare to touch my child today, your child won't be able to live either. Jian Luo's voice seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He was not threatening. It was more like he was giving an ultimatum. He was a weak human but no one would think that he was joking. As expected, Decima asked in a deep voice, is there no way to turn this around? Jian Luo looked at the door cautiously, no. Decima stood up straight and said, all right, sorry to disturb you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no sound from outside. Jian Luo was very cautious but he gradually relaxed when he heard that there was no sound from outside. Even so, he did not dare to relax. He did not dare to look at the door. After about 10 minutes, a woman's voice came from the courtyard outside, Jian Luo, are you all right? Jian Luo came back to his senses. He slowly moved his stiff body and walked to the window to look outside. He saw the woman next door standing there and asking, are you all right? Jian Luo asked through the window, has he left? The woman nodded. We were all very worried when he left just now. Decima's whereabouts are unpredictable and he has the protection of the beast deity. Usually, no one dares to provoke him. Jian Luo heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want to care about Decima's whereabouts. All he wanted to do was to endure his last few days on this planet and bring his children home safely. The woman said, "All right, it's all right now. Don't worry, if Decima wants to do anything to you, we'll do our best to protect you. You're our tribe's benefactor, if anything happens to you, we won't leave you alone." Jianluo smiled. "Thank you." Jianluo chatted with the woman for a while and slowly relaxed. It was almost noon and Lu Shifeng was coming back. Thinking of this, Jianluo felt a lot more at ease. Suddenly, the ground seemed to shake. Jianluo could feel the vibrations in the house. He subconsciously raised his head and looked around. He could even feel the dust falling. Gee! The dragon cub felt Jianluo's uneasiness and let out a cry. The woman's voice came from outside. "Jianluo?" Jianluo came back to his senses and said, "What's going on? Is it an earthquake? It seems like a large beast is attacking the village." The woman was also very anxious. "That's impossible, we just scattered the witch stone powder a few days ago." Jianluo frowned after hearing that. The woman said, "Jianluo, don't come out. Let's go outside and take a look. Most of the people in the group have gone out to hunt. It might be more dangerous outside." Jianluo said, "Okay." Before he could finish, the woman had already disappeared. He looked out of the window and saw that it was indeed chaotic outside. There were even houses on fire. This village had a protective shield. Once the witchstone powder lost its effect, it would be a disaster for the village. It was as if this place had become a carnival for large beasts. On the other side, deep in the mountains, the hunting group was too far away from the village and did not hear anything. Lu Shifeng suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked back. Even though he could not see the bottom of the mountain due to the towering shrubs, he stared into the distance for a moment. The five senses of the dragon race were superb. They could track the smell of blood thousands of miles away as long as they wanted to. Someone asked, "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Shifeng walked back without hesitation. "Let's go back." The others were stunned. "Why? It's not time to go back yet?" Lu Shifeng turned his head and glanced at him. He opened his thin lips and said, "Something happened." As soon as he said that, there was silence. The village was on fire, and the footprints of wild beasts could be seen. When the group of people returned to the village, they could not believe that this was their village. There were traces of wild beasts in the village, and roars could be heard from time to time. Everything in front of them was so eye-piercing that it made them feel like their eyes were about to pop out. They could hardly believe it. There were also large wild beasts that continued to destroy houses and fields. These wild beasts were too big. If it was in the past, many people would have to surround and hunt them. Just when everyone was at a loss, a black dragon swooped over the village that was full of fire. It seemed to be able to roll up a gust of wind wherever it passed. The wild beasts along the way were overturned. The sharp claws of the dragon race could even tear apart the strongest light shield in the universe with their bare hands. They could withstand powerful laser beams. The wild beasts in the mountains were powerful against these villagers, but they were as laughable as ants in front of the dragon race. The scarlet eyes of the black dragon reflected the soaring red sky. However, its target was not these prey, but a house in the village. Bang! The door was pushed open. The house that was supposed to be Jianluo and the dragon baby was empty. Lu Shifeng changed back to his human form. He looked different from before. The man's figure had returned to its stalwart state. Just by standing there, he was almost taller than the height of the door. He bent over and entered. When he saw that there was no one in the house, his hostility increased by another level. There were wild beasts roaring outside and reckless provocation. These seemed to be stimulating the man who was on the verge of danger. It was as if his reverse scale had been touched. His entire body was filled with terrifying hostility. The coercion made all living creatures not dare to approach him. Even the wild beasts outside the village did not see Lu Shifeng, but they could feel the coercion. The instinct of weak creatures to escape from danger told them to run as far away as possible. Just when Lu Shifeng was on the verge of losing his temper, the door of the cellar opened. A small dragon's head popped out. Long Outyen screamed at the top of his lungs. Lu Shifeng glanced sideways at him. Long Outyen was stunned. Marshal Lu was also stunned for a moment. The reason why the dragon baby was stunned was because its father had suddenly changed his appearance. He was taller and stronger. It seemed that when it was hit, it would be more painful. Long Outyen was puzzled. Gee? Lu Shifeng walked towards it. Within a few steps, he picked up the little dragon and said coldly, "What are you screaming for?" He was as cold as the cold wind when he treated the dragon baby. When he looked down into the cellar, his voice had a hint of gentleness that was hard to detect. Jian Luo. Sure enough, there was some movement down there. Jian Luo said a little embarrassedly, "Help me open the lid a little. I don't think I can get out." In fact, it was a little funny now, and the scene was a little funny. However, Lu Shifeng's eyes didn't have the slightest hint of a smile from the beginning to the end. He easily opened the lid and pulled out Jian Luo and the remaining two. Jian Luo's body was a little dirty. "I dug this cellar myself when you were not around. I dug it for fun and brought them out to exercise. Who knew that it would really come in handy? I did not dare to go out. I was afraid that something would come in, so I hid in a little hurry." As he spoke, he also noticed that Lu Shifeng's body had returned to normal. If he was talking to the young Lu Shifeng, it would not be a big deal. However, facing the adult version of Lu Shifeng, with that handsome and mature face and those familiar and gentle red eyes, for some reason, Jian Luo suddenly blushed in embarrassment. So I should be very dirty now. Don't look at me first. How is it outside? Is it still very dangerous? Are the people in the stockade okay? Lu Shifeng said, Jian Luo. Jian Luo was stunned. What? You're trembling. Lu Shifeng looked at him quietly. Although the human sitting in the same spot had been talking non-stop, and although he looked very calm and steady, it was still obvious that Jian Luo was trembling. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Even his hands were shaking. If you're afraid. Lu Shifeng stared at him and said, "You don't have to force yourself." Jian Luo suddenly froze. There was a moment of silence in the air. Then, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The corners of his mouth slowly pursed into a straight line. Just when Lu Shifeng thought that he was going to lose his temper, the room suddenly erupted with unruly cries. Jian Luo threw herself into his arms. Of course I'm scared. Who wouldn't be scared? Those wild beasts are too scary. They're even scarier than that Decima. Why did you only come back now? I'm really scared. Who can bear such grievances? It's too difficult for me to bear a child for you. Before I gave birth, I had to fight a battle of wits and courage with that bastardine Hui. When I gave birth, I didn't have any experience either. Do you know how scared I was? Now that you've recovered, I'm in trouble. I'm sobbing. The three of them in the room were stunned as they watched their father cry. The three of them sat in a row and did not dare to make a sound. Lu Shifeng quietly waited for Jian Luo to stop crying. Then, he said, "I won't do it again." Jian Luo wiped his tears. After the outburst, he felt much better. He nodded. Before he could relax, he heard Lu Shifeng say, "There's something I need to explain to you." Jian Luo asked, "What is it?" "I still have memories of my childhood." Lu Shifeng said to him, "I haven't forgotten." The room fell into silence again. Jian Luo wiped his tears and looked at Lu Shifeng in a daze. He recalled what they had done during this period of time. Lu Shifeng did not acknowledge the child #he made himself a cuckold #he lied to Lu Shifeng that the child was Yin Hui's #he made up a one-sided lie that Lu Shifeng was his brother and so on and so forth. Thousands of words couldn't describe the shame he felt at this moment. Jian Luo braced himself and said, "Then, what do you think of yourself during this period of time?" Lu Shifeng, don't ask. If you ask, we'll talk about it next time. The silence in the room was somewhat frightening. Lu Shifeng was silent for a while before saying, "We'll talk about it in the future." Jian Luo didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Lu Shifeng's eyes didn't seem to be as calm as before. There seemed to be a hint of evasiveness in his eyes. This was a very unprecedented thing. If it was the younger version, it would be fine, but the adult version of Lu Shifeng rarely had such a situation. Inexplicably, Jian Luo's lips curled into a smile. He had a feeling that if he missed this opportunity, he might have to wait for a long time. Thus, he had a rare naughty thought. Say it now. Lu Shifeng's hand that was holding on to Jian Luo's arm unconsciously tightened. The marshal was clearly a little nervous. Jian Luo was calm and unruffled. He never thought that there would be a time when he would be singing a surf song. If this scene could be recorded, it would at least be recorded in the top 10 scenes of Dark Star. Under Jian Luo's gaze, Lu Shifeng's gaze gradually shifted away. It was clear that he had also completely recalled those scalp-numbing speeches. The child can't be mine. You should be more ladylike. I think, looking at Jian Luo's proud little eyes, Lu Shifeng let him laugh for a while before saying, I'm your brother? Jian Luo's smile froze on his face. The child is Ying Hui's? Lu Shifeng repeated Jian Luo's words. Our pet name is your father is so stupid? Awkwardness slowly crept up Jian Luo's body. They clearly had the upper hand just a moment ago, but in just a short while, it became a process of mutual embarrassment. Jian Luo coughed lightly. Then, why don't we take a look at the situation outside? What do you think? Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. Is that so? He slowly withdrew his hand that was holding on to Jian Luo's arm and asked, No, do you want to hear it now? I suddenly don't feel like listening anymore. Lu Shifeng's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Jian Luo lovingly. Jian Luo was enraged and hugged the 3 cubs beside him. He could not let the cubs learn bad things from Lu Shifeng. Outside, the fire and smoke continued. From time to time, there were still some surviving wild beasts flying through the village. The sight of the entire stockade was a ghastly sight. Lu Shifeng asked Jian Luo to carry the 3 children and said, Wait for me. Jian Luo didn't know what he was going to do, but he instinctively trusted Lu Shifeng. Okay, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shifeng disappeared. However, the 3 cubs discovered where Lu Shifeng was before Jian Luo did. His sister's tender voice was very clear in the surrounding fireworks and noise. She raised her head to look at the sky and said softly, Daddy. Jian Luo looked up. There was a black dragon in the sky. Its figure was particularly obvious in the orange sky. The black dragon soared through the clouds, its movements natural and unrestrained. Then, a somewhat distant and shocking dragon roar came from the sky. The dragon's roar reached the 9 heavens, and everything on the ground seemed small and fragile. Long Outyen suddenly climbed onto Jian Luo's shoulder and cried out with his little head. It was different from the delicate cries of the past. This cry seemed to come from his dantian, from his bones and blood. Bloodline and tradition, the fetters of race were not hindered by age. Jian Luo lowered his head and found that Long Badian and his sister's expressions were also unusually serious. It's raining. Shouts could be heard from not far away. The sky was gradually covered by dark clouds. The huge black dragon in the dark clouds seemed to be the ruler of the entire dusky sky. Roar. The second dragon's roar came. The originally badly battered beasts in the stockade seemed to have been installed into a mechanical program and stopped in their tracks. Many people in the stockade were saved. The heavy rain poured down and extinguished the flames. Many people knelt on the ground and prayed to the sky. At that moment, Lu Shifeng was their god. Jian Luo watched quietly. Until he heard Long Outyen's excited cry. Jian Luo turned his head and saw Lu Shifeng standing under the roof. Lu Shifeng said, Did I scare you? Jian Luo shook his head gently. Long Outyen's wings were injured, but he could not stay still. When he saw his father, he jumped up and down excitedly and wanted to roll in Lu Shifeng's arms. Lu Shifeng looked at him indifferently. Behave. Long Outyen's red gemstone eyes, which were exactly the same as Lu Shifeng's, were wet. When he heard this, he felt wronged. He rubbed against Jian Luo and hoped that his father would back him up. Jian Luo grabbed him and put him into his pocket. Good boy, don't make a fuss. Long Outyen was disappointed. The stockade slowly recovered after a simple cleaning up. The attacking beasts were all arranged to stand outside the stockade by Lu Shifeng. The chief came over personally to thank him and said, the casualties were not very serious. Most of the strong men happened to be hunting in the mountains. The women and children were planting plants on the other side of the mountain to attract honey. Fortunately, there were not many people in the stockade at that time. Most of the beasts attacked the animals we kept in captivity. The casualties were not high. Jian Luo sighed in relief. Lu Shifeng said, "Why did the beasts enter the village?" When the chief faced him, he was like an employee reporting to him. He said, "It seems that the witchcraft stones suddenly stopped working." Lu Shifeng frowned slightly. His voice was authoritative. "Seems?" It was just 2 words, but it was like a knife. The chief immediately broke out in cold sweat. The chief hesitated for a moment. "It shouldn't be so sudden. Our witchcraft stone has been around for hundreds of years. It can't suddenly stop working. If our stockade stopped working, then the other stockades must be in trouble too," Lu Shifeng said. "I saw it from the sky. The other stockades are intact." The entire place was silent. Suddenly, someone said, "Chief, the commander-in-chief was here." "He did it." Lu Shifeng looked at Jian Luo. Jian Luo went close to his ear and briefly told him about the commander-in-chief coming to ask for the dragon scale. He did not add any details, only recounting what he said. The air pressure in the air dropped another degree. It was raining heavily on the day they arrived on this planet. Today, it was also raining heavily. Lu Shifeng turned his head to look at the rain outside. The blood of the animals flowed along with the rain. The ruins of the stockade were imprinted into his blood-red eyes, becoming a fixed image. After a while, Lu Shifeng said, "Ask him to come to me." The chief hesitated. "We tried to contact the commander-in-chief just now, but we couldn't reach him. He should be at the beast god's place. But the beast god's place is very sacred. Normal people can't enter. The last time the commander-in-chief went into seclusion was 10 years ago." Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. "So?" The other villagers could not wait any longer. "Chief, the commander-in-chief doesn't even care about our lives. What are you hesitating for?" "That's right. Let's go and ask them directly." Back then, he gave the richest forest to other tribes. He completely forgot how you risked your life for him. Even the woman next to the chief, the woman who lived next to Jian Luo, said, "All these years, they have been afraid of us. They are afraid that we will rebel. In order to restrict us, they gave us this dangerous forest. Every year, how many good men of the Kars tribe have to sacrifice? We have endured step by step, but they forced us." The chief hesitated for a moment. Slowly, his expression became serious. "But, if we do this, we may be attacked by other tribes on this continent in the future." Everyone, the chief glanced at everyone. Everyone said, "It's already like this. How difficult can it be?" This sentence seemed to have finally made the chief make up his mind. He pondered for a moment and finally said, "Let's go and find him." The whole tribe cheered. It was like a carnival after being suppressed, but also like a shout for themselves. Jian Luo glanced at Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng said, "Give him one last night. I want to see him tomorrow morning." The chief was stunned. He had his own little concern. "But we are worried that we won't be able to see him. The 2 largest tribes there are also very strong. What if we are stopped?" Lu Shifeng said to him again, "I will send someone to go with you." "If he doesn't come," Lu Shifeng looked at the chief indifferently, and the words he said were also merciless, "He doesn't have to come." This sentence seemed to have an endless chill, which made people's hair stand on end. The chief and the others also had hatred for Decima in their hearts. They packed up and left. The entire village was almost empty. Jian Luo said to Lu Shifeng, "Then, shall we stay here for a night? It seems that no one can stay here." Lu Shifeng said, "Let's stay on the warship." "Warship, warship." Jian Luo's eyes widened. His heartbeat suddenly became irregular. "You mean, they are here?" Lu Shifeng replied with a "Hmm." Before Jian Luo could react, he heard a familiar voice not far away. Secretary Jean was wearing a neat and tidy military uniform. The Dragon Clan's badge was on her shoulder. She was waving. "We are here to pick you up." Behind Secretary Jean were a few rows of Dragon Clan soldiers standing in neat rows. They were tall and straight, and all of them were wearing uniform. This scene made Jian Luo absent-mindedly recall the time when he was just pregnant. Lu Shifeng came to his house to look for him. That day, the rain was just as heavy. His life was also rewritten from that day onwards. The others in the tribe were also terrified when they saw the Dragon Clan soldiers. They were from a small planet and had never seen Dragon Clan soldiers before. For a moment, they were a little incoherent. Lu Shifeng held the umbrella for Jian Luo and ordered Secretary Jean, send a team to follow them to see Decima. I want him alive. Secretary Jean nodded. Yes. Turning around, Secretary Jean smiled at Jian Luo. Jian Luo, long time no see. Jian Luo smiled. Long time no see. The 3 cubs in his pocket could not wait any longer. However, it was raining and Jian Luo did not let them out. Secretary Jean looked around, obviously wanting to see the cubs too. Lu Shifeng said, let's go back first. Jian Luo smiled at Secretary Jean and walked towards the warship together. Not far away, the warship shone with a metallic luster in the rain. This was something he was very familiar with, but at this moment, it felt strange. The ladder of the warship was lowered. Secretary Jean said, please go up. Jian Luo looked at the steps under his feet. Suddenly, his heart was filled with complex emotions. From today onwards, after stepping on these steps, it would be different. It would be a different kind of life. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Lu Shifeng's hand held him from behind. The man's hand was wider and warmer than his. It immediately dispelled a lot of Jian Luo's uneasiness. He pulled Jian Luo. Let's go. Jian Luo looked up at him. Lu Shifeng said, the ground is slippery. I'll hold your hand. He led the way in front, as if blocking all the wind and rain. He led him through the slippery steps. Slowly, Jian Luo smiled. He said softly, will you always be with me? The wind and rain were too loud. His voice was too soft. Lu Shifeng turned his head. What? I'm a little hungry. Jian Luo smiled. Let's go. They returned to the warship. The temperature inside was comfortable. Secretary Jean walked over and whispered to Jian Luo, we have prepared a surprise for you. Jian Luo said, what surprise? You will be very happy. Secretary Jean said, this is also what the marshal told us when he contacted us. Jian Luo smiled. Just as he was about to say how powerful it could be, he turned his head and saw something not far away. He was stunned. He stood there in a daze, speechless for a moment. Jian Luo's gaze fell on a spot not far away. Su Liang was standing about 10 meters away from him. She didn't look much different from when he left. She was wearing plain clothes and her hair was tied up. She had a gentle temperament. When the two of them looked at each other, she was the one who wiped her face first. Jian Luo was stunned at first, then he walked over, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mom. When he got closer, he realized that his little brother was also there. After not seeing him for a few days, his little brother looked taller, and the childishness on his face had disappeared a lot. He looked much more mature. When he saw Jian Luo, his eyes were slightly red. Su Liang hugged Jian Luo and cried bitterly. Jian Luo. Jian Luo originally thought that it was okay, but after she cried, his nose felt a little sore. He quickly said, okay, Mom. There are so many people here. Let's not embarrass ourselves here. Su Liang sniffed and stopped crying. She raised her hand and stroked Jian Luo's face. She sniffed and said, look at you. How thin are you? Jian Luo touched his nose. It's okay. Actually, the food is not bad. Every day, there was fish and meat. Lu Shifeng also brought him some fresh winter fruits from outside every day. Life was actually quite interesting. In fact, he felt that he was 80% fat. He did not expect that he would be crying and lamenting that he was thin. Su Liang's tears were about to fall again. You child, you always make people worry. On the warship, there were more strangers around. The dragon cub in the pocket finally could not hold it in anymore. Jian Luo did not let it out, and the dragon cub did not dare to disobey his father. Otherwise, it would be beaten by its father again. Gee, the cub's delicate cry sounded in the cabin. Long Outyen cried out anxiously. His voice was not loud, but the nearby dragons also heard it, especially Secretary Jean behind him. In an instant, Jian Luo felt that a hole could be burned in his body by the blazing gaze. He coughed softly and glanced at Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng said, "Give it up." Jian Luo lowered his head and said, "Come out. Don't run around." Long Outyen was the first to poke his head out. The little black cub slowly poked its head out of the cave. Its red eyes were alert and curious as it looked around the new place. Its claws were holding on to Jian Luo's pocket while its head kept turning around. Secretary Jean, who was behind him, took a deep breath. She didn't expect this to really be a pureblood. Moreover, it was a miniature version of the marshal's figurine. It looked cute and adorable. The soldiers standing guard nearby all had their eyes on the cub. This was the first real cub in thousands of years. It was healthy, lively, and had the blood of the dragon clan. It was the hope of the world, so it was bound to be doted on. Gee! Another hope of the world had emerged. The little black dragon, Long Badian, was dissatisfied with being stepped on by his brother. He quickly climbed onto Jian Luo's shoulder and sat properly. He looked around calmly, even calmer than Long Outyen. Jian Luo simply carried the quietest sister out. "You must have been holding it in, right?" Su Liang, who was standing opposite him, was stunned. She stared at the three little dragons without blinking. The little dragons were only the size of Jian Luo's palm. But they were too beautiful. Their scales shone brightly under the warship's lights, their lively eyes, and their vigorous movements. Their small size seemed to contain a lot of energy. Jian Luo noticed that Su Liang was looking at him. He smiled. "Do you want to touch them?" Su Liang was a little uneasy. She was very afraid of the dragon clan, but she inexplicably liked the three little dragons in front of her. "Can I?" Jian Luo nodded. "Of course." He raised his sister up. In fact, his sister's personality was the most antisocial among the three children. She almost never interacted with outsiders and was cold to everything. She was very smart and learned everything the fastest. But, her personality was too eccentric. Jian Luo was worried that his sister would throw a tantrum at Su Liang. He was still considering whether to bring down the social butterfly Long Outyen. However, his sister only hesitated slightly. She sniffed Su Liang's hand and then slowly squatted in Su Liang's palm. The little silver dragon opened her round eyes and looked at Su Liang's crying face. Just as everyone was worried, she opened her mouth and said, "I won't do it in the future." The little dragon's tender voice made everyone tremble. Jian Luo suddenly had an ominous premonition. After saying "your father is so stupid," he suspected that this damn girl was going to cause trouble again. Sure enough, Su Liang said, "What?" His sister said again, "We'll talk about it in the future." The whole place was dead silent. Jian Luo felt his head buzzing. He resisted the pressure and hurriedly carried the damn girl back. He then placed Long Outyen in Su Liang's hand and laughed. "Ha ha ha, she just learned how to speak. She can't speak fluently. Don't take it to heart." The little silver dragon did not speak. In her eyes, she had already completed her task of comforting people. After all, this was how her father comforted her father. Long Outyen, who was in Su Liang's hand, was a little stunned. Jian Luo poked her back. "Say hello to Grandma, quick." Black Cub was as still as a mountain. It sat in Su Liang's palm for a while. Su Liang carefully touched the dragon's horn and then smiled gently. "So cute." Black Cub was a black cub that could not help but be praised. Long Outyen happily took the initiative to rub against Su Liang's hand. She sat up shakily and looked at Su Liang. She opened her mouth and called, "Father." The surroundings were silent again. Su Liang's expression immediately froze. Anyway, Long Outyen still felt that she was very powerful and shouted again, "Father." Su Liang was so scared that his hands almost trembled. The surrounding dragons all looked over. Some of them could not help but smile, while others wanted to admire Lu Shifeng's expression. Jian Luo also thought so. He raised his head and looked at Lu Shifeng. but faster than his gaze, Lu Shifeng had already walked over. He picked up Long Outyan with one hand as if he was picking up a little chick. Black Cub panicked immediately. This familiar strength and familiar action was a sign that he was going to hit a dragon again. It whimpered in the air, feeling very wronged. Jian Luo hurriedly saved his son. Hey, okay. It didn't do it on purpose. Lu Shifeng glanced at Long Outyan. Black Cub was listless. It whimpered and obediently sat down on Lu Shifeng's shoulder. It had inherited Jian Luo's heartlessness. Very quickly, the scar healed and it forgot about the pain. It began to look at Jianxing. Jianxing smiled shyly at it. Long Outyan chattered like a chatterbox. If it was not because its father was here, it would probably crawl in front of Jianxing immediately and start chatting. Lu Shifeng said to Jian Luo, "Aren't you hungry?" Jian Luo came back to his senses. "Oh. Yes, a little. Let's go." Lu Shifeng turned around. "I prepared food for you." Jian Luo was instantly overjoyed. This planet was good, but her taste buds were so bland that she almost cried when she saw the crayfish, hot pot, and various dishes that Su Liang had personally prepared on the table. He did not say anything. He loved to go home. After eating and washing up, Jian Luo was brought to his own lounge. Almost as soon as he sat down, he heard voices outside. Secretary Jean said, "Jian Luo, and the others are here." Jian Luo was shocked. "So fast?" "Yes." Secretary Jean said, "And the others want to see you." Jian Luo hesitated for a moment. The child on the bed was already asleep. Su Liang had been helping to take care of him. Seeing that Jian Luo wanted to leave, she said, "Go ahead. Mother will watch over here." Jian Luo nodded. He stepped out of the room. Jianxing was also at the door. He said, "Brother, let me accompany you." Jian Luo wanted to reject at first, but felt that this might be a chance for his child to grow up. So he said, "Okay." When he went over, everyone in the main hall was already standing. Before he entered, he heard Decima's voice not far away. "We will not agree to it." Lu Shifeng sat at the top. When he saw Jian Luo, he straightened his lazy posture and said to Jian Luo, "Come and sit." Jian Luo brought his underlings over and sat down. Decima said, "Our beast deity is inviolable. I will not allow you to move the witchstone mine under the beast deity mountain." Lu Shifeng was not flustered. He said, "You want the dragon scale." Decima's gaze was strange. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "So what?" "I can give it to you." Lu Shifeng said slowly, "Although the dragon scale of the dragon clan is precious, it will be replaced every year. There's no harm in giving you one." Decima and raised their heads and looked over. Lu Shifeng's lips curled into a smile. "When the time comes, I'll exchange it for the witchstone mine below. Deal?" The main hall was silent for a long time. Decima said, "Will you really give it to me?" "I'll only give you the key to the beast deity mountain after I see the dragon scale." "Of course." Lu Shifeng's fingertips pointed slightly. "Secretary Jean, go get it." Secretary Jean responded and took out a box. He passed it to the underlings and said, "The dragon scale is very precious. It can cure all diseases and maintain eternal youth after consuming it. One piece of dragon scale can only be consumed by one person. Do you understand?" Decima took the box. There were 2 pieces of dragon scale in it. Secretary Jean smiled. "Because Miss Wen has taken good care of Jian Luo in the village, 1 piece is a gift." Quickly said, That's right. I knew it. You can't be so stingy." After saying that, looked at Jian Luo. When she saw that Jian Luo had changed into a set of expensive and comfortable clothes, a hint of jealousy flashed across her eyes. Jian Luo was still wearing coarse clothes. His clothes and food were worse than hers. She was so much better than Jian Luo, Lu Shifeng said, "See them out." The 2 of them took the dragon scale and left. They were very satisfied. After they left, Jian Luo looked at Lu Shifeng curiously. "Did you just give it to them?" "Not long ago, I sent someone to test the shaman stone. This ore is very precious and rare. The reason why it has not been detected by the dark star detector is because of the beast deity statue. Jian Luo said, so if we get the key, we can use it? This time, Lu Shifeng did not answer. Jianxing beside him said, it should be a kind of inheritance. Some races do have gods, and the inheritance of gods is very important. For example, the shaman stone is their treasure. Only the person who obtains the inheritance can mine it. Jian Luo was surprised. How did you know? Jianxing was a little shy, but he still said, I got into Phoenix Television. I'm now an intern there. Jian Luo was stunned. He did not know that his brother was so awesome. Lu Shifeng said, that's how it is. Jian Luo nodded and asked, so the scales are equivalent to an equivalent exchange? Lu Shifeng looked at Jian Luo. His red eyes made people panic. Just as Jian Luo's heart was beating like a drum, Lu Shifeng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Of course. Jian Luo felt a chill run down his spine. Secretary Jean said, the scales are only effective for children. If an adult who is not sick takes it, their blood and skin will produce the same medicinal effect as the dragon scale. Jian Luo was stunned. The shaman stone mine does have the effect of purifying and expelling impure air. Secretary Jean said, since we have obtained the right to mine it, we can move the beast deity mountain back to our satellite planet. For now, we will temporarily place the beast deity mountain on Earth. Jian Luo's eyes widened again. Then what about them? We didn't force this trade. Secretary Jean was very professional. It's just that the disappearance of the shaman stone may lead to the pollution of the air and the birth of plagues and viruses. Secretary Jean paused and smiled. Anyway, didn't Madame Wen say that there's a lot of blood anyway? We can't be so stingy. The author has something to say, well, we won't let the people in the tribe die. The construction of Earth also needs some coolies. No, Jian Luo was dumbfounded. Previously, he felt that the dragon race was really strong. They seemed to have an innate upright temperament, but he was a Chinese. He really didn't have much feelings for the Western dragon. He had always thought that the dragon was the mythological beast of China, noble, elegant, and inviolable. Jianxing looked at his brother's expression and said, brother, what's wrong? Jian Luo turned his head to look at his brother again and found that his brother's reaction was faster than his. It was very natural. Jian Luo coughed softly and didn't know how to express his current emotions. No, nothing. Lu Shifeng said, do you think there's a problem with my solution? Because of his words, Jian Luo raised his head and was caught off guard by the pair of blood-red eyes. Marshal Lu's eyes were as calm as water, but inexplicably, Jian Luo suddenly had a heart attack. It seemed to be the intuition of a small animal. It was as if he said no directly, he would be killed in the next second. As if reading his thoughts, Lu Shifeng said, we don't take the initiative to invade others, but, the room was silent. All those who covet with bad intentions, Lu Shifeng's voice seemed to have 1,000 years of ice that wouldn't melt, all have to die. A chill made Jian Luo freeze in place. Jian Luo slowed down, pursed his lips, and fell into thought. Finally, he said, what about the people of the Karsi tribe? They take good care of us. If the wizard stone is gone, Lu Shifeng said, Karsi is loyal and righteous. Heroes emerge in troubled times. The change of the wizard stone ore is a good opportunity for him to come forward and quell the chaos. As for whether he can grasp it, Jian Luo also broke into a sweat. Secretary Jean said next to him, this is his own business. We won't kill them all. The premise is that Karsi can show his value and the necessity of the existence of this planet. Jian Luo was now able to keep up with the dragon race's train of thought. He could even say, let me think about it a little more. I think there are many herbs on their planet that are worth studying. Also, if this planet can produce wizard stones, its geographical environment might be irreplaceable. No one else dared to intervene in such matters. Lu Shifeng was very satisfied with Jian Luo's words. He said, if you like it, there's no harm in keeping it. No, I'm seriously trying to reason with you, Lu Shifeng said, there's nothing else. Go back and rest. We'll set off tomorrow and we'll be back soon. Jian Luo said, okay. As Lu Shifeng had just returned, he had a lot of things to deal with. In order not to disturb him, Jian Luo left with his subordinate. On the way back, Xianxia walked beside Jian Luo. He did not ask much and only briefly explained some of the changes in Dark Star. The whole world blocked this news in order to not affect the panic of the citizens. However, the king was quite angry and issued a warrant to arrest Ding Hui. Everything else is quite good. Because of brother, society is more tolerant of humans. Many job signs have human names in them. After a pause, Xianxia lowered his head. I was only able to enter the Phoenix stage because of my brother's good fortune. Jian Luo looked at him and saw him lowering his head. He said, no, I think that since you can enter, you must have your own ability. You are not worse than others. Jian Luo patted him on the shoulder and said, without racism, you'll just have the same opportunity to compete with others. I believe that I'm not the kind of person who is willing to open the back door for others. Xiaoxing, you definitely have your own merits. Xianxia raised his head in surprise. He pursed his lips and suppressed the hope in his heart. Brother, do you think so? Jian Luo nodded without hesitation. Yes, and weren't you the class monitor in school? The teacher also said that your grades were very good. Even without me, I believe that you will shine in the future. Xianxing's eyes reddened. In fact, even if he did not deliberately listen to some words, he could feel it from the eyes of others. Everyone felt that he had relied on Jian Luo to get this opportunity and felt that he was useless. However, he was still a teenage boy. His emotions came and went quickly. He said, brother, don't worry. I will not embarrass you. Jian Luo rubbed his head. Originally, I wanted to tell you not to give yourself so much pressure. However, since you chose to enter that place, you must be able to take responsibility. Don't waste your time and do things seriously. You are not only representing yourself, you are representing the entire human race. Do you understand? Xianxia said, I know. Jian Luo then smiled and said, don't despise your brother for being long-winded. Why would I? Xianxia looked at Jian Luo and suddenly felt a little shy. I have always admired you. Jian Luo was stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. You can admire anyone, but don't follow my path. In fact, he felt very guilty. The pool of water in Dark Star was unfathomable. He did not even know if he could protect himself. He would only implicate others. Because they were humans who had always been ridiculed. Their every move would be magnified. If one wanted to wear the crown, they had to bear the weight. Behind the glamour, there must be a lot of helplessness. He did not want his family to feel this so quickly. However, the world was not up to him. He returned to the room from outside. When he entered, he did not expect to see so many people in the room. They were doctors in white coats. They were standing beside the bed. Su Liang seemed to be saying something. Jian Luo frowned. What are you doing? The doctors turned around. One of the women was quite familiar with Jian Luo. She walked over. Jian Luo, you are back. Your mother is not willing to cooperate with us. Jian Luo walked over. The three of them hid in Su Liang's arms. Su Liang looked at the others vigilantly. She said to Jian Luo, they want to take the children away. Jian Luo turned his head to look at the doctor. The doctor coughed lightly. I just explained that we are only taking the children for a physical examination. As we do not know the children's physical condition, we need to do a physical examination now. Jian Luo, you came at the right time. You also need a physical examination. Because Jian Luo was back, the three dragon cubs were still scared. Now, it was as if they had suddenly found a backer. Long Outyen climbed onto Jian Luo's shoulder. The scales on his body stood up. The dragon relied on its position and roared fiercely at the doctor. Extremely fierce. Extremely fierce. The doctor was expressionless. He continued to say to Jian Luo, this is also the marshal's order. Jian Luo patted Long Outyen's head. I will call him. The doctor hesitated for a moment. Finally, he nodded. Okay, then you can call him. We will wait outside. Okay. After Jian Luo and the others went out, he sat on the edge of the bed. He sent a message to Lu Shifeng. However, Lucier phone did not pick up in time. Instead, it was Secretary Jean. Secretary Jean said softly, "Hello, Jianluo? We are in a meeting. If you have something to say, you can tell me. I will go in and pass on the message to the marshal." Jianluo paused. About the physical examination, was it arranged by him? Secretary Jean was stunned. He remembered that there was such a thing. He said, "Yes, you can rest assured. It is just a simple physical examination." Jianluo, okay. The call ended. Su Liang was a little worried. Jianluo, Mom will go with you? No need, Mom. You can rest here. I will take them there. Jianluo did not want Su Liang to see those things. I often do physical examinations. They will be done soon. Su Liang felt that Jianluo's expression was a little ugly. Jianluo carried the 3 cubs and went out without saying anything. He said to the doctor at the door, "Let's go." The doctor saw that he was cooperative and heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the cubs were too resistant to them. If they did not cooperate, it would be difficult for them. Along the way, the 3 cubs were very quiet. They were very smart. Usually, when they did something wrong at home, Jianluo would know that their father was angry when he pulled a long face. This time, Jianluo's mood was unusually heavy. The cubs were sensitive enough to sense it. The younger brother and sister usually slept in Jianluo's pocket. Now, they were very alert and nestled in Jianluo's arms. Even the most carefree Long Outyen felt that something was wrong. He thought that he might have caused trouble again, so he rubbed Jianluo's cheek to please him. Jianluo turned his face and patted his head. He whispered, "When we go back, Dad will make milk cakes for you." Long Outyen understood. He was so happy and comfortable that he started to snore. Finally, they arrived at the physical examination room. The doctor walked over and took the cub. The dragon cubs were very repulsed by strangers. When the doctor extended his hand, Aotian immediately opened his mouth and bit down. When the doctor retracted his hand, the black cub was still hanging on his hand. It could still flutter in the air if he shook it a little. Jianluo did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Come down, come down." The doctors were also scared. They did not expect the little dragon to be so fierce. They said, "Why don't you give him an injection? Otherwise, it will be difficult to check." Jianluo carried Long Outyen back. When he heard about the injection, he immediately felt sorry. No need, no need. He didn't do it on purpose. What do you want to check? I will do it. Long Outyen returned to Jianluo's arms and head. He was a coward dragon. The doctor hesitated for a while and finally said, "Okay." Even so, he still had to suffer. The first thing he had to do was to have his entire body scanned. Long Outyen refused to enter the sealed container no matter what. Jianluo took out some snacks and coaxed him for a long time before he finally became obedient. The doctor said, "Please step back. We are going to scan him." Jianluo carried his brother and sister and stepped back a few steps. The scanner in front of him was activated. The temperature in the apparatus rose and the light also lit up. Long Outyen had never experienced this before. Especially since this place was sealed, it made the dragon even more terrified. He suddenly did not want to eat snacks. The little dragon began to look for an exit. He used his dragon horn to hit the glass from time to time, accompanied by pitiful cries. Jianluo stood at the side and watched. His heart was about to clench. His sister climbed out of his arms. The little silver dragon had always been smarter. She looked at Jianluo with watery eyes as if she had something to say. Jianluo came back to his senses. He lowered his head and said gently, "What's wrong?" "Dad." The little silver dragon said softly, "I don't want to be here. I want to go home." Jianluo felt sad when he heard that. He hugged his sister and patted her head. "We're going home. We'll be home soon." Heavenly Dragon, who was not far away, seemed to have calmed down as well. When it realized that it was useless to struggle, it obediently leaned against the glass wall and squatted down. The young dragon was facing Jianluo. It looked at him hopefully, hoping that its father would come and save it. Jianluo felt as if his heart was being pricked by needles. He took 2 steps forward. The doctor behind him said, "Don't cross the warning line. It might affect the test results. We might have to do it again later. Don't worry about our technology. We won't let the baby feel any discomfort." When Long Outyin saw that Jianluo was walking towards it, it couldn't sit still anymore. The little cub jumped onto the glass wall and started chirping nonstop. Every single one of its scales was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. At first, it tried to use its dragon horn to push against the glass wall, but when it realized that it didn't work, it started trying to use its body to push against the glass wall. Jianluo was very anxious. He was about to cry, but he did not have time to digest his feelings. As a mother, he was more afraid that the baby would hurt him. So he asked the doctor, "Can I talk to it?" The doctor hesitated for a moment. Yes. They gave Jianluo a small button for communication. Through it, the sound could be heard through the glass. Jianluo quickly walked in front of the baby. He suppressed his emotions and said gently, "Baby?" Long Outyin cried out in grievance. The baby was so angry that it forgot to speak. It only cared about using its voice to express its dissatisfaction. Fortunately, although it forgot to speak, it could understand what it was saying. Jianluo said, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Uncle and Auntie are giving you a checkup. After the checkup, you won't always catch a cold. Then, you can go hunting with your father." Long Outyin was shocked when it heard the word hunting. In a child's world, hunting meant having food. With food, their father would make delicious meatballs for them. Their younger siblings would not have to starve. Therefore, hunting was the best game. Chirp. Long Outyin squatted down and chirped at Jianluo. Jianluo hurriedly said, "Cub, do you still remember what Daddy said? Only a strong dragon is a mature and steady man. Cub, you are the elder brother. Your younger brothers and sisters are all watching you. Daddy believes that you can do it, right?" Long Outyin did not understand some of the words, but it understood the meaning. A man would not be afraid. Heavenly Dragon was a very proud dragon. It immediately sat down and let out a soft cry. It had finally given up on the idea of running into the wall. After getting used to the temperature and light of the glass wall, it was no longer that afraid. It walked around the glass wall with its head held high like a leader going to the countryside. Chirp. It barked at Jianluo again, its pride piercing through the sky. Jianluo laughed. Yes, yes. Zai Zai is indeed a man who is not afraid at all. The doctors breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it had really calmed down. They quickened their pace and soon finished the examination. The doctor said, "Next." They treated the dragon cubs very well. Everyone was respectful. They were very strict with their work. They did their job well. Jianluo patted Long Outyin's head and said, "Baby, don't be afraid. Your older brother is fine. It will be over soon." Long Outyin was always quiet. It had the lowest sense of presence among the 3 children. The younger sister was smarter and good at expressing herself. Long Outyin jumped up and down and wanted to chat with a block of wood. Only Long Outyin was the quietest. It did not like to move or talk. Sometimes, Jianluo felt that he was the only one in the child's world. But sometimes, he felt that was not the case. Sometimes, Long Outyin would come to him because he was sad. When the younger sister was sick, Long Outyin would stay by her side. Sometimes, Long Outyin would help clean up the mess. Jianluo thought that Long Outyin might not be good at expressing his emotions. It was a little, like Lu Shifeng. The doctor said, "It seems that chatting more is useful. You can talk to it more later." Jianluo nodded quickly and said, "Okay, don't worry." Long Outyin felt wronged after it was taken out. It rolled in Jianluo's arms, but when it saw its younger brother being taken away, it wanted to bite the doctor again. Fortunately, Jianluo stopped it in time. Finally, Long Badian was put into the glass wall. After the machine was started, the light and temperature increased. Everyone was worried that Long Badian would not be able to adapt for the first time and would be anxious like the first one. However, more than 10 seconds passed. Long Badian, who was sitting in the middle of the glass wall, did not move. It was like a statue. It was as if the outside world had nothing to do with it. Such an indifferent attitude could make the machine doubt its life. Finally, the machine finished scanning. When the doctor went to pick her up, they all thought that the cub was very cooperative and indifferent. However, when the doctor wanted to pick her up, her amber eyes slowly became cold and vigilant. She was like a dangerous hunter waiting to pounce. If you dared to take another step closer, she would bite your throat. Inexplicably, the doctor was a little scared. The nurse turned to Jianluo and said, "Jianluo, please come and take the child." Jianluo nodded and walked over. He did not see what happened just now. He thought that Long Badian was injured, so he was a little anxious. He bent down and reached out to pick it up. "What's wrong?" The little dragon, which was fierce just a moment ago, returned to its peaceful self. Jianluo held it in the palm of his hand and checked. "It seems to be fine." The doctor also said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Jianluo heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, it was the last one. His sister was also very resistant. She did not let go of Jianluo's hand. Finally, when the doctor came to take it, she could not help but say softly, "Dad, I'm scared." Suddenly, Jianluo's eyes turned red. He touched his sister's head and said, it's okay. It won't hurt. It'll be fine soon. After the examination, I'll take you home, okay?" His sister hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. His sister's performance in the glass was not very good. She kept touching the glass wall, but she could not sit as energetically as Long Outyin, nor could she sit as calmly as her second brother. In the end, she could only shrink into a corner of the glass and curl up into a white ball. Finally, the doctor said, "It's done." The 3 cubs were tortured one by one. Next, it was Jianluo's turn to have a physical examination. The doctor came over and asked him to put the 3 children outside and enter the inner room for a physical examination. Jianluo was a little worried. The doctor saw through his thoughts. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry, we have orders from the marshal. Other than a full body scan, we can't do anything else. Also, we will carry out your orders and requests. If you don't want to ask for something, we will not act on our own." Jianluo was finally relieved. He put the children outside and went in for a physical examination. He was gentle to the children, but he did not treat the adults so well. The doctor said, "We need to do a blood test and a routine examination. Please lie down on this bed. We will be there soon." Jianluo said, "Okay." The nurse who did the prenatal examination for him was standing next to him. He said, "You don't seem as nervous as before. I'm a father after all. I can't not improve at all." Jianluo also joked. "If my heart and mind are so weak every day, how can I live?" "Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic." The nurse was a little emotional. She said, "You really have a lot of luck. The children you are carrying are the only hope of the entire Dark Star. The little princes are the future dragon kings of the dragon race. Our king is also in the prime of his life. He is still," the nurse paused. "He is still unmarried." Jianluo smiled bitterly. "You are the only partner that he has ever acknowledged." When the nurse saw that the doctor had returned, she lowered her voice. "I think your good fortune is still to come. Good luck." The doctor came over. She drew Jianluo's blood and said, "I have something to report to you." Jianluo came back to his senses. "What?" The doctor said while moving, "The physical examination results of the little princes are out. They are indeed malnourished. We will give them a treatment plan as soon as possible. From today onwards, they may have to undergo a physical examination every 2 days. The little princes are now 1 month old, so they can receive physical and various training courses. In order to let them accept and integrate quickly, I hope you can cooperate with them." Jianluo frowned. "So fast?" The doctor smiled. "Don't worry, it won't be very tiring. They are all basic courses. If you are worried, you can always follow." Jianluo nodded. At this moment, he was even more aware of the saying that one must bear the weight to wear the crown. This was the dragon race, and the place they were going to return to was the Dark Star, the strongest and most prosperous planet in the universe. Over there, the weak and tears could not survive for too long. Evening. Lu Shifeng came back from the meeting. On the first day of his return, he had not dealt with the affairs of various worlds for an entire month. When he could really rest, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. He returned to his room and opened the door. The room was empty and clean, just like it had been for hundreds of years. It was unbelievably quiet. Everything was normal, but not so normal. Lu Shifeng paused for a moment. Finally, he could not help but call Secretary Jean. "Did you arrange the wrong room for Jian Luo and the others?" Secretary Jean was stunned for a moment before saying, "No, it's room 303. Jian Luo chose it himself. He said that he liked the layout of the room." Lu Shifeng was silent for a while. Finally, he said, "Isn't he in the same room as me?" There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Secretary Jin's scalp tightened. After a long time, she finally said, "Jian Luo said that sleeping together was necessary for pregnancy. Now that the child has been born, there is no need. He also said that it is best to live separately from now on." The author has something to say. Lu Shifeng, quite bald. Beep. The doorbell rang. Jian Luo was resting in the room with the children. When he heard the sound outside, he hesitated for a moment before opening the door. When he opened the door, he was not surprised to see a tall man standing outside. Lu Shifeng said, "Why didn't you say hello?" "What?" Jian Luo asked innocently, "What hello?" Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes and said, "About moving out." Jian Luo suddenly understood and said, "Oh, about that. Aren't you busy?" "I didn't say anything." "Can't Secretary Jean inform you about this kind of thing?" Lu Shifeng controlled his temper and said, "You should at least discuss it with me." Jian Luo leaned against the door and said, "Don't I even have the right to sleep where I want to sleep?" Although they didn't quarrel, and Jian Luo didn't expose the truth, the atmosphere was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. He didn't refuse to see her, but his entire body was filled with resistance. It was only a short day, but his attitude was completely different from before. Lu Shifeng looked inside. The three little brats were eating pastries on the sofa. The familiar milk fragrance made him salivate. In the past, when Jian Luo cooked, he would always have a share of whatever he made. Now, there was nothing. The marshal felt the pressure. Lu Shifeng said, "Who offended you?" Jian Luo sneered. He felt his heart burn when he looked at him. "No one. Thank you for your concern. If there's nothing else, good night." The door was about to close, but at the last moment, Lu Shifeng stretched out his hand and stopped the door from closing. Right in front of Jian Luo, the sturdy door was forcefully pulled apart by someone. Due to the force exerted, the metal edge of the door was slightly deformed, but the person who caused this situation turned a blind eye to it. Lu Shifeng stared at Jian Luo without blinking. "Speak clearly." Jian Luo came back to his senses from the shock. Lu Shifeng had made him understand the disparity in strength between the two of them. Although he had already figured it out today, it was fine. He had explained it clearly. He should have explained it clearly anyway. The three children could understand. Jian Luo did not want to talk about this in front of them, so he suggested, "Let's talk outside." Lu Shifeng paused and nodded. Jian Luo asked his mother and younger brother, who lived next door, to go into the room and look after the children. He went out to talk to Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng stood outside the door. Su Liang held Jian Luo's hand. "Luo Luo," Jian Luo turned around. "What's wrong?" Don't be impulsive. Don't be angry. Rest assured." "But how could Su Liang be at ease?" Jian Luo had a straight face the whole day. Although he did not say anything and did not get angry with anyone, he started to pack his things after coming back from the examination room. They were still talking and laughing not long ago. Now, he suddenly became like this. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong. Of course, Su Liang did not think that Jian Luo did anything wrong. The Dark Star people obviously looked down on them. However, there was no benefit in falling out with them in this situation. She did not want the children to be taken advantage of, so she could not help but say a few more words. I just want to go out and talk about some things. Jian Luo patted her shoulder. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. I'm a father. Do you think I don't know anything? Su Liang nodded hesitantly. Jian Luo walked out of the room. He followed Lu Shifeng to a lounge not far away. The lounge was spacious and had a lot of leisure equipment. Among them, there was a swing-like chair. Jian Luo quite liked it. He walked to it and sat down. He shook his legs a few times. Tell me, what should we talk about? Lu Shifeng was opposite him, leaning against the long table. The man's figure was tall. He was back in his formal military uniform. The dark blue uniform was tight and the lines of the fabric were firm. It always gave people a cold and emotionless feeling. His face was tense. When he was not smiling, it was very oppressive. Lu Shifeng said, Did they make you angry when you went for the examination today? Jian Luo, no. Is that so? Lu Shifeng's thin lips parted slightly. He repeated, Then why did you move out? Jian Luo was swinging the rope of the swing. It was his first time doing it and he did not know how to control it. The rope was always swaying. Lu Shifeng walked over to help him. He seemed to be afraid that he would fall, so he stayed by his side. When he did these actions, he was natural and smooth. It was as if taking care of him had become a habit. Jian Luo was a little unnatural and wanted to get down from the swing. Lu Shifeng said, It's not safe for you to sit on this thing alone. I'll be here. You can play for a while more. Who wants to play? Jian Luo glared at him, but felt that arguing about this was too childish. He simply chose not to say anything and ignored him. He did not give him any reaction. Lu Shifeng looked at Jian Luo's stern side profile and suddenly felt as if his conception and governing vessels had been opened. He recalled what Jian Luo had said not long ago and finally said, Are you angry that I didn't accompany you during the day? Jian Luo, no. Although he said that, he still hoped that Lu Shifeng would give him an explanation. However, he had underestimated the extent of male dogs. Lu Shifeng did not explain. He said, Your current wristband is temporary. I've already asked Secretary Jean to get the wristband for your account authority. It's being demagnetized these 2 days. I'll get it for you tomorrow. You can call me directly for the authority of that wristband. Jian Luo's mood was complicated. Oh. Lu Shifeng said again, Did the physical examination go smoothly? It went quite well. It's just that your son's girl was scared out of her wits. However, even if you knew, you would only say that children should be trained. The two of them chatted for a while, and their attitudes finally eased. Lu Shifeng sent Jian Luo back. Of course, he wanted to go in and rest, but Jian Luo blocked him outside the door. He looked at Lu Shifeng warily. What are you doing? Marshal Lu had never thought that there would be a day when he would be refused the door, and twice in one night. He said, Rest. Jian Luo raised his eyebrows. It's improper for a man to touch a man. I'm not married yet. Please pay attention to my reputation, okay? If word gets out, how can I find another woman in the future? There was a moment of silence in the air. Lu Shifeng's eyebrows were tightly knitted. He said, Who are you looking for? Jian Luo was stunned. He didn't expect this man's focus to be so strange. In fact, he was just saying it casually, but now that the words had come to this, he could only brace himself. What does it have to do with you? Lu Shifeng was a head taller than him. When he looked down at him from above, it was very stressful. He said, You're still young. You have to use your mind on the right path. Don't think about those romantic things. Jian Luo wanted to slap him. On second thought, what he said made sense, so he said, You're right, so you should leave quickly. I want to use my mind on the right path now. Don't hinder me here. Beep. The door closed. Lu Shifeng stood outside and looked at the closed door in a daze for a moment. He frowned and finally didn't knock on the door again. He turned around and didn't go back to his room. He directly ran to the training ground. The marshal, who was holding back his anger, wanted to come to the training ground to catch a few teams and spar with them to vent his anger. However, when he arrived, it happened to be break time. A group of dragons sat on the ground and commented on a book. "You must read this novel." "Which book?" "Mutt. It's the most popular one recently. A beautiful wife runs away with a ball, domineering dragon falls in love with me." "No way, it sounds so exciting." Of course, the female lead is a human. She's petite and cute. One day, she accidentally got pregnant with a dragon cub, but because of the race, she ran away because she was afraid of being oppressed. She was strong and independent and gave birth to the child herself. Many years later, she brought the child back to China. The group of dragons listened with great interest. Some of the emotional dragons even wiped away their tears when they heard the plot of the female lead leaving sadly. "She's so pitiful. I'm so envious. I also want to find a human, but they look so small. It's as if I'll crush their bones with just a little force." But the male lead of this novel doesn't cherish it. He doesn't even come for his wife's pregnancy test. Is this dragon worthy of being a dragon? Bah, what a scumbag. We dragons don't have such a dragon. The dragons felt a chill down their spines after they finished complaining. One of them looked up and saw Lu Shifeng standing at the door. Perhaps it was because he was facing away from the light, he inexplicably felt that Lu Shifeng's face was as black as charcoal. The murderous aura made the dragon afraid. "Marshal." The dragon stood up hurriedly. The others also woke up from their dreams. They stood up one by one in a sorry state, like students who were caught playing with their phones. Lu Shifeng sneered. Reading novels during training? The few dragons had basically just reached adulthood. The young dragons all yearned for love and loved reading novels. Moreover, it was halftime training now, so they could play. However, they did not dare to talk back to Lu Shifeng. They could only admit their mistakes. Lu Shifeng raised his hand. "Give it to me." Everyone was stunned. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the young dragons, Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes and released his aura. "Do I have to repeat myself? So scary." The young dragons' minds went blank. They subconsciously handed over the novel obediently. When everyone recovered from the Dragon King's aura, they realized that their novel, their source of joy, was gone. It was confiscated by Lu Shifeng, in the lounge. Lu Shifeng sat elegantly. His slender hand flipped through the paper in his hand. He had a noble temperament and looked like he was reading a high-class business document. In fact, he was reading the 10th chapter of The Pretentious Wife Runs with the Ball. The doctor said, "He has something to do, so we are here to do your physical examination. Please cooperate." The female lead was so sad that tears almost fell. The author spent a few thousand words to describe her feelings. From disbelief to dejection, feeling that she was not valued, from sadness to the decision to break up with the ball. It could be said that it was extremely exciting. A question mark appeared above Lu Shifeng's head. Wasn't this male lead just holding a meeting? How did this woman think so much in just a few hours? The physical examination was not going to the battlefield. Why did she have so many thoughts? There was another advantage of interstellar novels. Every book had a magnetic disc. If one clicked on the comments section behind each chapter, they could see the comments of that chapter. Lu Shifeng was not interested in this. However, he was indeed puzzled by this problem. Thus, he clicked on the comments section to see what the netizens had to say. "This male lead is really the best straight man in the universe. Our baby is too pitiful. Sob, sob. Author, please break them up. Isn't it better to change the male lead? This male lead is too much of a scumbag. He can spend the rest of his life in a meeting. Hee hee." Lu Shifeng's hand that was holding the book trembled slightly. Lu Shifeng, quite bald. For Lu Shifeng, the impact of these comments was very big. After living for hundreds of years, he could be considered to have read a lot of books. At least his degree certificate could prove it. As for other things, it could be said that he had dabbled in them. Lu Shifeng had never been a closed person. He almost never stopped learning. No one in the outside world thought that Marshal Lu lacked knowledge. However, looking at these netizens' comments, Lu Shifeng suspiciously fell silent for a moment. He actually began to wonder what was wrong with him. Why were these people's thoughts so abruptly? Lu Shifeng fell into deep thought. However, he was a person who took the initiative to seek answers. Therefore, when he had doubts, he contacted Secretary Jean. When Secretary Jean received the call, she was a little nervous. Marshal. Yes. Lu Shifeng's tone was normal. He said, there's a question that I need you to answer. Secretary Jean was visibly panicking. Every time Lu Shifeng had nothing to do, he would directly give orders. When he had something to say, he would beat around the bush and speak in a strange tone. Since he might have been chased out by Jian Luo tonight, it was very likely that he was here to cause trouble. Secretary Jin's heart jumped. She took a deep breath and said decisively, go ahead. Lu Shifeng paused and finally said, have you read that novel that's been very popular recently? About that, huh? Secretary Jean froze and was a little dumbfounded. This matter was beyond her imagination and knowledge. Lu Shifeng was impatient. What's wrong? If it weren't for the fact that the marshal still had some self-restraint, he might have scolded her. Mongrel, you haven't even read that, but he managed to hold back. Secretary Jean hesitated and said, could it be that a beautiful wife runs with a ball, tyrannical dragon falls in love with me? Lu Shifeng, yes, you've read it before. Secretary Jin's hand trembled and the cup next to her was knocked over. She was as flustered as Lu Shifeng deducting her salary. Lu Shifeng frowned and tapped the table impatiently. Secretary Jean stammered, yes, I have. Is there a problem? Why don't I contact the website and publisher to take it down? She didn't just read it. Wasn't this a series that she serialized when she was bored? Originally, she just wanted to record Jian Luo's life and write it casually. Who knew that the Dark Star people were filled with fantasies because of the hope of the whole world? Then, Lovely Wife appeared out of nowhere and became a hit. It was totally unexpected. If Lu Shifeng flew into a rage out of humiliation and started investigating, Secretary Jean imagined the scene and suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He even had to consider where to bury himself in advance. Lu Shifeng said, why did you take it down? Secretary Jean came back to her senses. What do you mean? What do you think? Lu Shifeng tapped his finger on the table. His tone was normal and slow, but there was a sense of danger behind it. What do you think of this male lead? Oh, this. Secretary Kim choked on her words, don't you know what's going on? If you don't know, please look at the bottom left corner of the comment section. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to say that. She attacked hard on the internet, but in reality, she was submissive to Lu Shifeng. I think it's very good. Isn't this quite domineering? Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes dangerously. Do you think he's a scumbag? Secretary Jean broke out in cold sweat. At this moment of life and death, she suddenly thought of the perfect answer. Marshal, actually, I don't think the male lead should be judged by others, but by the female lead. Lu Shifeng, oh? It mainly depends on the female lead's psychology and her thoughts. Secretary Jean gave a suggestion. I think whether a male lead is a scumbag or not depends on whether he makes the female lead sad. A qualified male lead shouldn't make the female lead cry. Lu Shifeng thought of the woman in the book who would write thousands of words about her psychology whenever she didn't agree with him. He raised his eyebrows impatiently. Is there no other way? Secretary Jean was stunned. What? Lu Shifeng didn't say much. That's it. After hanging up, he was silent for a while and began to read the novel again. This was still a serial novel. For the time being, it was written that the female lead came back with the child and was also found by the male lead. The male lead was good to the female lead, but the female lead always avoided him. There were a total of 3 questions she was struggling with. Hashtag does he love me or not? Hashtag he's just doing it for the child. Hashtag I'm just a human. Hashtag. Lu Shifeng frowned. Before reading this novel, he never knew that the human mind was so complicated. How could the male lead only do it for the child? If he only liked the child, he could have let the child be raised by a professional. Why did he need to follow you around? Did the female lead have some misunderstanding about the racial hierarchy system? As for whether he loved her or not, he was willing to follow her around. How could he not love her? Also, so what if she was just a human? He didn't ask her to go to the battlefield. Why was she struggling with this? Closing the book, Lu Shifeng sighed and felt the pressure. The next day today was the day that the three cubs had to learn. Early in the morning, Jian Luo made breakfast. Su Liang also woke up very early and had been helping to cook. A nutritionist came over and said, "Our medical team has sent the edible nutrient solution for the baby dragons. This is to supplement the daily nutrients that the baby dragons need. Please be sure to supervise their consumption at a fixed time every day." After many days, Jian Luo reunited with the green water again. Okay. On the dining table, he specially steamed milk cakes and cooked meat porridge. When he came back, there were a lot of ingredients. He made custard buns and sandwiches. He couldn't wait to fill the dining table. Long Outyen smelled the fragrance when he woke up. When he was washing up, he also jumped up and down, wanting to eat. Xianxia said, "Hey, you, slow down." Because Long Outyen and Xianxia got along well, Xianxia was the one who washed up in the morning, while Long Badian was washed by Jian Luo. As the little dragons grew day by day, their personalities became more distinct. Long Badian was a loner. Other than his brother and sister, and other than Jian Luo, he ignored everyone else. If he was placed in a group of dragons, he would definitely be a loner. However, Jian Luo pampered them. He wiped their bodies with one hand and said, "Today you have to go to class. During class, you have to listen to the teacher and get along well with your classmates." Jianxia couldn't help but interrupt, "Will they still have classmates?" Jian Luo said, "When the three of them are together, aren't they classmates?" Jianxia's eyes widened. He actually couldn't refute Jian Luo's logic. He was indeed his brother. Outside, Su Liang had already set up everything. Jian Luo put the three cubs down and let them eat. Now, they had learned to eat by themselves and didn't need anyone to feed them. Su Liang pulled Jian Luo aside and showed him the contents of the cupboard. Jian Luo was stunned. "What are these?" The cupboard was filled with all kinds of bottles and jars. There were also many labels on them: hard scale fat, dragon biscuits, hair balm. Su Liang said, "These were just sent by the medical team. They said that these are the daily nutritional calcium. There's a daily amount to strengthen the scales, protect the intestines, help the limbs develop, and help the heart and lungs to protect the body." Jian Luo's mouth twitched. "Thank you." It went back and found that the three cubs had finished eating. They liked to rest together after eating. Usually, they would have their backs against each other. There would even be comfortable snoring sounds coming from their throats. Sometimes, they would lie on the side and flap their little wings comfortably. Jian Luo came over and found that the 3 cups of nutrient solution were empty. He frowned. "Why didn't you drink the water?" He passed the cup to Long Outyen. "Cub, get up and drink some water." Long Outyen thought that there would be some benefits. However, when it smelled the nutrient solution, its little head shook. It took a few steps back and looked away. It was full of disdain. Jian Luo passed the cup to the other 3 cubs, but they all rejected it. Su Liang said from behind, "Maybe they don't like the taste?" Picky eaters. Jian Luo was a little helpless. He put the cup aside and pretended to be angry. "Do I spoil you guys too much?" The sound of the cup hitting the table was not soft. The cubs trembled. They could understand and knew that Jian Luo was angry. Under Jian Luo's gaze, Heavenly Dragon finally made a move. It slowly jumped onto the table and stole a glance at Jian Luo's expression. Then, it whimpered pitifully and lowered its head to drink 2 mouthfuls of the nutrient solution as if it had lost its wrist. Jian Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw her reaction. Long Outyen drank 2 mouthfuls and sneezed. Just when Jian Luo wanted to encourage it, Long Outyen suddenly staggered 2 steps towards him. In the end, before it could even touch Jian Luo, it vomited all the nutrient solution out of its stomach with a splash. Jian Luo's expression changed. His first reaction was to pull Long Outyen up. Fortunately, there were medical staff guarding them. They immediately came over to check. After checking for a long time, the nurse said to Jian Luo, who was holding Long Outyin, the preliminary diagnosis is that the body might have a reaction to the nutrient solution. We still need to check. Jian Luo thought of his own situation and was a little worried. Is it okay? It's okay, the nurse said. It's normal. Jian Luo thought that he could skip class today. He did not expect that he could not avoid it. He smiled and patted the cub's head. Okay, let's go. He said that he would be there during class. In fact, there were some projects that he could not be there all the time. Other than the language and literature classes, he could not follow the entire practical hunting class. Especially today, their teacher was Lu Shifeng. It was close to the practical class in the evening. Lu Shifeng specially came to watch and learn how to hunt. Jian Luo was ready to go back to cook dinner. He said to Lu Shifeng and Xianxia, then you guys can stay here. I'll go back first. There's still something cooking in the kitchen. Lu Shifeng, go. The three cubs were very excited today. Dragons were very energetic and did not get tired easily. Especially after seeing so many new things today, they were even more excited. Long Outyin came down from the machine and excitedly wanted to show off its hunting results to its father. However, after looking around for a long time, it could not find Jian Luo. Lu Shifeng picked it up. Who told you to stop as soon as you came down? Long Outyin looked at its father in confusion. Lu Shifeng threw it back to the training ground. Continue. One could not rest after coming down from the machine. It was not good for the heart. The dragon cub rolled on the ground twice. It wanted to bite Lu Shifeng but was afraid of being beaten. After weighing the pros and cons, it obediently ran. After they finished running one round, Lu Shifeng was still standing. He waved. Come here. The three cubs looked at each other vigilantly. They all felt that their father was up to no good. However, if they did not come over, they might be beaten. So no matter how unwilling they were, they slowly walked over and stood obediently. Lu Shifeng stretched out his hand. There were 3 jumping fruits in his palm. This was a toy that all the little dragons liked. It could jump on its own and could be eaten. Usually, they all wanted to play with it. However, jumping fruits were very rare and expensive. In the past, Jian Luo did not let them play with it. Long Outyin cried out in surprise. Lu Shifeng said, do you like it? The 3 of them each took one. They were very happy. The little wings on their backs were flapping. Especially the black cub, its little red eyes were bright. It even cried out happily when it heard this. Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows and pretended to be casual. Does father treat you well? The 3 of them nodded their heads in agreement. Then, Lu Shifeng said slowly, father was not here last night. Did you feel uncomfortable? The little dragons hesitated. They felt quite comfortable. After all, they had been sleeping with their father. There was nothing uncomfortable. Little Silver was the smartest. She hoped that she could eat fruits next time. She said softly, it's not suitable. Lu Shifeng nodded in satisfaction. The marshal's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Don't you want to sleep with father at night? This trick was learned from novels. That unlucky male lead was finally useful. Little Silver thought for a moment and looked at his brothers. Finally, he said, Father, it's time to learn to be fat. Learn to be fat and sleep by yourself. Lu Shifeng said, then why don't you sleep by yourselves? This question stunned the dragon cubs. They were stunned. It was the younger sister who said softly, because I'm afraid of the dark. Lu Shifeng's expression did not change. I'm afraid too. Dragon cub, quite bald. Lu Shifeng brought the 3 cubs back for dinner. Xianxia, who was behind him, felt like he was in a dream. He even thought that he was hallucinating. He had just heard something very strange. He thought that he must have heard wrongly. After all, this was Lu Shifeng, the famous god of war. How could someone who was afraid of the dark be associated with him? Impossible, it's definitely impossible. When they returned to the dining room, they could smell the aroma of food. Jian Luo had just finished washing up. He looked at them and said, you're back. Let's eat. Lu Shifeng sat down with a clear conscience. Xianxia and Su Liang, who were next to him, were a little nervous. They weren't used to eating with Lu Shifeng, so they were very reserved. This feeling was like ordinary people being invited to a meal by the Prince of England. It was magical and dreamy. Jian Luo asked the 3 cubs to sit in a row. Long Outyan still had remnants of the fruit on his lips. Jian Luo asked, "Have you eaten something?" Long Outyan shook his head decisively. Jian Luo asked, "Who gave it to you?" Long Outyan pointed his little paw at Lu Shifeng decisively. He betrayed him quickly without any hesitation or thought. Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Long Outyan quickly looked away and hid behind Jian Luo's arm. He tried to draw a clear line between himself and his scary daddy. "If you can't see me, you can't see me. If you can't see me, you won't know that I said it." Jian Luo put the 3 cubs' bowls in place. He began to nag as he scooped rice. He said, "I told you before that they can't eat anything now. Their stomachs are too weak." Long Outyan vomited after eating a Xingluo fruit last time. Lu Shifeng took the rice and answered softly. Jian Luo continued, "The doctor said that they are malnourished. You have to keep an eye on them during their training. If there's anything wrong, get the doctor to take a look at them. Although dragons aren't that weak, I gave birth to them. Humans are more fragile. I'm just worried that some genetic defect might bring them over, which would have negative effects." Lu Shifeng took a bite of the pork ribs and glanced at Jian Luo. Seeing that there was very little rice in Jian Luo's bowl, he asked, "That's all?" Jian Luo nodded and said, "Did you hear what I just said?" Although she seemed a little impulsive, Jian Luo's voice was soft to begin with. Everything she said sounded like a spoiled child. Jian Luo himself didn't feel anything. He had always been like this. However, Su Liang and Xianxia, who were next to him, were frightened. They couldn't wait to rush up and cover Jian Luo's mouth. Lu Shifeng took a sip of the soup. "Someone is following us. We'll be careful. Don't worry too much." Jian Luo glanced at him a little reproachfully. "I'm serious with you." Lu Shifeng said slowly, "I'm listening." Only then did Jian Luo give up. He stopped, but Su Liang and Xianxia, who were next to him, didn't feel so good. Especially Su Liang, whose whole back was covered in a layer of sweat. She would never have thought that her son would be like this. Wasn't it scary? Who gave him the guts to talk to Lu Shifeng like this? The meal was eaten very quickly. After eating, Lu Shifeng habitually said to the 3 on the table, "Get up, go take a bath." When they were in the tribe, it was Lu Shifeng who took them to take a bath. Now they had developed a habit of taking a bath with their father after eating. Jian Luo said, "Are you busy? If you're busy, I'll take you there in a while." Lu Shifeng sat them on his shoulders. "It's not like you can't even take a bath." Jian Luo curled his lips and let him go. However, Lu Shifeng didn't forget to say to the 2 people next to him, "Enjoy your meal." Su Liang was shocked and quickly nodded. "Go ahead." Lu Shifeng responded softly and left. When Lu Shifeng was far away, Su Liang finally couldn't sit still. She came over and said, "Jian Luo, how can you talk to Marshal Lu like that?" Jian Luo was eating. He was puzzled when he heard this. What did I say? Hadn't he always been like this with Lu Shifeng? You're so rude. Su Liang expected better from him. Aren't you afraid of angering him? Jian Luo recalled what he had just said. If no one had said it before, he wouldn't have felt anything wrong. But now that Su Liang said it, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong. Jian Luo said, "Okay, then I'll be more polite next time." Jian Luo felt that he didn't understand what he meant. Be gentle, understand? Yes. Jian Luo buried his head in eating. It's just a little etiquette. I know. I don't think you understand. After Jian Luo finished eating and packed up his things, there were also people who gave him lessons. For some reason, the people of the dragon tribe paid special attention to his postpartum physical condition. Every day, there were people who came to check his body, and even psychological counselors. Every day, the nurses chatted with him as if he was fragile glass. Are you in a good mood today? Do you feel tired today? If there's anything bad, just say it. In fact, they talked about the same few problems every day, but the doctors seemed to be enjoying it. When it was time to end today, Jianluo finally couldn't help but ask, "Well, I want to ask, is there anything wrong with my body?" The doctor paused. "I'm actually quite mentally strong." Jianluo smiled. "If you have any questions, just say it." The doctor hesitated for a moment and said, "There's no problem. It's just that there are some postpartum problems that need to be prevented. According to our daily physical examination report, your condition isn't recovering very well, so we need to continue to follow up." Jianluo didn't ask further. "Is it very serious?" "It's not particularly serious." The doctor replied, "Don't worry, we'll all help you." Jianluo smiled. "Thank you." He would take the small pills prescribed by the doctor every day, although he never knew what they were for. The doctor's movements were too big just now, and he saw the two letters HW on the test tube of the pills. The new bracelet sent by Secretary Jean had arrived. On the way back, Jianluo opened the Light Network and began to search. Beep, hello, dear user. Your personal assistant has been activated. You can ask me if you have any questions. Jianluo said, "Okay, no need. I'll take a look myself." "Okay." The light sphere's attitude was ridiculously good. Jianluo recalled how he had been treated coldly by the light orb for his beginner's bracelet. Now, the light orb's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. Jianluo also felt that life was quite ridiculous. He searched for the HW logo, and the page jumped. It showed him the pills that contained this ingredient. One of the white pills caught Jianluo's attention. It was similar to the pills he took. Jianluo looked in detail and finally understood what it was. Main pill, main effect, antidepressant. It was simply ridiculous. Jianluo almost rolled his eyes. How could he be depressed? The doctors weren't teasing him, were they? Jianluo closed the search page and returned to his room. He was sleeping alone now. Occasionally, Su Liang would come to help. He opened the cabin door. There were no children in the room, only Lu Shifeng. Marshal Lu sat lazily on the sofa and flipped through documents. He must have just taken a shower and changed into a slightly resting robe. He was tall and straight with broad shoulders. He was a natural clothes hanger. No matter what he wore, he could wear high-end branded clothes. Lu Shifeng raised his eyelids and glanced at him. "You're back?" Jianluo nodded. He said, "Where's Zai Zai?" Lu Shifeng's hand that was holding the document paused. His expression didn't change. He vomited from drinking nutrition today. Maybe there's a problem with his body. He took the test medicine and will sleep in the next room tonight. Don't go. If you go, you'll make trouble again and won't cooperate with the observation. He had realized that these three brats were actually not as weak as they appeared to be. They did not throw heavy punches when Jianluo was around. When Jianluo was around, they began to be submissive. He did not know why they were pretending to be weak. Jianluo frowned. "Can't I go over?" "Yes." Lu Shifeng said, "Don't worry. I've asked Secretary Jean to watch over them in the next room." Jianluo breathed a sigh of relief. Then okay. This was the first night in a long time without the children. After he rested, he felt a little lonely. It was as if a part of his heart was suddenly empty. It was a little empty, and he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Lu Shifeng said, "They're not that weak. Don't worry too much." Jianluo nodded. He sat cross-legged on the sofa and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng raised his eyelids and looked at him. "What I mean is, it's getting late." Jianluo pointed at the clock. "You've worked hard for a day. Shouldn't you go back and rest?" Lu Shifeng finally experienced the feeling of being chased out again after trying to get the door closed in his face. Calm down. He thought that at least the unlucky male protagonist of the novel was much worse than him. Thinking of this, Lu Shifeng said, "I'm more worried about the children." Jianluo was confused. "They're just next door." I want to watch over them here. If anything happens, I can take care of him. Lu Shifeng's expression didn't change. You can sleep if you want. I'll sleep on the sofa. Jian Luo was drinking water. He accidentally choked and kept coughing. Didn't you just say that I don't need to worry? Lu Shifeng came over from the other side of the sofa. He gently patted Jian Luo's back. Slow down. Jian Luo choked and his face turned red. He turned around and realized that Lu Shifeng was very close to him. The man's handsome face was magnified in front of him. His ruby-like eyes were quiet and deep. He stared at him and said in a magnetic and charming voice, I know you won't be at ease. So I'll watch over them for you. Go to sleep. Because they were so close, Jian Luo could smell the familiar scent on his body. Inexplicably, he blushed. The atmosphere became a little ambiguous. Jian Luo stuttered, but you've worked so hard in the day. It's too hard to sleep on the sofa and stay up late. You should go back. How could Lu Shifeng go back? He moved closer. While Jian Luo's attitude was a little soft, he said, we used to, beep. There was a knock on the door, completely interrupting their conversation. Long Outyan's crisp voice came from outside. Daddy. Jian Luo's body stiffened. His sister said softly, Daddy, open the door. We're back. The cub's voice came clearly from outside. It was very real. Jian Luo pushed him away mercilessly. He was so forceful that he almost pushed Long Outyan off the sofa. He was very excited. Zai Zai is back. Secretary Jean, brothers, did I do the right thing? Outside the door, the cubs stood in a row. Jian Luo was overjoyed. He squatted down and picked up the cubs. Aren't you going to observe them today? I miss Daddy. The youngest sister climbed into Jian Luo's arms and squatted in her usual position. I want to sleep with Daddy. Jian Luo looked at the little cub and his heart melted a little. He gently patted its head and said, Daddy misses you too. Lu Shifeng sat on the sofa like a demon and watched this scene coldly. The scene of a loving father and a filial son had nothing to do with him. Jian Luo turned around and seemed a little surprised. You haven't left yet? Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes. Jian Luo immediately sensed his unhappiness. But what did this have to do with him? Could he please go back to his room and not disturb his rest with the cubs? Jian Luo walked to the bed and said without looking back, remember to close the door when you go out. Lu Shifeng almost laughed out of anger. Fortunately, he had an idea. We're about to enter the Stan Interstellar. This star sector is not peaceful and there are often interstellar pirates. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful tonight. You sleep lightly so I won't have a bad night's sleep. I'll stay here with you for a while. Jian Luo looked up at him strangely. Then, Lu Shifeng heard him say, since it's not peaceful, you should hurry back to the command center. I'll feel more at ease this way. Don't worry, I'll let mommy and little brother accompany me. I won't be lonely. There was a moment of silence in the room. Lu Shifeng seemed to squeeze out a smile from his teeth. Is that so? Yes, Jian Luo said confidently and was very understanding. Go do your work. I can do it. Lu Shifeng could not smile. Finally, he left and closed the door. Jian Luo looked at the closed door and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The younger sister sat on the bed while the other two looked at Jian Luo quietly. Jian Luo said, Why are you looking at Daddy? Dad. The little silver dragon's jet-black pupils were so tranquil that they seemed to contain a pool of clear spring water. Wei Sen, Daddy won't follow, won't stay with us. A child's words carry no harm. However, that clear and crisp voice seemed to have some offensive power. For some reason, it seemed to have stepped on Jian Luo's heart. Jian Luo asked, Do you like Daddy? His younger sister nodded. Although Lu Shifeng was always fierce to them, Daddy would bring them to hunt, bathe them, and stand in front of them when they were in danger. Daddy would also bring them a lot of strange and delicious food, although his bedtime stories were really boring. Jian Luo stroked the dragon cub's head and said softly, Daddy will be with you. He was the one who should leave. They were a race. They were together, and he was an outsider after all. The dragon cub sensed that Jianluo's mood was very low. The younger sister was stunned for a while, then crawled into Jianluo's arms and said in a small voice, "Daddy wants to be with us too." Jianluo froze for a moment. Long Outyan at the side yawned, his sleepy head knocking. His voice was faint and soft. "Daddy, sleepy." Jianluo's originally condensed emotions dissipated. He saw that his second brother had already fallen asleep and patted the remaining two cubs. Sleep, sleep. There was no use in thinking so much. He would take it one step at a time. Tears and sadness were the most useless. No matter what came, he would face it bravely. After all, some things could not be avoided even if he wanted to. The next day, after a few days of long travel, the warship was about to return to the Dark Star. In fact, the territory of the Dark Star was very easy to recognize. The universe was divided into many galaxies, and many galaxies were divided into countless asteroids. The degree of prosperity of each dimension was very different. Generally, a small galaxy would give birth to at most one civilization out of a few hundred planets. This was already considered not bad. This would cause many places in the universe to be more desolate and quiet. However, these were all small galaxies. The interstellar prosperity level was ranked according to SSR, S, A, B, C, D, and F. Earth belonged to the F galaxy. The entire solar system only gave birth to one civilization. On the contrary, the higher the level of the galaxy, the more civilizations it gave birth to. The Dark Star was the most obvious example. The Dark Star was a galaxy that was vast and boundless. There were countless civilizations along the way. After entering the territory of the Dark Star system, the number of warships and flights in the universe increased. Large and small passenger ships could be seen everywhere, and almost every planet along the way was lit up. This was the prosperous capital galaxy, and it controlled 80% of the wealth and resources in the universe. After entering the territory of the Dark Star, the escorting warships retreated. The main warship moved even faster, and they returned to their own territory. Secretary Jean came over early in the morning. "Jianluo, what clothes do you want to wear today?" Jianluo was stunned at first. "Change what clothes? How can you not change? Today is such an important day." Secretary Jean lowered his voice and said, "The entire nation is waiting for you to return. Even the spaceport where the warship landed has been completely surrounded. His Majesty, the ministers, and a few great nobles have all arrived. Those reporters and the major media have already squatted in their positions." A question mark appeared above Jianluo's head. "So exaggerated." "This is not exaggerated." Secretary Jean did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You know this, child. The entire world has been waiting for too long. Before this, everyone thought that the Dark Star was going to die. A planet without new life is like a pool of stagnant water. Although we have been relying on the replication technology, the end of technology is still death. After so many years, everyone has a faint answer in their hearts. It is only a matter of time before the answer is revealed." Someone brought a row of clothes over. Secretary Jean asked Jianluo to go over and choose. He said, "But the 3 little princes have been born. This means that we are not destined to go extinct. We can still be saved. You and the princes are not only miracles. You are hope, the hope of the entire world." It was extremely terrifying for a race to have no hope and faith. Jianluo chose a black and white tuxedo that matched Lu Shifeng's military uniform better. He held the clothes and looked at the fine texture on it. The high-quality fabric made it look noble. He stared at it for a moment and finally said, "You will treat the 3 of them very well, right?" Jean Mishu was stunned at first, then said, "Of course." Jianluo's mouth curved into a smile. He did not ask and took the clothes inside to change. Afternoon. Dark Star Spaceport. The place that used to be strictly divided into areas where ordinary people could not get close to was densely packed with people. There were also countless media flying planes in the air. But the most central place was still well protected. Below the warship, the little emperor and a group of people stood there and watched the hatch of the warship open. Jianluo stood at the entrance of the passage. He could go down if he took a step forward, but he was a little nervous. The dragon cubs were all nestled in his arms and looked up at Jianluo with some doubts. Only the most courageous dragon, Outyin, was the most comfortable. He squatted on Lu Shifeng's shoulder and used the worship that symbolized supreme glory and power as a stepping stone. He swung his little tail leisurely. Jianluo stood at the entrance of the passage and pursed his lips. His heart was tight and his movements were a little restrained. Lu Shifeng looked at him sideways. Jianluo noticed his gaze and turned back. He gave a somewhat forced smile. Lu Shifeng held his arm and said to him, "If you are afraid, hold my arm." Jianluo wanted to be stubborn and said, "I am not afraid. The stairs down from the worship are very high." Lu Shifeng said, "They may take pictures of you. If they accidentally step on empty space, your fans will not be short of emojis. You are ruthless." Jianluo came over and held his arm obediently. Lu Shifeng's body maintained a lukewarm temperature all year round. His arms were strong and strong. When he stood upright, he was like a towering mountain, giving people a sense of security. His voice was calm, as if it was really just a small scene of going out to buy vegetables. "There are a lot of people. We will go back after walking for a while. If they are annoying, just pretend that they don't exist." Jianluo. Okay. After being chatted like this, he was really not nervous anymore. Finally, he gathered his courage and stepped out of the cabin door. The bright sunlight outside immediately covered his whole body, bringing a gentle warmth. There was a slight fragrance in the air. This was the familiar smell that was unique to Dark Star. The worship was very tall, and the stairs were really tall. Standing at the top of the stairs, the crowd below was filled with people. A group of people looked over in unison. They seemed a little small. Because they were far away, they couldn't see their faces clearly. Hence, in Jianluo's eyes, they were all little black dots. It really wasn't that stressful. The dragon cub in his arms also felt that it was very strange. Especially Long Outyin. When it saw so many people all of a sudden, it let out a soft cry. It rubbed Lu Shifeng's face, as if it was silently asking where they were. Although the soft and weak cry of a cub was soft, it was still accurately heard by the people below. It was a cry that belonged to a newborn cub. It was a very strange and mysterious sound that came from the soul. It was the bond between a group of beasts to a cub. It was unknown who took the lead, but the crowd erupted into cheers and joyful sounds. For thousands of years, Dark Star had been shrouded in the shadow of no more newborns. This bustling imperial capital seemed to have become a pool of dead water. The people living here were the living dead, walking corpses. No matter how bright and beautiful their appearance was, it could not hide the extremely rotten flesh under their clothes. "We also have a cub. This is a child of Dark Star. We have hope. Dark Star will not be destroyed." The cheers were deafening, and each wave was louder than the previous. There was no end to the sea of people. The entire planet, or rather, the entire land, seemed to be boiling. Even the air seemed to be roaring and celebrating. Their roars did not seem to be just for cheering and celebrating. They seemed to be shouting their unyielding will, shouting at the world, shouting at fate. Sunlight scattered all over the world. At this moment, this planet seemed to have truly warmed up and was truly illuminated by the world. Jianluo slowly walked down the stairs. He was glad that he was not deaf. The little emperor and a group of people were waiting below. This was the highest standard of etiquette. For thousands of years, no matter which planet Star Master came to visit, Dark Star did not have such a high standard of welcome. Jianluo stood still on the ground. As soon as he stood still, a figure flew over. The little emperor was very small, but his speed was very fast. He rushed over and wanted to pounce on Jianluo, but Lu Shifeng was one step faster and caught him. Wu, the little emperor struggled to no avail. In the end, he stopped a step away. Lu Shifeng said, "Your Majesty, the media is filming." "Where's the bearing of a ruler of a country?" The little emperor felt wronged. "Then you are educating me in front of the media." "Oh?" Lu Shifeng had a smile that was not a smile. "Then I will apologize to your Majesty." "Don't, I am scared." The little emperor looked at Jianluo again. His eyes were a little red. "Jianluo, you have suffered. It is all my fault." Jian Luo did not expect the little emperor to be so emotional. He quickly said, "No, it is nothing." Long Badian, who was in his arms, looked at the little emperor expressionlessly. His sister hid behind Long Outyan and secretly watched. When the little emperor saw the small half of the dragon cub's body, his eyes lit up. He was so excited that he trembled. "Is this cub?" Jian Luo nodded. He wanted to let the child out, but there were too many people around. He smiled and said, "He is still young, so he has stage fright." The little emperor also understood. He said, "When I saw so many people in the first coronation hall, I almost peed my pants. Fortunately, no one knows." Lu Shifeng was expressionless. "Your Majesty, now everyone knows." "Yes." Jian Luo could not bear to look directly at him. Thanks to the little emperor, he was not nervous at all. The little emperor seemed to have thought of something. He said, "It is okay. We can go back in a while. That is, everyone came to see you in Cub. Jian Luo, a national survey was opened some time ago. The 3 most popular questions were selected by the national vote. You can accept a small interview and interact with everyone. After that, we can go back." Jian Luo did not expect that there would be such a process. However, there were at least thousands of people present today. Under the situation of tens of thousands of people watching and looking forward to it, it did not seem particularly good for him to show his face and leave. Thinking of this, Jian Luo said, "Okay, let me look at the questions." The little emperor was already prepared. He opened the answer panel and placed it in front of Jian Luo. He said, "These are the 3 questions." Jian Luo thought to himself, "It should be about Cub." He took the panel without any pressure. After recalling the daily life of Cub, he focused his attention to look at the questions. He did not expect that the first question would make him stunned. Question of national expectation top 1, what is Jian Luo's ideal partner like? Question of national expectation top 2, is Jian Luo still single? Question of national expectation top 3, do we still have a chance? None of the questions in the 3 rows were related to Cub. They were all very mysterious questions. He did not know how they were selected. Lu Shifeng next to him saw that he had not spoken and was looking at the screen in surprise. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He said, "What is it?" Jian Luo looked at him awkwardly. Lu Shifeng frowned and looked over. "What question did you vote for?" Lu Shifeng, life is full of nothing. Lu Shifeng bent down. From his angle, he could clearly see the 3 suffocating questions on Jian Luo's panel. For a moment, the expression on Grand Marshal Lu's face could be described as very interesting. Black and white. It was very lively. There was a live broadcast from a spaceship above. There was also a specially enlarged screen. Everyone's information terminal could see this scene. Jian Luo withdrew his thoughts and looked at the panel. He coughed softly. "Then I'll give a simple answer." He did not know if it was an illusion, but after he said that he would give an answer, it seemed that the audience was much quieter than before. Jian Luo looked at the first question. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, the conditions for choosing a spouse, this question was a little difficult. After all, the child was also here. It would be bad for the child to hear something bad. Jian Luo took a deep breath and said, "She must be responsible, have the same interests and hobbies, and have common topics. Most importantly, she must be pleasing to the eye." This was a very official answer. However, the audience was basically cheering. The Dark Star people were very satisfied with Jian Luo's answer. When it came to the second question about whether or not he was single, Jian Luo hesitated for a long time. Lu Shifeng calmly glanced at him. Although he didn't say a word, his words were full of meaning. His blood-red eyes were very intimidating. Jian Luo thought for a moment. Finally, he said, "For now, I am unmarried." There was silence in the air again. After a while, the atmosphere became restless again. Although he did not directly say whether or not he was single, was it not enough that he was unmarried? This meant that they still had a chance. There was basically no need to answer the third question. When Jian Luo saw the third question, he smiled slightly. "As for chance, I think this kind of thing depends mainly on fate. Every dark star person below carefully thought about it. There was no direct rejection. Rounding it up, there was a chance. Although Jian Luo had a smile on his face, Lu Shifeng was like a fiend standing next to him. Even though everyone's hearts were stirred, no one dared to take a step forward. They were afraid that if they took a step forward, they would die a violent death. The dragon race was a race with a strong possessiveness. They had an extremely close and abnormal possessiveness for things that they thought belonged to them. Even if they were far away, they would definitely kill them. Jian Luo closed the message panel and said to the emperor, "I'm done." The young emperor unconsciously distanced himself from Lu Shifeng a bit, otherwise the murderous aura would stab him and make him uncomfortable. All right, he said, let's go back to the palace, let's go back to the palace. Zhen has prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Jian Luo nodded. They passed through the crowd formed by the Dark Star officials, and everyone's fervent gazes were all directed toward the person in Jian Luo's arms. The cubs were also a little frightened. Jian Luo felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but he could only endure it. Lu Shifeng waved his long arm and pulled Jian Luo over to lean against him. His body was tall and his aura was strong. When he got close, half of Jian Luo's body was covered. In addition, Lu Shifeng's face was tense, and his entire body was exuding an unpleasant aura. This caused many people who were looking to stop. Finally, the road was over, and they got on the car. This was a high-end business car. The interior of the car was very spacious, and there was a large resting area in the middle. The seats on both sides were also very comfortable soft leather seats. After Jian Luo got on the car, a few people also got on the car. After he sat down, he turned his head and saw the high priest wearing a silver divine robe, the richest man in jewelry, and the lively little emperor. Lu Shifeng sat beside Jian Luo like a lion guarding the gate. Long Outyan came down from his shoulder and went into Jian Luo's arms. The three dragons gathered together, and they looked at the other strangers with vigilance. Jian Luo, on the other hand, smiled at Niayan and was a little reserved. "Boss." Niayan sat down opposite him. He slowly turned the shiny and expensive gemstone ring on his hand and said slowly, how are you feeling?" Jian Luo said, "Pretty good. Thank you for your concern, boss." He didn't dare to accept Niayan's concern. He was afraid that he would be sent back to calculate his value again. Zhang Wentai sat down beside Niayan. He glanced at Jian Luo and said, "You've lost a lot of weight. You should nourish your body more." Jian Luo was a little touched. After all, the high priest usually looked cold and rarely took the initiative to care for others. It was really flattering. "Thank you, teacher." Zhang Wentai continued expressionlessly, "After you're done nourishing your body, come back to class with the three of them." The touching feeling was gone. Jian Luo touched the baby dragon's head and asked tentatively, the prenatal education should be over, right? God, I thought that I wouldn't have to go to class after getting through the pregnancy period. Why do I still have to go to class after giving birth? Why is there no more play and no hope? Zhang Wentai raised his eyelids and looked at him. "As far as I know, you didn't graduate from college." Jian Luo choked. Only then did he remember that when he transmigrated, he was expelled from school. Zhang Wentai looked at the baby in his arms. "Are you going to be the mother of the future Dragon King with a high school diploma?" All the words of rebuttal were about to come out of his mouth. Jian Luo looked down and found that the three cubs were looking at him. Their eyes were full of doubts, without any impurities. As a mother, he only hoped that the children's eyes would always be so clear. He didn't want to see disappointment in their eyes one day in the future. After thinking about it again and again, Jian Luo compromised. I will go. Zhang Wentai was satisfied. Lu Shifeng looked sideways at Jian Luo and said, "After recuperating, you should also bring back the physical training program." Jian Luo opened his mouth. Niayan, who was sitting opposite him, continued to stroke the gem in his hand and interrupted slowly, "Soon, your maternity leave will be over. It's time to come back to work." Jian Luo opened his eyes wide and was stunned. After coming back, he thought that it would be hard, but he didn't expect that life would be so full of hardships. Only the little emperor who came later was like a considerate little cutie. The vampires didn't have any other hobbies except for snacks. There were a lot of snacks on the table, sweet and salty. The little emperor said, Jianluo can take whatever he wants to eat. The little emperor opened a bag of cloud fruits, which were similar to cotton candy. They were sweet and soft and melted in the mouth. The cry of a cub could be heard. Everyone looked over and found that Long Outyen was looking at the cloud fruits with shining eyes. He looked like a little dog wagging its tail. He didn't match the majestic dragon at all. The little emperor said, do you want to eat this? Long Outyen wanted to nod, but his sister swung her tail. The general meaning was, can you not be a disgrace? Long Outyen's little body paused, and he looked away pitifully. Jianluo looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect his sister's vigilance to be so strong. The little emperor also laughed. You have a lot of self-esteem. Jianluo nodded. He lowered his head and touched the cub's head. He said softly, it's okay, Your Majesty is not a bad person. Snacks can be eaten. He knew the cub understood. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the 3 cubs all raised their heads and looked at the snacks on the table. Children were all greedy, and they had poor self-control. It took 100% of their willpower to control themselves from rushing up directly. After getting their father's permission, they climbed out of his arms and wobbled onto the table. The little emperor had already opened a bag and was waiting. When Long Outyen went over, the little emperor passed the cloud fruit in his palm to him to take a bite. Long Outyen was still the size of a palm. A little black ball sat on the table, and his ruby-like eyes were vivid. Although his actions were bold and unrestrained, he ate in a gentle manner. It was obvious that he loved to eat cloud fruits. However, after he took a bite, he restrained himself and let his younger brother and sister come over to eat. Jianluo pursed his lips and smiled. Sometimes, he felt that Long Outyen was like a child, but he took good care of his younger brother and sister. Most of the time, his younger brother and sister were more shy. Long Outyen, who was good at socializing, could solve all problems. The little emperor looked at the 3 dumplings and smiled. Is it delicious? Long Outyen let out a cry. Because he was eating happily, there was a light and pleasant purr in his throat. When he was closer to the little emperor, he habitually rubbed his little head against the little emperor's palm. The soft touch was unbelievably gentle. The little emperor widened his eyes in surprise, and his smile unconsciously covered his face. So cute. They were the clones of the Dark Star. When they were born, they basically had the memories of the previous generation. The worst thing was that the memories of the first few months were the clearest, and they would slowly fade as they grew older. As a result, newborns did not have any cub behavior at all. The baby lounge of the clones was sometimes unbelievably quiet. The Dark Star people did not communicate with the real cub, and no one had any experience in taking care of children. The clones would only be handed over to the adopters after 3 months in the cultivation center. The Dark Star people grew very quickly. When the children learned how to adopt, they could basically speak and were very mature and sensible. How could they have a cub to play with? Impossible, the little emperor was excited. He quickly opened another bag and coaxed, Here. You can have whatever the cub likes to eat. He was already carried away and said to the palace servant not far away, Go, bring me another cart of cloud fruits. The palace servant did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yes. Jianluo's mouth twitched. Your Majesty, just a little is enough. They can't eat too much. If they eat too much, they won't eat when they go back. The little emperor was obviously a little disappointed. I see. Zhang Wentai, who had been sitting at the side and not speaking, said calmly, Your Majesty, I also feel that your way of doing things is not very appropriate. The little emperor looked back in confusion. What do you mean? What he means is. Nye Yan looked at the 3 animals sitting in a row on the table. They were extremely well behaved and were still acting like spoiled children, asking for food. He slowly added, How can you feed all 3 of them? Is there no one else sitting next to you? The car suddenly became quiet. The author has something to say. A cub-free person reprimands the little emperor's mood was very complicated. However, he thought that it made sense. He gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. He handed the cloud fruit to Nye Yan and said a little provocatively, "If the babies don't go over, I can't do anything about it." Even if they went over, they couldn't. There was no table in between. The little emperor thought proudly. Screech! In the next second, he heard the baby's cries. The little emperor turned around and met the baby's eyes. There was a little disappointment in their eyes. It meant that they couldn't even protect a piece of food. They were so weak. This kind of gaze made the little emperor's body tremble. Long Outyin jumped off the table. Although he was small, his movements were nimble. It didn't take long for him to land on Nye Yan's back. The richest man's clothes were always filled with countless treasures. Compared to other people's flat clothes, it was full of thorns. However, it was also convenient for the baby to climb. Long Outyin climbed up with difficulty. In the end, it sat on Nye Yan's lap and panted. Phew, the dragon was so tired. Nye Yan looked at the little guy in front of him. He opened the cloud fruit and handed it to it. Long Outyin carried the cloud fruit and wanted to leave. It thought very simply. It wanted to take the cloud fruit back and split it with its siblings. However, the cloud fruit remained motionless even after the little claws pulled at it for a long time. Long Outyin looked up in confusion and met Nye Yan's eyes. He said, "I give you something and you eat here. This is called an exchange of benefits." The baby dragon's little head was big and confused. However, the other two on the table felt that their brother was being bullied. The little sister finally couldn't sit still and ran over. Long Badian was fine, but the little sister's foundation was a little worse. Her little claws didn't have much strength. Halfway up, she slipped and was about to fall. Jian Luo exclaimed. In the nick of time, Long Badian, who had been too lazy to move from the table, quickly ran over to catch his little sister. Although he supported his little sister, he swayed and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the scene became a little lively. Long Outyin saw his little brothers and sisters fall and became anxious. He stopped eating the cloud fruit and turned to jump down. Jian Luo felt that his child was a little too noisy. He immediately scolded, "What are you being naughty for? Come down." Long Outyen's body shook. Lu Shifeng saw that Jian Luo was a little angry. He looked at the black baby and said in a low voice, "Long Outyin." There was no reprimand, nor were there any superfluous words. He merely called out in a low voice, but an invisible killing intent had already spread out. Long Outyin was scared. He ran back and sat on Lu Shifeng's lap. "Come." Long Outyin proudly puffed out his little chest and rubbed against Lu Shifeng. The marshal looked away in disdain. Nye Yan picked up his little sister with one hand. Today, the richest man was wearing a black robe. The little silver dragon formed a strong contrast with the robe. It was white and small, very cute. She had a pair of wet eyes, crimson red, as if the most expensive ruby in the world could not compare to them. The man and the dragon looked at each other, and time seemed to have fallen silent. The little sister tilted her head, paused, and said softly, "Thank you." Nye Yan narrowed his eyes. Little Silver wanted to get down from Nye Yan's hand. She stood up shakily, but she wasn't careful and fell onto Nye Yan's leg. This black robe had quite a few jewels on it. She fell onto it and lightly groaned in pain. Nye Yan frowned. Hurt? Little girls still cared about their face. The little silver dragon sat up straight again and obediently shook her head. She looked at the black jewels beside her. Under the car's lights, they emitted a colorful light. It was beautiful and noble. She softly praised, "Beautiful." Nye Yan looked over and said, "Take it if you like it." These precious gems were worth as much as 2 houses in the Dark Star Empire. Yet, the richest man in the Dark Star Empire had given them away just like that. It was as if he wasn't satisfied with them. "This is just an ordinary item. There are even better ones in the warehouse. Next time, I'll ask Jian Luo to bring you here to choose." "Jian Luo, boss, you're so casual, what happened to being a businessman? What happened to putting benefits first? You've completely ruined your persona." Although he was cursing in his heart, they still arrived at the palace. He thought that the size of the worship yard was very big. Who knew that the palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers? Those who didn't know would think that the little emperor was going to ascend the throne today. The ceremony was grand. Looking outside the palace, there were actually many humans. In the past, humans rarely left the reclining garden. They did not have the money and ability to come to the inner city of Dark Star. They were also not allowed to enter. But today, the palace was bustling with activity. Most of the people were humans. Jian Luo looked at the little emperor and Lu Shifeng doubtfully. He suddenly had a guess in his heart. Lu Shifeng smiled and patted Jian Luo's hand. "We're here." The car stopped, and the little emperor spoke. Jian Luo looked outside. This was the largest square in the palace. It was full of people. There were humans, and at the front were the ministers of the blood race. There were people from the dragon race and the phoenix race. There was a group of people from Moonlight Club. There were familiar and unfamiliar people. Everyone was reflected in his eyes. The venue was grand, and the sky was boundless. The place was bustling with noise. It was lively and prosperous. The little emperor and the others got off the car. There was someone to receive them. They walked to the front. Jian Luo was the last to get off the car. In his arms, the 3 dragon cubs were looking around curiously. Jian Luo stood in the same place. The surrounding gazes were all directed at him. These gazes were filled with burning curiosity, but without exception, they were all kind. The crowd was surging, gathering the love of thousands of people. Lu Shifeng lowered his head and said to him, "Let's go." Jian Luo nodded lightly and walked forward on the red carpet. He took 2 steps and stopped. He turned around and looked at Lu Shifeng. "Aren't you going to walk with me?" Lu Shifeng stood in the same place and said to him, "Go, this is the road that belongs to you. This is the road that belongs to you." A deep voice fell on Jian Luo's heart like a heavy hammer. He stood on the red carpet and seemed to be separated from Lu Shifeng. Everyone had their own life. Everyone had their own road. Some people could find someone to accompany them, but some roads had to be walked by themselves. Jian Luo smiled at him, "Okay." He turned and walked to the other end of the red carpet. He did not hesitate and did not look back. His body was straight, and the black tuxedo on his body made him look slender and gentle. The sun fell on his body and added some warmth to people. The sky was red, and only he stood in the center of it all. Wherever he passed, he would attract the attention of the crowd. There were cheers and applause. Everyone's attention fell on him, and he was the only light. Lu Shifeng. Finally, he stopped at the end. There, on the highest throne, the little emperor sat there. He looked at Jian Luo with a smile. He stood up and coughed lightly. His light voice penetrated the entire square. At this moment, the emperor, who had always appeared young and harmless, stood on the high throne and revealed the tip of the iceberg. Quiet. The square was silent. The little emperor's immature face was solemn at this moment. Since the 1990s, the Dark Star has entered an era where there are no more newborns in the world. In such an era, we have struggled and worked hard. We have connected with the universe and accepted foreign races. His words were not long, but it was enough to reach the hearts of every Dark Star. Since the 112th century, humans have lived with us for a total of 303 years. They have become one with us. Humans are friendly and hardworking. They have worked with us for a total of 300 years and have made great contributions to Dark Star. The little emperor's gaze fell on Jian Luo. He finally said, "I announce that from today onwards, the comfort law will be abolished. The Supreme People's Court of Dark Star will issue permanent Dark Star resident identity cards to all humans. All schools, offices, and government offices will be open to humans. From this year onwards, humans above the age of 18 can participate in the public examination." Public examination. The moment these words came out, the whole square was in an uproar. The meaning of the public examination was self-evident. In the past, humans were not allowed to become civil servants. This meant that regardless of whether it was the military, the research institutes, or even becoming a high official, a minister in the palace, and so on, they would all need to participate in the public examination. However, before this, humans were not allowed to participate in the public examination. With this announcement, it meant that not only were the schools of Dark Star open to humans, they could also become examiners and civil servants in the future. Humans were liberated. It was unknown who took the lead, but there was applause. Then, it was followed by overwhelming cheers, each louder than the last. This was a day that would be recorded in history. This was a day that was worthy of being talked about over and over again. The little emperor's gaze focused on Jian Luo. He spoke again. Jian Luo, thank you for bringing hope to Dark Star. Dark Star is sincerely grateful for your gifts and contributions. Jian Luo gently shook his head. We have decided to gift Earth, which is part of the solar system, to you. We will also hand over the planning of the reclining paradise and the right to use the land to you, the little emperor said. And from today onwards, Dark Star will vigorously support the development of the human race. From research, education, and employment, we will provide corresponding support and policies to ensure that every human can integrate into the life of Sky City as soon as possible. This was basically indirectly handing over the entire human mother planet, including the entire human race, to Jian Luo. Dark Star could be said to be domineering and overbearing, but it could also be said to be generous. Jian Luo also did not expect this. He had guessed Earth, but he did not expect that he would be able to obtain the reclining paradise. He also did not expect that Dark Star would be so friendly to the entire human race this time. It was as if they were giving amnesty to the entire human race. Jian Luo, Your Majesty, the little emperor smiled. He was very good at using his cuteness to make people let down their guard. After giving him a candy, he said, of course, I also have something to ask of you. So, I'm asking the entire human race. Jian Luo faintly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He could not help but hug the cub in his arms tightly. Long Outyin, who felt his father's nervousness, softly called out. In an instant, all the Dark Star people in the square heard the cry of their cub and looked over. Such a weak human race seemed to be easily destroyed. However, it was also such a weak race that removed the shadow that had shrouded Dark Star for thousands of years. Therefore, the Dark Star people's gazes were somewhat complicated. The author has something to say. Dark Star people never do business that loses money. Earth is a speck of dust in the universe, and so are humans. There are too many people who yearn for the richest and most prosperous capital planet in the universe. There are many races that are much stronger than humans, but they are not as lucky as humans. Humans were accepted by Dark Star when they were useless. They also obtained permanent residence on Dark Star in a way that did not require them to work hard. They enjoyed the protection of beasts and endless resources. It would be a lie to say that he was not prepared at all. Before returning, Jian Luo had already thought of the worst possible outcome and the worst possible solution. There was no free lunch in this world, and it was impossible for Dark Star to help you without any desires. There was a price to pay for everything. The only difference was whether the price was high or low. Thinking of this, he was no longer nervous. Your Majesty, please speak. Since we are all living on the Dark Star, we are one family. The little emperor stood at the top of the hall and looked at Jian Luo. He said, the rise and fall of the Dark Star is also related to the fate of mankind. The era of the universe changes rapidly. As long as the Dark Star stands at the peak, it will naturally protect everyone's safety. Every one of us hopes that peace can last forever. I also promise that as long as the Dark Star is glorious, we will definitely not let all of our citizens suffer. The little emperor swept his gaze across everyone and finally said, so, I hope that humanity can actively cooperate with the research of the Research Institute and combine it with human medical technology to overcome the difficulties together. Jian Luo fell into deep thought. The little emperor said, of course, this is not a forced system. This is just a request from me and all of Dark Star. I hope that you will not feel afraid or troubled. The audience was silent. It had to be said that the little emperor was really good at being able to become a leader. His speech was watertight, and he had won the hearts of the people. At this time, whoever opposed him would simply be ignorant. As expected. Jian Luo himself did not say anything, but there were already people below who were moved. Soft voices gradually sounded. We are willing. It's not difficult. Isn't it just research? We are willing to help. Many voices of support had already appeared. Humanity had just been liberated, and Dark Star had opened up the Huku system, which was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It allowed human children to face the two major problems of education and employment. They no longer had to live in a peaceful garden and farm. They had a vaster sky to soar in. This was the first time that they had truly been accepted by Dark Star. Humans knew how to repay kindness. Now was the time when their emotions were burning. Not to mention helping with research. Even if they were asked to help out on the battlefield at this time, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for their homeland. A smile flashed through the little emperor's eyes. He looked at Jianluo and said, "Jianluo, what do you think?" Jianluo was called out. Standing below and listening to the shouts behind him, he had to agree whether he agreed or not. At this moment, what else could he say? He could only bow and salute. "Following your majesty's decree, it is my honor." The smile in the little emperor's eyes faded. He said, "Jianluo doesn't need to be so courteous. Please rise." Jianluo thanked him. The ceremony then entered a carnival mode. People sang and danced, and media channels from all over the world competed to report this matter. Everyone rushed to spread the news, and it was very lively. Jianluo felt both physically and mentally exhausted. After the ceremony, he sat in the back lounge and saw Secretary Jean come in and wave at him. "Jianluo." Jianluo's eyes lit up. "What's wrong?" "The marshal asked me to take you to eat." Secretary Jean smiled. "You must be hungry." The three cubs in Jianluo's arms were more excited. They were definitely not hungry. They had eaten so much in the car that they just wanted to come down and play. Jianluo stood up. "I'm really hungry." Secretary Jean had an "I knew it" expression. "The marshal said that there will be a banquet tonight. You definitely won't be able to handle it. He asked me to prepare some food for you. Eat a little first." Jianluo said, "Thank you." Secretary Jean took one of the cubs and stroked it in a good mood. "What are you thanking me for?" "You're welcome." Jianluo smiled. He finished the meal quickly. The cubs had a fixed time to rest and sleep every day. Unfortunately, they were outside, and he was not assured to let others help take care of the children. Fortunately, the vampires still had some conscience. In the afternoon, someone came to pick him and the cubs up for a lunch break. Jianluo considered that the children went to bed early and were tired during the day, so he did not take the children with him. He asked Su Liang to help take care of them. After making sure that they were safe, he went alone. Secretary Jean accompanied him. "The marshal and the others are in front." Jianluo, "Okay." The banquet was held in the palace. The huge square was crowded and looked very lively. In such a grand scene, everyone seemed to be very insignificant. But today seemed to be a little different from the past. Ouch. Another person accidentally bumped into him. Jianluo looked at him expressionlessly. "I'm really sorry." The man who bumped into him apologized in a low voice. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'll leave you my contact information. You can contact me at any time." Jianluo was expressionless. "No need." He walked past the man and walked forward. Suddenly, a girl fell in front of him. The girl was beautiful and looked at him delicately. "Ouch, I fell down." Jian Luo said the same thing for the umpteenth time tonight. "Find a doctor if you fall down." The girl was stunned and looked at Jianluo, who left without looking back. She was a little surprised. How could humans be so heartless and not be tricked at all? However, what she did not expect was that the others were much better than her. "This is my family's heirloom. If you pick it up, you have to marry me. When I was young, the priest said that I would find a human as a partner. Otherwise, I might die alone. Actually, I like human culture very much. Look, I have a tattoo on my body." Jianluo looked in the direction he was pointing and found that the so-called tattoo was actually a vegetable. The corner of his mouth twitched and he walked over expressionlessly. Secretary Jean behind him said, "Jianluo, you are so popular." Jianluo had a headache. "Don't make fun of me." The banquet was in progress. When Jianluo walked past a group of people, he met another person who blocked his way. This person was a little different from the others. The person who blocked him was Jiang. Jian Luo did not recognize her at first because of the light. After seeing her clearly, he smiled and said, Jiang. Jiang opened her arms. Jian Luo, long time no see. Jian Luo naturally rushed over and gave her a hug. Finally, he was really happy. Why are you here? I wanted to come back and ask you out for a meal alone. Jiang was his teacher and friend in his broadcasting career. She signed him when he was at his lowest point, comforted him when he was in trouble, and took him in a few times. Jiang had never looked down on humans. All in all, she was his first friend on Dark Star. It was very meaningful. Jiang put her hand on Jian Luo's shoulder and looked at him carefully. You seem to have grown taller? Jian Luo smiled. Have I? Of course. Jiang gestured, about an inch taller. Just as Jian Luo was feeling happy, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was walking in the forest and was suddenly stared at by a dangerous and gloomy beast. This made the hair on his back stand on end. The next second, beep. A message came from the information terminal. Jian Luo and Jiang gestured at one another before picking up the communication. It was from Lu Shifeng. He asked, Where are you? Jian Luo quickly typed, At the banquet. With who? Jian Luo replied, Secretary Kim is with me. He always felt that Lu Shifeng and Jiang were not on good terms, so he simply did not say much. After all, he would not be able to chat with Jiang for long. Who knew that as soon as the message was sent out, a reply came from the other side. Jian Luo recalled the various coincidental encounters and pickup techniques at the banquet, and felt that it was a little difficult, so he replied, Not really. He thought that Lu Shifeng would at least comfort him, but as soon as he sent the message, he received a reply from Lu Shifeng, Is that so? I see that you are quite happy. Stunned, Jian Luo turned around by reflex and saw Lu Shifeng standing not far away from him. He was always the center of attention. Even if he never showed off, his well-ironed military uniform seemed to draw a distance from his surroundings. The man's eyes were a little cold, and as he stood there under the dim lights of the banquet, he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling for a moment. Jian Luo was stunned. When did you come? Lu Shifeng strode over and stood beside Jian Luo. Jiang greeted him politely, Hello, Marshal. Lu Shifeng's eyes fell on Jiang's hand, and his gaze was a bit piercing. Are you chatting? Jiang felt that her hand was a little hot and quickly retracted it. Jian Luo smiled and said, We haven't seen each other in a long time, so we just chatted for a while. Lu Shifeng did not comment. Jiang looked at Jian Luo's face and smiled shyly. I knew that Jian Luo would come to the banquet, so I came to see him and try my luck. I guess he'll be very busy in the future, so it's not easy to see him. He looked at Jian Luo with a doting gaze, as if his intentions were obvious to everyone. Jian Luo was touched. He said, Oh, don't say that. Even if I'm busy, I won't even have time to meet you for a meal. Next time if you want to meet, just make an appointment with me. I'm okay with it. The two met again after a long separation, so they were naturally more intimate. However, in Lu Shifeng's view, the color of their hair gradually changed. The dragon race was very possessive. There were so many people who had ulterior motives towards Jian Luo throughout the banquet, and everyone was challenging Lu Shifeng's patience. Since the banquet began, he had been observing Jian Luo. He saw people coming over to strike up a conversation with him one after another. They all wanted to snatch him away from him. With each additional person, his patience collapsed a little. Finally, at this moment, he announced that his patience was broken. Lu Shifeng finally said in a cold voice, Do you have a lot of time? Jian Luo was stunned. Go to the priest's place for classes, Moonlight's shift, go back to the dragon race for physical training, the placement of the reclining garden, and the reconstruction of Earth. Lu Shifeng looked at him condescendingly and said sourly, Children also need to be taken care of. Jian Luo was stunned. Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. It seems that Mr. Jian can handle it with ease. With such obvious sarcasm, the smile on Jian Luo's face suddenly froze. Jiang noticed that the atmosphere was not right and quickly said, Jian Luo, you're so busy. Ah, it doesn't matter. We'll talk about it when you're free. I'm still very happy to see you today. Next time we'll make an appointment. Jian Luo turned around and forced a smile. Well, okay. Because of the fluidity of the banquet, the two separated after a short conversation. Lu Shifeng walked forward with Jian Luo. Along the way, Jian Luo's face was sullen. Lu Shifeng paused and looked at him. Are you unhappy? You're the one who's unhappy. Jian Luo looked up and finally asked, why did you talk like that just now? He was not stupid. He could see that Lu Shifeng was not friendly to Jiang. Usually, it was fine, but this was outside. Why couldn't he give him some face? Lu Shifeng frowned. Do you think I shouldn't make friends? Jian Luo was a little breathless with the pressure of the day. He lowered his head and sniffled. I don't need to have my own private life. I'll just listen to your arrangements. If you want me to study, I'll go. If you want me to manage the reclining garden, I'll go. I don't need to make friends. I just need to take care of the children and quietly be your tool. Lu Shifeng looked at his red eyes and pulled him to the side, away from the noisy crowd, to a quiet place. Jian Luo shook his hand off. Why are you pulling me? He wanted to shake his hand off, but he did not succeed. This was something that could not be helped. Lu Shifeng was too strong. You have misunderstood me. Lu Shifeng leaned against the rockery and glanced at him. It's easier to talk here. Jian Luo, I have nothing to say to you. He wanted to be cold, but who knew that the more he did, the more aggrieved he felt. He looked at Lu Shifeng coldly, and tears came out of his eyes. The whole thing collapsed. He did not look like he was angry at Lu Shifeng. Coupled with his crying tone, he looked more like a tantrum girlfriend quarreling with her boyfriend. What the hell was going on? Previously, they had clearly agreed that he would have freedom after the child was born. But at the last moment, everything changed. On the surface, it was for his own good, but in fact, it was just a gorgeous cage that locked him up. He wanted to be free. This was also the reason why he was depressed today. He did love money, but that was only to let himself and his family live better. If it was beyond that, he would rather not have it. Lu Shifeng took a step forward and stood in front of him. Jian Luo subconsciously raised his head to look at him. The lights of the banquet were flickering not far away, but this place was relatively remote and the light was a little dim. Half of Lu Shifeng's body was in the shadows. He was much taller than Jian Luo, and when he was close, he felt a sense of oppression. From Jian Luo's angle, he could only see Lu Shifeng's somewhat sharp chin. Those blood-red eyes were quietly staring at him, calm and composed. Marshal Lu raised his head and wiped away the tears on Jian Luo's face with his somewhat rough fingertips. His voice was low. Why are you crying again? Jian Luo felt a little embarrassed and turned his face away. It's none of your business. Lu Shifeng retracted his hand and half-jokingly said, then I'm leaving. Jian Luo suddenly raised his head and glared at him. Lu Shifeng didn't leave. He seemed to be teasing him with bad intentions. The marshal wasn't as at ease and indifferent as he seemed on the surface. Jian Luo curled his lips. You were the one who pulled me here. What he meant was, why are you leaving? Lu Shifeng said, yes, to calm you down. Jian Luo was so angry that he couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Lu Shifeng took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his face. He bent down and condescended. His slender hands held the handkerchief and carefully wiped the human's red nose, wet eyes, and thin face. Those hands were born to control the most lethal machine, the hands that held the power of life and death. But at this moment, holding a wet handkerchief to wipe the tears of a fragile little human seemed to be enjoying it. Lu Shifeng said in a low voice, the doctor said that you should cry less after giving birth. It's not good for your eyes. Jian Luo looked at him with slight surprise. Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. Why are you looking at me? No, he thought that Lu Shifeng wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Ever since he returned to the warship, he had been very busy. He was busy with the matters of the dragon race and Dark Star. He would come back very late every day. Jian Luo didn't even see him meet the doctor, so how did he know about this kind of thing? Lu Shifeng was very patient. Seeing that he had stopped crying, he said, what you said at the banquet just now. In fact, he was just venting his emotions. He couldn't control himself after holding it in for a whole day. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it. Jian Luo quickly cut him off. No need. Just take it as I'm talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. You tricked me? Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes and slowly folded the handkerchief. He didn't reprimand Jian Luo, but he carried a sense of dignity without being angry. Jian Luo quickly said, no. When he was anxious, his eyes were always lively. Those dark eyes with light brown color would stare at him without blinking. They were anxious and focused. Only Lu Shifeng was reflected in his pupils. His whole body was tied to him. Lu Shifeng enjoyed it very much. This was how it should be. He was originally his person. A trace of undetectable satisfaction flashed through his eyes. He admired it enough before saying, what you said at the banquet just now was very good. Jian Luo was stunned. Huh? Lu Shifeng took his hand and sat down on a stone chair not far away. He said, I still remember when we first met. Don't talk about losing your temper. Even if you said a few words, you were afraid that I would eat you. Jian Luo slowly recalled. When he thought about it, it was true. How scared he was at that time. He had just transmigrated and it was difficult for him to move. Not to mention that he was an aboriginal who had never seen the world. Even if you asked the current human beings, who wasn't afraid of Lu Shifeng, Jian Luo didn't dare to tell the truth. That was because we weren't familiar with each other and didn't understand. If I offended you in any way in the past, please forgive me. You're still using honorifics when you already have a child. Lu Shifeng sat beside him lazily. Why did you lose your temper just now? Jian Luo was a little ashamed. He didn't know what happened after he got pregnant. He always had a bad temper. After the child was born, he still didn't recover. Jian Luo said, don't make fun of me. Lu Shifeng saw that he was still baring his fangs and brandishing his claws just now, but now he lowered his head. He had fair skin, and when he lowered his face, his slender white neck was exposed. Maybe because he had just been angry, he was now like a kitten who had cut its nails and curled up. He was inexplicably well behaved, which made people feel a little itchy. Maybe it was because he had a child and had been holding it in for so long. It was almost spring, and some dragons were always a little rippling. Lu Shifeng suppressed the itch in his heart and withdrew his gaze. I'm a little older than you. I heard from Her Majesty that there will always be some estrangement between people of different ages. You have a quiet personality and like to keep some things to yourself. I can only understand your situation from Secretary Jean or the doctor. Jian Luo looked up with a little surprise. He always thought that Lu Shifeng was dispensable to him, but he didn't expect that Lu Shifeng would also care about his feelings. Lu Shifeng looked at him. But they can only see your clothes, food, shelter, and transportation. They can't understand what you're thinking. They can't understand, so they can only take care of you in their own way. Lu Shifeng's voice was clear in the night. For the Dark Star Planet, only the strong have the right to speak and live. Whether it's me or Her Majesty, they are all using their own ways to help you become stronger. Some words didn't need to be explained. He didn't plan to explain at first. He thought that Jian Luo would understand. But he didn't expect that the misunderstanding would be so deep and give Jian Luo so much pressure. Jian Luo lowered his head and said, so that's how it is. Lu Shifeng looked at him. He thought that this child would have something else to say, but who knew that he would only say these 4 words. This made Lu Shifeng a little surprised. You're not angry anymore? I'm not angry. Jian Luo sat on the stone chair with his legs dangling. He said softly, I'll work hard in the future. His temper came and went quickly. After receiving an explanation, he was extremely obedient. Lu Shifeng originally thought that he would have to appease him, but who knew that this child was ridiculously easy to appease. Compared to the female lead of Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me, who wanted to break up at the slightest provocation, his Jian Luo was so obedient that it made people want to dote on him. Lu Shifeng was feeling proud when Jian Luo asked, then, since it's all for my own good, I can make my own decisions. If there's anything, I can tell you. Will you agree to it? Lu Shifeng was in a good mood and nodded. Yes. That's great. Jianluo smiled. Then I'll go to the Imperial City in 2 days to pick a new house. When the time comes, I'll move there. He had always wanted to have his own house. The earth was too big, the dragon race was too big, and this huge palace was too big. He only wanted a small place with his name on the property certificate. This was enough of a sense of security. Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes. You're moving out? Jianluo nodded. Lu Shifeng only panicked for a moment before calming down. However, even though he was panicking in his heart, he still said in a deep voice, for the safety of the children, it will be more secure for them to live in the dragon race. What he meant was, don't you live in the dragon race? Even if you can bear to part with me, you can't bear to part with the children, right, as expected. Jianluo hesitated. Lu Shifeng was relieved. Just as he was relieved, Jianluo said, but you need humans to help with the research. I'll definitely have to contact the research institute. I'll probably be busier in the future. Moreover, I have Earth to manage, and I need to watch the reconstruction of the reclining park. I also have to take up the live broadcast. Sometimes, I can't take care of them all. I'll definitely be at ease if they stay in the dragon race. As long as you don't stop me from seeing the children. Jianluo said softly, I may have to run around for work. If it's too late, I won't go back. It's more convenient this way. Lu Shifeng was actually unable to refute. But if he let Jianluo live alone, wouldn't he be announcing to others that he was ownerless? Would those who coveted him continue to surge forward, as disgusting as sticky candy that could not be shaken off? At the thought of the way those people looked at Jianluo, Lu Shifeng wished he could isolate everyone and not let anyone touch his people. He wanted to hide his treasures, but his treasures always ran out. It really made dragons angry. You can go out and live. Fortunately, Lu Shifeng still had some rationality. He tried his best not to scare Jianluo. I'll get someone to pick a house for you. If you go out alone, there will be problems if the surroundings are not safe. Jianluo subconsciously wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he met Lu Shifeng's dark eyes. Those eyes were full of indisputable. Even if he did not show enough strength and even used a gentle tone, Jianluo somehow knew that there was no room for negotiation. He nodded obediently. Okay. The next day Jianluo thought that things would be very busy, but he did not expect it to be this busy. Since he officially started work, he had basically been in a state of non-stop work. The communication in his wristband had not stopped for a moment. All kinds of things came one after another. He was so busy that he could not find his bearings. Fortunately, the dragon race was really efficient. In the afternoon, Secretary Jean called him. Jianluo, the house has been found. I'll send you the password later. When you have time, you can take a look at the house and decorate it. You can move in at any time. At this time, Jianluo was still at the research institute. He said, okay. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, he was not in the mood to look at the house. The research staff handed him a form. Please arrange for all humans to fill in the registration form and upload it to our email in half a month. We will arrange for blood samples later. Please count the number of people and those of the right age. Oh right, we have a conference in a while about the new batch of social behavior. After the whole process, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when Jianluo was completely done. The cubs must be asleep by now. Jianluo finally took a look at the password sent by Secretary Jean and decided to go to his new house tonight to take a look. If it was suitable, he would make do for the night and not go back to disturb the cubs. As he took the car back to the new house, he sent a message to Lu Shifeng. I'm not going back tonight. Remember to go back and take the cubs to sleep. Lu Shifeng replied after a while. Okay. Jianluo's car arrived at the place very quickly. The house was close to the city center and the transportation was convenient. It was in the center of several of his workplaces. It was really satisfying. When he reached the door and entered the password, he found that it was a 4-bedroom house. The decoration of the house was warm. It was basically the kind of decoration that humans liked. There was also a small kitchen, a large living room, a carpet on the floor, a newly bought tea set on the table, and a bookshelf in the corner with the latest magazines and weekly magazines. It was really well decorated. Jian Luo walked to the master bedroom and saw the soft bed. He was very happy. He was very satisfied with this house and expected to live happily. Where's the bathroom? Jian Luo put down the things and found the bathroom to take a shower. When he was done, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. He turned off the lights and went to bed. After a tiring day, he thought that he would fall asleep quickly. However, when he lay down, he could not fall asleep. Usually, the cubs would be asleep at this time. Long Outyan would sometimes snore. In the middle of the night, his sister would eat something, and he would get up to feed her milk cake. He did not know if Lu Shifeng could take good care of them. Jian Luo tossed and turned. Not only did he not feel sleepy, but he also became more awake. He lay on his back on the bed and sighed heavily. He finally admitted to one thing in resignation: he really missed his baby. It was only the first night of separation, and he was not used to it. If the cubs grew up and left him in the future, what would he do? All sorts of strange thoughts flashed through Jian Luo's mind. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the doorbell suddenly rang from outside. It was really like thunder. Jian Luo was so shocked that he immediately sat up. Jian Luo walked out of the room and looked outside. In the quiet night, the doorbell kept ringing. It made his heart tremble. Who is it? Jian Luo hesitated as he stood at the door. He looked outside and carefully moved to the door. He stretched out his arm and clicked on the image outside. The optical supercomputer transmitted the scene outside in real time. It showed the image outside the door. There were 3 little dragons. Jian Luo's hand trembled and he quickly opened the door. The door opened with a creak. There were 3 little dragons standing in a row outside. When the door opened, Jian Luo did not even see clearly before his trousers were tangled up like a gust of wind. Long Outyan skillfully climbed up with his little claws and squatted on Jian Luo's shoulder. When his father looked over, he angrily made a sound. He was full of energy and felt extremely wronged. The little sister and brother were slower. In the end, they skillfully found a place to nest in Jian Luo's arms. Jian Luo patted Long Outyan's head and said softly, "Why are you here?" The little sister was very smart. She was the first to understand Jian Luo's meaning. Little Silver's wet eyes looked at him without blinking. She said softly, "I miss Daddy." She might have felt wrong too. She rubbed against Jian Luo's hand as if complaining. "Daddy is not coming home." The little dragon's scales were soft and cold. It was a little itchy when it brushed against his palm. It was like scratching his heart. It made his heart ache and soften. Jian Luo softened his tone. "Who brought you here?" Long Badian looked back and used his little claws to point at his father, who was standing in the shadows. He did not hesitate to betray his teammate. Jian Luo was slightly surprised. He was a little too excited to reunite with his child. He actually saw a living person standing here and did not realize until now. "You." Jian Luo saw him and smiled unconsciously. "Why are you here?" Lu Shifeng picked up the chatterbox Long Outyan. "They don't want to sleep." Jian Luo was stunned. "They don't want to eat." Lu Shifeng continued to blame him expressionlessly. "They made a fuss and wanted to see you." Jian Luo looked down at the little ones in surprise. "Did you make a fuss?" The 2 little ones who were stared at by their father suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Actually, they did make a fuss. They wanted to sleep alone with their father when their father was not around. They were really afraid of Lu Shifeng. Only Jian Luo would feel sorry for them when they made a fuss. Lu Shifeng was different. If they made a fuss during training, they would receive double the punishment. Lu Shifeng was never soft-hearted towards them. So they only dared to make a small protest tonight. In the past, if they made a fuss, Lu Shifeng's attitude would most likely be, "If they don't sleep, then don't sleep. If they don't eat, then don't eat. If you have nothing to do, go train. Stop complaining." In the end, just after they protested weakly, Lu Shifeng, who had always been impartial, said, "You want to see him?" The dragon cubs nodded. And then they were sent here. Everything was like a dream. The little ones also felt that it was very surreal. Jian Luo thought that they must have made a big fuss. He pursed his lips and said to Lu Shifeng, I have troubled you by making you come here in the middle of the night. What's the trouble? Aren't they my children too? Lu Shifeng's gaze fell on the little ones. They want to see you. I will have to trouble you to take them in tonight. Jian Luo nodded. The corridor suddenly fell into a strange silence. He felt that Lu Shifeng seemed to have something to say, so he raised his head subconsciously. Sure enough, he met that pair of deep, blood-red eyes. He was wearing regular clothes and had taken off the military uniform that gave people a sense of distance. He was also about a meter away from Jian Luo. His tall body no longer gave off that oppressive feeling. Under the warm yellow light at the door, his eyes and brows were handsome, as if he was just an outstanding big brother next door. Lu Shifeng opened his thin lips and said frankly, I will have to trouble you too. Jian Luo was stunned. Lu Shifeng slowly stepped forward and stood in front of him. After waiting for a while, he said, It's the middle of the night. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Jian. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Jian. Inexplicably, Jian Luo felt that the word thank you was a little hot. He was ashamed of his wild thoughts, but he still made a gap. Please come in. It's no trouble. For rooms were a little big for him, but Jian Luo was going to let his mother and brother move in. There were a total of 3 rooms. The last room was converted into a studio for him to use for live broadcasts. Because the reclining park had not been reorganized, several rooms were empty. They could be used now. The 3 little ones were obviously very curious about their new home. They looked around excitedly in Jian Luo's arms. Jian Luo saw that they were curious, so he put them down and played by himself. Lu Shifeng changed his shoes and walked to the kitchen. Come. Jian Luo came out of the bedroom. What? The air was filled with the smell of food. There was a well-packed set meal on the table. The aroma of braised pork came from it. Next to the box was a bowl of warm soup. Lu Shifeng stood at the table and took the cutlery aside. He said to him, Eat something. Jian Luo said, How did you know I didn't eat? In fact, he had eaten. He was too hungry after coming back from the research institute. He ate a few pieces of one-time biscuits. Although they were tasteless, they were still full. When he got home, there was nothing in the fridge. He was not that hungry when he went out to buy food, so he might as well make do. But he never expected that Lu Shifeng would bring him food. Lu Shifeng went into the bedroom and took the 3 little ones over. He sat on the other side and fed them milk cake. He said softly, There's no food in the research institute. The house was just transferred today. There's nothing in the fridge. You came back late. What else can you eat besides some biscuits? Jian Luo picked up his chopsticks and ate a mouthful of hot rice. Maybe I'll go out to buy food because I'm hungry. Lu Shifeng stuffed a piece of milk cake into Jian Luo's mouth. He looked at him and said, Did you go? Jian Luo choked. He lowered his head to hide his emotions and ate a piece of meat. The braised pork was very tasty. It was sweet and spicy. The warmth of the food warmed his stomach. This warmth seemed to wrap around his heart. When he was young, the people around him also fell in love. The most romantic thing was a soft complaint in the middle of the night. The other party would appear downstairs to deliver food and drinks regardless of rain or shine. The young couple was sweet. Eating was not important. Every time this happened, he would open the takeaway and say, The taxi fare is more expensive than the delivery. Yes. He was jealous. Although he was complaining about the taxi fare, he was actually envious. He envied that other people had people who loved them, cared about them regardless of rain or shine. He, on the other hand, was all alone and had nothing to worry about. He was like a weed that grew in the corner of a wall. All these years, no one cared about him. Dong. A cup of water was gently placed beside his hand. Lu Shifeng picked up Long Outyen, who was not eating properly, and said, Don't just eat. Jian Luo came back to his senses and subconsciously took the cup of water. When he touched it, he felt that the water was warm. As far as he knew, the Dark Star people did not have the habit of drinking hot water, but Lu Shifeng remembered to pour hot water for him. As he was a little surprised, he looked up at Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng sensed his gaze and looked at him. He frowned. Is it hot? Inexplicably, Jian Luo smiled. He shook his head gently. It's not hot. Outside the window, there were thousands of lights. The cold room seemed lively because there were 2 or 3 children. The warm yellow lights in the dining room scattered down. The tall and handsome man, one in each hand, was fighting a battle of wits and courage with the children who were not eating properly. On the dining table, there was the sound of the little dragon chirping from time to time. In front of him, there was a steaming hot meal. Everything was very sparse and normal, but for the first time, he felt comfortable. Jian Luo looked up. His eyes were curved. There was gentleness in his eyes. Thank you. Lu Shifeng, who was holding the little dragon, turned around and saw such a bright smile. Under the light, the person's skin looked very white. The black eyes were looking at him without blinking. Under the light, the pair of eyes seemed to be condensed with broken starlight. It was a look of trust and obedience. Although Jian Luo did not do anything, it made people's heart itch. It was like being scratched by a cat's ear. It made people want to hug and love him. Lu Shifeng's eyes darkened. He unconsciously increased the strength in his hands. Ji Long Outyen, who was being pinched, cried out in dissatisfaction. He flapped his wings and tried to resist. Lu Shifeng threw him back to eat. He calmed down and said, Jian Luo. Ah? Eat properly. Don't seduce dragons. Okay. The dinner ended just like that. Jian Luo slept with the little ones. Lu Shifeng was chased to the guest room next door to rest. The empty nest old dragon, who was alone in the empty room, was a little depressed. However, the 3 little ones in Jian Luo's arms were as happy as gods. The naughtiest one, Long Outyen, even said happily when he saw Lu Shifeng's dark face. Goodbye, Daddy. The other little ones did the same. They worked hard to sprinkle salt on their father's wound to take revenge for being bullied. Jian Luo thought that Lu Shifeng was annoyed by them. So he quickly closed the door and said, then I'll take them to sleep. Good night. Creak. The door closed. The next day. In the morning, Jian Luo wanted to go to the reclining garden to inspect the planting. Lu Shifeng brought the 3 little ones to send him there. Jian Luo got out of the car and said to the little ones, be obedient in class today. The 3 little ones also wanted to go with him. Jian Luo tried to coax them for a long time, but they still wanted to argue. In the end, Lu Shifeng made them behave with a look. Jian Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood outside the car and waved at them. Then I'm leaving. The 3 little ones leaned against the car window and looked at him anxiously. Jian Luo's heart softened when he met their eyes. However, before he could soften even more, Lu Shifeng pulled the dragon away and rolled down the car window, blocking all sight. The 3 little ones, they glared at Lu Shifeng angrily. Lu Shifeng was calm and composed. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a smile. Goodbye, father. Long Outyen's eyes widened. He looked at his father in disbelief. Lu Shifeng had taught him the evils of society at a young age. His father was really a man who held grudges. In the reclining garden when Jian Luo arrived, people from all the houses came out to greet him. Jian Luo. Jian Luo is here. Jian Luo, come visit us. The villagers, whom he didn't know well in the past, showed 100% enthusiasm to him. It was hard to resist. On the way, there were also many children who were curious. They hid not too far away and secretly looked at him. They were very curious. They wanted to see what the rumored new master of the earth, the future ruler of the reclining garden, looked like. They imagined that he would be a mature middle-aged man or an old man with white hair. No matter what, they didn't expect him to be such a young man. Jian Luo went home first. As soon as he arrived, the previous person in charge of the reclining garden arrived. It was Director Wang. He walked in and greeted, Jian Luo, you're back. Jian Luo smiled at him and said, please have a seat, Director Wang. Director Wang was not young. He was in his 50s. Half of his hair was white. He said in a hoarse voice, I don't dare. I'll just stand. Jian Luo came over and took his hand to let him sit on the sofa. Don't be so polite. Have a seat. Su Liang took out some tea leaves from the kitchen and said with a smile, have some tea. I'll go cut some fruit. Director Wang quickly thanked him. In the past, when Jian Luo's family was in dire straits, Director Wang was arrogant and extremely harsh. Now that Jian Luo's family was doing well, Director Wang was submissive and polite. One could not blame him for being greedy. One could only say that it was human nature. Jian Luo took out the documents he had printed and said, I'm going to gather everyone in the square today and have a small meeting. Now that Dark Star is supporting the reclining garden, everyone doesn't have to stay in the shed and grow vegetables. If you have any other ideas, you can raise them. Jian Luo thought for a moment and said, since I'm here now, the overall plan will definitely have to be changed. I hope Director Wang can cooperate. Director Wang looked at Jian Luo and smiled. Of course. He looked down on Jian Luo in his heart, but he had to listen to Jian Luo. He knew very well how the humans in the reclining garden were liberated. Without Jian Luo, they were nothing. Seeing that he was cooperating, Jian Luo said, if you have any ideas or opinions, you can say them. Ideas? We can talk about them during the meeting, Director Wang said. Director Wang said, but there is one thing that everyone is more concerned about and wants to know the most. Isn't it legal for us to marry Dark Star now? However, the Civil Affairs Bureau doesn't have such a law. The marriage law only protected the Dark Star people. It didn't even have a section on the human marriage law. It was neither high nor low. It was neither fish nor fowl. Now that the person in charge was Jian Luo, they could only find Jian Luo. Jian Luo also thought of this. He was puzzled. Can't we get a certificate? We can't, Director Wang said. In the past, we used to marry humans. We didn't need to go to their Civil Affairs Bureau at all. We just had to go to the village to notarize it. Aren't the times different now? I went to ask around a few days ago, and they said that we need our chairman's official seal to go through the process. The official seal was with Jian Luo. He thought for a moment and said, all right, don't worry. I'll take a look. Only then did Director Wang relax. Next, it was time to convene a meeting for all the humans. This was Jian Luo's first meeting, so everyone was present. The younger ones were more excited, while the older ones were more lazy. After all, many of them were more senior than Jian Luo, so they were not convinced. Fortunately, Jian Luo didn't care. He was only responsible for planning the reclining garden. Those who cooperated with him were the best. Those who didn't, he couldn't be bothered. As the saying went, riches and honor are in heaven. Everyone just had to do what they should do. Jian Luo talked about some of the plans for the future and emphasized, from today onwards, children above the age of 5 must receive preschool education. Children below the age of 15 can apply to return to school. This was a relatively big reform. There were different opinions. What if we don't have money? Our families can't afford it. Studying is so expensive. We might as well farm. Jian Nan flipped through the documents in his hands and said, the Education Bureau will provide free compulsory education until the age of 15. As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence. Those who objected were dumbfounded. Only some children's eyes were shining with excitement. Finally, someone said, where will we get the money for compulsory education? This money is something I have to consider, not you. Jian Luo sat on the high seat with a cold face. Go home and fill in the name list. The people below fell silent. Before, some people thought that Jian Luo couldn't take on important tasks, but now they were looking at him in a different light. It was unknown who took the lead to clap, but there were cheers below. Some children, in particular, were even more excited. Jian Luo said, those who still have questions can follow the order of the book. After solving the first problem, his words carried more weight. Those who were originally a little nervous dared to voice out their needs. After collecting a few pages of questions, Jian Luo assigned tasks to people in different places according to the previous plan. This allowed the group of headless flies to find their own things to do. Jian Luo was also quite busy. The first thing he had to solve was the marriage law. It was very easy to do this. Dark Star was currently undergoing a reform, and all places were at the cusp of the storm. If Jianluo wanted to do something, all the Earth-level organizations would cooperate with him 100%. However, when the draft was in his hands, Jianluo frowned again. He was very dissatisfied with the marriage law that had been drafted. The first article of this law seemed to be challenging the patience of humans. The first article of the civil marriage law: when a dark star marries a human, based on the marriage contract, the human shall take the surname of the husband after marriage, and the household registration shall be transferred to the husband's household registration. Based on the relationship of equality, the property shall be divided clearly. Simply put, the meaning of this law was, after humans marry Dark Star, they must change their surname, and their household registration must be changed according to the other party's beast registration. The meaning of this was that the child's custody and human rights had nothing to do with the human. After marriage, they would only be an accessory. As for the division of property, the meaning was even more obvious. The wealth of Dark Star had nothing to do with the human wife. After marriage, both parties would have independent property and would not interfere with each other. On the surface, it seemed like they were protecting each other's property, but in fact, they were afraid that the human would covet their money after marriage. The entire marriage law was like a joke from the point of production and the terms of the treaty. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? They wanted humans to marry, have children, and take care of their families. They also wanted to be an accessory without any rights or benefits. Jianluo sneered and directly slammed the draft on the table. Jianluo glanced at the document not far away and felt a headache coming on. He didn't know about the other people in the reclining garden, but he knew very well that this marriage law was very biased towards the Dark Star people. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was made to protect the rights of the Dark Star people. It was quite funny and a little sad when he thought about it. Even if the Dark Star people were pardoned, some things in their bones would still not change. Even if humans were released, they would still be treated as unimportant subordinates. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Jianluo came back to his senses and said, "Please come in." Director Wang came in. His daughter had recently found a partner, who was a Dark Star person. They were now discussing marriage, so he was very concerned about the marriage law. Director Wang held a glass of water and said, "Jianluo, are you thirsty? I'm afraid you're working too hard. Come, drink some water." Jianluo looked at him and then at the glass in his hand. He inexplicably thought of Pan Jinlian's words, "Daolong, it's time to drink your medicine." Jianluo chuckled and took the glass. "Thank you, Director Wang." Director Wang wiped his hands and sat down. "Why are you calling me Director Wang? Don't be so polite. Just call me Uncle Wang." Jianluo took a sip of water and nodded. Director Wang glanced at him and said, Is there a problem with this marriage law draft?" His eagerness made people think that he was the one who was going to get married. Jianluo's slender white hand held the glass. He picked up the draft on the table and handed it to Director Wang. "Why don't you take a look?" Director Wang took it. He roughly flipped through a few pages, and his frown became deeper and deeper. Jianluo was relieved. It seemed that Director Wang was clear about right and wrong. It was good that he didn't want to cling to the rich and powerful. Sigh. Director Wang shook his head. "It's a good thing." Jianluo asked, "What do you mean?" Director Wang held the marriage law and said seriously, "Although some of the assets here and some of the regulations are indeed too clear, there is one last point." Jianluo asked, "What?" "After we get married, we can move to Sky City." Director Wang felt proud just talking about it. The resources there are so good. After you go there, you can enjoy endless glory and wealth. Jianluo choked up a little. He didn't mean to offend, but he felt that this saying was inexplicably familiar. He had heard of it before. At that time, many young people in the village had gone to the big cities to work. His parents and neighbors loved to talk about the scenery of the big cities during their leisure time. Their favorite topic of conversation was this: if XX marries into the city, she will definitely enjoy endless glory and wealth. He's really promising. There's only one in our village. In the future, our children will also be sent to the city. At that time, before the entire village was connected to the city, almost everyone had the same idea: I want to enter the city. Even if everyone knew that even if they went to the city, they might not be able to rise above others. Even if they went to the city, they might not be able to become rich and powerful. However, life in the city would definitely be better than in the countryside. This was a kind of beautiful sustenance for life. Jian Luo came back to his senses and helplessly picked up the marriage law. How many people have been engaged recently and are discussing marriage? Director Wang was very excited. At least 7 or 8. Jian Luo nodded. Ask them to come over. I want to hear what they have to say. He couldn't be so arbitrary. Maybe this was just his own idea. He wanted to hear what others had to say. Many things were meaningless if one person was impulsive. Director Wang thought there was hope. Oh, okay. I'll ask them to come over now. Jian Luo waited for a while. It was lunchtime now. He only thought about eating when he was free. In order to better deal with these troublesome matters, he moved his office to the main office of the reclining garden. It was still a little far from home. Creak. The door was opened. He was hungry when Su Liang came in. The woman was wearing a light yellow dress. She looked a little rounder than before. Her beautiful face and skin were much fairer. She stood at the door with a lunchbox and looked at Jian Luo. She said warmly, "It's time to eat." Jian Luo was slightly surprised. "Why are you here?" He remembered that he asked Su Liang to help him take care of the cubs in the dragon clan. Why did his mother come over now? How are you going to eat if I don't come? Su Liang put down the food on the table. You definitely won't be used to the food they cook. There was a centralized canteen in the village, but the cooking method here was mainly boiled. Most of the areas in Dark Star had slowly begun to popularize cooking methods other than boiled food under the leadership of Moonlight. The reclining garden was still living in the past. Jian Luo smiled. I'm just making do with it. I'll have to trouble you to come over. Su Liang took out the cooked food and put it on the table. She ran her fingers through her hair and said, Marshal Lu sent a car to send me over. It's not troublesome. Jian Luo was stunned. He's worried that you won't eat well and won't be used to the food. Su Liang helped Jian Luo unpack the cutlery. He told me this morning that he had to come and see you at least at noon. Jian Luo's heart softened. He said, Lu Shifeng asked you to do this? Su Liang turned around and sat down on the chair. Yes, he didn't agree. It's not good for mother to come out. Jian Luo came over and sat down at the table. He lowered his head and ate. I'll go and thank him later. Thank you my ass. Su Liang finally couldn't help but glare at him. Marshal is so attentive. I, as your mother-in-law, have already spoken, but you still want to move out every day. Mother doesn't even know what you're thinking about all day. When others take advantage of the situation, you can cry. These few words were enough to confirm Su Liang's disappointment. Jian Luo softly replied, I didn't move out. It's just that sometimes it's too troublesome to go back when it's too late. Su Liang still wanted to say a few more words, but someone came outside. There were quite a lot of people, about 7 or 8. They were probably called by Director Wang. Unfortunately, they came at the wrong time. They just happened to come when he was eating. Jian Luo thought about it and said, today. He couldn't let them come for nothing. A group of people outside squeezed in noisily. Most of them were girls, but there were also 2 boys. They were all young and good-looking. Jian Luo said, have you eaten? Sit down and eat. Everyone politely declined. However, their eyes were still fixed on the food on the table. After all, it was really too fragrant. Most families couldn't eat so much good food in one meal. Whether it was meat or vegetables, in this kind of society where nutrient solutions were rampant, they were only consumables for the upper class and luxuries for the poor. Jian Luo understood in his heart. Fortunately, Su Liang brought a lot. There were 5 dishes and 1 soup. He couldn't finish it all by himself. Therefore, Jian Luo said, it's okay. Come and eat some together. The few young people were already greedy. After hearing this, they all sat down. Before they came, they were quite vigilant and hostile towards Jian Luo. Now, their ill feelings were much less. Su Liang stood up and said, "I'll get you bowls and chopsticks." The young people were a little embarrassed. Jian Luo said with a smile, "We're all humans. There's no need to be so polite. Just relax. I asked you to come here today to understand the situation. Don't worry." His attitude was very amiable, making people feel very close to him. The young people hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Jian. If you have anything to know, feel free to ask. We'll definitely cooperate with you." Jian Luo smiled. He finally took out the marriage draft that he had prepared long ago. He explained the pros and cons of the marriage law, including the current development relationship in Sky City very clearly. In the end, he emphasized one point. If it's just for the sake of entering the city, for the sake of jobs and resources, you have to believe that Reclining Garden will become official one day. I will also do my best to let everyone have the opportunity to connect with the city. Work and opportunities can be found again, but marriage is only once. Jian Luo explained to them clearly. If we put aside these, what do you think of this marriage law? The young people looked at each other. For the older generation, they were actually much calmer. In the end, a girl said, "I'm not in a hurry." With someone taking the lead, the others also expressed their opinions. "I'm not in a hurry either. Actually, I don't want to enter the city that much." "That's right. I heard from everyone at the morning meeting that Reclining Garden is going to reform and start a business. If I work here, I'll feel better with familiar people. This marriage law feels very scary. After getting married, the husband even has to control the freedom of work." Just as Jian Luo was dissatisfied with the marriage law, this marriage law was too strong. Although he provided resources and accommodation for his wife, the husband had too much power. Life as usual, personal freedom, and even the power to distribute property and resources were in the hands of the husband. It was simply outrageous. Of course, Jian Luo could agree to this marriage law with a nod. This would save a lot of trouble and reduce a lot of disputes. After all, many humans were now in the joy of amnesty and were full of yearning for marriage. Even if there were some unequal treaties in the marriage law, they could still reluctantly accept it. But he couldn't be so hasty. He could indeed agree, but there would be endless troubles in the future. The weak status of human marriage would lead to the misfortune of many people's families. Without the love of the husband, the understanding of the family, and even the protection of the law, how desperate would people be? For the time being, let's not talk about the purpose of the Dark Star's pursuit of human children. The research results of the Research Institute were not out yet. If the data did not satisfy them, what would the married humans face? He could not be responsible for himself, but the burden had been placed on him. He had to bear the responsibility that he could bear. Seeing that these little guys were still rational, Jian Luo smiled with relief. "That's right. When you look for a marriage partner, you must keep your eyes open. When you find the right person to marry and have children with, you must examine the other party's character, worldview, and feelings for you. Do you understand?" As soon as his voice fell, the little girl across the table said softly, "Brother Jian." Jian Luo looked at her. The little girl was a little shy, but still said softly, "Can I ask you a question?" Jian Luo, Are you married? No. Why? The little girl's eyes were filled with the light of gossip. "You already have a child with the marshal, but you're not married. Is it because you're not suitable for him? Or is it because you don't think the marshal's character and worldview are good? The author has something to say. Your friend Lu Shifeng has requested to join the group chat." This question was really suffocating. Jian Luo retracted his gaze and coughed softly. He doesn't have this problem. The little girl looked at him curiously, as if to say that if Lu Shifeng didn't have a problem, could it be that Mr. Jian had a problem? Jian Luo felt his scalp tingle under her gaze. He forced himself to look away and said, "We exist because of other reasons." "What reasons?" "Brother Jian, tell us. We'll help you." Looking at the burning eyes, Jian Luo actually felt like he was being forced by his roommates to ask him who his boyfriend was and why they weren't sure about their relationship. Su Liang took out bowls and chopsticks from inside and placed them on the table for the young people. Then she said, "You guys eat. I'll go out for a walk." Jianluo said, "Mom, sit down and eat too." "I've already eaten." Su Liang pursed her lips and smiled. "You young people are chatting. I won't interfere." She ran quickly as if she was afraid that someone would chase after her. Jianluo retracted his gaze helplessly. When he came back to his senses, he met a few more pairs of burning eyes. The soul of gossip was burning. He sighed. There's no special reason. The little girls were very curious. The remaining two boys were quite obedient and directly lowered their heads to eat. The little girls held their chopsticks and said, "Brother Jian, if you have any troubles, you can tell us. We can even give you ideas." Jianluo laughed. "What troubles can I have?" However, when he thought about it, he felt that what they said made some sense. In fact, he had never had anyone to talk to. He was used to being independent and used to digesting everything on his own. He wanted to rely on himself to get through it. Sometimes, if he encountered something that he couldn't get through, he would resist. However, he realized that this matter might not be able to avoid it by resisting. Jianluo thought about it and finally put down his chopsticks. He said, "If you want to talk about troubles, there is indeed a little bit." The little girls originally thought that there was no hope. When they heard Jianluo speak, their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and were very enthusiastic. "We're happy to help." Jianluo briefly explained how he and Lu Shifeng unexpectedly had a child without dating. He also explained the reason why they didn't get married. Finally he concluded, "I think it's because the child is too young that he didn't let me leave. You took care of me when I was pregnant because you were taking care of your pregnant husband." Jianluo sighed, "It's only meaningful if it's both ways. I don't want to think too much." There was a moment of silence in the air. The girls looked at each other and saw a meaningful look in each other's eyes. One of the girls with long hair coughed lightly. "Brother Jian, may I ask if this is your guess, or did the marshal tell you this?" "Jianluo, do we even need to talk about this? At the very least, we can't be arbitrary." "Yeah, you didn't even ask for his opinion. To be honest, I think he's not just taking care of you." It was also the first time Jianluo talked about this with his friends. He asked, "Why?" "It's obvious that you haven't watched the latest Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me." The girl looked at Jianluo as if he was really a country bumpkin. "The male lead in the novel is really too cool. He gives a house and a car. The female lead buys everything she wants. He thinks she's cute when she does anything. He feels sad when she's sad. He feels sorry when she's tired. He doesn't care about the female lead's human identity at all. He loves the female lead and the child very much." Jianluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can you mix reality with fiction? After the girl's fantasy was shattered, she argued, "Okay, then did the marshal give you a house and a car?" "I think he did. Originally, he wanted to buy it himself, but Lu Shifeng said he wanted to choose a safer one." The girl said again, "Has he ever refused to buy anything you want?" "No." Jianluo added, "But I can usually buy it myself." "TSK," the girl continued, "one last question. Who is the initiator of your quarrel every time? And who is the one who always starts it?" "Me." The girls looked at each other and looked at Jianluo in disbelief. "Brother, are you still not satisfied with this?" Jianluo choked. He felt that this logic was a little wrong, but he couldn't refute it. The girls looked at him with disappointment. They were very sad. "My partner is also from Dark Star, but he almost never spends money on me. He even oppresses me when we quarrel. I never remember what I like to eat. Would you believe that I drink nutrient fluids on dates? The people from Dark Star seem to be all steely straight men. Is it because of their noble status that they don't know how to take care of people?" The boy who had been silent all this time said, "I think there are no steely straight men in this world." The few of them looked at him. Not gentle, not tolerant, not understanding. These steely straight men won't take the blame. The little boy smiled. "It mainly depends on whether you love her or not and whether you're willing to put in the effort." As she said this, the little boy glanced at Jianluo. "If you want to talk about status and respect, you can ask Brother Jian. Does the marshal have these problems? Everyone's eyes focused on Jian Luo again. Jian Luo felt like there was a sharp edge on his back. He carefully recalled under this pressure and realized that Lu Shifeng didn't seem to have these problems. He was very generous to him and wouldn't oppress him. No matter how busy he was, he would still reply to his messages. He wouldn't put on airs in front of him. After he knew that he didn't like nutrient fluids, he didn't see him at the dining table. Jian Luo fell silent. The girls were a little envious, but they still said, "Brother Jian, we feel that the marshal definitely has you in his heart. If you're not sure, you can verify it." Jian Luo was curious. "How do I verify it?" The little girl pulled out the book Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me from her bracelet. She flipped to the 10th chapter and said, "There are countless ways to verify whether someone loves you or not. You have to see if they can tolerate some of your unreasonable requests. You have to know that people who are too obedient won't be loved. Only children who cry will get candy. We all think that you might be too obedient. Look at this female lead, she's really at the end of the line. She has everything you want." Jian Luo didn't want to court death. Long Outyan was unreasonable every day, but he was still beaten up badly. His son had already demonstrated it. Why did he still want to court death? Jian Luo lowered his head and ate. "The female lead can do it, but I can't." "Do you have a reasonable way?" "Yes, I have everything you want." "Normal, I'm scared." Therefore, the afternoon that was supposed to be working turned into a good sister conference. After more than an hour of careful teaching, Jian Luo seemed to have opened the door to a new world. When he got off work, he was still a little absent-minded. When it was time to leave, the children still didn't want to leave. The girl egged Jian Luo. "Hurry up and send him a message." "Jian Luo. Do we really have to do this?" The girls nodded and were very determined. "Yes, we have to do this." "Okay." Jian Luo opened the communication box with a little hesitation. He found Lu Shifeng and tentatively sent a message. "Are you there?" Soon, there was a reply from the other end. Lu Shifeng said, "Why, are you working overtime tonight?" Jian Luo's mouth twitched. He typed, "No, not today." Lu Shifeng seemed to be in a good mood. He replied faster. "When are you coming back?" Finally, it was time for the main event. Jian Luo raised his head and looked at the girls. He gathered some courage and said, "I'm going back now, but it's after work here. The bus is a little congested." The girls were excited. "Yes, yes, yes. Let him pick you up." Jian Luo had never taken the initiative to ask Lu Shifeng to pick him up. He thought that Lu Shifeng would definitely be very busy and would refuse. Therefore, he didn't mention it. Ding dong. A reply came. Jian Luo opened it and saw Lu Shifeng's reply. "I'll get the driver to pick you up." This. Jian Luo was a little discouraged. How could he forget this point? How could Lu Shifeng pick him up? Was the driver dead? Even if the driver was busy, Secretary Jean could do it for him. Anyway, Lu Shifeng wouldn't come. Ask him if he's busy. According to Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me, there's a restaurant on the 2nd floor of Moonlight City. If you want to eat there, you have to make a reservation. Moreover, there's a lot of people. If you say that you want to eat with him today, he'll definitely say that there's a lot of people and that you have to make a reservation in 2 days. But if you say that you want to eat today, look at his reaction. Jian Luo, that's too pretentious. If you don't do that, how will you know his attitude? The girl said, "Besides, you didn't make a fuss before. It's fine if you're just being willful. If he's busy, why don't you not mention it?" That made sense. Jian Luo thought about it. It didn't seem to be a big deal. If Lu Shifeng was really busy, he would reject him. Thinking about it, he typed, "Are you busy?" Lu Shifeng probably didn't expect him to ask this. He replied, "Why?" He didn't follow the script. Jian Luo wanted to retreat again. "It's nothing. Ask the driver to come over." The girls looked at him with disappointment. But what they didn't expect was that although Jian Luo was a bronze, Lu Shifeng was very capable. Soon, he sent a message, "You want me to pick you up? Jianluo?" The girls were also very shocked. "Wow, he's as good as the male lead of Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me. Hurry up, brother Jian, invite him. This means that he's not busy." Jianluo didn't have any experience and forced a duck to a perch. "Moonlight has a new product. I got off work early today and want to try it. Are you coming?" Usually, at this time, according to the script, everyone knew that they would have to line up and make an appointment. Then, they would reject him and ask him to make an appointment 2 days later. But at this time, he asked to go today to see Lu Shifeng's reaction. Not only was Jianluo nervous, the others were also very nervous. They unconsciously held their breath and waited for a reply. After a while, Lu Shifeng sent a message, "I'll pick you up." Jianluo quickly typed, "I have to make an appointment in advance. I forgot." "Really?" "Yes." Jianluo probed, "But I want to eat today." If Jianluo had read Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me, he would know that this probing plot was in the middle of the plot. The female lead found that the male lead was very cold to her recently, and there were some flirtatious things like secretaries and princesses around him who kept pestering the male lead. So, she wanted to test her weight in the male lead's heart. Thus, this plot was created. On the other side, Lu Shifeng felt a familiar aura. He opened the book that he hadn't opened for a long time and turned to this page. The female lead's troubles were written in the novel, "He hasn't touched me since I gave birth." There are so many beautiful people around him. Is he tired of me and doesn't value me anymore? Seeing this, Lu Shifeng's hand trembled. Author has something to say. Lu Shifeng, is he inviting me? Lu Shifeng looked at the typography and fell into deep thought. Secretary Jean came in to deliver a document. "Sir, we will probably visit asteroid 003 in Galaxy B tomorrow and provide them with military guidance. I have sent you the specific itinerary." Lu Shifeng said casually, "Okay." Secretary Jean was obedient. "Is there anything else you need?" If not, she would take her leave. After all, she hadn't written today's update and was in a hurry to get off work. Just as Secretary Jean was thinking, Lu Shifeng looked up. "Stop." Secretary Jean was slightly surprised and looked back. "Sir?" Lu Shifeng tapped his hand on the table. He didn't like to waste time talking nonsense. He looked up and said in a deep voice, "Have you been in love?" Secretary Jin's pupils constricted. She felt like an asteroid had hit Earth, but she still looked calm. "Sir, I have." Lu Shifeng frowned. "Who is the other party?" "If I didn't know that you had someone in your heart, I would have thought that you were interested in me." Secretary Jean became Lu Shifeng's secretary when she was young. There was a period of time when she had feelings for him. Later, she was dissuaded by Lu Shifeng's straight nature and changed to the right path. She said, "It's not a human. It's a phoenix." Lu Shifeng retracted his gaze and pretended to be casual. "Is that so?" "Yes." Lu Shifeng leaned back in his chair lazily and asked, "Have you read Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me recently?" Secretary Jin's hair stood on end. She braced herself and said, "Yes, I have." Lu Shifeng nodded and asked again, "Do you think the plot described in it is close to reality?" Secretary Jean hesitated. "For example, what plot?" Lu Shifeng raised his eyelids and looked at him. His deep red eyes seemed to penetrate people's hearts. Secretary Jean was shocked and began to think efficiently. As a considerate secretary, he must understand the mentality of his boss. Thinking of this, Secretary Jean trembled all over, as if her conception and governing vessels had been opened. She said, "Novels come from life. Generally speaking, many plots are based on facts." Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure?" Probably, Secretary Jean also felt guilty. However, it seemed that his flattery had hit the right spot this time. Lu Shifeng seemed to be very satisfied. He waved his hand and said, "You may leave." Secretary Jean, "Yes." On the other side Jianluo, who was waiting for a reply in the reclining garden, was also nervous. At last he received a reply from Lu Shifeng, "Okay, I'll pick you up." He really agreed to her unreasonable request. The onlookers were obviously more excited than Jian Luo himself. I knew it. Lord Marshal is too much. He definitely likes your brother Jian. Take him down tonight. Jian Luo's ears hurt from the bombardment. He hung up and said, "It's just a meal. Don't be happy too early." The long-haired girl sighed. I think it's too late for you to be happy. Jian Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, the young girls still understood the situation. They now completely understood the problem of Jian Luo, an idiot in love, so they said, "Brother Jian, don't worry. You can go on a date without worry. Didn't you add us as friends? If you have any problems, just send us a message." Go, go, go. Jian Luo asked, "Is this a date?" Of course. Is this not a date? Usually, after dinner, we'll go watch a movie or go to the galaxy to think about the future or something. In fact, Jian Luo often had meals with Lu Shifeng, but they usually cooked at home and so did not go to the movies. He never thought that the young people of this age had such rich lives. Still, business had to be done. He gave them the printed survey form and told them, "Go back and help me do a survey about marriage laws. I want to go to the notary office in Sky City to talk about those treaties, but I want to know what the public thinks before I go." A few youngsters took it. Jian Luo only felt relieved after giving them a few more reminders. There was a backlog of work that could not be finished, and although he said he was off work, he was actually bringing it home to continue working. Ding dong. There was a message from the information terminal. Knowing that Lu Shifeng had come, Jian Luo said goodbye to the young girls and ran out. They were all smiling meaningfully, which made Jian Luo's heart flutter. He only felt better after he got into the car and cut off their line of sight. Lu Shifeng was sitting on the other side by the window, looking at the documents in his hand. He turned his head when he heard the noise and frowned. Is someone chasing you? Jian Luo quickly shook his head. No. Why are you running? Lu Shifeng took a wet wipe from a small shelf at the side. Come here. Jian Luo subconsciously moved closer, and Lu Shifeng bent down slightly to wipe his face. His bony hands moved delicately and gently, and Jian Luo could even smell the faint scent of cedar on him when he was close. It was fresh, like a pot of wine boiled on a snowy day, with a little hostility but also unusually gentle. Lu Shifeng whispered, "Rest for a while, I'll take you to dinner." Jian Luo looked up, and because he did it so quickly, his lips brushed past Lu Shifeng's face. He was stunned, and Lu Shifeng paused as well. Their eyes met, and the corner of Lu Shifeng's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Jian Luo's ears turned red half a beat later, and he said blankly, "Okay." Lu Shifeng saw that he was as shy as a quail, almost curling himself up. Sometimes, the hatchlings liked to curl up into a ball when they were angry. Other dragons did not have this habit, and Lu Shifeng thought that they might have learned it from their mother. But, it was cute. I'll look at the documents. Jian Luo tried to change the topic. You're busy too. Lu Shifeng calmly admired his blushing face for a while, and finally let him go. Okay. Jian Luo took out the documents in his bag and began to summarize them. After dealing with the reclining garden, he still had to review his homework. He had to go to Phoenix TV for an exam tomorrow, and after the exam, he had to go to Moonlight Live to prepare material for the live broadcast. After the questionnaire, he had to go to the notary office to negotiate, and both of them were busy in the car, and only the sound of pages flipping of documents could be heard. In the past, only Lu Shifeng was busy, but now Jian Luo was also working seriously. They did not talk to each other, and did not disturb each other. Occasionally, they would exchange glances, smile, and then immerse themselves in their work again. He did not feel left out, but rather harmonious and comfortable. Suddenly, Jian Luo found that he liked this feeling very much. No one was inferior to the other, and they were both working hard, struggling, and having their own careers. At the same time, they were both working hard to grow and become better. This feeling was really great. Although he could not reach Lu Shifeng's achievements no matter how hard he tried, at least when Lu Shifeng was moving forward, he did not stay in the same place. That was good. Half an hour later the driver stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Jian Luo thought that Moonlight Live had arrived, but who knew that they had actually arrived at another high-end restaurant? This restaurant was even more difficult to book than Moonlight Live. It was a high-end restaurant that could share the limelight with Moonlight Live, and its location was also at the top of Sky City. This place was known as the Holy Land of Dating. Standing at the restaurant on the top floor, one could overlook the entire Sky City. It was extremely romantic. Jian Luo looked back at Lu Shifeng curiously. Lu Shifeng said, "It's too crowded over there, so I asked Moonlight Live to send the new product here." "It can still be like this?" Jian Luo got out of the car and said, "It can still be sent here?" "Yes." Lu Shifeng stood beside him, taller than him by a head. The man looked down at him and said, "You've been too tired recently. There are many leisure activities here. Go and experience them after dinner." Jian Luo understood. So he wanted to eat and relax at the same time. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Okay." Lu Shifeng emphasized the word leisure. This was also the place that Secretary Jean recommended. She said that no one would refuse the romance of Galaxy. Nowadays, all couples loved to go there, and there were rooms not far from the top Galaxy. If you were tired, you could rest directly. There was such a plot in Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me. The female lead suspected that the male lead was tired of her. After all, he hadn't touched her after giving birth, so she specially invited the male lead to come here to play. After that, she would take advantage of the situation and prove her charm. At the same time, she would give the other people who coveted the male lead a warning. Lu Shifeng was worried that Jian Luo would be too shy to directly say that he wanted to come here, so he considerately booked a seat. He didn't have so many women around him like the male lead, so he didn't need Jian Luo to go through so much trouble to ask him out. In fact, if Jian Luo wanted to, he could do it at home. But as a qualified boyfriend, he thought that he would satisfy any of his partner's wishes. Of course, more importantly, he also wanted to do it. No dragon could bear the feeling of having their partner next to them and only being able to watch them every day. Jian Luo said, "Let's go in." He still didn't know what was going to happen next. He was immersed in the joy of coming out to play and planning the itinerary. It's already past 7 o'clock. Let's finish early and go home to accompany the children. Lu Shifeng said, "It depends on the situation." He didn't want to end early at all. He definitely wouldn't go back today. Jian Luo said, "If I had known, I would have brought the babies along." Lu Shifeng frowned. "They're still young." "That's true." Lu Shifeng said, "They've been sleeping early recently. If you don't have time, you can call them and say that you're busy working overtime today. Let your mother take care of them." "You're already deceiving the babies?" Jian Luo hesitated. "Let's say it early. They were just going to eat and play for a while. Maybe they could go back early." After a round of conversation, the two of them went upstairs. While waiting for the dishes, Jian Luo started a new conversation with the girls. He said that he was eating and might be going out to play for a while. He asked if there were any things to take note of on a date. The girls were chattering away. "Just have fun." "Actually, there are some things to take note of, but I don't think you'll need them." "That's right. The marshal isn't a scumbag." Jian Luo was very curious. "What things?" Although he also felt that Lu Shifeng wasn't such a person, it didn't stop him from being curious about these things at all. The group of sisters were chattering away. "I wanted to get a room with you after the date. I used sweet words to coax you into not going home. I changed the date without permission because I wanted to achieve my goal. I even asked you to lie to your family that you weren't going home tonight." Jian Luo, this. Jian Luo stared dumbfoundedly at the list of precautions and was deeply shocked. If it were up to him, it would be almost impossible for Lu Shifeng to apply this. Therefore, this type of dating precaution guide could be completely dispensed with. Jian Luo typed on his bracelet, "I don't think I need these. Is there anything else?" The maidservants had obviously guessed that Jian Luo would say that. However, a boy in the group who had been silent all this time said, "Take precautions." The entire group fell silent in an instant. This brother either didn't say anything or played a big game. It really made people look at him in a new light. "Awesome. Brother, steady. Good fellow, you have to be the group leader. Jian Luo's ears turned red immediately. He averted his gaze and closed the chat page with trembling hands to calm himself down. His heart was in turmoil. When he raised his head, he met Lu Shifeng's gaze. The man was sitting opposite him at the table. He had finished his work and was supporting his chin with one hand. His deep gaze landed on Jian Luo as if he could see through Jian Luo's thoughts. Jian Luo's heart skipped a beat. He stuttered, "Why are you looking at me?" Lu Shifeng said slowly, "Teacher Jian, are you done with your work?" "Finished." "It seems that you get along well with your colleagues," he asked casually. Jian Luo avoided his gaze. "It's okay. Strictly speaking, he and this group of little guys were not colleagues. At most, they were comrades." Lu Shifeng played with the small cutlery on the table and said, "It seems that you guys have a good chat. You must be a very interesting person. Next time, if there's a chance, let me introduce you." Jian Luo did not dare. He hurriedly said, "No need, no need. They're just ordinary friends." What a joke. How would he dare to recommend the little guys to Lu Shifeng? If he accidentally let it slip and talked about something shocking, he would not be able to live in the future. Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes, a trace of displeasure flashing through his red eyes. Lu Shifeng thought that if the birds were allowed to roam freely, they would always attract the attention of those with bad intentions. Not before. When Jian Luo did not go out, no one would covet him, and no one would snatch him from her. Dragons like to hide their treasures in their nests, and Lu Shifeng was no exception. Strange thoughts surged in his mind, but he suppressed them in the end. "Hello, your meal is here." The waiter's words interrupted their conversation. Jian Luo returned to his senses and said to her, "Thank you." The waiter smiled. "Please enjoy." She bowed as she observed the two of them. Who didn't know that the novel Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me that was popular in Dark Star recently was based on these two? Recently, the author had been delaying the release of the novel. She could only rely on the novel nearby. Moonlight's new product was designed by Jian Luo. This meal was very interesting. It was called Sweet Critical Strike. The two people who ordered it would receive 2 portions of food, one salty and one spicy. However, if the 2 portions were eaten together, the taste would become sweet. The inspiration for the design came from Jian Luo not long ago when he was cooking, and he accidentally mixed the ingredients together. As a result, the 2 fruits produced by Dark Star actually tasted sweet when put together. At that time, his inspiration came, and he wrote down the idea overnight. The next day, he came up with the recipe. Oh, Jian Luo took a bite of the rice in his mouth and tasted the salty taste. The waiter at the side introduced with all her might. "This Sweet Critical Strike has a hidden eating method." Jian Luo smiled. "I know. He was the one who developed it." After saying that, Jian Luo looked at Lu Shifeng and said, "Do you know what the hidden eating method is?" Lu Shifeng's heart was filled with hidden playing methods. After being asked, he raised his head. "What?" Jian Luo had an expression that said, "You definitely won't be able to guess." He used the spoon to dig a mouthful of his rice and stood up from the chair. He walked in front of Lu Shifeng and bent down. "Let me introduce you." Lu Shifeng leaned forward, held the spoon in his mouth, and ate the rice he brought over. Jian Luo's figure that was holding the spoon froze. Lu Shifeng raised his head. "Tell me about your meal's taste?" Jian Luo's hand that was holding the spoon trembled slightly. The two of them were a little close, and he really couldn't hide it completely. Under Lu Shifeng's gaze, he trembled slightly. "I just ate this spoon." His original intention was to dig a mouthful of rice and then use the spoon to dig out a piece of Lu Shifeng's food for him to see. Who knew that Lu Shifeng would be so caught off guard and sudden? Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. Seeing him like this, Jian Luo had to remind him again. I used it." Lu Shifeng picked up his spoon and said, "Why, do you want to use it back?" "No." Jian Luo's ears were burning. He felt a little annoyed and wanted to say something, but he was very embarrassed and angry. In the end, he said, "No need." Lu Shifeng was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos, admiring his small appearance of fleeing. Jian Luo sat back in his chair and didn't dare to do anything. The waiter next to him looked as if he had eaten something. Jian Luo wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it at all. His thoughts were all on Lu Shifeng's sudden actions just now. Why didn't he dislike it at all? And he was so calm. After thinking about it, Jian Luo stood up and said, I'm going to relieve myself. Lu Shifeng didn't even raise his head. Okay. Jian Luo found an opportunity to slip away. On the way out, he poked Secretary Jean. Are you there? Secretary Jean, who was having trouble reading, received a message from the female lead, oh no, Jian Luo, and was very happy. Jian Luo, what's the matter? Jian Luo said, can I ask you something? Secretary Jean, Is the marshal particular about food and tableware? Because when he had eaten with Lu Shifeng, except for this time, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Secretary Jean hesitated for a moment and quickly replied, it's not particular, it's very particular. He has very high standards for food. Before he met you, he almost didn't eat. Occasionally, Moonlight would send the new season's dishes over, but he usually only tasted 2 mouthfuls. Jian Luo was shocked. As for tableware, it must be very particular. Secretary Jean said, and the marshal is very particular. He has requirements for table manners, rules, and everything else. Jian Luo's eyes widened. He recalled what had happened just now. No matter what, it was still considered inappropriate. Secretary Jean seemed to have sensed something unusual. She said mysteriously, Jian Luo, what's the matter? Did something happen? Jian Luo was a little embarrassed. No, nothing. Are you eating? Yes. Hee. Secretary Jean seemed to have guessed. Life is short, enjoy it. Goodbye. Jian Luo simply washed up and walked back. When he glanced at the second floor from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a corner. It was also a human and a noble. The human girl went to the front desk not far away to get something, and the man sitting in the back corner sprinkled something in the water. Jian Luo frowned and his eyes suddenly became sharp. When he stepped over, the girl took her bag and was about to leave when she saw Jian Luo. She was surprised. Brother Jian? What a coincidence, it was one of the girls he talked to in the afternoon. No wonder he didn't see her in the group chat today. It turned out that she was also outside. The girl was surprised. Aren't you going to Moonlight? We actually met at the same place, what a coincidence. Jian Luo smiled. I'm eating with someone. Yes. The girl pointed at the noble not far away. My boyfriend. Jian Luo glanced over. The man over there had returned to normal. When he saw someone looking over, he even waved kindly as a greeting. It seemed that he was a vampire. Their race was easy to recognize. They all liked to wear red-collared court clothes. Their skin was pale and had a natural gloomy aura. Jian Luo asked, how far are you two? The girl scratched her head. We're not very close. We just confirmed our relationship not long ago. Today is the first time we've come out to eat. Yes. Jian Luo said, it's not early. Are you ready to go back? Yes. The girl stood properly. Seeing Jian Luo was like seeing a parent, although in fact, Jian Luo was now the pillar of the reclining garden, the protective umbrella of humanity. She smiled and said, I'm ready to go home. Jian Luo said, I'll send you off. Is it convenient? The girl lowered her voice. Aren't you on a date? Jian Luo said, any time is fine. He was worried about the girl being alone outside at night. Moreover, she might be facing a man with bad intentions. It was creepy no matter how he thought about it. The girl nodded. Okay, I'll go and tell him. Jian Luo said, let's go together. They walked over together. When the men from the Blood Clan saw Jian Luo, their expressions changed. Almost everyone knew who Jian Luo was now. Brother Jian Luo, this is Phil. He's currently on duty at the palace. The girl pulled Jian Luo to sit down and introduced him to the man. Phil, this is Brother Jian. Phil said politely, hello, Mr. Jian. Jian Luo said, hello. The girl said to Phil, I'm going back with Brother Jian. Thank you for the dinner. Huh? Phil was shocked. He didn't expect the good thing to be ruined. He quickly said, "Ching Ching, I'll send you back. Why do you have to trouble others? Didn't you say you wanted to see the galaxy? It's just right to go now." The girl frowned. That was before. It's too late now. I'm not going. Phil said, "Don't be like this. I'll send you back then." Jianluo watched quietly from the side and casually picked up the cup that was sprinkled with medicine to play with. This action made Phil so nervous that his hair stood on end. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Jian, this is for Ching Ching." The girl was shocked. "What does it matter?" Ching Ching said enthusiastically. "Brother Jian, if you want to drink, then drink." Phil hurriedly stood up to take the cup. No, Jianluo admired the man's disgusting face for a while. He stood up and said to the girl, "Let's go." Phil was stunned. "Where are you going?" "It's none of your business where we go." Jianluo grabbed the girl's wrist and walked to the side. He looked back at him. "As for you," Jianluo stepped forward and picked up the cup on the table. He threw half of the drink directly at Phil's face. "Go to hell." His movements were not small, and it even attracted the attention of many people. A waiter exclaimed, and the crowd gathered around. Originally, they were all a group of people watching the show and were ready to take a few glances. Who knew that when they came over, they would find that it was actually two humans. This time, many people couldn't move. Ever since the liberation of humans, too many people were interested in this race. The waiter came over and said aggressively, "Sir, we don't allow physical conflicts here." She saw that the other party was a human, so her attitude was not very friendly. However, when she saw who the other party was, she was stunned at first, and then her attitude softened a lot. She walked over and said, "Perhaps, you encountered some problems?" Jianluo looked sideways at her. On the other hand, the vampire opposite him was very angry. "Mr. Jian, I respect you as a human, but I didn't expect the education of the recliner to be like this." Ching Ching was also stunned. "Brother Jian, what's wrong?" "Mr. Phil." Jianluo did not put down the cup in his hand. He said, "Let's meet directly at the police station." Everyone present just wanted to watch the show. They didn't expect that Jianluo would be so shocking when he opened his mouth. Even the vampire who wanted to scold Xianxia was stunned. Phil's original arrogance disappeared in an instant. He hurriedly said in a benevolent tone, "Mr. Jian, shouldn't I be the one who wants to go to the police station? I don't plan to pursue the matter of you splashing me for no reason." Jianluo smiled. "Forget it?" Phil quickly nodded. "You forget it, but I don't." Jianluo said, "The education of the recliner is indeed not as good as that of the Sky City, but since we were young, our teachers have taught us what etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame is, what it means to be an upright person, and not to pour powder behind people's backs and do such things." The whole place was silent. Phil's pride froze on his face. The vampire was arrogant to begin with, and being exposed in public like this, he was embarrassed and ashamed. With so many people looking at him, he felt as if he was being dismembered, although he never thought that he would be seen by Jianluo. "What powder?" Phil pursed his lips and suppressed the unwillingness in his heart. "This is between me and Ching Ching. What does it have to do with you?" Ching Ching was stunned. The little girl was still in a daze when she heard this conversation. She looked down at the cup and said, "Phil, you drugged my cup?" Phil looked away suspiciously. Under everyone's gaze, he said, "It's just a drug to liven things up. If worse comes to worst, I'll just marry you." Phil didn't think he was at fault. He was a noble. With his status, he could have anything he wanted. Being with the humans was already considered a social climb. Furthermore, he had no interest in such a weak race. It would be embarrassing to bring them out. It was just that he had recently found that the humans were more obedient, which made him feel a sense of novelty. Of course, it would be even better if they were lucky enough to give birth to a child. However, he had never thought of marrying Ching Ching. He could just raise her outside and marry her when he had a child. However, this woman refused to let him touch her no matter what. She simply didn't know what she was talking about. Humans were so pretentious. If she was really reserved, why would she find him? Thinking of this, Phil said, "Ching Ching, I won't pursue this matter for your sake. It's too late, you should go back with Mr. Jian." Jian Luo glanced sideways at Ching Ching. The little girl's eyes slowly turned red. The expression on her face was heartbreaking for a moment, but soon, it was covered with a cold smile. Ching Ching took a step forward and under Phil's somewhat arrogant gaze, she swung her hand, slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the hall. A bright red palm print appeared on the arrogant noble's face. He looked at Ching Ching in disbelief. The little girl withdrew her hand and said to Jian Luo, "Brother, let's go." After they left, Phil stood there alone and was about to receive the baptism of everyone's gazes. Those gazes that were filled with disdain, sympathy, and probing were like sharp thorns that pierced into his body. It was as painful as being executed in public. Bloodlings were a race that cared about face. Today, he had been splashed with water and slapped by the humans. How could Phil take it? "If you have the ability, go to the police station." Looking at Jian Luo's back, Phil sneered, "The law protects the Dark Star planet. There is no such law for humans. So what if there is a marriage law? Why can't I check the quality in advance? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you go, you will have to come back and apologize to me." Jian Luo stopped in his tracks. Phil saw that the human turned around and stared at him with his ink-black eyes. That gaze was so cold that it could freeze him to the spot. Just when Phil thought that he was going to do something, Jian Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. He opened his thin lips and said, "Trash." Under Phil's incredulous gaze, the two of them left. Walking along the corridor, Jian Luo's face was tense the whole time. This made Ching Ching very nervous. She glanced sideways several times and wanted to speak, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Jian Luo said, "Let's go to the police station." Ching Ching was a little nervous. "Brother, forget it. That is the Dark Star planet's police station. They won't care about us." Jian Luo fell silent. Although they all looked down on Phil, they had to admit that what Phil said was indeed the truth. Living under someone else's roof, one had to depend on the other's nose. He suddenly understood Lu Shifeng's words, "The weak have no right to speak." The marshal had told him more than once that the Dark Star was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. If he wanted to live a good life, he had to become stronger. "Jian Luo." Someone's voice came from not far away. Jian Luo pulled himself back from his thoughts. He turned around and saw Lu Shifeng standing not far away. The man walked towards him with his slender legs. His gaze fell on the gap between Ching Ching and Jian Luo. He quietly pushed Ching Ching away and stood beside her. "Ching Ching," Lu Shifeng lowered his head and looked at Jian Luo. "Why aren't you going back?" Jian Luo's mood was complicated. When he saw Lu Shifeng, he remembered that he stood the marshal up. He hurriedly said, "Something happened. Sorry to make you wait." Lu Shifeng glanced at Ching Ching again and said in a deep voice, "It's fine." Ching Ching felt goosebumps all over her body when Marshal Lu looked at her with such a deep gaze. Marshal Lu said it was fine, but why was his gaze so scary? Jian Luo's mood was complicated. He tugged at Lu Shifeng's clothes and wanted to whisper to him that they should go back first. Who knew that Lu Shifeng would think that Jian Luo wanted to hold his hand? So, he naturally held the restless little hand beside him. "Jian Luo?" Ching Ching's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that the dog food came so suddenly. Jian Luo's hand was wrapped by another warm palm. Lu Shifeng stood beside him, making him feel very safe. The complicated feelings in his heart were all gone. His whole mind was affected by the warmth of the palm. Then, Jian Luo panicked. "Let's go back first." Lu Shifeng lowered his head and looked at him. Jian Luo hurriedly explained, "It's not safe for a little girl like her to come out. Let's send her back first." Lu Shifeng was indifferent. It was none of his business whether a little girl was safe or not. His beautiful night was ruined because a woman wanted to go home. Thinking of this, Lu Shifeng raised his eyelids and glanced at Ching Ching. Ching Ching, murderous intent. Jian Luo also felt embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "Next time, I'll get off work early in 2 days. Let's come out a few more times." A few more times. Lu Shifeng keenly got the point. Jian Luo's plan satisfied the dragon. A comforted man was always easier to talk to. Lu Shifeng removed the pressure on Qing. Qing said, "Okay, let's go." Jian Luo breathed a sigh of relief. When Lu Shifeng led him away, he saw that Qing was a little stiff. He thought that she was scared and comforted her. "Don't worry, Brother Dragon is a very good person. Qing, that's only for you." The group soon returned to the reclining garden. Jian Luo didn't plan to go home tonight, mainly because there was no one at home. Su Liang was helping to take care of the children in the dragon clan, and his little brother was working in the research institute. He was worried about the cubs, so he planned to go back to the dragon clan with Lu Shifeng to rest. After returning to the dragon clan, Jian Luo took a few glances at the sleeping cubs before preparing to rest and wash up. He thought that this terrible day was finally over, but he didn't expect that worse was still to come. Jian Luo. Early in the morning, there were shouts outside. Jian Luo was washing up. After brushing his teeth, he walked out to open the door and saw Su Liang standing at the door. "Mom, what's wrong? What did you do yesterday?" Su Liang was holding the 3 cubs in her arms. When they saw Jian Luo, they climbed into their father's arms and rubbed against him affectionately, chirping. Long Outyan, especially, almost rubbed Jian Luo all over his body. Su Liang said, "Everyone on the internet is talking about you now." Jian Luo frowned. "Me?" He felt that something was wrong and opened the star web. Sure enough, he found the term #marriage law hashtag on the hottest search. It turned out that someone had taken a picture of what happened yesterday and posted it on the internet. Now, the netizens had something to eat early in the morning. They excitedly participated in the comments. "The marriage law is out? Humans have bad tempers. They actually hit people. I don't think it's a big deal. Is there a need to be so excited? I think so too." Most of the Dark Star people didn't think there was a problem. They didn't have conservative ideas like humans. In the long river of time and history, humans were still with their own race in the reclining paradise. They didn't have much contact with the Dark Star people, so they still retained their own values. The ideas of the 2 races collided. Feelings are consensual. She even accepted the invitation to eat. Doesn't that mean she agreed? Yes, it's really strange. It's really right that property can't be divided. Humans don't have any property at all. Everyone was discussing. The first draft of the marriage law and the hotel incident were exposed together, causing a heated discussion. Most of the Dark Star people were supportive. Jian Luo sneered coldly as he read through the list. He closed the page and said to Su Liang, "Nothing, let's go eat breakfast first." Su Liang found that Jian Luo seemed to have grown a little. He was able to keep his composure. This made her very happy. She found that since returning to the Dark Star, Jian Luo's state was slowly returning. The 2 of them returned to the dining table. Jian Luo found that Lu Shifeng wasn't there. Secretary Jean said, "Sir has to give military guidance to the B Galaxy today. He left at 4 in the morning. He said not to disturb you, so he left first." Jian Luo nodded. "Got it." Although it was 4 o'clock in the morning, it was already early in the morning when they arrived at the warship. At the same time, Lu Shifeng arrived at the warship, but there were many reporters waiting outside. This was a more interesting thing. After all, there would usually be a lot of reporters crowding over to take photos, but this time, the theme was obviously different. They shouted outside. "What do you think of what happened yesterday? You and Mr. Jian were also married before, right? Do you have any different opinions about the division of property in the marriage law?" After all, Lu Shifeng had a lot of property. Compared to so many nobles, Lu Shifeng was sitting on the wealth of the entire dragon race. Lu Shifeng stopped and looked at him. The reporter's incessant chattering suddenly stopped. Lu Shifeng's aura was too strong, making people unconsciously not dare to move. When they were stared at by those blood-red eyes, they felt a sense of oppression. The pressure was extremely strong. The reporter's words were stuck in his mouth and tongue. He said embarrassedly that Lu Shifeng retracted his gaze, sneered, and left. After passing through here, it was the military's territory. It was solemn and quiet. There were no reporters. The new adjutant was a short blonde dragon. He asked in a low voice, "Do you need someone to manage the area outside?" In case Lu Shifeng was surrounded the next time he came. Lu Shifeng, no need. After a pause, Lu Shifeng said again, "Contact Secretary Jean and ask her to send some people to follow Jian Luo and protect his safety." Adjutant, yes. Jian Luo, who was considered to be very dangerous and fragile, had already finished eating in the morning. He returned to the reclining garden. He had to arrange the medical examination today. He arrived early, but he didn't expect many people to be waiting for him at the entrance of the village. From afar, it looked like a black stick. Jian Luo paused and walked over. He glanced at the group of people and said, "What's the matter?" The villagers looked at each other and spoke in the end. "Jian Luo, are you okay? We've heard about what happened." Jian Luo, before this, most of the villagers in the reclining garden didn't treat Jian Luo as a real leader. They thought that Jian Luo couldn't take on a heavy responsibility and didn't have the ability to lead them out of the village. Because Jian Luo was only a young man, a child in his early 20s. But it was this kind of child who brought liberation to humanity. He dared to say no to the Dark Star, he saved the little girl, he dared to stand up and question the marriage law for everyone. He was responsible, he had the ability to act, he was many times better than the thousands of people who used to live in the reclining park but did nothing all day long. Under everyone's gaze, Jian Luo said, "I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm fine." Jian Luo stood there, calm and natural. He didn't deliberately ask for credit, nor did he act pitiful. He only said, "It's my duty. Thank you for your concern." He didn't expect to win the hearts of the people through such an incident. However, he had other things to do now. After finding Director Wang, he said, "Have you finished the statistics I asked you to help me with?" Director Wang seemed to have just reacted. He immediately said, "Yes, yes, yes. I was just about to talk to you about this." Not long ago, Jian Luo had suddenly instructed Director Wang to take note of the list of people who wished to migrate to Sky City and those who wished to stay. Going to Sky City was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dark Star had been supporting employment, and many shopping malls and enterprises had already opened up rooms to recruit people. This way, the plantation center would definitely lose a portion of its population. Hence, it was necessary to do a proper count. Director Wang gave him the name list. Jian Luo was mentally prepared, but he realized that other than those who wanted to go to school, almost no one else had applied. Jian Luo asked, "What's going on?" "We've already discussed it." Director Wang looked back at everyone. "Jian Luo, didn't you say you wanted to set up a food factory? Now is the time to hire people. Why can't we leave?" During the meeting not long ago, Jian Luo had said that he wanted to set up a food factory. The factory had been planned for a long time, and he had already planned the location. He hoped that those who were interested could volunteer to apply. Furthermore, there would be a branch factory built on Earth, and skilled workers would have the opportunity to be transferred over. Earth. These two words were as heavy as a rock. Everyone wanted to return home. No one was an exception. Now, someone had handed them the opportunity and told them that they could go back and build their own homes. They had the opportunity to return to their mother planet. They could rely on their own hands to make wealth. They didn't have to rely on others. Director Wang smiled. Many people were still hesitating before, but the list was all confirmed this morning. They couldn't pin their lives on a 20-year-old young man, but the responsibility that Jian Luo had shown them gave them hope. How many chances could there be in life? They remembered that they used to be a very united and spirited people. It was best to succeed and accept failure. It was better than being unable to stand up for the rest of their lives. The dark aliens looked down on humans, but humans couldn't look down on themselves, right? After finalizing the list, Jian Luo began to divide the work. After the first few days of being flustered, he finally learned what efficiency was. The division of labor was clear. Director Wang will bring you and a few key personnel to the factory later. The first batch of experienced people will be sent over. I've approved a sum of money to build Hope Primary School. Submit the usable land in the village to me by tonight. Print out the factory's labor contract. Arrange for someone to come over in the afternoon to sign the contract. The list is ready. Give priority to the young and middle-aged people for the physical examination at the research institute. Xianxia will come over to pick them up. I'll be free in 2 hours. He had been spiraling the whole day. When he returned from the research institute in the evening, he could finally find his last itinerary. Knock knock. Jian Luo knocked on the door of the old locust tree. An old voice came from inside. Come in. Jian Luo came in with a pot of fruit wine and 2 side dishes. He saw the old Chinese medicine doctor sleeping under the tree and walked over. Come to see you? The old Chinese medicine doctor opened his eyes. Oh, you brought wine. Jian Luo passed it to him. It's the fruit wine of the elves. It can prolong your life. TSK, the old Chinese medicine doctor didn't have any other hobbies except for drinking. He tasted it and sighed. I still can't get used to this alien stuff. Jian Luo leaned against the tree beside him and sat on the ground. When spring comes, find a few peach blossom trees on Earth and brew some peach blossom wine. Earth. The old Chinese medicine doctor's eyes flashed. He put down the fruit wine and said, Can people still live there? Jian Luo said, I found a kind of purification mine. Not long ago, there was news that the cubs of mutated animals in the mountain where the mine was buried were normal. The old Chinese medicine doctor didn't say anything, but from his expression and breathing, he was very excited. Even his hands were trembling. He said, When are you going back? The old Chinese medicine doctor sat on the chair. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on his body. His voice was old and hoarse. Old bones, I'm already so old. Even if I turn into sand, I still want to land on Earth. Jian Luo said, You're still very good. The old Chinese medicine doctor laughed happily. Of course, I still want to drink the peach blossom wine. The two of them chatted for a while before finally getting to the main topic. Jian Luo didn't want to beat around the bush and said directly, I did come here with a request. Speak. I want to invite you back to Earth to do research. The old Chinese medicine doctor wasn't surprised at all. Herbs from Earth. Jian Luo nodded. I picked some last time and compared it with yours. I found that it has medicinal properties. Jianxing told me today that Earth's natural endowments have been checked. It's a breeding planet, and the creatures born on this planet are all endowed with the same abilities. But I think that it's not just the human race, the herbs on Earth will also be effective. There was one more thing that Jian Luo didn't say. One of the reports of the physical examination showed that there was something in the human body that played a crucial role in fertility called neomycin. The origin of this thing was unknown, but neomycin could perfectly fuse with the effective genes of Dark Star. In layman's terms, it was a fertility rate. According to the physical examination, the neomycin in Jian Luo's body was as high as 100%. Other than him, the highest amount of neomycin was only 10%. This was already considered a lot. The normal value was only around 5%. This was also the reason why no one could get pregnant despite intermarriage in the past. And this neomycin was the most important thing. Jian Luo said, There's something I want to confess to you. This body of mine grew up eating vegetables. The old Chinese medicine doctor looked up at him. So, I hope that you can go to Earth with Jianxing and other research teams. Together, we can solve the problem of producing neomycin from plants on Earth. Jian Luo paused and added, This is just a request. The old Chinese medicine doctor slowly lay down on the chair. Aren't you afraid that Dark Star will treat your illness and kill you after you've outlived your usefulness? He didn't reject Jian Luo's proposal, nor did he say that he couldn't do it. Instead, he asked the core of the problem. After all, if Earth was really useful, why would Dark Star give it to humans? At that time, the mother planet would be occupied again, and humans would no longer have any value. The only path waiting for them was destruction. Jian Luo smiled. But you forgot that as early as thousands of years ago, without Dark Star, humans would have already gone extinct. According to the history books, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. The ancestors of China taught us to know how to repay kindness. Moreover, I believe that a planet that can extend a helping hand to a weak race in times of crisis is worth a gamble. The courtyard was silent. The old Chinese medicine doctor sat on the rattan chair with his eyelids half closed. He seemed to be thinking. A smile slowly appeared on his old face. He said in a muffled voice, "I didn't expect to be taught by a young man at my age." Jian Luo was very humble. "I wouldn't dare." "Sir, you're very thoughtful." "I still have a lot to learn." The old Chinese medicine doctor picked up the elven fruit wine beside him and took a sip. He looked at the sunset and sighed. The sunset on Earth must be even more beautiful. Jian Luo also looked at the sunset. Every galaxy would have a glowing sun. Some were big, some were small, but the internal structure and texture were all the same. Logically speaking, they were all the same. However, the wanderers who couldn't go home would think that the sun in their hometown was the biggest, roundest, and brightest. Humans had been away from home for too long. It had been so long that many people had already forgotten what the sun that belonged to them looked like when it rose. After a while, the old Chinese medicine doctor retracted his gaze and said, "I'm an old bag of bones. It's time to go back." Jian Luo had some faint expectations in his heart. He said softly, "You mean, go home?" A kind smile appeared on the old Chinese medicine doctor's face. "Arrange a place for me and a team. I'll go back and see the sun. The author has something to say." I made up neomycin. "Sorry if I offended you." By the time Jian Luo returned home, it was already night time. The brats had recently started attending literature classes. Perhaps something went wrong, or perhaps it was because of Jian Luo, but they were all very resistant to going to class. This was especially true for Long Outyen. Jian Luo had no idea how many complaints he had received every day. "His Highness is being naughty in class again today." His Highness clearly knows the answer, but he didn't say anything even though the teacher called his name. "His Highness, do your homework for your brother to copy." Jian Luo's head hurt when he saw these. In fact, he had always been very serious about the children's education. Although he loved them, when it came to some important matters of principle, Jian Luo was a man of his word. Thinking of this, when he returned home, the first thing he thought of was to find the little ones and educate them. However, when he opened the door, the children were all doing their homework. They had grown a lot. In the past, they were only the size of a palm, but now, they were 4 or 5 months old. They were a little bit bigger than Peppa Pig's hairdryer. Especially the little silver dragon. When it shone under the light, its silver scales were very beautiful. As for her brother and the 2 black cubs, they had grown from little coal to big coal. The little black dragon did not look as vicious as its father. When it was obedient, it was like a lazy kitten lying on the chair. "Daddy!" The little sister noticed the movement immediately. When she shouted, the other 2 cubs also noticed the movement. They looked over and were very excited, especially Long Outyen. Jian Luo suspected that a gust of wind would blow over. The little cub ran in front of him and chirped nonstop. They had not seen each other for a day or 2. Long Outyen squatted on Jian Luo's shoulder and rubbed its little head against his face and clothes. It used its little voice to express its emotions. Jian Luo stroked the cub and said softly, "Good boy, Daddy is back." He carried the remaining 3 cubs and began to check their homework. When he remembered what he had not finished, he put on a stern face. "The teacher said that you are very disobedient in school. Except for your sister, no one finished their homework, right?" The young dragon stared at him blankly. Jian Luo put the 3 of them on the table and let them sit in a row. He then looked at them and asked, "Is it true?" The 3 brats looked at each other. Perhaps they didn't expect their teacher to tell on them. After all, they were still young and couldn't hide things. Long Outyen was the first to nod. Look at how self-righteous he was, it was as if he had just saved the world. Jian Luo was so angry that he almost laughed. "You still feel proud?" Long Outyen looked at it in confusion. Jian Luo was ready to beat the dragon, but he still held back his last bit of patience. "Why don't you finish it?" Perhaps it was because Jian Luo was rarely this serious. The 3 cubs clearly felt that their father was angry about this matter. Long Outyen wanted to come over and hug Jian Luo, but Jian Luo held his head and let him reflect on himself first. At this moment, his little sister opened her mouth. Her voice was soft but very clean. "Big brother, help me hit the ball." Jian Luo paused. "What ball?" There were 3 fluorescent balls on the sofa next to them. Seeing these things, Jian Luo remembered that these were small balls of light used for physical training. It should be the homework given by the instructor. His little sister said softly, "I can't hit it. Big brother will hit it." "Your training homework was done by the 2 of them, and the liberal arts homework was done by you?" Jian Luo finally straightened out his thoughts. After knowing the truth, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His little sister nodded obediently. The little silver dragon seemed to be very worried that Jian Luo would scold its big brother. Jian Luo looked at the 3 of them. The 3 children were squatting on the table like quail eggs. Their pitiful little faces made those who didn't know think that they were wronged. He roughly understood that perhaps the big brother had to do an extra set of training homework, and the little sister, who was good at liberal arts, finished it in advance and then copied it for the 2 big brothers. Perhaps the children were too young and thought that this way, they wouldn't be scolded by the teacher. Moreover, they helped each other and solved the problem. They didn't know that this was wrong. Just like Long Outyan's arrogant little face just now, no one had the right to guide this matter. It was just like how the teacher didn't dare to criticize after discovering this matter, and instead contacted him privately. Jian Luo sighed and felt helpless in his heart. The anger in his heart had disappeared. He bent down and touched the children's heads. He said gently to his little sister, "If you can't do the training requirements, just tell the instructor directly. If you don't complete the task yourself, it's fake. Lies and falsehoods are wrong, understand?" After saying that, he looked at Long Outyan and the little silver dragon. "Since you want to help your little sister, you have to do your own things at the same time. Directly taking the fruits of other people's labor as your own is also fake and wrong. As the big brother, you have to be a responsible dragon. You have to finish your own homework, understand?" The 3 of them barely understood what he was saying. Long Outyan's ruby eyes were watery. Children were like this. After being scolded by their parents, they couldn't help but cry. The dragon cubs were no exception. The little sister rubbed against Jian Luo when he touched her head. She said softly in a young voice, "You can't tell the instructor." Jian Luo paused. "Why? Can't tell?" The little sister just repeated softly. Jian Luo frowned. "Was there any hidden reason?" He asked patiently, "If you have any reason, you can tell Daddy. If you don't say it, Daddy will talk to the instructor." "Daughter, do you know that paper can't hide the truth? If you lie, you will be exposed. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. So if you have any difficulties, you can tell Daddy. Tell Daddy." Jian Luo's voice was gentle. "You still have your brother. We are together. If Daddy is ostracized, he will be very sad." He didn't particularly like to teach children and force them to teach. He wanted to tell them why he taught them, why he wanted to know the reason. He didn't scold them for the sake of criticizing them. He wanted to tell them what was right and wrong, right and wrong. As expected. Under Jian Luo's gentle gaze and patient waiting, the little silver dragon finally stopped crying. It lowered its little head and said softly, "If I can't do it, they will blame Daddy." Jian Luo was stunned. He didn't think that was the reason. He couldn't connect the dots. Kacha Su Liang, who was cutting fruits outside, came back. Su Liang came in with food. "You just came home and you're already chatting with your child. You didn't even wash up." Jian Luo came back to his senses. He said to his little sister, "It's okay. Our girl is already very good. Don't force things you can't do. Let's eat first." The little dragon cubs had to eat a lot of nutritional products every day. They had a weak foundation. Some of the nutritional products were bitter, so they didn't like to eat them. Long Outyan saw Ping Ping in jars and came over to rub against Jian Luo. He didn't want his daddy to leave. As he rubbed against him, he also expressed that he didn't want to eat those. Jian Luo thought about it and said, "Then let's eat later. Daddy will make milk cakes for you guys." When they heard milk cakes, the little dragon cub's eyes lit up. They were even more excited. Jianluo let them go back to do their homework. He had just received a message from the teacher on the sofa. If he didn't see it, he wouldn't have known. It turned out that the three children had to do so much homework every day. Logically speaking, this was only kindergarten. Why were there so many test papers? He originally came with a heart of blame, but now he only felt heartache. Su Liang let the children go back to the table to do their homework. He brought Jianluo out and said, "What's wrong? Did the teacher look for you?" Jianluo was still thinking about his little sister's words. He asked, "What does the girl mean by the instructor will blame her?" He was sure that the instructor wouldn't scold the children. What else can it be? The three children's bodies aren't good. The two boys are fine, but the girl's foundation is weak. She can't complete some projects. Sometimes, the instructor is said behind their backs that it's because their biological mother is a human. Su Liang said in a low voice, "I heard the gossip." The child probably heard it from somewhere. Jianluo fell into silence. He didn't expect this to be the reason. Was the children's instructor that talkative? Got it. Jianluo said, "Sometimes I'm busy with work and can't take care of some things. I'll try my best to leave work and come back to accompany the children. If there's anything here, please contact me immediately." Su Liang nodded. Jianluo turned around and prepared to cook. As he walked, he sent a message to Secretary Jean. "Good evening, Secretary Jean. There's something I want to discuss. When the children's instructor goes on duty tomorrow, please arrange for him to come and see me." Secretary Jean replied very quickly. "What's wrong?" "There's something I want to talk to him about in person." Secretary Jean was keenly aware that something was wrong, but he didn't ask much. He only said, "Okay." After contacting Secretary Jean, Jianluo went into the kitchen to prepare milk cakes and fries. Although these were considered junk food, children liked to eat them. It was rare that he was free, so he wanted to make something delicious for the children. In addition, he hadn't broadcast for a long time. The food processing factory was also under construction. They needed to advertise their upcoming new products and needed popularity. He was ready to resume broadcasting. The last time he broadcast was when he didn't have children. At that time, he had more than 10 million fans. Now that he logged into his account, it showed that he had 40 million followers. The number of fans had increased so much during his absence. Jianluo smiled and instantly felt a lot of strength. He pressed the button to broadcast. Beep, the broadcast ball rotated and the whole video opened. Inadvertently, the audience of the broadcast rushed into the room and heard a familiar voice. "Hi, everyone, I'm Jianluo. Today, we're making milk cakes for the children and fried chicken burgers. Audience, the missing person has returned. Congratulations to the host for remembering the account password. The new fans heard that the host's food is delicious and can't wait. The old fans are tired of eating the dishes on the shelf. Host, Xianxia, you're going to die soon." Everyone was very enthusiastic. With the start of Jianluo's broadcast, a large number of viewers rushed into the broadcast room in just 10 minutes. It easily reached the top of the interstellar hot list. At the same time, some of the broadcast rooms that had been broadcasting for a long time in the evening time were squeezed down. The number of viewers was still increasing. Jianluo said when he was handling the fried chicken, "The essence of this fried chicken is the bread bran. It has to be wrapped in a layer of fried bread bran. The dough we needed just now is the entire process of making bread bran. The remaining dough will be made into bread and used to make burgers. This bread bran will be used to fry the chicken." It was definitely easier to open the market for fast food. He had already thought of some preliminary plans. As long as the audience could accept things like fried chicken, it would be much easier to unfold later. As the chicken in the pot was fried to a golden color, the smell of fried chicken floated throughout the kitchen. Dragon Cub, who was at the door doing her homework for a while, couldn't help but be attracted to the door by the smell. Jianluo glanced sideways and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Glutton. The small ball moved according to the owner's line of sight. When he saw Dragon Cub, it meant that the audience saw it too. Moreover, the broadcast was in holographic mode, so the audience's feelings were even more profound. Jianluo picked up Dragon Cub and stroked it. It can be eaten when it's cold. The feeling under his fingers was gentle and smooth. When the dragon's scales rubbed against it, it was a little itchy, like a kitten scratching it. Dragon Cub acted coquettishly in his arms. It was extremely cute. The audience, who saw the holographic transmission of the first-person perspective, felt their five senses explode in an instant. Happiness came too quickly, like a tornado. I touched the dragon. Too cute, Ozzel. Please, host, can you broadcast every day? What are you selling? I'll buy it, okay? Please touch it a few more times. The people in the live broadcast room were very excited. Some of them were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. They contacted their friends and relatives and started to get excited too. Come quickly, Jianluo is live broadcasting. There's a baby, I got it. Sister, come quickly. Don't follow the novel anymore. In an instant, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room, which originally only had a few million people online, increased exponentially. The speed was as exciting as a rocket. Jianluo took out the French fries and blew on them. As he got closer, the fragrance of the French fries wafted into his nose along with his movements. It was very fragrant, and it stimulated his appetite. The potatoes wrapped in oil were golden and crispy. The most beautiful moment was when they were just taken out of the pot. The golden skin was easy to break with one bite. That small piece had a lot of magic. Slurp, Moonlight is also out, but I feel that this is more delicious. I want to eat fried chicken. What is bread bran? It's too fragrant. The child next door is crying. After Jianluo finished blowing on the fries, he stuffed them into Long Outyen's hands. He said, hold them and eat slowly. Slurp. Long Outyen responded and started to eat the fries. The three of them ate very well. The younger sister here was more gentle and delicate. Long Badian ate very silently and almost didn't have any presence. Only the eldest brother ate very wildly. He ate in one bite and chewed slowly. Jianluo was speechless. They were all born from the same mother, but why was there such a big difference? He slowly tore the fried chicken for the cubs and said, Mommy will study how to make cola later. Although these things were high in calories, they could improve people's happiness. Jianluo didn't let the children eat too much, but every time they ate, the dragon cubs were very excited. The audience was the same. Oh my god, it's crunchy. It's so delicious. It smells so good. Host, don't give it to the cubs. Have a bite yourself. Because the holographic object was Jianluo, the audience could only smell it and not eat it. It was a group of people who were craving for it. After Jianluo fed the children, he washed the hands of the dragon cubs and asked them to clean up the place where they ate. Then, he said, go back and do your homework. Long Outyen hugged Jianluo's wrist tightly. This little dragon cub was obviously a mother. Dragon. Jianluo poked him. Don't mess around. Long Outyen held twice. After being unreasonable for a while, he dragged his brothers and sisters back to do their homework. When he left, he even bumped into the little round ball. However, the audience members who were suddenly hit were very excited. I'm so happy to see Zai Zai. It's so cute. Are children like this? Trying to climb through the window in the middle of the night, wake up, Lu Shifeng is warning you. Most people's attention was on the dragon cubs, while a small portion of people's attention was all on the fried chicken and bread crumbs. Everyone was about to cry from the aroma, and many people were begging to be put on the shelves. Jianluo said, the fried chicken won't be on the shelves for now. The audience exploded. They were very dissatisfied. I can eat it for everyone to try, but it won't be on the shelves. Jianluo smiled. In the future, we will launch a delivery and physical purchase service. There is an appointment page on my personal homepage. Everyone can take a look. Oh right, we also accept appointments from other galaxies. This news was too shocking. Delivery service. Dark Star had never provided a door-to-door service before. Part of the reason was that everyone drank nutrient fluids. Another reason was that everyone was used to buying whatever they wanted to eat. None of them had expected that someone would suddenly mention the idea of providing a door-to-door service. This was truly shocking. Who would have so much free time? Would there really be someone who would run errands? Can other galaxies buy it too? Are there so many? I feel that Dark Star alone can buy all of it. Jianluo took in everyone's questions. After thinking about it in his heart, he said goodbye to the audience and went offline. In fact, he had already thought of all the things that the audience thought of. Currently, the people of Dark Star didn't feel that the existence of humans was very important. That was because everyone could buy the vegetables and fruits that were in season. These were all delivered by the plantation center. However, now that the reclining garden was under his management, most of the humans were working again. This would inevitably lead to a shortage of manpower in the plantation center. If the vegetables and fruits couldn't be supplied in large quantities, it would inevitably lead to a shortage in the market. He wanted to take the high-end route and not let the vegetables and fruits be cheap. Limiting the quantity was only the first step. After that, he still had to package it and create a celebrity effect. He wanted people to be willing to pay a high price for these things. Knock knock. Knocking sounds came from outside. Jianluo went out to open the door and saw that it was Su Liang. She said, "Come out for dinner after work." "Okay. Where's Zai Zai?" Jianluo held the milk cake that he had just made. "Have you finished your homework?" "I will check it later. The teacher said that parents need to sign it." Su Liang said, "I'm done. This time I was very obedient. I wrote it all myself." Jianluo let out a stifled laugh. He brought the cubs to eat together. After eating and bathing, the little silver dragon lay in Jianluo's arms and listened to his father tell him a story. He softly said, "Daddy, where did Daddy go?" "An? Your father went on a business trip. When will Daddy come back?" The little silver dragon raised his head and asked, "I miss him." Jianluo rubbed his head, "He'll be back in 2 days." The little cub rubbed his head against Jianluo's head and softly asked a fatal question, "Does Daddy not miss Daddy?" Jianluo's movements froze. Under the gaze of the child, it was very hard for him not to answer. He had always hidden his feelings for Lu Shifeng in his heart. Now that he had to say it out loud, it was quite embarrassing. Just as Jianluo wanted to give a perfunctory answer, the little silver dragon raised his head and said, "Daddy." "An? You said last night that lying is wrong." Jianluo's eyes widened. He didn't think that his little clever brat would be so smart. He laughed and sighed in his heart. In the end, he honestly said, I do miss him." Usually, when they could see each other, he didn't feel anything. Now that they couldn't see each other anymore, he realized that he missed him. In fact, he didn't deliberately think about him. It was just that when he was cooking, he was used to using an empty plate to scoop a portion for him. When he was done with work, he would eat. When he took the plate and put it down, he would miss him. It was just that when he went to work in the morning, there was no one to talk to him. He was used to having someone at the table to talk to him. When he subconsciously looked at the empty seat, he would miss him. It was just that. Too much, too much. Unknowingly, he had already gotten used to Lu Shifeng's existence. He was unable to extricate himself. He really missed Lu Shifeng. He wanted to hear his voice and talk to him. Thinking of this, Jianluo finally made a decision, "Let's call Daddy." When the 3 little cubs heard this, they were very excited. Jianluo was someone who did what he said. Since he decided to take the initiative, he didn't hesitate and directly made a call. After waiting for a while, the other party picked up. Lu Shifeng's figure appeared on the other end of the call. Marshal Lu was wearing a more formal navy blue military uniform. On his shoulder was a shining badge that symbolized glory. He was sitting on a chair. There seemed to be a lot of people moving around behind him. Jianluo said, "The cubs miss you and want to call you. Did I disturb you?" "It's okay." Lu Shifeng also looked around at Jianluo and then looked at the dragon cub in his arms. "Have you educated them?" Lu Shifeng also knew about the teacher's complaint. Jianluo patted the dragon cub's head. "Yes, I've educated them. He also thought about the matter of the training officer. He also wanted to have a good talk with Lu Shifeng, but the children were here, so he couldn't say anything. Sometimes, Jian Luo's thoughts were written on his face. It was very easy to understand. Once there was something on his mind, it was easy to see. Jian Luo frowned and said, I want to have a good talk with a few teachers tomorrow. Lu Shifeng, what's wrong? The three of them are naughty. You and I are both busy and can't follow them all day. I want to communicate more with the teachers. Jian Luo said, let's chat. Lu Shifeng looked at Jian Luo's frown and said calmly, okay. Jian Luo heaved a sigh of relief. If there are any problems. Lu Shifeng seemed to have just exercised. He pulled open his collar and leaned against the chair. You decide. Jian Luo was a little uncertain about how much power he had in making this decision. Lu Shifeng saw that he didn't understand and didn't hide it from the dragon cubs. I'll deal with their problems when I come back. You can choose the teacher's problems yourself. Okay. When the cubs heard that their father was coming back to deal with them, they all shrank into Jian Luo's arms. They just said that they weren't sleepy and didn't want to sleep. Now, all of them suddenly felt sleepy. Gee. Dad, I'm sleepy. Jian Luo looked at their expressions and wondered if their father deliberately said it to scare the children. He said gently, go to sleep. He didn't turn off the video call, but he put the bracelet on the table and went to coax the children to sleep. After about 10 minutes, Jian Luo returned to the table from the bedside. The video call was still online, but Lu Shifeng had already started to work. He seemed to be at a training ground. There were many people, and Lu Shifeng was watching the movements of the soldiers below and giving guidance. Sir. There was a delicate voice. Jian Luo's body trembled. He saw a handsome little boy on the other end of the video call running over shyly. He stood beside him with a bottle of water. You've worked hard all day. Have some water. Lu Shifeng, no need. Let me wipe your sweat for you. No need. Are you tired? I know a restaurant that tastes good. I'm very busy. It's really delicious. You haven't eaten for a day. Jian Luo, although this little boy didn't do anything to kill him, he inexplicably frowned and felt very uncomfortable in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the person standing next to Lu Shifeng was an eyesore. He couldn't wait for him to disappear on the spot. The little boy persisted. Sir, why don't I accompany you? Sorry to disturb. Jian Luo returned to the sofa with a smile and sat down. He said to Lu Shifeng, are the two of you busy? Lu Shifeng turned around and met Jian Luo's eyes. Jian Luo was sitting there with a smile, but no matter how one looked at him, there was a murderous look on his face. I was worried about whether my lord was doing well outside. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. After that, Jian Luo looked at Lu Shifeng again. You asked Secretary Jean to find you a nanny? Nanny? These two words were murderous. The little boy's face turned pale. Lu Shifeng said, no. Eh? Jian Luo pretended to be surprised. He looked at the little boy and smiled. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Please forgive me. My lord doesn't like outsiders around. I thought it was a nanny. Outsiders? The little boy's face turned pale again. The smile on his face disappeared. It's okay. Since he was unhappy, Jian Luo was happy. He said pretentiously, oh, I didn't disturb you, did I? If someone were to evaluate Jian Luo's acting skills, it could only be described as ridiculous. His small face made a difficult expression, but there was no trace of apology in his eyes. On one hand, he kept mocking her, and on the other hand, he pretended to be concerned. It was inconsistent and harmonious. Lu Shifeng looked at his performance with a smile in his eyes. No. The little boy looked at him with slight surprise. When Lu Shifeng turned back, his eyes were cold. Your Highness, please take care of yourself. I have something to do, so I won't accompany you. The little boy choked. Lu Shifeng walked away. After passing a few groups of people, Jian Luo said, hey, don't you want to chat for a while? Jian Luo. Hey. Be normal. Oh. Jian Luo sat cross-legged on the sofa and asked, "Who is he?" "The son of the king of this planet." Lu Shifeng put his coat aside and opened the freezer. Sure enough, he saw the frozen food. "Then why is he with you?" "Military training." "Why is the military training looking for you?" Jian Luo was still dissatisfied. "Besides, as a student, is it appropriate to bribe an instructor to eat and drink openly?" Lu Shifeng put the food in a container to the side to heat it up. He sat on the chair and looked at him with raised eyebrows. There seemed to be a teasing smile in his blood-red eyes. Jian Luo was talking enthusiastically when he came back to his senses. Being stared at by such a gaze, he choked and felt a little embarrassed. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" "Lu Shifeng, I'll be back in 2 days." "That's fast? Didn't you say that you would be gone for half a month?" Jian Luo was subconsciously happy, but when he met his eyes, he forced himself to be reserved. I didn't ask." Lu Shifeng curled his lips into a smile. "I called you. Didn't you miss me?" "Can you not be so direct?" Jian Luo's ears slowly turned red. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. "That's because your daughter is clamoring to see you." Lu Shifeng looked at him calmly and raised his eyebrows. "Is that so? What else?" Jian Luo looked away. The other end was kind enough to wait for him for a while. When Jian Luo was not so embarrassed, Lu Shifeng said, "Then take it that I miss you." Jian Luo was stunned. He suddenly looked up and saw Lu Shifeng looking at him with a lazy smile. The marshal clicked the button to close the video and said to him, "Wait for me to go back." The video was closed. Jian Luo sat on the sofa in a daze, his mind unable to react to the words just now. He only felt that his whole body was a little hot, as excited as if he had just finished an 800-meter run and jumped a pole. In fact, he was not completely clueless about love. Even if he had never eaten pork, he had at least seen pigs run. He had seen a little of it when his former roommates and friends were dating. These words were definitely not spoken between friends, and Lu Shifeng was not a joking person. Then did he like him too, but how did he even start dating? Wouldn't he find her boring? Jian Luo couldn't sleep at all when she thought of this possibility. She lay down beside her cubs. An hour had passed, but she still couldn't calm down. Right, wasn't Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me a textbook on love? As if his conception and governing vessels had been opened, Jian Luo quickly opened the information terminal and searched for the book on the optical network. Fortunately, the book only had 300,000 words, which was not much. He opened it with the intention of giving it a try. Who knew that he would be unable to extricate himself after just reading the first few chapters? Because the protagonist was too similar to him, some of their actions and thoughts were the same, especially when they saw the female protagonist think, maybe he just wants to be responsible for the children. "I'm just a human. I can't grow old with him. Does he like me, or does he like the novelty I bring?" Jian Luo even wiped away his tears. He had only wanted to read a little, but who knew that he would unknowingly read until late into the night. He was sad when the male and female protagonists misunderstood and quarreled. When the male and female protagonists actually liked each other but did not say it, he was anxious. Finally, he saw the latest chapter of the book. The male protagonist had finally changed from a noble and cold dragon to a flirtatious one. When the female protagonist went on a business trip, he called her in all sorts of sweet ways, saying that he missed her and loved her. This gave the female protagonist a great sense of security, and their relationship took a step further. The male protagonist even prepared a surprise gift for the female protagonist. When she returned, the female protagonist was moved to tears, and their relationship took a step further. Jian Luo, too touching. Today was another day of tears for the love of a 2D character. The consequence of staying up late to read novels was that his dreams were also grotesque. Jian Luo slept for only a few hours, and his dreams were filled with all sorts of strange encounters with Lu Shifeng. Ring 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 ! The alarm clock rang. Today, he was going to the food factory to check on the stock. He had already thought about the fast food products. He would first mass-produce potato chips, which could be stored and sold in packaging bags. He would personally check on the stock and equipment. Today, the cubs were going to cultural class, and the teacher from Phoenix TV came to pick them up. Jianluo packed the homework for the 3 cubs and sent them to school. He only stopped after repeatedly reminding them not to be naughty. Long Outyan rubbed against him for a long time before leaving. Jianluo watched the 3 cubs leave with the teacher and was a little hesitant. In fact, he was not very supportive of private education. He felt that children could only be better trained in a group. Therefore, he wanted to wait until the children were a little older before sending them to a public school. At that time, he would discuss with Lu Shifeng. At the food factory Jianluo. Director Wang was waiting for him at the door. "Yo, why do you look so pale?" Jianluo did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I didn't sleep well." Director Wang sighed and said, "Young man, you have to take care of your body. Don't ruin your body at such a young age. You know, the body is the capital of the revolution." "You work too hard." Jianluo felt a little guilty. He did stay up late to read novels, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Many young and strong men around were collectively moving goods into the warehouse. The latest batch of potatoes from the vegetable breeding center had arrived. They had to stock up the warehouse and start work in a few days. When they passed by and saw Jianluo, many of them greeted him. Jianluo nodded and said to Director Wang, "Have you found someone for the 3 meals?" Director Wang, "Don't worry. I found a few good cooks in the village. Breakfast and lunch will be provided for free." "Okay." Jianluo said again. The original time off work was 5 p.m. If anyone works overtime until 7 p.m., dinner will be provided for free. Director Wang was stunned. She smiled and said, "Okay." Originally, they thought that the 3 meals would be provided with nutrient solutions. Who knew that Jianluo would be so generous and directly let the vegetables from the vegetable breeding center come over to eat? He even specially hired a few cooks and asked Su Liang to teach the children how to cook when they were in class. At the same time, he would also manage the canteen. One had to know that on Dark Star, the price of vegetables was not cheap. Very few people could eat vegetables and rice for 3 meals a day. Everyone was shocked by such benefits. Originally, some people felt that it was a pity that they could not work in the city. However, when they heard about such benefits, all their regrets disappeared. Boom! Thunder streaked across the sky outside. Jianluo turned around and looked at the sky. "Is it going to rain?" Director Wang looked up and felt for a while. "Yes, it's probably going to rain." The weather forecast clearly said that there would be no rain today. "We have to hurry up and move the goods," Jianluo said. "It won't be good if we get wet." "Let me help." Director Wang hurriedly stopped him. "You have been too tired during this period of time. Let us do this kind of work. I will call some people from the village who are resting today. Everyone can do this together." This was the good thing about humans being together. They were all from the same village. All they had to do was to make arrangements and help each other. Director Wang was also sincere. Originally, she also had some opinions about Jianluo. However, after interacting with him, she realized that Jianluo was really a practical person. He invested in the construction of Hope Primary School, built factories to help the villagers find jobs, and used marriage laws to provide benefits for everyone. He was responsible and kind. No matter how one looked at it, Jianluo made people unable to find fault with him. People's hearts were made of flesh. They could not do things that did not know how to appreciate favors. Boom! Another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The entire sky darkened, and the wind started to blow. The sand on the ground also started to roll. There was a feeling that a storm was coming. Many villagers volunteered to help move the potatoes. Some people in the village heard that the work at the factory was not done yet, so they brought their families over. Jianluo went to the canteen to tell Su Liang about the ginger soup. He also asked the chef to buy some meat and vegetables. He was going to treat everyone to hot pot after the work was done. After he finished giving instructions, he came out of the canteen and walked back. Just as he walked to the warehouse, he saw from the corner of his eye that a shelf not far away seemed to be swayed by the wind. There was a box of potatoes at the top of the shelf. He did not know who had piled it up properly. The frame was swaying and was about to fall. However, there was a boy standing at the bottom who did not feel anything. He was holding a notebook and counting. Jianluo widened his eyes. Come over here. The wind was too strong, and the boy did not hear him clearly. He raised his head and looked over. He was a little confused, but he still did not move. Jianluo looked up and saw that the box was about to fall. He did not have time to think too much and rushed over. Bang! The box fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jianluo fell to the ground with the young man in his arms. With a muffled groan, they fell to the side. The young man's notebook and pen flew far away due to the inertia. There were some frightening smashing sounds in his ears. Dust flew up, and thunder rumbled in the sky not far away. The young man was dumbfounded. He subconsciously looked sideways at Jianluo beside him, and then saw the figure curled up together. The young man said, "Brother Jian?" Jianluo groaned, and his whole body curled up in pain. All of a sudden, although it was not obvious, the young man smelled the scent of blood. It was not very strong, but there was indeed the scent of blood. Red liquid flowed down from Jianluo's fingers, and it was a shocking sight to see on her fair skin. The young man's eyes widened, and he almost panicked as he shouted, "Help, help!" Jianluo sighed in his heart, and he said, "Don't make a fuss, he's not dead yet." Hearing him speak, the young man came back to his senses. When he looked up, he saw the wound on Jianluo's face. It was a very obvious bloodstain, and it was bleeding down, almost reaching his eyes. Because of the commotion, many people heard the noise and came over. When they got closer, they saw the potatoes scattered all over the ground and the person sitting on the ground. Jianluo's face was bleeding. It was a ghastly sight. Someone exclaimed, "Call the ambulance!" Someone ran to call Su Liang. Jianluo had to remind them, "Bring the medicine box, stop the bleeding first." Perhaps most people were panicking, and they did not think of bringing the medicine box. Only when Jianluo took the initiative to call them did they react. When Su Liang ran over, a group of people were surrounding Jianluo, treating his wound. When she ran over and saw Jianluo's face, her whole body froze. Her nose was sour, and her eyes were red. Tears suddenly fell down. Jianluo. Jianluo heard the voice and knew it was him. He turned his back to Su Liang and said, "Mom, don't worry, it's not a big deal." Su Liang cried even more sadly. A group of people gathered here, and finally, the sound of an ambulance came from not far away. The medical staff did not care much when they heard that someone was injured, but when they heard the patient's name, they could not sit still. Jianluo. There was no one who did not know his name. He was already a national treasure. "Excuse me. Don't block the road. Family members, please." The last thing that Jianluo remembered was the white roof of the ambulance. Everything else was like bubbles to him. His last thought before he closed his eyes was to think about what to do when Lu Shifeng came back. He was too ashamed to face anyone. Jianluo. In his dream, he was already a white-haired old man, but Lu Shifeng was still young. His 3 children had grown up and had their own achievements in their respective fields, but he couldn't see them get married and have children in his lifetime. This lonely life left him with countless regrets. The doctor said in 2 days, a voice came from afar. Jianluo's eyelashes trembled slightly as he opened his eyes. The first thing his nose smelled was the smell of disinfectant. It was a little pungent and refreshing. Jianluo took a while to get used to it. His voice was a little hoarse. "Mom." Su Liang was stunned for a moment before he rushed over. The delicate and weak woman started to cry again. "Luoluo." Jianluo narrowed his eyes and saw her face clearly. He smiled. "Why are you crying again? I'm not dead, right?" "Mom, don't cry." Su Liang wiped her face and helped Jianluo sit up. "How do you feel? Are you still in pain?" Jianluo shook his head. He subconsciously looked around. Then, he thought of his face and said, "My face is injured, right?" At that time, he took the boy to hide from the frame. However, he bumped into the shelf next to him and scratched his face. In fact, he didn't feel anything when he was injured, but now he felt a burning pain. Su Liang was stunned and quickly said, "Jianluo, don't worry. Dark Star's medical technology is very good. They definitely won't leave a scar. Jianluo smiled. In fact, he was a boy. It was useless for him to have a beautiful face. However, he didn't want Lu Shifeng to see his ugly appearance. It would make him very embarrassed. Jianluo remembered and asked, "Mom, how long have I slept?" 2 days. Su Liang took porridge and rice from the small kitchen not far away. The doctor said that you can eat now that you're awake. Come. Jianluo's hands didn't have much strength. Su Liang used a small spoon to feed him. As he ate, Jianluo asked, "Where's Zai Zai?" Su Liang said, "The children are at home." "You're injured." "I was afraid that they would be worried, so I didn't bring them to see you." Jianluo nodded. Jianluo wanted to look in the mirror after he finished eating. Su Liang followed behind him as if she was worried that Jianluo wouldn't be able to take the shock. Jianluo walked in front of the mirror and saw the red mark on his face. It was a bit glaring, from the corner of his eye to the tip of his nose. Su Liang's conscience was raised. Jianluo looked for a while and smiled. "You have quite a personality." Su Liang was slightly surprised. "It's good that you didn't poke your eyes. Eyes are harder to treat than scars." Jianluo said, "You don't have to worry. I'm not a child anymore. How can I not accept this?" Strangely, the more indifferent he was, the sadder Su Liang felt. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Jianluo turned around. "Please come in." The one who came in was actually the little boy. He stood at the door timidly and greeted Jianluo when he saw him. "Brother Jian." Jianluo smiled. "What are you waiting for? Come in." The little boy came in with some gifts. He bowed. "Brother Jian, I'm sorry." He seemed to be very nervous, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Jianluo even wondered if he was going to break apart from the trembling. Jianluo sat down. "I went to save you myself. Don't be like this." The little boy bit his lip. "But, just be careful next time. You won't be so lucky every time." Jianluo picked up the cup on the table and took a sip. "Go back. I'm fine." The little boy looked at the scar on Jianluo's face. He wanted to say something but stopped. He thought that Jianluo might be very angry or something. He didn't expect Jianluo to be so calm. The words of comfort were on the tip of his tongue. In the end, he could only bow and leave. After he left, Jianluo said to Su Liang, "You should go back and rest too. I'm a little tired. I want to sleep for a while." Su Liang nodded. "Okay." After everyone left, Jianluo completely removed his pretense of indifference. He sighed and walked to the bedside. He looked at the sky outside the window and thought about life. In fact, he was also afraid. How could he not be afraid? He was also a human. However, what was the use of being afraid? In Lu Shifeng's words, crying alone wouldn't solve the problem. Falling asleep was a groggy process. This time, his sleep was even deeper. He dreamt of many things. He dreamt of his life in the village. He dreamt that he had nowhere to go. He dreamt that he had come to the big city to make a living. He dreamt that he had to stay up late to do live broadcasts to pay his rent. Life was like a movie, replaying scene after scene. When he woke up again, he heard the voices around him. High fever? Why isn't he retreating? We don't know. His body is very resistant to Dark Star's medicine. It even produced a stress reaction. Let's stop taking the medicine for now. Jianluo opened his eyes in a daze. He saw a shadow beside him. He subconsciously reached out to hold that person's hand. However, his hand that was suspended in midair was grasped by a large hand. This was definitely not Su Liang's hand. This realization made Jianluo wake up. The figure that appeared before him was Lu Shifeng's figure. Jianluo's voice was hoarse. "Aren't you only coming back half a month later?" Lu Shifeng said, "You're injured, so I came back to see you." This man never said any sweet nothings. He always did things in silence. He would never tell her how tiring and troublesome it was to rush back. He just stood quietly by her side, at a place that was within reach. Inexplicably, Jian Luo's nose was very sour. His head was very heavy, and he felt very uncomfortable from the fever. In fact, the wound on his face was also very painful. However, he was not crying because of this. It was just that inexplicably, he felt weak whenever he saw Lu Shifeng. What's so good about me? Jian Luo subconsciously wanted to cover his face with his hand. It's very ugly. He slept for another 2 days. The traces on his face had already formed a layer of shallow scar. At this moment, it looked very conspicuous. In fact, he was not ugly. His skin was white, and his facial features were beautiful. The lightning tattoo on his face was a little mysterious and cool. Lu Shifeng, don't talk nonsense. Jian Luo looked at him with some expectation. Lu Shifeng said indifferently, you weren't that beautiful in the past. Jian Luo did not know whether to be sad or happy. Just as he was feeling sad and indignant, Lu Shifeng took a tray of medicine from not far away and applied some on his hand. You have to apply ointment on your face every few hours. Come here. Jian Luo sat on the bed and looked at his stubborn face. Although he knew that applying ointment was for his own good, he still curled his lips and made an unreasonable scene. You still say that you're not ugly. You're applying ointment so actively. Don't you still dislike me? In fact, everyone who said this wanted to be comforted, to say that it was okay, that he was not ugly, that it was okay, that he was applying ointment for him was not because he disliked him. Everyone did not really want to argue. Behind the unreasonable scene, they wanted to be sure again and again. Lu Shifeng looked at him quietly. Jian Luo glanced at him a few times guiltily, but he did not get comforted. He could not hide his disappointment, but he still said considerately, okay, I won't say any more. You can apply it if you want. Lu Shifeng bent down and moved closer. His handsome face suddenly enlarged in front of Jian Luo. Just as Jian Luo was talking non-stop, he lowered his head slightly and kissed the red scar gently, as if he was treating a treasure in the world. Jian Luo's eyes suddenly widened, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth stopped. To be precise, he was already dumbfounded. Lu Shifeng raised his head and stared straight at him with a pair of blood-red eyes. He raised his eyebrows. Can you apply it now? The author has something to say, Lu Shifeng, it's not easy. When Lu Shifeng saw that he had become obedient, he twisted open the lid of the box and said to Jian Luo, come closer. Jian Luo came closer in a daze. Lu Shifeng gently applied the ointment on his wound and said, it might be a little itchy. Don't scratch it. Oh. Jian Luo's cheeks were a little hot. It seemed that every inch of his skin that had been rubbed by his fingertips was warming up. He said again, Lu Shifeng took a wet towel from the side and wiped his hands. What's wrong? Jian Luo looked up at him. He wanted to ask why he kissed him. Did he like him too? It was supposed to be a question, but because he was too embarrassed, his watery eyes were innocent and pitiful. In Lu Shifeng's eyes, he looked like a little bunny with a little hair standing on end. Jian Luo's hand, which was placed beside him, unconsciously curled up. He said, why did you kiss my wound? Don't you think it's ugly? Lu Shifeng put the wet towel aside and said to Jian Luo, look at me. Jian Luo's light brown eyes stared at Lu Shifeng without blinking. Lu Shifeng said, you said red was beautiful. Jian Luo's clear figure was reflected in those blood-red eyes. Lu Shifeng was not angry, but the words he said were still very stressful. Why, you lied to me. When did he say that? Oh, it seemed that there was such a thing. Jian Luo hurriedly said, I didn't lie to you. Lu Shifeng nodded. He seemed to be very satisfied. He reached out and gently stroked Jian Luo's face. Don't think about those things, okay? Jian Luo was convinced by his logic and nodded obediently. Okay. Because Jian Luo still had a fever, he was still dizzy and his voice was very hoarse. Lu Shifeng poured him a glass of water and asked if he wanted to eat something. Unfortunately, Jian Luo was not feeling well and did not want to eat anything. In the end, under Lu Shifeng's gaze, he obediently drank half a glass of water. He was sleepy again. Curling up on the bed, Jian Luo vaguely felt that the person beside him seemed to be moving. Instinctively, he reached out to pull her. Where are you going? People who are sick always seem to be very fragile. He was more clingy than before. This feeling made Marshal Lu feel a little strange, and at the same time, a little distressed. Lu Shifeng said, "It's right here. You can sleep." Jian Luo softly replied with a and buried his head in the quilt again. His mind was muddled and somewhat unclear. Lu Shifeng, who was beside him, noticed that he was sweating and asked, "Is it very hot?" Jian Luo responded in a daze. In fact, he did not hear very clearly. He just felt that his whole body was stuffy and uncomfortably hot. Just as his body was intertwined with the warmth, he suddenly felt a cool sensation. It was especially comfortable. It was icy cold. Once he got close, he would be able to relieve the discomfort. Jian Luo was overjoyed. He immediately went closer and hugged her, pressing his entire body against hers. It was so comfortable that he sighed. Even his tightly furrowed brows relaxed. This sleep was a little deep, but very comfortable. When Jian Luo woke up, he felt that he had slept very well. He turned around and wanted to find Lu Shifeng. Who knew that when he moved, he would discover that there was someone beside him. Jian Luo's eyes widened when he recognized this person. He suddenly looked up and saw Lu Shifeng's face. He had fallen asleep beside him. When Jian Luo got closer, he discovered that Lu Shifeng also had a circle of bruises under his eyes. It should have been accumulated from overwork. His whole body was a little cold. The dragon's scales could control the body surface temperature. This was really as good as a mobile air conditioner. As he was thinking, Lu Shifeng slowly opened his eyes. Jian Luo raised his head without any warning and immediately met Red Eye's gaze. He froze for a moment and said embarrassedly, "Did I wake you up?" "You didn't sleep." Lu Shifeng said, "Are you feeling better?" Jian Luo was still burning up. He chose not to answer this question. Instead, he asked back, "Aren't you afraid that I will infect you?" We were so close. Lu Shifeng seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. A trace of a smile flashed in his eyes. There was only a teasing smile left. The resistance of the dragon race is still passable. It can only be contagious under special circumstances. Jian Luo, what special circumstances? He swore that he was just worried that he would accidentally step on a mine and cause harm to Lu Shifeng's health. He never thought that Lu Shifeng only wanted to drive. Lu Shifeng lowered his head slightly. His lips seemed to rub against Jian Luo's face. He gently rubbed for a moment. "Guess." "No, no." Jian Luo's face turned even redder. He gently pushed Lu Shifeng away, even though the force was like a mosquito's bite. "Don't come so close." Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. "Then I'll leave." Jian Luo paused. To be honest, he was too hot right now. Lu Shifeng, this man, was damn cold. He was like a small refrigerator that people couldn't bear to part with. After thinking about it, Jian Luo was very honest. "Then you should come closer." Lu Shifeng admired Jian Luo's expression and was caught off guard. He laughed. He pulled the blanket over Jian Luo and patted his back. "Go to sleep." Jian Luo was still sleepy. People with a fever all wanted to sleep. He didn't have any objections. He skillfully found a comfortable position in Lu Shifeng's arms and fell asleep. He was very familiar with this kind of thing. Before this, they slept together every night. He was already used to Lu Shifeng's embrace. After Jian Luo fell asleep, Lu Shifeng got up and went out. Secretary Jean stood at the door and said respectfully, "Sir." Lu Shifeng nodded and asked again, "What's the result of the checkup?" "Not very good." Secretary Jean sighed. Jian Luo's physical condition is different from the human body structure that we are familiar with. If we use the existing drugs, it will cause a stress reaction to his body. Because the drug is too strong, if we develop it now, it will take at least 5 to 6 days. But he has a high fever and we are worried that it will affect his body. Lu Shifeng lowered his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Everyone could see that he was not in a good mood. Secretary Jean also recalled that when Lu Shifeng found that the red light on the health bracelet that belonged to Jian Luo on Planet B the marshal's face was very ugly. Secretary Jean had been with Lu Shifeng for hundreds of years. In her impression, Lu Shifeng was not a person who showed his emotions. But everyone had a weakness, and when there was a weakness, there would be a weakness. He would also be worried and distressed. It turned out that an omnipotent person could also be troubled by love and encounter things that he could not do anything about. Lu Shifeng said, "Got it." Secretary Jean looked at his face and suddenly had a guess. "Are you going to do it?" Lu Shifeng looked up at him and nodded. "Go and contact them. I will be there when the time comes. We still have some stock in the warehouse, use mine." Lu Shifeng felt a strange sense of possessiveness. No dragon would let their partner use another dragon's scale. He said, "Go and arrange it." Secretary Jean said submissively, "Yes." Jian Luo was really lucky. No one had ever received such treatment, but he did. If this matter was spread out, it would be a hot topic on the news again. The next day, Jian Luo's high fever still had not subsided. He was not a fool. He knew that Dark Star might not be able to treat his body for the time being. He looked at Lu Shifeng feeding him soup and took the initiative to say, "My illness." Actually, he wanted to say that he should go and see an old Chinese doctor. Lu Shifeng only said, "I will get someone to bring you the medicine at noon." There was medicine, was it real or not? Jian Luo did not dare to raise too many questions. He only said, "Okay." He had things on his mind and was not in the mood to sleep in the morning. Instead, he started to deal with some work-related matters. He found that the notary office had given him a review of the marriage law because Jian Luo had made some changes to some of the items. For example, he removed the surname of the husband. Also, Jian Luo's opinion was that after the couple got married, their premarital assets would not be counted as their joint assets. After the marriage, their joint assets would be counted as their joint assets. He had given a lot of opinions on similar regulations, including some marriage laws on Earth. Because he had taken some of the Dark Star psychology into consideration, he proposed the idea of a double marriage law. One was the original version, and the other was the revised version. When getting married, the couple could go to the notary office to choose which one they wanted. He had given the right to choose to the public, and the notary office had approved this proposal. In time, this double marriage law would be announced to the public. The other party said, "If you have any opinions, you can raise them again. We will discuss it again." Jian Luo replied, "Thank you." "You're welcome." The person in charge was very humorous. He said, "If you really want to thank me, it's not easy to buy vegetables in the market recently. You can just give me some vegetables to eat. My wife watches the live broadcast every day and is craving for it." Jian Luo laughed in spite of himself and agreed. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Jian Luo looked up and put away his work. "Please come in." Because of the fever, his voice was very hoarse and his complexion was not very good. When he sat by the bed, he looked very weak. Lu Shifeng came in with a bowl of medicine. He stood by the bed and said to Jian Luo, "Come and drink your medicine." Jian Luo sat up obediently and walked to the table not far from the bed. He took the bowl of medicine and glanced at it. It was a black soup. It smelled like Chinese medicine, and it might be very bitter. He stirred it with a spoon and scooped a spoonful into his mouth to test it. It was not bitter, and it had a refreshing taste. It was like the fragrance of the cedar forest after the rain. Jian Luo's throat was uncomfortable because of the fever, but this medicine was very smooth and relieved the astringent feeling in his throat. This fragrance made Jian Luo a little dazed. Many times, he could smell it on Lu Shifeng's body. It was like a pheromone. Every time he smelled it, he would feel very comfortable. How did this medicine come about? Jian Luo stopped drinking the medicine happily. He drank and drank until he could not drink anymore. He looked up at Lu Shifeng hesitantly. "This medicine," Lu Shifeng said, "what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" "No." Jian Luo's hand that was holding the spoon paused. He had a very bold idea in his heart, but he did not know if he should say it out loud. Jian Luo held the bowl of medicine and looked at Lu Shifeng suspiciously. His eyes flickered and he finally put down the spoon. He whispered, "Is this your dragon scale?" Lu Shifeng was sitting next to him, flipping through a document. He was flipping through the pages in his hand. Hearing this, he looked up. Yes. The room fell into silence. Jian Luo's words were stuck in his throat. He wanted to say that dragon scales were very precious. Lu Shifeng hadn't reached the scale-changing stage yet, so where did the scales he drank come from? If the scales were broken, the pain would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Jian Luo found it hard to swallow the bowl of medicine in his hand. This kindness was too heavy. He felt it was heavy, and his heart was sour and happy at the same time. It was indescribable. Lu Shifeng said casually, "Drink it while it's hot." You. Jian Luo's hand holding the bowl of medicine paused. He lowered his head and said, "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "It must be very painful." "Oh?" Lu Shifeng completely shifted his attention from the documents to Jian Luo. He was calm and composed, but inexplicably more serious. He asked seriously, "Did it hurt when you gave birth to the triplets?" "It hurt." Lu Shifeng looked at him with eyes full of gentleness. He reached out his long arm and touched Jian Luo's head. "So I have to thank you too." His palm was very warm, as if it had an inexplicable soothing power. Jian Luo inexplicably felt a lump in his throat. He said, "Is that why you are so good to me?" Lu Shifeng's movements paused. He didn't expect Jian Luo to think this way, but he was glad that he asked. This way, it would be easier for him to tell him the answer. You will fail if you randomly choose multiple choice questions in mathematics. Lu Shifeng made him look at him. But I can cheat a few times for you and tell you the correct answer. Jian Luo's eyes flickered, and his breathing unconsciously tightened. Lu Shifeng's hand slightly lifted his chin and said, "Because it doesn't hurt to pull out scales. Seeing you suffer from a fever and pain, it hurts me even more." Jian Luo widened his eyes. In this position, Lu Shifeng pinched Jian Luo's tender cheeks, as gentle as the intimacy between lovers. His voice was low and magnetic. "Now, continue to drink the medicine." Jian Luo was released by him, and he sat there alone with a bowl in his hand. He couldn't keep up with Lu Shifeng's train of thought at all. What did he just say? Was it true? Could it be that he was hallucinating? In that case, Lu Shifeng treated her well not because of the child, nor because he wanted to repay her favor, but because he cared about her. This possibility made Jian Luo restless. He couldn't calm down at all. He finished all the medicine in the bowl mechanically, which was tasteless to him. Jian Luo obediently said, "I finished drinking." Lu Shifeng glanced at him and nodded. "In 2 hours, let the doctor come in to check your body." Jian Luo nodded. He didn't think much of it before, but now that he realized that Lu Shifeng might be whispering sweet nothings, Jian Luo felt a little shy. In fact, he wasn't very good at it, and he had never experienced it before. Before this, he hadn't even gone on a date. Ah, right. Tyrannical Dragon Falls in Love with Me must have been updated. He could read the novel to learn from it. It wasn't that he said it, but the female lead in the novel was too immersive. Jian Luo opened the novel and flipped to the part he read last time. He didn't expect the relationship between the male and female lead to progress so quickly. In the following days, the female lead happened to be injured, and the male lead not only took good care of the female lead, but also whispered sweet nothings. Jian Luo looked at it and smiled like an ant, and his heart was in love. "I just want you to be fine. Woman, don't make me worry." Although these words were a little Mary Sue, they sounded damn sweet. Their Lu Shifeng was still a little lacking compared to the male lead's flirtatious words, but the marshal seemed to have read a textbook recently. The speed of his improvement could be said to be by leaps and bounds. Jian Luo also wanted to learn from the female lead's care and gentleness. The female lead in the novel also had many ways to make the male lead fall in love, such as putting on beautiful makeup, dressing well, deliberately saying that she couldn't open the bottle cap and acting coquettishly, saying that she sprained her ankle and let the male lead fall in love with her. Every time, the male lead would be very moved and find her cute. This made Jian Luo a little suspicious. Could it be that these people were all like this when they were in love? Knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside. "Lu Shifeng, come in." Jian Luo, who was reading the novel with a guilty conscience, immediately turned off the reader. He looked outside and saw the doctors who came to check on him coming in with big and small bags. The doctors came over to check on Jian Luo's body. Jian Luo had just taken the dragon scale, so his body should have improved. This matter needed to be repeated. They now knew how important this person was to Lu Shifeng, so they treated him with the same respect as they treated Lu Shifeng himself. After all the checkups, the doctors went out to talk to Lu Shifeng alone. "Sir, we have checked and found that the virus in Mr. Jian's body has almost disappeared. His fever should be gone by this afternoon." Lu Shifeng, continue. "But now there is a more difficult problem." The doctor sighed, "The effect of the dragon scale is too strong. Mr. Jian's body can't bear such a strong effect at all. I'm afraid that his body temperature won't be able to drop in the next week, and he will have to bathe in the cold spring every day to get rid of it." Lu Shifeng frowned slightly. The doctor panicked and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, sir. We will develop a suitable medicine for Mr. Jian as soon as possible." But in fact, it was useless. They could develop a cold medicine, but they couldn't predict the other diseases of the human body in advance. If they had to wait for a week before developing a medicine, no one would be able to delay it. But if he took the dragon scale, the side effects would be very obvious. It was too torturous, and Jian Luo's body couldn't bear it at all. Lu Shifeng fell into silence. His silence put a lot of pressure on the doctors. After a while, Sir Lu said, "Prepare the cold spring, I will let him go." The doctors felt relieved after the pressure disappeared. They were really afraid. After all, if the marshal really made things difficult for them, no one could bear it. On the other side, the dragon cubs hadn't seen Jian Luo for 3 days, and they couldn't bear it anymore. Long Outyan usually didn't like to talk now, but now that he saw Su Liang, he would stick to him and keep saying, "Daddy, I want Daddy." In the past, no matter how busy Jian Luo was, he would still call them, and it wouldn't take more than 2 days. But this time, there was no news from Jian Luo for 3 days. The dragon cubs hadn't been completely weaned. Although there was a special nutritionist following them, they still missed their father. The little silver dragon asked his grandmother about Jian Luo's whereabouts every day. Even the especially quiet second dragon couldn't sit still and took the initiative to look for Su Liang. Although he still didn't speak, Su Liang understood what he meant. He was asking for his father. Su Liang could only comfort him and say, "Daddy is busy, he will be back soon." This kind of nonsense only worked for a day. After the 3rd day, the dragon cubs, who had been shunned by all kinds of people, were angry. Humph. Long Outyan looked away from milk cake. It didn't eat anymore. The other 2 cubs saw their elder brother take the lead and also refused to eat. These 3 were ancestors. Usually, other than Jian Luo and Lu Shifeng, no one could control them. Su Liang's face was bitter. Cub, why aren't you eating?" Black Cub turned around and huddled into a ball, softly humping, "I want Daddy to feed me." Su Liang looked at the willful little dragon and sighed. In fact, she also wanted to take the child to see Jian Luo, but Jian Luo had been in a bad state because of his fever. Most of the time, he was in a deep sleep. Not only did he have no energy, but his voice was also very hoarse and he couldn't communicate normally. He was afraid that he would be scared when he saw the child, so this matter was delayed. Little Silver saw Su Liang's expression. She was very smart, and her watery eyes immediately turned red. She said softly, "I can do my own homework." She felt that she didn't do her homework properly and told a lie. This was Jian Luo's punishment for them. Su Liang was stunned. When Long Outyan heard his sister's words, he jumped off the table and found the small ball for his sports homework. He chirped and gestured with his hands, and finally pushed another ball. The general meaning was that he could not only press 1 ball, but 2. He was super good, even the teacher praised him. "Daddy, look, he was really awesome." OL Second silently pushed the 3 balls over and sat down obediently. Although it didn't chatter, its meaning was very obvious. Su Liang looked at the 3 of them and felt a little sour. She hugged the 3 children before leaving. In the end, just as she was about to call Jian Luo had already called her. He said, "Mom, are the cubs okay?" Jian Luo, your fever is better? Su Liang was a little surprised when she heard Jian Luo's voice. It's not very hoarse anymore. Jian Luo said, Lord used the dragon scale to torture me, so I'm better now. Don't worry. He knew that there was no use in hiding it, so he might as well tell Su Liang the truth so that she wouldn't always worry about him. Su Liang was a little touched. Lord is really good to you. Are you going to be discharged? Not for now. Jian Luo sighed, because the doctor said that the effect of Lord's dragon scale is too strong, so I have to soak in the cold spring in the hospital for observation for a few days. Su Liang sighed, that can't be helped. Are you feeling better now? My fever hasn't subsided. It's still very hot. Jian Luo touched his head, but the fever, dizziness, and other symptoms are subsiding. Maybe it will be a little hot in the next few days. Su Liang said, that's good, that's good. At least you won't have to suffer. Yes, yes. After Jian Luo was done, he asked, how are the children? They miss you very much. Su Liang sighed, Long Outyan didn't eat today. Brother and sister also didn't eat. They are throwing a tantrum. Jian Luo was angry and amused at the same time. He was about to say something when the door behind Su Liang opened. The three cubs were sitting in a row, blatantly eavesdropping on the conversation. Su Liang was shocked. She didn't hear any movement or sound at all. The three cubs obviously heard everything. The three of them had been in class for so long that they basically knew all the vocabulary. They also knew that Jian Luo was sick, and it was very serious now. The little sisters. Little head turned, and she took a step forward. Her crisp voice was very serious, use Zai Zai's scale to treat daddy's illness. Su Liang was stunned. Long Outyan agreed very much, and he proudly puffed out his little chest. Su Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why would I need you? Because Zai Zai's scale is not strong. The little sister said softly, Daddy can come back. Jian Luo's heart tightened when he heard Zai Zai's words. Don't talk nonsense. Jian Luo blurted out. He felt that he might have been too agitated, so he adjusted his tone. Baby, dragon scales are very important. You have to protect yourself well. Don't let others know about it, okay? He was really worried that his child would be deceived in the future. Zai Zai tilted her head and said, Daddy isn't just anyone. Jian Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay. Daddy doesn't need dragon scales now. He's already recovered. Long Outyan climbed onto Su Liang's body and rubbed against the bracelet. It was now as big as a basketball and was very heavy. Su Liang couldn't even hold it up sometimes. Jian Luo knew that it wanted to see him. His heart softened. He said, Daddy asked Grandma to bring you guys here. Long Outyan's tail curled up after hearing that. Its red eyes were filled with joy. It chirped nonstop as if it couldn't wait to fly to Jian Luo's side. However, Jian Luo said, but today isn't a rest day. Go back and eat first, then go to class. Come back at night, okay? The three cubs couldn't hide their disappointment. However, they also knew that they had to be obedient at this time. Otherwise, Grandma might not bring them along. Su Liang put Long Outyan down and rubbed his head. Let's go and eat. Long Outyan tilted its head comfortably. Its little dragon horn rubbed against Su Liang's palm. It was so comfortable that there was a satisfied sound in its throat. The obedient little black cub looked very lovable. Although she was usually mischievous, and sometimes noisy, she was also unbelievably obedient. Jian Luo went to soak in the cold spring after ending the call. The temperature of the cold spring set up by the hospital wasn't cold, but the water had a cooling effect. Jian Luo himself wasn't very clear about the specific principles. In the end, the doctor said, this is the spring of life of the jade rabbit race. It has medicinal properties. Jian Luo, since it's theirs, can we use it too? Every race has an obligation to contribute to Dark Star, the doctor said with a smile. When necessary, making sacrifices is meaningful. Jian Luo discovered that the people of Dark Star never talked about unity, but every single one of them, every race, was making contributions to the world. Those who were brave and good at fighting defended their country, those who were good at business filled the treasury, and those who were smart and knowledgeable established research institutes. From the big nobles to the small inconspicuous races, they used their own strength to build a huge empire, standing at the peak and never falling. Suddenly he now understood why humans were pushed aside. Although Dark Star appeared to be cold and indifferent, they were actually like fair and just judges. Everything was mutual. If you planted vegetables for us, we would provide you with a home to survive. If you gave us more, we would also give you more. We would never reject you. It was just that you had been standing on the same spot all this time. The doctor said, "Don't worry, this is only a small part of the spirit spring. The Jade Rabbit race's spirit spring is very big. This small part is cut out for the use of the nobles." Jian Luo, I see. Thank you. You're welcome. They walked inside, and Jian Luo began to soak in the spring. Using this free time, he began to work. The factory in the reclining garden mainly produced fast food, and the assembly line there had already started. Director Wang would send him messages when he was free, telling Jian Luo that everything was under control. Jian Luo didn't have time these 2 days. When he was free, he began to look at the product quality report. For things like potato chips, they had to be sealed properly. Once they leaked, they wouldn't taste good. Furthermore, the hygiene of food was also very important. He bought disinfectant and protective clothing at a high price. Even so, Jian Luo still reminded Director Wang, "You must pay attention to hygiene every day. The first batch of products we produce will be tested. Mr. Nya will provide logistics services, but he is very strict about the quality of the products. This is the first time humans are doing business, and many people are watching. You can't make a fool of yourself." Director Wang said, "Don't worry, I will understand." N. Jian Luo added, "There is also a reward and punishment system. If there are staff members who violate the rules, they should be fired. Don't be merciful just because we are from the same village. I am only providing employment. This is work, not a charity club." Some ugly words had to be said first. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it had to be said. Director Wang said, "Don't worry, at this age, I still understand these things." Jian Luo then cut off the call. This wasn't the end. He still had to contact Earth to check on the situation. The internet speed there was a bit slow, so he had to wait for a long time. Beep. The scene changed. It was Jianxing's face. Jianxing was much darker. He was in a field and was extremely excited to Jian Luo. "Brother, Earth is too beautiful." Seeing him so happy, Jian Luo smiled. "How beautiful is it?" "It's even more beautiful than I imagined." Jianxing gestured. "Its appearance is blue and white, just like the clouds in our sky. The mountains are majestic. It's spring here, and there are butterflies. Dark Star only had Sky City, and the mountains were not very tall. The sky was dark red, and there were no butterflies in spring, only endless green. It was not as colorful as Earth." Jian Luo said, "It will be even more beautiful in winter." Jianxing was clearly very excited. "How are the results of the research over there?" Jian Luo asked. "Is the professor's health okay?" Jianxing replied very obediently, "He's fine. The professor has been walking around since he came back. He climbed a mountain a day and took us to gather a warehouse of herbs." Jian Luo frowned. "Can his body take it? Didn't you encounter any beasts on the mountain?" Jianxing explained that the leader and the leader's wife, Aya, were taking them. He also said that the professor's purpose of gathering herbs was to pick wild fruits to eat. He also said that their research base had been built. Finally, Jianxing said, "Oh right, brother, the professor said that he is collecting blood samples here. He wants your blood to do a DNA comparison and sample." "Is it convenient, Jian Luo?" "It's convenient." Jianxing was a little worried. "I heard from mother that you have a fever. If you're not feeling well, you should rest well." "We'll be fine here." "It's fine," Jian Luo said. "I'm already fine." Jianxing was relieved. They chatted for a while before stopping. Jian Luo was about to leave the cold spring when he saw the doctor outside. He said, "I want to get my blood drawn. Please lead the way." The doctor said, "Why?" Jian Luo explained, "The research base needs it." The doctor nodded. They brought Jianluo to get his blood drawn. On the way back, Jianluo received a call from Su Liang. Su Liang said, "The cubs are in the room. I'll bring them to you." Jianluo, "Okay." He quickly returned to the room and went to the mirror to tidy up his appearance. He was afraid that someone would see his bad complexion. The person in the mirror was indeed thinner than before. His face also looked paler. Perhaps it was because he had just had his blood drawn, his whole person looked more haggard. Creak. The door outside opened. Jianluo turned around and saw the 3 dragon cubs running towards him. The little cubs probably hadn't seen him for a long time, so they were particularly excited. They chattered and kept rubbing against Jianluo. Jianluo was knocked back a few steps by the impact and almost hit the shelf next to him. Su Liang came over and quickly hugged the black cub. "Baby, come down." Black cub belatedly realized that Jianluo had not stabilized the situation. Emotions similar to self-blame quickly appeared in its eyes, and it howled sorrowfully. Jianluo quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay. Daddy is fine." The little sister and the little brother squatted beside Jianluo's feet. They didn't dare to act rashly after learning from their brother's mistake. Jianluo squatted down and stroked their little heads. "Good, did you bring your homework? Do it here. Daddy will make you delicious food." There was a small kitchen in the hospital. Parents always wanted to take good care of their children. There was no exception. He thought that the cubs would be very happy, but they weren't. Long Outyen shook his head and jumped onto the bed. He gestured for a long time. Jianluo was a little confused. He heard his little sister say softly, "Daddy, go and rest." Long Outyen saw that his little sister said so. He nodded crazily, then pointed to the bed. He rolled on the bed and made a classic sleeping posture. Jianluo was amused by his funny posture. He laughed and laughed until his eyes turned red. At night, the children were doing their homework in front of him. Their homework was sometimes checked by Lord Priest Zhang Wentai. Tonight happened to be the regular weekend inspection. When Zhang Wentai checked the homework through the information bracelet, he said, "This question is wrong." The dragon cubs obediently received the training. Zhang Wentai asked Jianluo, who was next to him, "Didn't you check it?" Jianluo was inexplicably affected. He said, "Which question?" "The dragon clan's mirror withdrawal period occurs once every 300 years. Zhang Wentai said, "Entering from the Dragon Valley, the mirror withdrawal period is 1 year. During this period, you have to go through the dragon god's test and be reborn from the fire. Only a successful dragon can walk out. If you fail, you will be punished by the dragon god and lose your wings." Jianluo didn't pay much attention to this question just now. Once every 300 years? Zhang Wentai looked at Jianluo with a bit of curiosity. He said, "Didn't Lu Shifeng tell you that the 3 of you will enter the Dragon Valley in about half a year? If they succeed, they will be able to take human form. The dragon body will have dragon wings. If they fail, they won't be able to fly." For a moment, Jianluo thought of his dream. In that dream, Lu Shifeng couldn't fly. Could it be? It can't be. Lu Shifeng didn't pass at that time? Jianluo's expression changed a lot. He heard Zhang Wentai say, "Also, since we've talked about it to this extent, I might have to remind you. Do you know how old Lu Shifeng is?" Jianluo, more than 500 years old. To be precise, he's 599 years old. Zhang Wentai put down the document in his hand. He said, "In less than a month, he will enter the Dragon Valley again. This will be his 3rd time entering. According to inference, it will be more difficult than the previous 2 times. More. Will it be dangerous? How do you think the previous Dragon King died?" Zhang Wentai looked at him indifferently. "Did you read history books for nothing?" The Dragon Cub's history book was next to him. Jianluo quickly jumped off the bed to look for the table of contents. He flipped to the page of the mirror and found the content he wanted to see. For a moment, when he saw that line of words, his mind buzzed. In this book, it was written in black on a white background that the previous Dragon King, Lu Chen, passed away at the age of 600, the 3rd stage of the transformation stage. The specific cause was unknown. Unknown, Jianluo looked at this line of words in the book. He wanted to stare a hole in it. He said, "Why is it unknown?" Zhang Wentai said, "The content of the Dragon Clan's place of the outer fringe is closely related to the participants themselves. The specific content is not easy to investigate. There is also no correlation between each dragon." Jianluo flipped another 2 pages of the book. Are there no successful cases? After all, the things recorded in this book were pathetically little. He needed more things to support himself. The 3 little dragons felt their father's nervousness. They obediently moved over and affectionately rubbed against Jianluo, wanting to comfort their father's emotions. Jianluo panted. He touched the dragon cubs' heads. "It's okay." Zhang Wentai said, "The outside world does not know much about the place of the outer fringe. The specific information is stored in the Dragon Clan's archives. There are specialized personnel guarding it. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter there, not even me." How could this be? Jianluo's heart sank. He was stunned for a while before he said, "Okay." Zhang Wentai saw that his expression was a little sad. He said, "If you want to know, the people around you have the best answer." Jianluo smiled. "He never told me." "But he didn't stop you from asking." Zhang Wentai was always calm and self-controlled. "The decision is up to you." "Okay." After checking their homework, it was time for the young dragons to do their own activities. They were especially excited today. Perhaps it was because they were too happy to see Jianluo that they couldn't stop chattering. They talked about whether their teacher had praised them today and which questions they didn't know today. When Lu Shifeng came at night, the 3 of them were tired. They curled up on the bed like 3 round balls. When the dragon cubs slept, they would curl up their bodies, hug their tails with their little claws, and sleep with their heads arched. They were extremely obedient. Beep. The door outside opened. Lu Shifeng walked in. He saw the 3 cubs as soon as he came in. He frowned. "Why did you bring them here?" "Jianluo, I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you, so I brought you here." Lu Shifeng originally wanted to reprimand the child for being willful and ignorant, but seeing that Jianluo was deliberately protecting the child, he did not expose him. Instead, he walked over to the sofa and sat down. "How do you feel after running to Cold Spring today?" "It's all right," Jianluo said. There was food on the table. It was a simple dish that Jianluo had made himself. He couldn't eat too much greasy food during this period of time, so he had implicated Lu Shifeng to quit as well. Lu Shifeng picked up a piece of pastry. "I heard that you went to draw blood." Jianluo said half a beat later. "Yes, that's right." Lu Shifeng raised his eyelids, looked at his pale face, and frowned. Jianluo took the initiative to walk over and stopped behind him. He put his hand on Lu Shifeng's shoulder skillfully and massaged it. Because the marshal usually worked hard, what he liked to do the most in his free time was to give Lu Shifeng a massage when he had nothing to do. Lu Shifeng reached out and grabbed Jianluo's hand, his rough fingertips holding Jianluo's slender wrist. He said, "Don't move." Jianluo's movement stopped. Lu Shifeng said, "Come here and rest for a while." Jianluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "I'm not that weak. I've been in the hospital for a few days and have been sleeping. I only went to draw blood today." Lu Shifeng asked him to sit down beside him. He just held Jianluo's hand, lowered his handsome face, and looked at Jianluo quietly. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "You've worked hard." Jianluo said, "For the research of Dark Star." Lu Shifeng stroked the bruise left on Jianluo's arm after the blood was drawn. "Does it still hurt?" He knew that Jianluo was afraid of pain. When he was pregnant, the doctor would draw blood for him. He was in a lot of pain every time, and his pain was much higher than others. Jianluo felt that his arm was a little numb. He said, "It stopped hurting a long time ago." He looked at Lu Shifeng. At this moment, the marshal looked unusually gentle and harmless. For a moment, he even seemed to have overlapped with Heizai's figure. It was just that one was an obedient little dragon, and the other was an obedient big dragon. Jianluo took the opportunity to ask, Zai, how long more do they have to transform?" Lu Shifeng paused and said, "They can enter the place of the outer fringe in less than 3 months. During these 2 months, I will train them. Don't worry, there won't be any big problems." Will there be danger in the first place of the outer fringe? They won't. Really? Jian Luo mustered up his courage. Then, your first time wasn't dangerous either? He didn't know that before this, no one knew what Lu Shifeng experienced in his first place of the outer fringe. People only knew that this invincible marshal failed in his first place of the outer fringe, and was reborn in the second place of the outer fringe. It was very good that a member of the dragon race would fail in his first transformation. This made people feel that it was inconceivable. Lu Shifeng paused suspiciously. He said quietly, "It's not a good thing. You don't want to know." Jian Luo choked. He originally had a lot of things to ask, but for a moment, he seemed to see loneliness on Lu Shifeng's face. Even though this expression was fleeting, he still caught it. This kind of emotion made Jian Luo's heart ache. Jian Luo hurriedly said, "I cooked milk porridge. Do you want to eat it?" Lu Shifeng only looked at him silently. That pair of dark and deep eyes seemed to see through Jian Luo's little thoughts. Under his gaze, it was as if nothing could be hidden, and nothing could be concealed. Under such a gaze, Jian Luo moved his eyes away. Lu Shifeng finally spoke, "You know." Jian Luo pursed his lips and nodded in the end. He felt that there was no need to hide it. "Yes, I know." Lu Shifeng saw that the young man in front of him was sitting stubbornly beside the sofa. His delicate face was tense, and his black eyes were slightly red. He was far from being as strong as he looked on the surface. Lu Shifeng raised his head and rubbed his head. "What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me? It's still early. How long do you have to worry if you know so early?" Lu Shifeng's voice was a little low, but it was magnetic. "You're thinking too much. It's useless to tell you early." Jian Luo glared at him. "I'll be more worried if you don't tell me." Lu Shifeng looked at him like a little porcupine and smiled, "I won't do it next time." "Next time, there will be a next time." Jian Luo's nose twitched. "Do I have to go? Can I not go?" Lu Shifeng looked at him throwing a tantrum and said gently, "When you get something, you have to pay the price. It's the same for everyone. There won't be an exception." Jian Luo asked the question he wanted to ask the most, "What will happen if you don't have wings?" Lu Shifeng said, "Maybe I won't have wings, maybe I won't be able to come out. It's all possible." Jian Luo stood up in surprise and wanted to say something. However, because his movement was too big, he seemed to have disturbed the children on the bed. The baby dragons on the bed groaned in a daze, as if they were unhappy that their sleep was disturbed. Jian Luo covered his mouth and sat down quietly. Lu Shifeng pulled his hand and asked him to sit down. He said, "Don't think so much. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of?" Jian Luo's hands and feet were a little cold. Lu Shifeng carried him to the bed. He hugged the person in his arms and said softly, "Jian Luo. Jian Luo, N? Are you willing to marry me?" Lu Shifeng's voice sounded above his head. The lights in the room were turned off, so Jian Luo couldn't see his face. He only heard him say, "Let's go through the second version of the marriage law. We'll go to the sacred tree and hold a ceremony with my blood as a sacrifice. I'll marry you officially. I've saved some money over the years. It should be enough for you to live. You can use it to do whatever you want, whether it's eating, drinking, playing, or building the earth. Anything you want to do is fine." Jian Luo's eyes widened, and his heart suddenly tightened. He couldn't even believe what he had heard. Building the earth. Jian Luo's hands curled up unconsciously. Why did Lu Shifeng say that? Could it be that he knew about this a long time ago and asked him to build the earth because he was worried that he wouldn't have a place to live if he couldn't come back? All of a sudden, Jian Luo felt that she might have never understood this man before. She had never. Lu Shifeng's voice sounded in a low voice, "You don't have to worry about the three of them. The dragon race won't be harsh on the next dragon king." Jian Luo listened quietly and said, "Why?" Lu Shifeng paused. Jian Luo said, "Do you want to marry me because you want to leave me your property, or because you like me?" There was a moment of silence in the air. After a while, Lu Shifeng lowered his voice, "You're too weak. I'm afraid that you'll be bullied. Dark Star has a very strong restriction on the marriage protection law. When the time comes, no one will dare to cause trouble for you." Jian Luo pursed his lips and still wanted to find fault, this is nothing. It's just taking care of your younger brother." He was halfway through his words when Lu Shifeng lowered his head and kissed him. The marshal's actions were gentle but lingering, successfully blocking his words. After the kiss, Lu Shifeng's voice was a little hoarse. "I won't kissing Hui, Jian Luo was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. Lu Shifeng hugged him. This environmentally friendly posture seemed to want to melt him into his bones and blood. He said, "Be good, be good." Jian Luo sniffed his nose. No. He couldn't stand Lu Shifeng's way of saying his last words. "If you leave, what do you want me to do? If I die in the future, what will happen to the children? You have to live well." "I don't want to say anything discouraging." Lu Shifeng patted Jian Luo's head. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "Go to sleep." Jian Luo snuggled into his arms and didn't say anything. The next day he finished running the cold spring early in the morning and sent the cubs back to the Dragon Clan to study. He also went to find Secretary Jean and said, "Where's the archive? Can I take a look?" Secretary Jean didn't expect him to ask this. "It's above Sky City, but you need permission to enter." Jian Luo said, "What level of permission?" "You need the highest level of permission. Generally, only people with black cards and above can enter," Secretary Jean said. Jian Luo remembered that Lu Shifeng gave him a card when he was pregnant. He quickly took it out from the storage space and said, "Is it this?" A black card appeared at his fingertips. Secretary Jin's eyes widened and he slowly gave a thumbs up. Jian Luo smiled, "Let's go." The archive was heavily guarded. Jian Luo swiped the card and went in. He found some information according to the instructions of the optical computer. There was a lot of information that needed to be filtered. He might have to look through it slowly. For the time being, he didn't find any information about the mirror transformation stage. Jian Luo flipped through and suddenly turned to a page of the Book of Strange Stories. It recorded a paragraph. "There are 2 ways for the Dragon Clan to intermarry with other clans. In the Holy Tree, the dragon blood sacrifice can share the other's lifespan. If the dragon blood sacrifice is unilateral, after the dragon blood sacrifice, the other party will not be affected." Jian Luo's hand shook and he continued to flip through. The second page recorded, "The second way is for the partner to sacrifice with blood. The partner can also share the other's lifespan. If the partner dies unilaterally, the partner's lifespan will be shared. The partner's lifespan will be halved." Jian Luo's eyes widened and his heart beat a little faster. For this clause, he could understand it this way. If he used Lu Shifeng's blood to hold the ceremony, then he could share his lifespan. After Lu Shifeng died, his lifespan would not be affected. But if he used his own blood, then he could also share his lifespan. But if Lu Shifeng died, he could use his own life to save his life, but his lifespan would be halved. Humans could live for at most 100 years. He was 22 years old now, so he only had 78 years left. If it was halved, it would be 39 years. They might only have 39 years left. Was this what it meant? Jian Luo looked at the documents in front of him and fell into deep thought. As he flipped to the back, he gradually found that the records of the Dragon Clan about the mirror transformation were very few and vague. It was most likely because the dragons who came out were unwilling to talk about it. Another reason was that Jian Luo found out that each dragon's illusion was different, so there was no reference at all. The only thing he could be sure of was that the more times he entered the place of the transformative state, the greater the danger inside. However, every time he entered the place of the transformative state, he would definitely become stronger. Extremely strong. Lu Shifeng had already reached his 3rd trial. This time, he had nowhere to run and nowhere to retreat. How could this be? Jian Luo stayed in the library for a day. It was the sound of his information bracelet that woke him up. It was a call from Su Liang. Su Liang said, "Jian Luo, where are you? I haven't seen you for a day." Jian Luo was still reading the documents. These documents made him feel cold and nervous. The more he read, the more he felt like he was facing a great enemy. He said casually, "Mom, I'll tell you when I get back tonight. I have something to do now. Please take care of Zai." Su Liang asked, "What are you going to do?" Jian Luo did not explain too much. "I'll tell you later." After ending the call, Jianluo could no longer sit still. He stood up and walked out. His footsteps were quick, and he was outside in no time. In the past, he was not familiar with the terrain of the military. Now, he could enter and leave as if there was no one around. He was so familiar with it that it was as if it was his home. Jianluo walked faster and faster, as if he was rushing to meet someone. The afterglow of the afternoon fell on him. He quickly reached the warm temperature of summer. He walked on the road under the sunlight, but his speed was not slow. For a moment, it was as if his whole body was about to burn. Beep. The door of the training camp was opened. Jianluo stood at the door, panting. When he looked inside, he saw Lu Shifeng standing on the training platform. Not far away, there were 3 little ones practicing on the operating table. Behind the marshal stood a group of teachers. In order to meet the future Dragon King's first mirror transformation, the better trainers of the dragon tribe had all come. They all stood beside Lu Shifeng, surrounding their king. The door closed and made another sound. Lu Shifeng turned around. Sweat trickled down Jianluo's cheeks. His face was flushed red, as if there was some unconcealed excitement. Jianluo took a step forward. He was a little out of breath. I have something to tell you. Lu Shifeng handed the things in his hands to the assistant beside him and walked over. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped Jianluo's sweat. His voice was low and magnetic. Speak slowly. Why are you running? Jianluo took a deep breath. He took Lu Shifeng's hand and said slowly, come with me. They walked outside. This was a balcony with a wider view. Jianluo stood in front of Lu Shifeng. He was more than a head shorter than the marshal. When the two stood together, Jianluo even had to raise his head to look at him. The afterglow of the setting sun fell, and the two people were a little close to each other. In Lu Shifeng's view, Jianluo's face was full of hesitation and entanglement, as if he was hesitating whether to speak or not. What would he say? Lu Shifeng was suddenly a little curious. He wondered if it was because he was going to mirror transformation that Jianluo wanted to talk to him about the things that had been laid out. Jianluo, do you want to marry me? There was a moment of silence in the air. For a moment, Lu Shifeng wondered if he was hallucinating. He repeated in disbelief, what did you say? Jianluo murmured, I mean, let's get married, with my blood as a sacrifice. Lu Shifeng's blood-red eyes darkened for a moment. He digested this sentence for a moment and understood Jianluo's meaning. The wind blew from the other side. Jianluo's face, which was flushed because of running, slowly disappeared. He leaned against the railing and seemed to have finally said what he wanted to say. He was even a little happy because of this. His eyes were bright and he was very excited. Lu Shifeng said in a deep voice, Jianluo, do you know what you are saying? I know. If I don't succeed, you won't have many years to live. Who said that? I still have more than 30 years. Jianluo counted with his fingers and said, we can do a lot of things in 30 years. We can travel and have fun. We can also watch the cubs grow taller in 30 years. You can also teach them to fly. You are so powerful, you can teach them how to protect themselves. As he spoke, his tears fell uncontrollably like pearls from a broken necklace. Jianluo wiped his face with the back of his hand and sniffled, trying to hide his embarrassment. Lu Shifeng reached out to wipe his tears and said with a gentle voice, if you don't sacrifice, you will have an endless life. You can accompany them for a longer time. You can travel and have fun. I know you will protect them. But there is no you. Jianluo raised his head. His black eyes were dyed red. He cried until his voice was hoarse. He threw himself into Lu Shifeng's arms and said, I don't want to live that long. I want to be with you. Lu Shifeng caught the little human off guard. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. It was said that humans were very fragile, but sometimes they were terrifyingly brave. They were so brave that they could give up their lives. He was so brave that it surprised him. He wanted to protect Jianluo. He wanted to protect him from all kinds of wind and rain. He wanted to pave the way for him so that his life would not be so hard in the future. but now, Jianluo told him that he also wanted to protect him. He also wanted to sacrifice for him. He wanted to work harder, if only he could be with him. Lu Shifeng touched the head of the person in his arms and laughed. Jianluo sniffed and said, "What are you laughing at?" "Hmm?" Lu Shifeng replied in a low voice, "It feels quite strange." Jianluo was puzzled. "It's the first time I am being taken care of." Lu Shifeng touched Jianluo's face and wiped away the tears on his cheeks. He said with a smile and a bit of seriousness, "Thank you, Jianluo." Marshal Lu Shifeng, whose name could make children cry at night, never thought that one day he would be protected by a human, be healed by a human, and he would fall in love with a human. The Dark Star people were selfish, and the dragon race had a strong sense of territory. They were undoubtedly selfish as well. Before he met Jianluo, he never wanted to share anything with anyone. He was all alone in this world. He was created like a machine and was given a mission. When his mission was completed, he sank into the Dragon Valley and disappeared. But he met Jianluo. Jianluo scratched his head embarrassedly, "No need to thank me. It's nothing. Actually, I have thought about it carefully. I thought about it for a day. I know it may be very risky, but I still want to try. No matter what the result is, I am mentally prepared." Jianluo. Lu Shifeng interrupted him. Jianluo raised his head and looked at him in a daze. Lu Shifeng hugged Jianluo as if he was hugging his only treasure. The powerful dragon lowered his head in front of Jianluo. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, he gently kissed Jianluo's forehead and said in a low voice, "Let's get married." The surroundings were silent. A white bird flew across the sky, leaving a long white trail behind it. This day was an ordinary day, but it was also so unusual. The spring breeze brought everything back to life, and summer was about to join. Some warm winds blew over, whistling as they swept past the railings. The world was brilliant and bright. At the end of spring and summer, where everything rose, Jianluo's voice sounded soft but carried weight in the wind. He said, "Okay." The next day, the two sets of marriage laws of the Dark Star were completely announced. This was the first time one country, two systems were implemented. When the laws were announced, the whole country was shocked. Some people could not believe their eyes when they saw the two marriage laws. The reaction of the Dark Star people was even greater. No one wants to choose the second one, right? Dividing the property equally? I bet there won't be anyone. Even if they choose the first one, they will still get married. Don't humans want to come to Sky City? There was also a portion of the Dark Star people who seemed to be living in a dream. However, the reality that followed was like a slap to their faces. The Hope Primary School in the reclining garden was built. Although the school in Sky City was open to humans, the tuition was not fully reduced. Most families would rather send their children to the Hope Primary School. The teachers that Jianluo hired for the primary school were highly educated people from Phoenix TV. They were no worse than the teachers in the big cities. Furthermore, the Hope Primary School did not charge any fees, so the children would not be discriminated against. Many adults who had never been to school were shy for a few days. Jianluo opened an adult vocational school to help illiterate people learn to read and learn for free. Under the education of the teachers, they understood what was right and wrong. They understood that the world was not just a small place like the plantation. There was a vast space. Why do I have to be a waiter in Sky City? Our factory is also in Sky City's industrial park. Sorry, I just want to work hard for my career now. The factory needs people now. I don't have time to talk to you. After having their own careers and goals, humans were no longer just mere appendages. They soon found that some of the Dark Star people were not so good. Marrying to Sky City would no longer attract the envy of the whole village. Now, everyone in the reclining garden had their own careers and jobs. They no longer stayed in the same place. As the human industry slowly developed, potato chips and French fries entered the market after Moonlight's inspection. They were widely popular and sought after. The sales of potato chips, which were essential snacks for home and travel, increased day by day. It even reached a state where the factory needed to work overtime to produce enough food. Many Dark Star people were slow to react. Do we have to go through the second set of marriage laws if we want to fall in love and get married? The first set is completely meaningless. Among these discussions, one highly praised answer stood out. Actually, maybe she really doesn't want your money. She just wants to see your sincerity. If you are so clear about marriage and don't treat her as a human, how can she live with you? To be honest, now that the reclining garden is expanding, and so is the construction on Earth. In the future, humans will migrate to Earth. When that time comes, who will take a fancy to you? Why don't you just guard your property and live your life? The author has something to say. When I was writing the Jianluo part, I suddenly thought of a sentence from Big Fish Begonia: if you are not happy, what is the use of living long? 3. Just when many people were talking about it, suddenly, a famous gossip reporter from Dark Star posted on Weibo. 2. According to reliable sources, Marshal Liu is getting married to Jianluo. The wedding date will probably be set after the dragon god of the Dragon Valley sends down his blessings. The source of the news is reliable, and they are going to go through the second marriage law. The entire internet was shocked. They had thought that Jianluo might get married, but they did not expect it to be Marshal Liu in the end. Initially, some people speculated that it should not be Marshal Liu. They said that the two of them had a child but did not register their marriage. It was obvious that they could not get together at all. However, the appearance of this news was like a slap in the face. Is this for real? Is there any reliable evidence? Unscrupulous media, don't spout nonsense. Oh my God, who would dare to believe this? Let's not talk about the dragon race. Marshal Liu's personal wealth alone is incalculable. It's enough to buy a few reclining gardens? Splitting the wealth equally? This is crazy. The reporter seemed to be slightly affected by the doubts and flattery of the public. He threw out more and more things. He showed a photo and said, I took this at the mall. Jianluo's mother is buying red paper. She said that it's for a happy occasion at home. It can't be wrong. After this photo was released, it did give the public more credibility. However, there were still people who were unwilling to face reality. Come on, can't there be any other happy occasion at home other than marriage? Yeah, it's not reliable. I don't believe in rumors. I don't spread rumors. Some people even suspected that the editor was making it up. Some people even suspected that Jianluo had bribed people to create hype for him and deliberately create a topic to sell his goods. Many people felt that this speculation was reliable. They felt that Lu Shifeng would not really agree to the second marriage law. It was basically a fantasy. There were constantly people speculating, and there were also people who kept mentioning Lu Shifeng. They were all very curious and wanted to know the result. Some people felt that mentioning him was a relatively useless action. After all, with Lu Shifeng's personality, he would most likely not reply. A netizen asked, now that everyone is spreading rumors that you are married, can you come forward and clarify it, sir? However, just as the majority of the people were about to give up, suddenly, when he refreshed the page, there was suddenly a reply under his comment. The person who replied was clearly Golden Lu Shifeng V. To clarify, it's true. The first half of the sentence was reassuring, but the second half was filled with question marks and shock. The netizens were collectively silent for a moment. Then, they were all shocked and exploded. Is it really the second set? I've become rich overnight. Damn. I'm heartbroken. I'm a fan of Jianluo. Why does Jianluo want to get married? Can't you wait 10 years for me? Wait for you? Do you have half of the dragon race's treasures? Sorry to disturb you. As for the marriage of these two, most of the netizens were very happy to see it happen. Jianluo's weight in many people's hearts was different. In the eyes of the Dark Star people, Jianluo was equivalent to the leader of the human race. Although it was a bit of a social climb for him to marry the king of the dragon race, he had given birth to the hope of the entire world. Therefore, many people felt that they were well matched in terms of social status and gave 100% of their blessings and recognition. Moreover, they were already looking forward to the wedding. At the same time, some people became popular among the crowd. Hashtag you still want to use the first set of marriage laws? Are you richer than Lu Shifeng? Hashtag the first couple to use the new marriage laws. Hashtag there was an uproar on the internet. Everyone was discussing this matter. Many people were quite excited. After all, the two of them were relatively famous figures. Therefore, the news spread faster. Therefore, almost everyone on the planet knew about this matter. Jian Luo. Early in the morning, Jian Luo was pulled out of his blanket by Su Liang. Jian Luo opened his sleepy eyes and said, "Mom, what are you doing? You have to prepare a lot of things for your wedding. Have you chosen the pattern of the blanket?" Su Liang added, "Also, you didn't come over to help with the invitations. Do you know how many people there are?" Jian Luo was dragged over to do manual labor in a daze. Originally, he thought that since he had this idea, there shouldn't be any red tape. At least, there shouldn't be as many customs as there were in his village. However, he never expected that there would be more customs in the comfort garden now. Not only did he have to learn the marriage customs of humans, but he also had to get used to the marriage customs of the dragon race at the same time. Jian Luo's face was bitter. "No way." Su Liang said, "Originally, ordinary people like us definitely don't need to follow those rules. However, your identity is different now. You are now the leader of us humans. How can you marry so casually? Won't that make us humans look very shabby? We've already discussed it. We can't give you anything unpresentable as a betrothal gift. We humans don't have anything rare. When the time comes, every family will embroider a picture of you and the marshal to get some good luck." Jian Luo was writing the invitations. As he wrote, he said, "Don't go through so much trouble. It's enough as long as the thought is there." Su Liang glanced at him. What does a child know? Jian Luo knew that Su Liang wouldn't listen to anything he said now, so he wisely chose to shut up. This way, he wouldn't be scolded. In the afternoon, Lu Shifeng came to look for Jian Luo. Jian Luo said, "What's the matter? Are you here to help write the invitations?" Lu Shifeng took his hand and said to Su Liang, "I'll borrow him for the afternoon." Su Liang's attitude towards him was completely different from her attitude towards Lu Shifeng. She hurriedly said, "Go, go. Hey, have fun." Jian Luo looked at her in disbelief. He had just said that he wanted to go out and rest in the afternoon, but Su Liang told him not to cause trouble. After being dragged out by Lu Shifeng, Jian Luo clicked his tongue. "My mother is more tolerant of you than I am." Lu Shifeng lowered his head and said, "You're wrong." "Huh? She's tolerant of me because she wants me to treat you better." Lu Shifeng's voice was low and magnetic. "If not, she would only advise you to stay away from me." Jian Luo was shocked, then he burst out laughing. Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. "Wrong? No, no, no." Jian Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Let's go. Why did we come out?" Although they already had children, they were still very sweet when they interacted with each other. Every time they met, Jian Luo was very happy, like a young couple in love. Lu Shifeng said, to pick up the children. In a pavilion not far away, the three brats were sitting together and watching TV. The other children were watching cartoons, but only the three brats from the Jian Luo family were watching action movies. They were so engrossed in it that they even discussed it with each other from time to time. Long Outyen pointed at the latest mecha and was very excited. He patted his chest and signaled to his younger siblings that he would definitely pilot one in the future. The younger brother was more interested in the deployment and strategy of battle. He kept watching clips of commanders and occasionally took the opportunity to talk to his older brother. In comparison, the younger sister was more interested in the cost of mecha and the assembly of parts. She even took notes from time to time. Jian Luo walked over and said, "Are the morning classes over?" The three brats were very excited when they saw Jian Luo. They didn't even look at the mecha. All of them ran over to Jian Luo and squatted on Jian Luo's body. They were very well behaved. Jian Luo patted the heads of the three brats. Lu Shifeng said, "Let's go." Jian Luo was puzzled. "Where are we going?" "Dragon Valley." Lu Shifeng said, "Let's take them to the Tree of God to find the way first. When they reach mirror transformation, they will have to fly there by themselves. In other words, this time, their father would be the one to take them flying." The brats had never returned to Dragon Valley before. They were very curious. Previously, their bodies were too weak, so Lu Shifeng didn't take them. Now that they were much better, Lu Shifeng prepared to take them there. Standing on the small pavilion, a gust of wind blew. A huge black dragon appeared out of thin air. Its scales were shining under the sun. It was majestic. Jian Luo jumped onto Lu Shifeng's back with the three brats. After they sat down, Lu Shifeng flew up. The black dragon soared into the sky. The whole world seemed to shrink under its feet. Everything was overlooked. The wind blew, bringing a refreshing coolness. Wow! The brats didn't know how to fly. This was the first time they experienced the feeling of flying. It was so exciting and desirable. It was as if dragons were meant to soar in the sky. They longed for the feeling of flying and overlooking the earth. The white door of Dragon Valley opened. Lu Shifeng took the brats in. Jian Luo's eyes widened. This place, the last few times Jian Luo came to Dragon Valley, it was completely different from now. The last few times, it was a desolate wilderness. It was boundless. There was a river flowing in the middle. It was very spectacular. But this time, the Dragon Valley was full of flowers. There were cartoon clouds hanging in the sky. There were beautiful pink flowers on the ground. It was full of vitality. Lu Shifeng said, "This is their realm of the transformative fringe." Jian Luo said in shock, "So the Dragon Valley is not unified? Who told you that?" Lu Shifeng landed and let the brats go down to play. He said, "No dragon enters their own realm of the transformative fringe the moment they enter Dragon Valley. Everyone's realm of the transformative fringe is different. As far as I know, Yin Hui's realm of the transformative fringe is more special. It is difficult to move." Jian Luo said, "What is the principle behind the different realms of the transformative fringe?" Lu Shifeng said, "Personal psychology. In other words, what kind of person you are is reflected in your realm of the transformative fringe. The realm of the transformative fringe turns the things in your heart into something tangible." Jian Luo sat on Lu Shifeng's back and said, "Is this Zai Zai's illusion when he was young? What about yours when you were young?" Lu Shifeng said, "It's not the same." Jian Luo did not say anything. He suddenly remembered that Lu Shifeng's first realm of the transformative fringe failed. He did not have wings and would not be able to fly for a few hundred years. Lu Shifeng looked at the grassland full of vitality and said, "In my first realm of the transformative fringe, it was full of gravel. The rain would pour down at any time. There were also dangerous beasts in the forest." Jian Luo was stunned. He recalled one of his dreams. Lu Shifeng put Jian Luo down and said, "Weren't you curious about what I experienced in my first realm of the transformative fringe?" Jian Luo looked at him. "I passed through the forest and killed all the beasts that wanted to get close to me. I reached the end of the sacred tree. I thought I did well, but the sacred tree did not approve. That young man who was covered in blood stepped on the corpses of countless beasts and knelt in front of the sacred tree. The sacred tree did not bless him. It looked at the young man with pity and sorrow. It could not give him a response." Jian Luo looked at Lu Shifeng's face in front of him. He spoke casually, but there was an inexplicable sadness mixed in his words. The three cubs below were having fun. It was as beautiful as a fairyland, but Jian Luo's mind was filled with Lu Shifeng's place of transformation. He had been there before. In that dream, he had been there. It was a place full of heavy rain. The trees in the forest covered the sky and the sun. The roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time in the dark environment. There were jagged rocks of strange shapes and it was desolate and lonely. Jian Luo felt his throat dry. He said, "It's not your fault." Lu Shifeng looked down at him. "Is it?" "Yes." Jian Luo nodded gently. He said, "Maybe. The sacred tree has its own reasons, but you didn't do anything wrong." Lu Shifeng accompanied him to stand on a rock next to him. He looked at the three cubs playing by the stream not far away. He sat down on a rock with Jian Luo. The sky here was very transparent, and the air environment was like a fairyland. He sat lazily and said, "The second time I transformed into a mirror was different from the first time." Jian Luo asked, "Yes?" "That time, I returned to the ancient war of the century. I was a soldier and participated in the most classic Lu Rong battlefield of the dragon race. The entire army was wiped out and there were only a few survivors. There were wreckage and vultures hovering in the sky everywhere. Lu Shifeng looked at the sky as if he was recalling. There were enemies everywhere. I was the last line of defense. He was in a killing frenzy and unknowingly entered a state of mania. In the dreamland, there was no daylight. He was used to pain, killing, and darkness. He was born to be the Dragon King. He was born to sacrifice for his race. This was his mission, his task. When the last trace of consciousness disappeared, he was thinking that it would be good to die like this. Jian Luo's voice came from the side. You succeeded. Yes. Lu Shifeng pulled himself out of his memories and said, I succeeded. How much sacrifice did he have to make in exchange for an invincible physique and body? He didn't like to talk about the past with others, but this was the first time he had someone to share it with, yet he was surprisingly calm. Jian Luo turned to look at him with a pained expression. Do all dragons have to go through this? Lu Shifeng said, I don't know. Everyone's place of transformation is different. Lu Shifeng lowered his head to look at the 3 cubs not far away. They will also experience their own swamp. Jian Luo couldn't help but frown, somewhat worried. However, the 3 cubs didn't know what was going to happen next. The dreamland here was very real. There were actually living small fish in the clear stream. Long Outyin used to like this kind of physical work very much. He didn't stop after catching one. Seeing that his younger brothers and sisters didn't catch any, he gave the fish in his hand to his younger sister and went to catch a big one for his younger brother. Long Badian looked at the rain with disdain. Long Outyin chased after it. In the end, the 2 of them overturned the cart and fell into the river together. The fish also ran away. Jian Luo was amused. Should we give them a name? Lu Shifeng said, it's already been planned. Jian Luo was shocked at first, then he accepted it. They had already discussed it before. Lu Shifeng wouldn't interfere if he chose the children's nicknames. Jian Luo wouldn't interfere if the Dragon Clan chose the children's names. He still asked curiously, what are they called? Lu Shifeng said, Lu Qingyin, Lu Qingyu, Lu Qingqi. Jian Luo was shocked. He knew that the wording meant descendant, while Qing meant connect and continue. The name Yu probably meant bright, and it was considered a relatively large character. As for Qi, this character was very suitable for girls, and it was used to describe beauty and inheritance. Jian Luo clicked his tongue and sighed. You put in a lot of effort. Lu Shifeng said, it was just decided recently. The Dragon Clan will only officially use the names after they reach adulthood. There's no need to tell them yet. Jian Luo nodded. Okay. They rested for a while. Not far away, the dragon cubs were also tired from playing. Jian Luo went over and picked them up to see the Tree of God. This was the holy land of the Dragon Clan. After crossing the furthest river boundary was the holy land of the Dragon Clan. The towering green Tree of God stood at the peak, majestic. The 3 cubs' eyes widened when they saw the Tree of God for the first time. Lu Shifeng stopped under the tree and said to them, kneel and worship the mother tree in front. In the Dragon Clan, receiving the mother tree's inheritance and love was a very important thing. The 3 cubs were also told to kneel and worship the mother tree before coming, but they were a little scared when they were in front of it. Jian Luo rubbed their heads and said gently, go, it's okay. The mother tree is our protector. It loves you. The cubs seemed to understand, but they still ran towards the Tree of God. Jian Luo saw them kneeling and praying not far away. A gust of wind blew and the leaves of the Tree of God swayed. A green vine slowly hung down from the tree. There were many small green balls of light gently swaying in the air. They gently jumped around the cubs. The green vine slowly approached the children and gently stroked their heads. It was like a gentle and kind elder looking at obedient descendants. Lu Shifeng said, the mother tree likes them very much. Jian Luo breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. Is the mother tree's vine her hand? Jian Luo asked softly. Lu Shifeng did not say yes or no. He only said, it's a symbol of a spiritual body. Its vines and leaves are endowed with strong spiritual power. Others can't touch it, nor can they violate it. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Jian Luo's face did not look too good. Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Jian Luo stuttered and pointed not far away. It's already plucked. What should we do? Lu Shifeng turned around and saw that the dragon was curious about the vine on his head. Coincidentally, a leaf rubbed against the dragon's nose and it felt a little itchy. The little dragon casually plucked a leaf and looked at it seriously in his hand. Jian Luo was annoyed and shouted softly, "Don't pluck the leaf." Long Outyen turned around and looked at his father in confusion. The mother tree also seemed to be stunned. It had been a long time since it met an ignorant little dragon. The Dark Star clones were very mature after they were born. It had been thousands of years since the little dragon was impudent to it, and no little dragon acted spoiled on it. Gee? Long Outyen held the leaf and was very confused. The mother tree touched it again. The vine seemed to have a comforting power. It was very comfortable and warm. Long Outyen felt very comfortable. It closed its eyes and started to snore. The little dragon rubbed its head against the vine and hummed. It stretched out its little paw to hold the vine as if it was greeting it. It was even a little curious and wanted to take a bite to see what it tasted like. After sniffing it, it felt that it was not delicious and let go of it in disgust. The mother tree, Jian Luo, who was not far away, had already given up on treatment. However, unexpectedly, the mother tree did not get angry. A few more vines even came down from the tree. They all had golden fruits on them. The vines handed 3 small fruits to the little cubs. Then, they slowly landed on Jian Luo and Lu Shifeng and gave each of them a fruit. Jian Luo subconsciously said, "Thank you." The mother tree's vine swayed as if it was smiling. It raised its head and patted Jian Luo's head before retracting. Lu Shifeng put away the fruit. It seems that the mother tree is very happy today. Jian Luo nodded with lingering fear. When the 3 little cubs were tired of playing with the mother tree, Lu Shifeng carried them back. On the way back to the Dragon Valley, Jian Luo said with emotion, "The mother tree is so tolerant of the children." Lu Shifeng opened his thin lips. Different people. Jian Luo turned back to look at him. Lu Shifeng landed on the ground and sent the children back to the nursery before saying, "Except for these 2 times, the mother tree has never responded to me." Jian Luo's eyes widened. How could it? It likes children who are full of light and hope. Lu Shifeng said, "But I'm obviously not one of them." Jian Luo first digested it, then curled his lips in dissatisfaction. How can it be biased? It's not like you want it to be like this. Lu Shifeng looked at him silently. Those red eyes seemed to contain a strong and deep storm that could suck people in at any time. Jian Luo panicked under his gaze and stammered, "What's wrong?" Lu Shifeng looked down and left the room with Jian Luo. Only then did he smile and look at him calmly. "You, slandering the tree of God in front of the Dragon King?" Jian Luo belatedly realized and felt a little guilty. You don't have to take it to heart. I was just saying." Before he could finish his words, Lu Shifeng bent down and kissed him gently on the forehead. The tall and handsome man bent down in front of him and lowered his head. There was a charming smile in his blood-red eyes. He said, "Thank you, madam." His low and hoarse voice fell on her heart, as if it was itching. The 2 of them were very close to each other. They could feel each other's breath, intertwining and lingering. Their heartbeats quickened uncontrollably. It was unbelievably soft. Lu Shifeng still wanted to kiss Jian Luo's lips, but was stopped by a small white hand. Jian Luo's cheeks were a little red. He said, I suddenly remembered something." Lu Shifeng suppressed his dissatisfaction. He only wanted to hear Jian Luo finish so that he could take advantage of him. But then he heard his little wife blush and say, "Isn't our wedding a week later? From tomorrow onwards, I'll be moving back to the reclining garden. We have a custom that we can't see each other for 7 days before the wedding." Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. 7 days? Jian Luo moved back a little and nodded gently. "Yes, we can't see each other. We can see each other when you come to pick me up on the day of the wedding." Lu Shifeng said, "It's an open society now. Shouldn't you change your old customs?" "No." Jian Luo shook his head and said, "This is the custom of our ancestors." We can't forget our roots, and we can't change it casually. Besides, it's only 7 days. When you went on a business trip, I stayed and waited for you for a long time. You're a mature dragon. You don't need someone to take care of you like the cubs. Lu Shifeng said, do you know what the average lifespan of a dragon is? Jian Luo said he didn't know. Only the Dragon King's place of transformation is special. The average dragon's lifespan is 2 to 3,000 years. According to this ratio, Lu Shifeng looked at Jian Luo quietly. Jian Luo asked, if it's counted? I'm still young, Lu Shifeng said seriously. Jian Luo looked at Lu Shifeng in disbelief. Lu Shifeng's handsome face was full of solemnity and seriousness. It was as if they were not talking about age, but about unfathomable strategic deployment. He stood upright and looked at Jian Luo with a righteous look. For a moment, Jian Luo even had the misconception that he was being unreasonable. Jian Luo held back for a long time and laughed. You, stop fooling around. Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. I'm telling the truth. A human's lifespan is only a little more than 100 years. At your age, you can be my grandfather. Jian Luo attacked him mercilessly. Lu Shifeng looked at Jian Luo in silence. He seemed to be thinking about this sentence and was inexplicably hurt. It was as if he was hurt by Jian Luo's words. Jian Luo's heart skipped a beat and he changed his words. That's not what I meant, Lu Shifeng said, respect the old and love the young. Ah? Since I'm not a child. Lu Shifeng tried to reason with him. I also have to respect my grandfather. There was a moment of silence in the air. After a while, Jian Luo laughed mercilessly. He laughed mercilessly in front of his grandfather, not giving him any face at all. Lu Shifeng stared at him with a death gaze. Jian Luo laughed enough and said, what you said makes sense. Then let's do it this way. Jian Luo thought of a way for him. We can call when the time comes. By the way, remember to hold the babies. I'll miss them if I don't see them. Lu Shifeng, to see the babies? Jian Luo saw that his tone was not right and he changed his words in time. To see you too. Lu Shifeng was satisfied. He touched Jian Luo's head and felt the soft touch of his hair with his rough palm. The human in front of him was fragile and small, as if he would disappear in the blink of an eye. He wanted to encircle Jian Luo and keep him by his side all the time. He wanted to melt him into his bones and blood. Jian Luo muttered, we've been together for so long. It's just a few days. Don't be sad. It'll be over soon. Lu Shifeng rubbed his head and said in a low voice, I want to see you more. It's not like we won't be able to see each other in the future. After Jian Luo answered subconsciously, he remembered that Lu Shifeng was going to the illusion to practice. He suddenly felt sad. When he thought that he might not be able to see him in the future, he felt that his heart had begun to ache. His emotions were always written on his face and were easy to detect. Lu Shifeng lowered his head and kissed his forehead. What makes you always ready to be a widow? Jian Luo looked at him with slight surprise. Lu Shifeng's blood-red eyes flashed with a slight smile. I'm not that weak. Jian Luo hugged him and wrapped his arms around Lu Shifeng's waist. He buried his face in his body and rubbed. He wanted to comfort Lu Shifeng, but he knew that it was best not to say anything at this time. The next day, Marshal Lu's plan was like this. Although Jian Luo couldn't come to see him, he could secretly come to see Jian Luo. The rules were dead, but people were alive. He always had to use his brain. Unfortunately, Marshal Lu, who had thought of everything, didn't expect that Jian Luo would just take his bag and run away without saying anything. Secretary Jean stood in front of the office desk and said dutifully, yesterday afternoon, the spaceship ticket was at 5 o'clock. The destination was the F solar system. There was a transfer on the way. At present, the interstellar railway to the solar system is still being built. At present, if there was a transfer, he should have arrived at this time. Lu Shifeng, Secretary Jean comforted him. Today is the 3rd day. Jian Luo should be back on the 4th day. Your wedding with him is in 5 days. It shouldn't be delayed. Lu Shifeng said, he didn't come to use our warship? He could have just sent it directly. Why did he have to take his own car? Secretary Jean had no choice but to tell the truth. Jian Luo said that he was afraid of bumping into you when he came over. It wouldn't be good for him and break the rules. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shifeng's face darkened. He said that? Secretary Jean nodded timidly. Lu Shifeng was so angry that he laughed. Good, very good. Looking at the furious marshal, Secretary Jean didn't dare to say anything. He could only pray for Jian Luo. On the other side, the first thing Jian Luo did when he arrived on Earth was to ask the research team about their progress. In the past few months, their progress had been very fast. Because of the support of Dark Star's technology, everything was done with high efficiency. There were a few research academicians here. When they saw Jian Luo, they were very respectful and greeted him politely. They were all Dark Star people, but they were willing to come all the way to Earth to do research. Jian Luo asked, "Are you used to it?" The academician said, "Very used to it." This was a girl, and there was a man who was her partner. She said happily, "I like this beautiful planet very much. Its scenery is very good. The magnetic field and gravity here make me feel very comfortable. The food here is also very delicious." Jian Luo laughed out loud. It was winter on Earth. The old Chinese medicine doctor wore a big cotton-padded jacket and drank a mouthful of erguo. He then walked over to Jian Luo and said, come over here." Jian Luo followed him over. The old Chinese medicine doctor opened the information screen. There were dozens of pictures of herbs floating on it. He said, "We compared the DNA and medicinal properties of tens of thousands of plants. We also asked the local natives and found that these herbs are very effective in improving the body's pheromones. However, the smell of these herbs is very pungent. Normal people can't accept it." Jian Luo was troubled. "How's the medicinal properties?" "They are being tested." The old Chinese medicine doctor said, "Those two Dark Star people are a pair. They have been taking the medicine for half a month. If they are tested now, the female's pheromones that can cause pregnancy have significantly improved. If there are no accidents, according to the treatment, they will return to normal in at most 3 months." Jian Luo understood. There were two problems now. First, if one person succeeded, how could they help the majority of people overcome such a disgusting medicine? Second, the herbs were not everywhere. How could they be mass-produced and ensure the quality and keep up with the supply? The old Chinese medicine doctor said, "You can't add anything else to the herbs. It will spoil the medicinal properties." Jian Luo smiled and said, "Yes, I am thinking that when the time comes, there will be a general trend of better food. I should make arrangements in advance and let the factory adjust the production line. I should also consider whether or not to set up offline food stores in advance." His words made the old Chinese medicine doctor look at him in a new light. Some people were born to do business. Such people were also good at creating opportunities and seizing them. He suddenly felt that Jian Luo's success might have a little bit of luck, but it was definitely not 100%. This child had some ability. The old Chinese medicine doctor kindly reminded him, "Avoid spicy and fishy things. Go with the market's demand." Jian Luo nodded. "I understand. As for the mass production of the herbs, you don't have to worry about the manpower. When the time comes, you can see how much manpower you need. I will send people over. The natives here are more familiar with the environment. They should be able to help." Jian Luo thought about it as he looked around the surroundings. "When the environment here is purified and better, I will approve the funds to renovate the houses here and build our own building." The old Chinese medicine doctor sat down on a rocking chair. "So much money. Can you handle it?" Jian Luo smiled. "This matter is on my shoulders. Even if I can't handle it, I have to. The money the factory earns is only enough for daily expenses." Jian Luo also sat down and told him the truth. The wages of the workers and the daily maintenance of the village. The daily profit is only about 500,000 star coins. However, building a building required tens of millions of star coins. He was thinking of ways to earn money every day, but the places where he needed money were endless. He finally understood that managing his own life and managing a peaceful garden were two completely different things. If you want to wear a crown, you have to bear its weight. He had no way out now. He could only grit his teeth and bear it. He knew that he was the only one who could retreat, so he could only move forward. The old Chinese medicine doctor looked at him meaningfully. I heard that you are engaged to him. The wealth of the dragon clan is not something you and I can imagine. Haven't you thought about it? Jian Luo said, what's there to think about? It's not like I can't earn money. The old Chinese medicine doctor looked at him with slight surprise. Jian Luo sat beside him. He didn't know when this young man was no longer the timid and hesitant boy who came to him for help. He had matured a lot. He didn't know when he became a man who could take charge of things on his own. Originally, the old Chinese medicine doctor was a little worried that Jian Luo wouldn't be able to handle it. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that in time, Jian Luo would also be someone. A person who would be recorded in the history books of two races and praised by future generations. A few days later, Jian Luo went back. He wanted to take a car back, but a military warship landed. Lu Shifeng's adjutant said, Sir asked me to come and pick you up. Thank you. When he saw Lu Shifeng's posture, he knew that the petty man might be angry again. Because there was no signal on Earth, many communications couldn't be received. He hadn't called for a few days, so he guessed that he would explode when he got back. Because of the itinerary, the warship landed directly at the military base. When Jian Luo got off the warship, he saw Lu Shifeng standing not far away. He was leaning against the wall, half of his body buried in the darkness. His eyes were cold and his tall body was like a dormant beast, dangerous and powerful. Jian Luo wanted to go around him. However, Lu Shifeng appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. What's wrong? Mr. Jian, you've been away for a few days. Don't you recognize me? Jian Luo braced himself and said, we can't meet before the wedding. It's midnight now. It's already the day of the wedding. Lu Shifeng said seriously, it's not considered meeting before the wedding. Jian Luo couldn't win against him in an argument. He was a little tired now. As he walked into the house, he chatted casually with Lu Shifeng. When he entered the house, he was stunned. The house was filled with all kinds of gifts. Among them, the biggest one caught his attention. Who sent this? Lu Shifeng, Yin Hui. A gift from an intergalactic thief. Jian Luo was a little curious. What did he send? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shifeng looked at him with a subtle expression, and even a little bit of approval. He smiled. Go open it and see. Yin Hui, you didn't expect this, did you? Jian Luo looked at Lu Shifeng's expression and suddenly felt a little nervous. Originally, he was looking forward to Yin Hui's gift, but when he saw Lu Shifeng's expression, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. No matter how he looked at it, the big box not far away seemed to have some ulterior motives. Jian Luo hesitated. Did he send a bomb over? Lu Shifeng leaned against the wall and said calmly, guess. Guess my ass. Jian Luo decided to be conservative. Forget it, I won't look at it. Lu Shifeng, why? Aren't you curious? No. Jian Luo took a step back. He instinctively felt that there was nothing good inside. I'm not that curious anymore. Lu Shifeng didn't insist. Jian Luo started looking at the other gifts. These were all gifts from planets of various sizes. There were all kinds of gifts. Some of them could be seen directly, some of them looked strange, and some of them looked very expensive. For example, there was a crystal clear jade, or a newly developed limited edition reality helmet. Jian Luo looked left and right for a long time before finally saying, are these people not coming after sending gifts? Lu Shifeng, they're already here. Really? Jian Luo's eyes lit up. Then can we meet tomorrow? Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes dangerously. Why? Jian Luo sat in the middle of the pile of gifts. He played with a small precious gift box in his hand and said with a smile, after all, the people who can come should be people with more authority. It'll be easier for us to get to know each other and form a partnership. He wanted to do interstellar trade. Right now, money was needed everywhere. As the saying went, those who were prepared in advance could always deal with most of their connections. This was especially true when it came to doing business. Connections were the most important resource. Controlling connections meant controlling 50% of one's wealth. Lu Shifeng said, "It seems that Mr. Jian's schedule is quite rich." Jian Luo originally wanted to nod, but halfway through, he met Lu Shifeng's dangerous gaze. His head was stuck in the air. His desire to live was still strong. He smiled and said, No, I was just saying." Lu Shifeng came over and took Jian Luo's hand. "Come here." Jian Luo was confused and let him pull him along. Lu Shifeng took him up the stairs to the inner lounge, turned on the bedroom light, threw Jian Luo on the bed, and walked in. Looking at his smooth movements, Jian Luo was a little flustered. He even wanted to persuade him, "Well, we still have business tomorrow." Lu Shifeng came out with a box and glanced at him. Jian Luo, whose mind was full of bad thoughts, said embarrassedly, "Rest early." "Come here." Lu Shifeng put down the box. Jian Luo came over to take a look and saw Lu Shifeng open the box. In the center of the box lay a set of sparkling jewelry. It was black jewelry. What caught Jian Luo's attention the most was a set of anklets. This anklet was surrounded by small black balls. Each ball was translucent, and there was a blue crystal inside that emitted a fine light. In the center of the anklet was a teardrop-shaped ornament. It was like a finishing touch, making the entire anklet even more beautiful. Jian Luo exclaimed, "Wow, who gave this to you?" "I gave it to you." Lu Shifeng's voice was low. He stood by the table and looked down at Jian Luo. "Try it on." Jian Luo thought to himself that he didn't even prepare such an exquisite set. What was up with old Lu's straightforwardness? But this set of jewelry in front of him was really beautiful. As a boy, he couldn't help but be moved. "Okay, thank you." Jian Luo picked up the anklet and sat down on the sofa. He rolled up his pants, revealing his slender ankles, and put on the anklet. The material of the anklet was cold to the touch, but it was warm on his feet. It automatically adapted to the human body's temperature. The black color was low-key and not flashy, but it definitely didn't look cheap. Jian Luo swayed and looked at Lu Shifeng with starry eyes. He smiled and asked, "Does it look good?" Lu Shifeng said, "Yeah." "Would it kill you to say a few more words?" Fortunately, Jian Luo didn't expect him to say anything nice. Lu Shifeng walked over and picked up the thinner necklace. The necklace was even more exquisite. The thin black chain looked very ordinary at first glance, but it was very bright under the light. There was a small arc-shaped button in the middle. When he got closer, Jian Luo realized that the button was engraved with dragon patterns. No, the entire chain was engraved with dragon patterns. Lu Shifeng said, "Don't move." He bent down and gently put it on for Jian Luo. He even carefully adjusted the position. Jian Luo couldn't see, so he could only look at him and ask, "Does it look good?" Lu Shifeng then put on the other bracelets and small earrings for Jian Luo. When they were all put on, his cold eyes finally relaxed a lot. Those blood-red eyes fell on the bracelets and stared at them for a moment. Finally, he reached out and stroked Jian Luo's fair and tender face a few times. The corners of his mouth curled up. "It looks good, you're so scary." Jian Luo was also tired after a busy day. There were still a lot of things waiting for him tomorrow, so he didn't say anything more to Lu Shifeng. He cleaned up and went to sleep. He thought he could at least sleep until midnight, but he didn't expect to be woken up before 2 hours. Su Liang grabbed him. "You damn child, why are you sleeping here? Go back to the reclining park and wait for someone to pick you up." Jian Luo was sent to the car in a daze and slept all the way. When he got home, he wanted to sleep, but the village was so lively that it was as if it was the new year. Every house was decorated with lanterns and decorations. Everyone woke up earlier than him. Every house had the word happiness pasted on the door. The children were so excited that they couldn't sleep. There was a big banquet in the village. Along the way, people gave out wedding candies and pastries for free. It was very noisy everywhere. Su Liang said, "When you get home later, go and change your clothes." The marshal already sent someone to send the wedding clothes. Jian Luo was so tired that he leaned on the cushion. "Can't I change later?" When they reached the place, Su Liang pulled him down. She was dressed very beautifully today. Jian Luo always knew that his mother was beautiful, but she didn't take care of herself in the past because their family's conditions weren't good. Today, she wore a red cheongsam. The noble and elegant short cheongsam completely set off her beautiful figure. She casually tied her hair up, and 2 strands of hair fell on her temples. She looked gentle and intelligent, and her every frown and smile was moving. She said to Jian Luo, "Today is a big day. Be good. I told your brother and the people in our village that we can't embarrass you." Jian Luo woke up a lot. He was a little touched. "Thank you, mother." Su Liang's eyes turned red and wanted to say something, but he heard his unfilial son say, "I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Give me a bowl of rice first." "Shut up." It took a long time for him to put on makeup and change his clothes. The dragon clan's wedding robe was dark red and there were rolling dragon totems on it. It was majestic. When the entire wedding robe was unfolded, Jian Luo felt that he was going to be enthroned wearing it. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to handle such a majestic robe, but after he put it on, it was very suitable. In the eyes of Qing Qing and the others, Jian Luo's aura was different after he put on this robe. He was less immature and more mature and majestic. The black color made him look especially stable. His eyebrows were lowered, and the side of his face was white and gentle. The dark robe made him look even more outstanding. When he was silent, he gave off a kind of pressure that made people not dare to be rash. Qing Qing said, "It's too beautiful." The others also agreed. "Jian Luo is too beautiful. This robe is too amazing." As expected of the dragon clan. "How generous. I heard that every foot of this totem is priceless." In the midst of the bustle, the sky suddenly lit up. It was even more lively outside. The people of the dragon clan were coming to pick him up. Lu Shifeng was coming. There were cheers outside. Along the way, according to the customs of the peaceful garden, they had to give gifts to the people who passed by. It was different from other wedding halls. The dragon clan gave jewelry and crystals along the way. It was so extravagant that it made people cry. Jian Luo was originally talking to the people around him. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings had become quiet. He turned around as if he felt something and his gaze met with the people at the door. A row of Dragon Clan soldiers stood outside. Secretary Jean was also standing outside in a particularly formal suit. Lu Shifeng stood in the center of the door. He was wearing the same style of dragon robe as Jian Luo, but it was a military uniform. The military emblem on his shoulder was dazzling and eye-catching. The dark color was actually very specific. Lu Shifeng's legs were tall, his shoulders were wide, and his waist was narrow. He was a proper clothes hanger. Even if he didn't speak, he was still very eye-catching. Jian Luo's eyelashes trembled slightly. He unconsciously clenched his hands. The scene in front of him was so familiar. He vaguely remembered that when he had just become pregnant, Lu Shifeng had also come to pick him up on a rainy day. At that time, there was also a row of soldiers. He also stood there and stared at him like this. However, at that time, when he saw him, his heart was only filled with despair and the fear of the unknown. Lu Shifeng strode forward, step by step towards Jian Luo. Finally, he stopped in front of him. His gaze fell on Jian Luo. He slowly raised his arm and rubbed the delicate cheeks of the person in front of him with his somewhat rough fingertips. He said in a low voice, "Very beautiful." Jian Luo blinked and smiled slightly. In front of everyone, the noble dragon king, the fearsome Lu Shifeng, lowered his noble head in front of Jian Luo. He slowly knelt down on one knee and held Jian Luo's hand. His eyes were fixed on the human youth. He solemnly and sincerely said, "Jian Luo, are you willing to come with me?" Jian Luo widened his eyes slightly and stared at Lu Shifeng without blinking. Once, he had also asked the same question. That rainy night, when he came to take him away, he had also asked the same question. However, at that time, he was only filled with resistance and emotions. Now, after the change of time, in the same place and with the same person, Lu Shifeng had asked the same question again. Jian Luo's heart was in turmoil. His short silence made everyone in the room hold their breaths. Lu Shifeng was still waiting quietly. He was like a loyal knight waiting for his master's response. He did not move at all. After a while, just when everyone was feeling nervous, Lu Shifeng's hand that was holding Jian Luo's hand moved. He looked up and met Jian Luo's calm black eyes. Those black eyes clearly reflected his own figure. The little human crouched down and threw himself into his arms to give him a hug. "I'm willing." Jian Luo boarded the carriage, which was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The wedding this time was quite grand, or rather, Lu Shifeng had no intention of holding a simple wedding. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere, and even the Dragon Valley had put up red wedding banners in accordance with human customs. The dragon tribe liked black and red, so it didn't conflict with the red of the human race. When Jian Luo arrived at the Dragon Valley, he almost couldn't recognize that this was the Dragon Valley he had seen before. Everywhere was a colorful world, dazzling one's eyes. There were people everywhere. The originally empty cloud field was now filled with banquets. Guests came and went, but it was lively and jubilant. The most important ceremony for the dragon tribe was to form a partnership contract under the divine tree. When Jian Luo arrived, many respected elders of the dragon tribe were already there. They looked at Jian Luo with benevolent gazes. Most of the elders of the dragon tribe were old dragons that were tens of thousands of years old. They were very old, and in the last moments of their lives, they would either travel around the world or sleep in the abyss of the Dragon Valley. They would only come out when something big was happening in the dragon tribe, and one of those things was the Dragon King's wedding. The elder standing at the very center of the group had white dragon horns and white hair. He waved at Lu Shifeng and Jian Luo, and said, "Come here, children." Jian Luo was a little nervous. Because Lu Shifeng didn't have parents, an ugly daughter-in-law didn't have to meet her in-laws. However, he didn't expect that when facing the elders, he would still be terrified, panicked, and scared. Lu Shifeng could sense Jian Luo's nervousness, and he squeezed Jian Luo's hand to give him some strength. "Let's go," he said in a low voice. Jian Luo looked at him, and he really wasn't that nervous anymore. He nodded gently and said, "All right." The two of them walked forward together. The grass in the Dragon Valley was soft, and the air was fresh. Everyone watched them as they took a few steps forward. When they finally stood in front of the elder, Jian Luo's palms were sweaty. The elder raised his head slowly and placed his hand on Jian Luo's head. He was mumbling something that sounded like a dragon's roar or a muttered incantation. Listening to it calmed one's heart. Jian Luo felt a chill coming from between her brows. When Jian Luo came back to her senses, the elder had already retracted his hand. Lu Shifeng bowed with him. The elder slowly clasped his hands and said, "Go." Jian Luo was dragged by Lu Shifeng to the next elder in a daze. Before this, he knew that there would be some blessing ceremonies, but no one had told him in such detail. Fortunately, Lu Shifeng was quite reliable. He had been bringing him along and didn't let him make a fool of himself. Overall, everything went smoothly. The blessing ceremony was completed in front of everyone's eyes. Jian Luo stood aside obediently, waiting for the last and most important part of the ceremony, the sacrifice. The wind in the surroundings began to flow faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, the elders who were originally standing on the ground suddenly disappeared. In their place, a few dragons leaped into the sky. The dragons were tumbling in the sea of clouds, and their roars could be heard from afar, echoing throughout the land of the Dragon Valley and even the sky above the city in the sky. There weren't just these few dragons. Many dragons transformed into their original forms and flew into the sky. The roars of the dragons resounded, and the green balls of light around the divine tree began to increase, gradually filling the surroundings. The abundant spiritual energy made one feel as if their entire body had been baptized. The mother tree had awakened, and its branches began to grow. The towering tree creaked as it moved. Jian Luo couldn't help but widen his eyes. The roars of the dragons were loud and deep, and they were shocking. They were like the kings of the sky, and the divine tree was responding to these roars. As its branches grew, half of the sky was filled with green. The green balls of light returned to the mother tree's body, right in front of Jian Luo's eyes. Suddenly, the branches bloomed. It was red with a dark black stamen. Between red and black, the domineering and delicate flowers bloomed amidst the greenery. Flowers slowly bloomed on the branches that covered the sky. Half of the sky was gradually dyed with the color of the flowers. An elegant fragrance wafted over. As the wind blew, petals fluttered down. It was a riot of flowers. It was an indescribable sight. On the day of the Dragon King's wedding, the divine tree of the dragon clan bloomed, and the fragrance of the flowers spread for 3,000 miles, lingering for a long time. The guests below were in an uproar. This was a grand occasion that was hard to come by in 100 years, and many people would only be able to see this once in their lives. Cheers and excited voices resounded throughout the Dragon Valley. In the midst of the cheers, the divine tree slowly lowered a branch. There was a flower on this branch, and it was different from the other flowers. It was a pure black flower, and it was beautiful and proud. Lu Shifeng said to Jian Luo, "This is my soul flower." Jian Luo's eyes widened, and he looked at the little flower in disbelief. Secretary Jean brought a utensil from not far away to Jian Luo. She smiled and said, "Drip your blood into the flower and merge it with the Lord's soul flower. Only then will the ceremony be complete." Jian Luo nodded lightly, "Okay." Secretary Jean continued, "The soul flowers of the dragon race are all managed by the divine tree. Every flower that bloomed today was once a member of our race. When the Dragon King gets married, all of the dragon race will be invited to witness this moment, including our ancestors." Jian Luo looked at Lu Shifeng in surprise. After being told this, he did not dare to look directly at these flowers. He thought they were beautiful before, but now he understood what it meant. When you stare at the abyss may also be staring at you. Lu Shifeng said to Jian Luo, "The soul flower of the dragon race can only be contracted once in a lifetime. It cannot be changed, and cannot be replaced." Jian Luo's hand that was holding the utensil trembled slightly, so strict. "Yes." Lu Shifeng seemed to remind him, "The contract cannot be cancelled." At first, Jian Luo did not understand what this meant. He was still sympathizing with the dragon race. Didn't they say that they could only find one partner in a lifetime? He had heard that the dragon race was a loyal race. They would be faithful to their partner until death. He thought it was self-awareness, but it turned out that it was all. Because of the supervision of the mother tree, Secretary Jean smiled and said, "Time is up. You can start now." Jian Luo responded. He was afraid of making mistakes in the process of the sacrifice, so he had done it thousands of times before coming. The dark red blood on his fingertips merged with the black soul flower. Under Jian Luo's gaze, the pure black flower actually began to change color and glow with his blood. Finally, it slowly turned into a little flower with a little pink color. It was not as domineering as before. Jian Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry. "It can even change color. I am inside you." Lu Shifeng lowered his head and looked at him. His gaze gradually deepened, and he said, "Yes, I am inside you." The air was silent for a moment. Jian Luo turned his face away. Not only did he not want to speak, he even wanted to kick Lu Shifeng. Secretary Jean could only play dumb. At this point, the ceremony was basically over. Next were all kinds of places to toast and socialize. Lu Shifeng thought that Jian Luo would be very clingy to him, or with his shy personality, he might even hide behind him. There were many people here today. He was afraid that Jian Luo would get stage fright, so he even thought of words to comfort him. However, he never expected, "Hello, hello. I am Jian Luo. Ah, you are from Cloud Star. I heard that the ocean there is very beautiful." "Ah, yes, yes. The inconvenience of planting is really a big problem. Actually, on my side, no problem. We will contact each other later. You are too polite. I will visit you another day. You are too polite." In order to do business, the little boy in Lu Shifeng's eyes seemed to have grown up. Ever since he shouldered the responsibility, Jian Luo, either voluntarily or forced, became independent at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the past, he did not like to socialize. Now, he would even choose his own targets and take the initiative to talk to them. On a planet covered by 80% of the world's oceans, technology chips and financial resources per capita were the most developed. It was okay. Earth provided vegetation and vegetables, and they reached a cooperation agreement. On a world of glaciers, the residents lived in underground cities. Although they did not use vegetables, their happiness per capita was not high. It was okay. Earth opened an amusement park for tourism, and they reached a cooperation agreement. Jianluo did not stop for the whole day. He was like a spinning top, spinning at high speed. He did not let go of any opportunity to cooperate. He negotiated one business deal after another and drank one glass of wine after another. Lu Shifeng did not know that his alcohol tolerance was so good. Oh, after sunset, the guests all left. The first thing Jianluo did when he returned to his room was to rush to the toilet and vomit. He almost vomited into a puddle of mud. Lu Shifeng frowned behind him. You can't drink, but you still drank. Lu Shifeng did not let Jianluo drink, but Jianluo was running around, either looking for this person or that person. Marshal Jianluo could not keep up with Jianluo's pace at all. He did not know how much Jianluo had drunk without him noticing. Jianluo was still conscious. He stood up and said, "It's okay. I can hold my liquor well." Lu Shifeng poured him a glass of warm water and handed it over. "Where did you practice?" "In the past." Jianluo took the water and gulped it down. "In university, a few of my roommates sneaked out to drink. We didn't have money, so we got some ergo too." Speaking of this, he was a little excited. Jianluo said, "Later on, I started working in sales. In order to discuss business with clients, my alcohol tolerance increased. No one could outdrink me. Am I good?" Lu Shifeng stared at him. His blood-red eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water. In the end, he replied in a low voice, "Yes." Jianluo was drunk and started talking about all sorts of things. "Didn't I used to be a broadcaster? Actually, I don't like to cook that much. When I was young, I cooked for my family. When I grew up, I still had to cook. But I want to earn money to buy a house. The house in the city is so expensive that I can't afford it. I'm from the countryside, so I want to save some money to go back to the countryside to build a house, get married, and live a good life." The room was silent for a moment. Lu Shifeng's expression was not as kind as before. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Marry what?" Jianluo did not realize the seriousness of the matter at all. He was still chatting very enthusiastically and was very carried away. He said, "Marry a wife and give birth to a chubby little boy. I like children very much. A boy and a girl would be better. I won't be biased. I'll definitely love both of them. When I'm old." When Jianluo woke up again, he didn't know how long it had been in the mountains. As soon as Lu Shifeng came out of the room, he saw Jianluo shut himself in the quilt. He came over and said, "I'll ask someone to bring the food." Jianluo didn't bother to pay attention to him. Lu Shifeng was not angry. "I've arranged a warship and a steward for you. Wherever you want to go on a business trip, it's your private plane." The little ball under the quilt moved a little, which was a reaction. "I've given you a supplementary card. It's pocket money. You can buy whatever you need outside." Lu Shifeng said, "If it's not enough, you can ask me for more." Jianluo finally reacted. He popped his head out and said in a muffled voice, "I have my own money." Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows. "You're out?" Jianluo was angry again. He covered his head and went back. "I'm going to sleep." The sun was shining outside. Lu Shifeng turned his face to look and said, "Aren't you hungry, madam?" The last two words were dragged out by him. Lu Shifeng's voice was low and magnetic. It was especially charming when there was a teasing smile. These two words were very simple, but there was a bit of ambiguity in his mouth, like whispers of love between lovers. Jianluo moved. Lu Shifeng continued, "You haven't eaten for a day and a night." Jianluo blushed. He said in a muffled voice under the quilt, "It's all your fault." "It's my fault." Lu Shifeng didn't argue. He poked him. "The cubs haven't seen you for a few days. I locked them outside. Go have a meal and see them." Jianluo was a little moved when he heard the children. He popped his head out and thought of the supplementary card. He said again, "It's okay. I have my own money." Lu Shifeng said, "It's not much. Buy some snacks." Jianluo couldn't refuse any more, so he generously said, "All right." He originally wanted to put on his own clothes, but who knew that his waist would hurt the moment he sat up. It was so sore that he almost sprained his old waist. He took a deep breath and lay back on the bed. Lu Shifeng quickly came over to support him. He frowned. "It hurts so much." Jianluo was angry again. "It's all your fault. Be careful next time." Lu Shifeng apologized insincerely and continued, "I'll get the doctor to take a look at you." Jianluo hurriedly grabbed him. He almost lost all his face. "Don't. Won't the whole world know about this? It's so embarrassing." Lu Shifeng thought to himself, who do you think doesn't know? However, considering Jianluo's current mood, he chose to remain silent. Instead, he suggested, "Then I'll go get some ointment for you." "No one will know." Jianluo reluctantly said, "Okay." Soon, Lu Shifeng came in with the ointment. He finished applying the ointment for Jianluo. The ointment was very effective. After a while, Jianluo was in pain. The sore areas were cold and even a little comfortable. After he put on his clothes, the chef outside pushed the dining cart in. It was a Manchu Han imperial feast. There were so many things to eat that it didn't even feel like breakfast. Jianluo said, "You ate so much in the morning." Lu Shifeng didn't even raise his head. "It's already noon." "You win." Jianluo sat up slightly and started to eat. The door outside was pushed open slightly. Then, familiar groans could be heard. Jianluo turned his head and saw the 3 little cubs running towards him like a gust of wind. However, Jianluo was in pain. When the little cubs crawled, they pressed on some parts of Jianluo's body. It was so painful that Jianluo couldn't stop twitching. Lu Shifeng frowned. He came over and lifted them up in midair. Long Outyan whined in protest. However, when he realized that Jianluo was really in pain from being stepped on, he felt wronged. He eagerly groaned at Jianluo. He blamed himself and was worried. Jianluo quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's not that heavy." Lu Shifeng threw Long Outyan and his little brother on the sofa. He said heartlessly, "Behave, or get out." The 2 little cubs were obedient. Jianluo still cared about the children. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't do it on purpose. "Don't be so fierce." The most obedient little sister squatted beside Jianluo's legs. The little silver dragon rubbed against Jianluo. It didn't make a sound and just stayed there obediently. It looked very clingy. Jianluo patted its little head. "Have you guys eaten?" The little sister said, "Yes." They all ate nutritious children's meals. There was a designated person in charge of their 3 meals a day. Occasionally, Jianluo would cook some snacks for them to improve their meals. The cubs also wanted to eat Jianluo's food, but they could only eat a little. Before a dragon's body was fully developed, they had to eat less salt and less spicy food. Otherwise, it would affect their body. Jianluo took a fruit from the dining table and passed it to the little sister. "Eat this." The little sister took the fruit and ate it obediently. Long Outyan signaled that he wanted to eat it too. However, his father sat beside him and wanted to check on his homework. He could only look and didn't dare to move. He felt very wronged. Woo-woo, he hated his father the most. 2 days later. Jianluo, who had recovered, was full of energy. He went back to the reclining park to work and found that Su Liang wasn't there. He called Su Liang. "Mom, where are you?" Su Liang replied, "Is Jianluo back?" "Mom is at the clothing store in Sky City." "Oh, nothing. I just saw that you weren't at home." Jianluo said, "Buying clothes?" "Buy more. The cheongsam you wore last time was pretty good." Su Liang pursed his lips and smiled. "You only know how to tease your mother. This cheongsam was designed by you for me. I think it's pretty good and wanted to see if it's suitable for the mass market. Isn't mother doing a live broadcast? Many people would come to ask if she's selling clothes." After a while, mother started to wonder if she should make it herself. Even if she doesn't earn money, she can let her fans draw. "So, I want to buy some clothes." Su Liang loved to play with these little things. Jianluo saw that she liked it, so he would draw some 21st century clothes for her to play with. He was only responsible for drawing. As for whether it could be made, how to make it, and what style, it was all up to Su Liang. The red cheongsam last time really amazed Jianluo. He didn't expect Su Liang's hands to be so skillful. Jianluo thought for a moment. Mom, your idea is very good. In fact, a lot of the work in the reclining park is physical work. Young girls and women sometimes have a hard time. I think you can take a good look at the clothing industry. First, look at the market, choose the materials and try to make it. If it works, we can ask for the opinions of the rest of us. We can set up a factory. Su Liang was a little surprised. Will this work? Why can't it? Jianluo sat down in front of the table and drank a mouthful of water. We are making food now because we can only make food at present. However, if there are other ways to make money, we can also try. Humans are now developing and need money everywhere. It would be good if there are other ways. Su Liang didn't expect that she could help. She was very happy. Okay, Mom will take care of it. Jianluo asked her to do the live broadcast previously. The little round ball at home was also idle. When she had nothing to do, she would broadcast embroidery and make accessories to pass the time. At first, it was purely to relieve her loneliness. Later, she didn't know why, but more and more people watched. Many people saw that she looked good in it and wanted the same style. This kind of thing was time-consuming and laborious. She usually spent time making one or two more and gave them away. A few days ago, many big names in the clothing industry contacted her through their connections to work. They offered high salaries and high prices, but she was unwilling. Humans had a lot of things to do. It would be good if she could use her limited ability to help everyone and reduce the burden on her son. Jianluo said, "You don't have to be afraid of wasting money. Try making it first and then consider the cost. The money can be paid from my card." Su Liang looked at the goods under the guidance of the salesperson and said, "No need. Mom also earns money from doing live broadcasts. You don't have to worry. There's rice in the pot. Heat it up and eat it. If there's anything else, we'll talk when we get home." The phone hung up. Jianluo then remembered that he hadn't seen Su Liang's social media account. Out of curiosity, he searched for it. He thought that there might be at least hundreds of thousands of fans. Who knew that according to the ID in his memory, he searched for the anchor's 100 days. The number of fans, 12. 3 million. Top 10 in the popularity list of the whole station. The first place was Jianluo, and the 10th place was his mother. Jianluo was really shocked. At that time, he really just let his mother pass the time. But it was pretty good. He had always hoped that Su Liang would find a career she liked. It was just that his mother was beautiful and pure. He didn't want her to be deceived by some unknown man. Half a month later, Jianluo went to Earth for a field trip. This time, he didn't go alone. He brought nearly 30 teams with him. They were going as reinforcements. There was a shortage of manpower there. These people grew up in reclining gardens. They had only heard about Earth in books and from other people's mouths. They knew that they were forced to leave their homes thousands of years ago and began to wander the stars. But after so long, they had even forgotten what Earth looked like. This time, they were going back. Many people couldn't sleep at night. They didn't know why, but they were excited as if they were going to war. The topic they talked about every day was, "When I reach Earth, I'll post it on my WeChat moments." What does Earth look like? The information in the books is black and white. It's impossible to see clearly. Where did our ancestors used to live? I never thought that I would be able to go back to Earth. Most of the time, after experiencing excitement, everyone seemed to be very quiet. They stood in front of the windows of the warship and looked at the vast stars. Occasionally, they would ask how long it would take before they arrived. They were restless as they counted the time. Every wanderer who left home, no matter how long it had been, no matter how many generations they had gone through, the desire to return to their homeland would never fade. Finally, after 2 nights, a mechanical voice finally sounded from the warship. Beep. Attention, passengers. We are about to enter the solar system. We are only 1 million meters away from the target landing planet. The landing process may be a little bumpy. Please find a support point." Before he could finish his sentence, everyone who was seated had crazily squeezed to the window and looked out of the window. Finally, someone exclaimed, "I see it." It was a blue Mercury, quietly standing in the vast sea of stars. The blue was mixed with some gentle white on the surface. It was as beautiful as the sky in a dream. It was actually very small. Compared to many other planets, it was not so conspicuous. But at this moment, it was the only thing in everyone's eyes. For some reason, these lively and noisy young people, who had not experienced the hardships of their parents, still unconsciously fell silent. They looked at Earth quietly. Some people even unconsciously trembled with excitement. Their hands tightly grasped the railing next to them, and their eyes were red. The spaceship landed. Earth's environment seemed to be much better than the last time Xianluo came. It was winter when they came, but after a month, spring came. Everything began to recover, and leaves sprouted. Looking down at the Earth from above, the blue sea, the green world, and everything was thriving, making people happy. The spaceship landed not far away from the stockade. There were quite a number of natives working on the construction. Not far away was Xianluo's newly planned building and courtyard area. The natives used to live in the thatched huts in the stockade. Now that the new houses were built here, they naturally wanted to join in the fun. Beep, the hatch is open. The mechanical voice sounded, and the door of the spaceship slowly opened. A group of young people who yearned for Earth came out in order. Wow! Why does the air feel so sweet? I feel so comfortable. Oh my God! I feel like I'm dreaming. People who lived on Earth all year round would not feel the smell of the air. However, if aliens came, they would naturally be able to smell the difference. Xianluo's body actually belonged to the 21st century, so he was not that sensitive to the air. However, these children were different. After they were forced to adapt to the air of the dark star, they were naturally shocked when they came here. Xianluo had already contacted his younger brother to come and pick them up. Teenage boys grew very quickly. Xianxia was now mainly in charge of research and development and auxiliary breeding. After attending Xianluo's wedding, he rushed back overnight. At this moment, he looked as if he had just come out from the fields. He was still wearing a sun hat, and his skin was a shade darker. Everyone in the reclining garden knew Xianxia, and they suddenly felt a little closer. Ah Xing. Oh, why are you dressed like this? It's a young man. Ah Xing, we're here. Everyone greeted him warmly, and it was very lively. Xianxia was also very happy to see people from the same village. He hugged them and asked about their well-being. Xianluo said to them, "Let's go back first. Everyone is tired after sitting on the spaceship for 2 days. Let's go back and rest early today. We'll visit again later." Since he had spoken, the others naturally did not have any objections. While the others were resting, Xianluo went down to the grassroots to find the old Chinese medicine doctor to talk about the recent situation. Who knew that when he went over, he would see the old Chinese medicine doctor chatting with a simple old lady. The two of them were laughing and it was very interesting. Xianluo listened for a while. Finally, when they were about to finish, he couldn't help but cough. Only then did the old Chinese doctor react. Xianluo smiled. "It seems that you're living a good life." The old Chinese doctor said seriously, "It's just so. Xianluo saw that his face was rosy and lustrous, which was completely different from the stagnant water in the reclining garden. In fact, he was happy for him from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't expose him. Instead, he began to ask about the progress of the research here. The old Chinese doctor took out an observation record and said, "We've expanded the number of people we're experimenting with. Now, there are a few groups of people whose physiques are improving. If there's no problem, they'll be fine by this month. There won't be a problem with conceiving." Xianluo nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all." The old Chinese doctor took his wolfberry tea and sat down on the rocking chair. "It's the young people who work in the fields all day. My old bones can't run." Xianluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that it was fine, but the old Chinese doctor said, "There's one more thing that you have to consider in advance." Jianluo, what? We don't have enough manpower here. The old Chinese doctor sighed. There are only so many natives on Earth. The herbs cultivated by all of them are probably only enough for a few hundred people for a few courses. Once we succeed this month, there will only be more dark planet people who will need herbs. Jianluo naturally thought of this. Jianluo said, "The factories on Earth also need people. The people I brought here today are already the largest batch. In fact, my mother also has plans to recruit people. I've contacted some investment planets to prepare to open a food and beverage chain, but we also don't have enough manpower." In the past, he was all alone in the world. He just needed to take care of himself and never thought about anything else. He also didn't expect that one day his business would be so big that he lacked manpower. The old Chinese doctor said, "We're recruiting people." Jianluo laughed out loud. "Are you recruiting dark planet people?" The proud dark planet people would never be slaves. The old Chinese doctor lay on the rocking chair. "It's up to you. The recruitment isn't compulsory. It's good that people are willing to come." Jianluo nodded. He thought so too. In fact, he already had a suitable candidate in mind. When he was giving birth to the babies, there was a tribe on a planet that took good care of him and Lu Shifeng. Later, because of some things that were not handled properly, he wanted to bring those people to live on Earth. He didn't know if they would be willing. After chatting, Jianluo rested for a while and found that there were a lot of messages on his information terminal. The first was from the dragon cubs. They had recently learned how to type. Every day, they would send all kinds of strange messages that didn't connect. They were very happy. "Daddy is here. Daddy is doing homework. Teacher is telling stories. Daddy is listening." Most of the time, Jianluo could only guess what his cubs were trying to say. Fortunately, he could roughly guess every time. Jianluo replied to his cubs that he would be staying on Earth for a few days. He asked them to sleep with their daddy at night and not mess around. The dragon cubs weren't happy at all. They were unhappy, very unhappy. Why was their daddy always busy? Why was their daddy always busy? Even their grandma, who was always with them, was busy too. No one cared about the cubs. The cubs were superfluous. Jianluo said again, "When daddy goes back, I'll make milk cakes for you guys." Long Outyen snorted. He was already a mature dragon. He wouldn't be bought by milk cakes. Jianluo imagined that he hadn't spent time with his children for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but after taking over Earth, there were really too many things to do. He had to do it himself. Either he was willing or forced to learn new things, but he had to slowly accept such a big mess. In the past few months, he had been like a spinning top. Sometimes, he almost forgot that he was just an ordinary person. He had a family and a child, and his child was still very young. In less than 2 months, he would enter the Dragon Valley for training, and he didn't know when he would be able to come out. Beep. A call interrupted Jianluo's thoughts. Jianluo came back to his senses and found that it was Lu Shifeng. He picked it up. "Hello." Lu Shifeng said, "You're here?" "Yes." Jianluo said, "The cubs just sent me a message." Lu Shifeng, "Yes. You must not work overtime at night. Go back and sleep with the cubs." Jianluo reminded him, "When I left, I actually made some milk cakes in the storage cabinet. Don't eat too much. Eat a little every day." Lu Shifeng, "Yes." Jianluo said again, "The cubs don't seem very happy today." "You can eat whatever they like," Lu Shifeng said, "they don't lack anything." Jianluo paused. He paused for a moment and then realized that they did not lack anything. They had a special nurturing team to follow them every day, and they had nutritionists to provide them with food. They even had people to prepare snacks and pastries for them. They lived a life of luxury and did not lack anything. Lu Shifeng said, "Material things aren't omnipotent." Jianluo felt as if his heart had been stabbed. It was painful. "I'll try to go back as soon as possible. Don't be too tired." Lu Shifeng said, "Don't think too much. Some dragons are born without parents. Some dragons. This was actually an understatement. Most dragons didn't have parents. They couldn't even see their parents. In other words, they weren't children. They were just a continuation, a copy of the previous life. The cubs seemed pitiful, but they weren't pitiful. They were much luckier than most dragons. Jianluo nodded. I'll be fine. I'll be able to settle things here soon. Only then did Lu Shifeng respond. Because there was something he wanted to do, Jianluo was more diligent. He started to finish the itinerary. Originally, he wanted to finish the 5-day itinerary in 3 days. Unexpectedly, he received a call again on the 3rd day. Lu Shifeng's voice came from the other end. Come outside. Jianluo was slightly surprised. Which outside? Outside the village. Jianluo was stunned for a moment before he ran outside. When he went out, he saw a warship landing in the village not far away. Moreover, there was a person standing under the warship. Jianluo ran a few steps. Before he could call for help, a gust of wind rushed towards him. The 3 cubs couldn't wait and threw themselves into Jianluo's arms. Long Outyan was chattering non-stop. The first time he came here, he was still in his father's stomach. Now that he was seeing Earth for the first time, he was so excited that his scales were glowing. The younger sister also rubbed against Jianluo. The quieter younger brother looked at his eldest brother as if he was an idiot. He also reminded him to pay attention to his image. Jianluo said to Lu Shifeng, "Go into the village. The sun is too hot outside at noon." Lu Shifeng nodded. He picked up one of the cubs and went into the house. Jianluo let the 3 cubs play with butterflies on the grass outside the door. He went into the house to get Lu Shifeng some water. It was a little troublesome to boil water here. He suddenly remembered that Aya next door was good at making soup. She had mung bean soup to relieve the heat. He might as well go and make some. Unfortunately, Aya was busy this time. She said to Jianluo, "Jianluo, there's water in the house. Help yourself." Jianluo said, "Okay." He went into the house and saw a pot of green water boiling in the pot. It should be mung bean soup. Jianluo filled a bowl and brought it to Lu Shifeng. "Try it. It's a specialty of Earth. You definitely haven't tasted it before." Lu Shifeng drank a bowl. Jianluo smiled. "It's good, right?" Lu Shifeng frowned. He didn't say anything. The 2 of them were about to continue talking when Aya suddenly came to the door and shouted, "Jianluo, did you drink my soup?" Jianluo stood up. "Sister Aya, I took some of your mung bean soup." "Huh?" Aya walked in. "What mung bean soup?" "That's the yang tonic soup I made. Do you want to drink it?" "I still have a lot." The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. It was hard to say that it was completely fine, but it could only be said that the air suddenly became silent. Jianluo almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. He glared at Lu Shifeng and said, "If you feel that the taste is not right, why are you still drinking it?" Lu Shifeng glanced at him. His indifferent eyes seemed to contain a murderous aura. A line of words seemed to be clearly written on his face. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Jianluo was terrified. Lu Shifeng said, "The taste is not bad." Jianluo looked at Lu Shifeng in shock. Lu Shifeng pushed the bowl to the side and said slowly, "But I don't need it." Jianluo felt a little choked up. Aya, who was not far away, understood the meaning of this. She looked at Jianluo meaningfully and said, "Jianluo is lucky." Jianluo felt like vomiting blood. He almost wanted to ask if Lu Shifeng wanted to give him this blessing, but considering that his neck might be twisted by Lu Shifeng, his desire to live made him stop. Lu Shifeng tugged at his tie and glanced at Jianluo. "You took the wrong soup. Why aren't you apologizing?" Jianluo quickly said, "Aya, I'm sorry." Aya waved her hand and said, "It's okay, Jianluo, don't take it to heart. It's just a bowl of soup." Lu Shifeng sat on the chair like a big boss. His red eyes were slightly raised as he looked at Jianluo meaningfully. "You have to take responsibility for your mistakes. Luo said tentatively, Aya, why don't I compensate you with a pot of soup? Aya did not dare. She said straightforwardly, Luo, it's just a bowl of soup. If you want to drink it, I have plenty of it. No, thank you. Luo turned to look at Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng said, yeah, it's mainly to take responsibility for me. Luo blushed. He glared at Lu Shifeng a few times and wished he could kick him a few times. But thinking about the consequences, he was still afraid. It wasn't that Luo wasn't convinced. Lu Shifeng was simply not human. He didn't know the concept of tiredness at all. Every time, if it weren't for the fact that he was about to die, he wouldn't stop. Normally, it was fine if he was still on Dark Star. However, if he was still like this tonight, then the entire tribe, oh, no, everyone would know that he couldn't get out of bed. How would he have the face to see others in the future? After thinking about it, Luo felt that he had to bring him to Lu Shifeng to vent his energy. Luo stood up. You haven't walked around Earth properly, right? Lu Shifeng seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said slowly, so? Let's go, I'll bring you around. Luo pretended to go out to look for the children. It's the cubs' first time here, so I'm bringing them out to play. Some of the forests nearby have been developed, so there aren't many large beasts. There are also people from the tribe patrolling and hunting every day, so it's very safe. The most important thing was that Lu Shifeng was by their side. Even if there were large beasts, it wouldn't be a problem. Lu Shifeng said, let's go. When Luo went out, the three cubs were looking at a butterfly. There had never been such a creature on Dark Star. The beautiful butterfly's wings were shining under the sun, and the beautiful pattern seemed to have been carved by nature. It was so beautiful that it was incomparable. When the butterfly landed on the stamen of the flower, it was fragile, yet dazzling. Luo thought that they liked butterflies, so he said, you can touch them, but you don't have to catch them. They will die if they are locked up. Long Outyen was very happy to see his father. He pointed at the butterfly's wings and hummed twice. His younger sister also turned around. She said to Luo, wings. Wings. That crisp childish voice was soft. Beautiful. The second brother was always fierce and didn't speak much. He could also express his thoughts at the right time. We have wings too, but we can't fly. Long Outyen meant this. His younger brother had beaten him to it. Luo thought about the place of the outer fringe. In less than a year, other than him, everyone in his family had to go to the Dragon Valley to experience life and death. Lu Shifeng already made him worried. These three children were going for the first time, and their mother was worried about them. How could Luo not be worried? He didn't even know if the dragon race had told the three children the news. Lu Shifeng slowly squatted down. He looked at the cubs and said quietly, only the strong have the right to fly. The three cubs looked at their father in unison. The dragon god will not protect useless children. Lu Shifeng's eyes were calm. Only when you are strong can you get what you want. Lu Shifeng was the only one who dared to say these words to the three little highnesses. The little highnesses who were doted on by everyone could only taste the hardships of life with their father. Lu Shifeng said, I don't have children who beg for food. If you want anything, go and get it yourself. The dragon cubs felt that their worldview had been impacted. They subconsciously wanted to look at their father, because their father doted on them a lot. Perhaps he would say a few words for them. However, Luo just stood behind Lu Shifeng silently and did not say a word. The three dragon cubs looked at each other. They seemed to understand, but also seemed to not understand. Luo squatted down and touched their little heads. Do you know how butterflies grow their wings? The little dragon cubs shook their heads. Butterflies are not born with the ability to fly. They are so beautiful. Their initial mentality is just a cocoon that wraps them in darkness. Luo said, they sleep inside. When they want to come out, they need to bite off their cocoon with great difficulty and pain, and then slowly struggle to come out. The little dragon cubs understood the story very well. When it came to difficulties, they even showed a sympathetic look. Luo's voice was gentle and slow with a comforting power. They endure the pain. They know that survival is not an easy thing. If they want to get the sky and light, they have to pay a painful price. When they use all their strength to break out of the cocoon, they gain the ability to fly. The children's hearts were very pure. They couldn't bear it. The butterflies are too miserable. Xianluo smiled. The butterflies don't think they are miserable. They only think that they got their wings through hard work. They are very proud of themselves. The dragon cubs understood. Long Outyen said, the cubs will also work hard. They have to overcome difficulties and get their wings through hard work. The younger sister summarized the story. This is not miserable. The second brother went straight to the point. Where is the cocoon? Xianluo looked at Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng picked up the 3 cubs and walked out. As he walked, he said, in 2 months, I will send you to the cocoon in the illusion of the Dragon Valley. After passing the trial, you will receive the blessing of the mother tree and get your wings. Xianluo was a little nervous. He was worried that the children would be afraid. However, Lu Shifeng's children did not take the normal path. When they heard that they were going to the Dragon Valley to find their wings, they were all overjoyed. We can fly. We can also be as powerful as Daddy. Oh, we are going to bite the cocoon. They were in high spirits. When they reached the mountain, they ran around as if they had an inexhaustible energy. Xianluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They accepted it so easily. They are not afraid. Lu Shifeng said, they will not fail, and there will be no problems. Why? Lu Shifeng lowered his head and looked at Xianluo. His red eyes were filled with depth. He said in a low voice. Because their hearts are filled with hope and light. They are different from me. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. Xianluo's heart felt like it was being squeezed. A sharp and thin pain spread from the tip of his heart. His heart ached so much that his eyes turned red. He recalled the documentary that Yin Hui had played for him. He could not believe how painful and torturous Lu Shifeng had been during that period of time. He could not imagine what kind of unimaginable burden he had to bear. Lu Shifeng saw that he was about to cry again. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. I will not fail the 3rd stage of the outer fringe. Xianluo asked, why? Lu Shifeng reached out and wiped the corners of Xianluo's eyes. His voice was gentle. I also have the strength to live on and the light to pursue. The 2nd stage of the outer fringe was to bear the responsibility of the dragon clan. The 3rd stage of the outer fringe is for you and our children. I will bear the responsibility of a good husband. Xianluo's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Tears fell down. Lu Shifeng lowered his head and kissed his forehead. His voice was soft and deep. The butterfly wants the light to break out of its cocoon. I want you. The afternoon forest was peaceful and warm. The spring wind blew from not far away, bringing with it the sweet smell of honey. That gentle smell surrounded people. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the forest. Xianluo hugged Lu Shifeng and said in a low voice, I will wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. Lu Shifeng smiled and touched Xianluo's head. It was as if he had made a promise. Okay. Since that day, the cubs seemed to have suddenly grown up. In the past, Xianluo didn't want to attend classes or go to school. But since then, Xianluo didn't receive any reports from the teachers. The little princes would go to the actual combat class after waking up in the morning. Among the 3 cubs, the little sister's health was the weakest. Lu Shifeng often took her to train alone. Lu Shifeng said, you are different from them. Your flexibility and intelligence are your biggest advantages. Don't fight a battle of attrition. Use your weapons and the surrounding terrain to find the opponent's weakness. Be quick, ruthless, and accurate. The younger sister learned very quickly. She was extremely smart. She had already mastered many things while her brothers were still digesting them. She didn't have an advantage in terms of physical strength and strength. But after several simulations, many teachers said that this child's reaction speed was excellent. She also knew how to store, hide, and finally explode. The 3 cubs were all prepared to face their cocoon. Half a month later, a group of people gathered in front of the Dragon Valley's illusion. Today was the day that the 3 dragon highnesses would enter the illusion. Jian Luo held the 3 children in his arms. He was reluctant to part with them. He kept nagging, don't fight head-on. If you can't win, run. Slowly look for an opportunity. Daddy taught you how to hunt. Don't starve. If you get hurt, remember to find medicine and bandage it. Be careful when you sleep at night. Hide in a dark place. He nagged endlessly. A son traveling 1,000 miles was a mother's worry to the extreme. The cubs comforted Jian Luo. Long Out Yen grunted in dissatisfaction. He jumped to the ground and spun around twice. He puffed out his chest to show that he was a strong cub. The younger sister also rubbed against her father. The younger brother also stayed in Jian Luo's arms and comforted him silently. Lu Shifeng walked over and said, "It's time to go in." The 3 cubs jumped down and looked back at their parents. Then, without looking back, they jumped into the illusion without hesitation. Jian Luo's heart suddenly felt empty. He looked at the illusion and tried to hold back his tears. How long will it take? Lu Shifeng said, "A few months if it's quick. A year if it's long." Doesn't that mean you'll go in before you come out? Jian Luo was shocked. Lu Shifeng nodded. That's possible. Jian Luo trembled again. At this moment, he was hoping that the tree god would show mercy to his husband. He was really, really scared. After returning from the Dragon Valley, Jian Luo started to feel a little absent-minded. Lu Shifeng said, "It's useless to think too much." Jian Luo sat on a chair outside the room. Outside their lounge was a big garden. From here, they could see some of the scenery outside. For the past 2 days, he had been lying on this chair and looking outside. That direction happened to be the direction of the Dragon Valley. Lu Shifeng was not completely unprepared for the place of the outer fringe this time. He spent most of his time at the training ground. Secretary Jean even helped to push back most of his itinerary and official business. Today, Lu Shifeng came back early. Jian Luo sat on the chair and dealt with official business. Sometimes, he still had to deal with these official business after work. These things could never be finished. Even if he went home, he still had to control the data in various places. If there were any unexpected situations, customer problems, or production problems, he would need to make decisions. Lu Shifeng had just finished showering. He sat beside Jian Luo and said, "Did you deal with all these things personally?" Jian Luo raised his head. How many useful people do you have under you? Lu Shifeng asked him, "What are they doing?" Jian Luo was stunned. He said, "There are some directors in the factory. They collect problems and give feedback to me." Lu Shifeng asked, "What's the meaning of their existence?" Collecting problems? Jian Luo looked at his serious face and realized where the problem was. He did not seem to have many useful people under him. Many of the problems did not need to be sent to him, but he still had to deal with them personally. Lu Shifeng said, "Letting you manage these people is not asking you to do everything by yourself. What you need to do is to train people. You need to provide a general plan and correct mistakes in time. You should not be hindered by these things." Jian Luo understood a little. But there are many things that I'm afraid they don't know, then they shouldn't stay in that position. Instead, they should let those who know and have the ability come out. Lu Shifeng stared intently at Jian Luo. Talents shouldn't be buried in the crowd. Positions don't have to be based on seniority. Those who are capable should rise above others. Do you understand? Jian Luo seemed to have been enlightened by him. Previously, he felt that he was really tired, but there was no one around to share the burden with him. But after Lu Shifeng said it, he felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Jian Luo said, "Then I'll go and hire an assistant tomorrow. Then I'll take a look at the factory's staffing." Lu Shifeng reached out and stroked Jian Luo's thin face. His voice was heavy. "Do you blame me for being nosy? How could this be?" Jian Luo rubbed Lu Shifeng's hand with some nostalgia. "I know you're doing this for my own good." Lu Shifeng's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. He stared at Jian Luo and saw that his cheeks had become thinner recently. His eyes dimmed. "There are many things in business that you don't understand. If you don't understand, you can ask Nia Yan. Although he's selfish, he's still your boss. Luo nodded obediently. I know. When you encounter problems, discuss it with others. Don't be stubborn. Lu Shifeng patted his head. They will all help you. Luo didn't want to listen to this. He felt like he was saying his last words. The evening sun fell on the two of them. He hugged Lu Shifeng's waist and buried his face in his chest. He muttered, I also want to discuss with you. I want to discuss with you all the time. He was a little spoiled and unreasonable. Lu Shifeng's eyes flashed with a helpless smile. He patted his back. How old are you? You're still acting like a rascal. Did you learn from your son? No. Luo said righteously, he learned from me. Late at night. Luo, who was lying on the bed, furrowed his brows tightly. There was a layer of sweat on his forehead, like tiny water droplets. He curled up and even trembled a little. Suddenly, the man who was immersed in sleep suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. The soft bed made him gradually come back to his senses, but the scene he saw in his dream was something he didn't want to recall. It was a dark place, and his own child was struggling in it. Its wings were injured, and a group of wolves were eyeing it covetously. The little guy was alone and helpless, and the wailing of the dragon cub made him wake up from his dream in pain. Lu Shifeng held his cold hand. The man sat up and looked at him. What's wrong? Luo's heartbeat was abnormal. He said slowly, nothing. I might have had a nightmare. You sleep first. I'll wash my face and wake up. Lu Shifeng got up and turned on the light. When Luo came back, he handed Luo warm water. Are you still worried? No. Luo was still stubborn. I just had a nightmare. Lu Shifeng gave him a meaningful look but didn't say much. Go to sleep. Luo was not in the mood to talk. He nodded and fell asleep. Lu Shifeng held him in his arms. The warmth of the man's embrace gave Luo a great sense of security. He didn't have any nightmares in the latter half of the night. He snuggled in Lu Shifeng's arms and fell asleep. The next day Luo chose an assistant for himself, Xianxia, after many rounds of selection. Xianxia only had one daughter in her family. She was very willing to raise her. Xianxia went to school since she was young. When she grew up, she even studied in a very outstanding school in Sky City. It was because of this that Xianxia was able to associate with the nobles of Dark Star. However, this girl was also very clear. She didn't become arrogant because of this, nor did she give up because of her previous relationship. On her first day of work, she didn't break the rules because of her relationship with Luo. Boss, this is our schedule for today. Xianxia organized the documents in an orderly manner. If you need to change the schedule, you can tell me in advance. I'll reschedule the schedule. Luo looked at it and found that there was no problem. He smiled and said, no problem. Xianxia was wearing a neat business suit. She brought over a cup of tea and said respectfully, my studio is outside. I'm mainly responsible for handling some frontline documents and screening them for you. If you need anything, you can call me directly. Luo, okay. Xianxia turned around and was about to leave. Luo said, thank you. You've helped a lot. You're welcome. You're the one who gave me this opportunity. I believe we won't stop here in the future. Xianxia blinked at him. When the time comes, my position will be very popular. I have to perform well and not disappoint the leader. Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Go. Today's work was a lot easier with Xianxia around. There weren't any small troubles that came to find him. Now, there were fewer people in the reclining garden. The vegetables in the farm were all imported to the factory, and there were very few vegetables in the market. In the past, Dark Star didn't care about vegetables. However, when Luo and more food bloggers started to upload videos of Earth's vegetables, this situation started to change. From being too lazy to eat at the beginning, to not being able to buy them. You can actually buy potatoes. Who can afford to eat them now? I can only buy some potato chips to satisfy my cravings. Too expensive, too expensive. Moreover, they're out of stock. You can't buy them even if you have money. Slowly, vegetables became a luxury. the hardest to buy was potatoes. The food processing factory in the reclining garden required a large amount of potatoes every day. Therefore, there were very few that could enter the market. For this reason, the market supervisor of Dark Star entrusted Xianxia to negotiate with Jianluo. By the time Jianluo arrived at Moonlight, it was already night time. Xianxia was still dressed in gold and jade. He sat on the sofa and looked at Jianluo. "You're here? Boss." Jianluo obediently poured tea for Xianxia. "I've been busy these past few days. I was just about to come and see you." "Don't give me that," Boss Nya said slowly. "Do you know why I'm looking for you?" Jianluo wasn't afraid. Moonlight had invested 50% of his potato chip and food processing factory. Moonlight also took the majority of the profits. This was their common interest. In addition, Xianxia was his boss. It could be said that he was brought up by Xianxia. He could be considered half a disciple. "What could a master do to a disciple?" Xianxia said. "The higher-ups are looking for you." Jianluo obediently said, "We're short on manpower. It's not that we don't want to supply people. No one wants to farm these days, but there are only so many humans." Xianxia curled his lips into a smile. "You're not hiring? The Dark Star people aren't willing to come. There's a language barrier here, and there are problems with accommodation. It's quite difficult." Jianluo sighed. "I'm also worried about this." Xianxia said, "I'm looking for you to show you the way." Jianluo looked at him expectantly. The Research Institute has recently developed a language chip. After wearing it, it can automatically translate the language into the universal language of the universe. Xianxia reminded Jianluo. There are many people in the universe who can work. The biggest reason for the lack of communication is the language barrier. If you can order this batch of chips, it can solve the problem. Jianluo's heart jumped. But why would the Research Institute sell it to me? Xianxia curled his lips into a smile and said meaningfully, "How can the high priest's disciple not even have this little ability?" Jianluo seemed to have been enlightened. At this moment, he really realized the importance of interpersonal relationships. In the past, Lu Shifeng had told him that he didn't know how much wealth he had now. At that time, he really didn't know. But now, he felt incomparably fortunate. Evening. Coming out from the moonlight, Jianluo had a direction to go. After going back at night, he made a general plan and prepared to rest. He originally thought that he wouldn't have nightmares because he was so tired today, but he didn't expect that the nightmare would come as promised. At dawn, Jianluo woke up again. He was sweating all over and gasping for breath. It was as if he was being tortured. No matter what, the miserable state of the children would appear in his dreams. He couldn't sleep at night. Perhaps it was because the hearts of mother and child were connected, and the children were really suffering. Jianluo even thought that if Lu Shifeng also went away for a few years and lived like this every day, would he still be able to live, therefore? On the third night, Jianluo decided to sleep later. If he was too tired, perhaps he wouldn't dream. Lu Shifeng came back from outside and saw that he was still awake. He didn't say much and only said, "Come with me." Jianluo asked, "Where are we going?" Lu Shifeng pulled Jianluo out of the room by the hand. In the dark night, a black dragon spread its wings and flew. Jianluo sat on its back and entered the illusion of the Dragon Valley. It was daytime here. The black dragon flew over the cloud valley and landed under the mother tree. A branch drooped down and sent out 3 flowers. 2 were black and 1 was white. Lu Shifeng said to Jianluo, "Touch them." Jianluo reached out and touched them. It was a very strange feeling. For a moment, he even seemed to see his children in a valley. However, although they were in a sorry state, they were not injured. Moreover, they had grown a lot and were much stronger. They were sleeping and obediently found a hidden place to sleep. Lu Shifeng's voice came from the side. "Do you see it?" Jianluo came back to his senses. He looked at Lu Shifeng with mixed feelings. His eyes reddened as he nodded. "Yes. You don't have to worry now. Can you go back and sleep?" Lu Shifeng looked at him and felt a little helpless. "You don't feel uncomfortable anymore?" Jianluo was a little surprised and even looked at Lu Shifeng with a little embarrassment. You know that Your thoughts are written all over your face. How can I not see it? Lu Shifeng said. It's just that this flower can't be inspired every time. After seeing it this time, you won't be able to see it again tomorrow. This was the third day since the children had left. Perhaps Lu Shifeng had been preparing to bring him here for a long time. Jianluo was a little touched. Then can I come here to see you again in the future? He thought that Lu Shifeng would agree, but Lu Shifeng said, don't come. Jianluo was stunned. The Dragon King's illusion is different from theirs. Lu Shifeng gently stroked Jianluo's face and whispered, don't look. I promise you that I'll come back as soon as possible. Because of the soul flower, Jianluo was no longer worried about the children's illusions. He slowly began to immerse himself in his work. For the sake of the Research Institute's newly developed chips, he began to run to Phoenix Stage very diligently. From time to time, he would ask about his teacher's well-being. He was even more attentive when it came to the biscuits and pastries that he made. Zhang Wentai, speak. Jianluo innocently, yes, yes? Why are you looking for me? Zhang Wentai put down the book in his hand and looked at him helplessly. It's not tiring to hold it in. Jianluo still wanted to pretend, teacher, what kind of person do you think I am? I just want to visit you and show my filial piety. Zhang Wentai was expressionless. I am in the prime of my life in Phoenix. Jianluo laughed. I mean, I want to visit you. Zhang Wentai stood up. I still have something to do. Hey. Jianluo quickly stopped him. I'll talk, okay. Thus, he told him his thoughts about the chips and some of his plans. In the end, he especially talked about his views on the price of the chips. He wasn't a particularly greedy person. If Phoenix Stage could give him a batch, he would buy according to the price. Zhang Wentai listened and said, do you know the cost of the chips and the price of producing them in batches? Jianluo, how much? 1,000 star coins per chip. Zhang Wentai's gaze was heavy as he looked at Jianluo. That's just the cost. Jianluo's heart sank. According to this calculation, if he were to give 10,000 chips, this was definitely not a small number. This was just the cost price. Zhang Wentai asked, how much did you prepare to discuss with me? Jianluo was silent. After thinking about it, Jianluo said, then can I buy a small amount first? I need to be more frugal. He was short of people now, so he definitely had to buy the chips. However, the price of the chips was too expensive. He could only buy a small amount first and let some people communicate with him. Then, when the economy slowly improved, he would buy them in large quantities. Zhang Wentai was wearing a divine robe, looking sacred and inviolable. Even when he was sitting down, his back was straight, solemn and dignified, as if he was an opponent that could not be underestimated. Just as Jianluo was in a difficult position, he said, let's cooperate, the chip will be provided for free. Jianluo looked up in surprise. What? Once the results of the research and development of the herbs are out, regardless of manpower and resources, I want 500 sets of them to be given to the Phoenix clan first. Zhang Wentai's voice was cold and did not allow anyone to object. In return, we will provide the chips for free. At this moment, Jianluo suddenly felt that all this was not a king trap. How could it be so coincidental that the chip from Feng Wangtai was ready when he needed it? The Research Institute was also managed by Zhang Wentai, and there were also people from the Research Institute on Earth. Zhang Wentai probably already knew about the herbal medicine on Earth, so he had already made arrangements. Jianluo smiled. No problem. Zhang Wentai nodded. Sign the contract later, and I will get the person in charge to contact you. Sure, I can make the decision on this. Jianluo agreed readily. He stood up and shook hands with Zhang Wentai. Happy cooperation. Zhang Wentai stood up and stretched out his slender and cold hand. Happy cooperation. Only by being strong would one have the capital to negotiate with others. Dark Star was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Connections were not a kind of wealth, but when one had enough strength, they would be invincible. The next day we've received about 36,000 applications for our recruitment. The specific interview will be arranged at 8 in the morning. You may have to make a trip there. This is the final revision of the employee labor contract. Please take a look. The Labor Bureau will talk to us at 1 in the afternoon. They want to prepare funds. There will be a welcoming party for new employees at 8 in the evening. Xianxia stood in front of the table and reported the schedule and Jian Luo's daily routine. Then, she began to report on the financial situation. This month's routine meeting is set for tomorrow morning. We have already made an appointment with the department heads and above to report on their work. Compared to last month, the output and income of the lower-level factories and the turnover have increased by 30%. It seems that the elimination system is beginning to bear fruit. In the past, everyone was from the same village, and they had a fixed amount of work to do. No one wanted to compete, and no one wanted to do more. Ever since the reform of the factory's labor system, everything had changed. Every month, the model workers would receive a large bonus, and the outstanding employees would have a chance to be promoted. There was also a quota to migrate to Earth. In order to strive for the upper echelons, the efficiency of every position had increased by several times. Xianxia smiled and said, Jian Luo's move is wise. Jian Luo did not dare to claim credit. Wise? I learned it from others. As for who he learned it from, everyone was well aware of this point. The progress of the factory and Earth's side was very gratifying. At the end of the month, Jian Luo even received a lot of orders from extraterrestrials. All of them were urgent orders with high prices. In addition, the factory had recently recruited new employees, and the efficiency of the assembly line had increased, so they were making a lot of money. Now that things were going well at work, Jian Luo was more worried about his family. Jian Luo would check on the soul flowers of his children every few days. The little ones were all fine. He had thought that with the 3 little princes being spoiled since childhood, they would be scared witless by beasts and dangers. However, the reality was beyond his imagination. After losing their safe haven, the little ones began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. From being scared away by pheasants, to being able to hunt with ease, from being surrounded and trembling, to being able to hold back when outnumbered. Lu Shifeng said, "They are not as weak as you think." Jian Luo looked at the scene in the illusion and did not know whether to laugh or cry. You really surprised me. My children won't be bad. Lu Shifeng patted Jian Luo's head and said with a gentle voice, "It's because you taught them well." Jian Luo was curious. I didn't teach them how to hunt. Lu Shifeng slowly shook his head and said, the dragon race is warlike by nature. If their temperament is extreme, it is very easy for them to lose their rationality in the first trial. This kind of situation is not desirable whether it is on the battlefield or elsewhere. If there is no one to guide them correctly, it is very easy to go astray. Jian Luo suddenly thought of Lu Shifeng's first trial. Lu Shifeng looked at Jian Luo and said, you have given them enough love, so they will not go astray. This is more important than anything else. Jian Luo looked at the tall man standing beside him and felt a lump in his throat. He hugged Lu Shifeng and said, have I given you enough love? Don't go astray. Lu Shifeng looked at him and smiled. The man raised his hand and patted the head of the person in his arms. His voice was low and magnetic. He said, don't always look sad. I don't plan to do the funeral for the time being. Jian Luo smiled through his tears. Lu Shifeng comforted him a few times, but he still could not help but worry. In private, he went to look up a lot of information about the Dragon King's place of the outer fringe. The more he read, the colder his heart became. Basically, without exception, the Dragon Kings of the past would become stronger each time they came out of the place of the outer fringe. However, there was also no exception. Other than those who died on the battlefield, almost all of them could not pass through the place of the outer fringe. Jian Luo told himself not to worry, but he could not control his heart at all. He began to worship the Bodhisattva and prayed to God. When he had nothing to do, he would murmur blessings. If it were not for the limited conditions, he would even invite a Bodhisattva to come back and worship him. This kind of worship behavior was very strange in the eyes of others. It was very abnormal. Even Su Liang said, Jian Luo, don't be too stressed. Jian Luo did not know how to express that he was not crazy. He could only say, Mom, I'm not crazy. It's true. I just saw a way to pray in an ancient book. Su Liang still said sympathetically, "It's okay, Jian Luo. You have to be more open-minded and believe in the marshal." No one believed him at all. Jian Luo also decided not to explain. He would just let nature take its course. He originally thought that Lu Shifeng would not know about his behavior. Who knew that after some time, just a few days before Lu Shifeng was about to enter the training period, Jian Luo was pulled into a secret room by the marshal when he returned home at night. Jian Luo was nervous. "What are we doing here?" Lu Shifeng asked him to sit down. The marshal pressed some button on the wall in front of Jian Luo. The wall cracked, and a creaking sound rang out in the night. Gradually, a dark box was pushed out from the wall. This box was completely black with dark gold patterns on it. It looked somewhat mysterious. Jian Luo was very curious. "What is this?" Lu Shifeng opened the box and placed the item in front of Jian Luo. He said, "This is for you." There was a black stone inside, but a red flame could be seen burning vigorously inside. The small flame looked cute and stubborn. The black stone's texture was very special. It was cold to the touch, but there was a blazing flame inside. Lu Shifeng said, "This is a part of my soul fire." Jian Luo was shocked. "Don't worry, it won't harm my body. It's made from my scales." Lu Shifeng placed the stone in Jian Luo's hand. "After I enter the illusion, if my life is in danger, my soul fire will be extinguished. If it doesn't, it means that I'm fine." Jian Luo was speechless. He did not expect that Lu Shifeng would give him something to make him feel at ease. So he had already noticed his worries and anxiety. This man had always carefully protected his heart and was extremely gentle. Lu Shifeng saw Jian Luo looking at him with red eyes. He reached out and held Jian Luo's face with his rough palm. The figure of the youth in front of him was clearly reflected in his eyes. He lowered his head and gently kissed Jian Luo's smooth forehead. With a somewhat pious tone, he whispered in Jian Luo's ear, "God will not respond to you, but I will. Don't believe it, believe in me." Lu Shifeng left. The people around Jian Luo suddenly became empty. His children were not around, and his husband was not around. He returned to his previous life and simply stayed in the house in reclining park. Actually, his previous life was also like this. Without Lu Shifeng and his children, he was quite happy at that time. Now, he did not know why. It seemed like everything was the same, but everything seemed to be different. Su Liang said, "You must be tired during this period of time. Since most of the things have been handed over, why don't you take the opportunity to rest?" Jian Luo shook his head. No need. He was still very busy, and he was deliberately busy. When a person was especially busy, they would not have time to be sad about the passing of spring and autumn, nor would they have time to think about their husband and children. They would not feel sorry for themselves and worry unnecessarily. However, what Su Liang said was indeed true. In fact, he did not have too many things to be busy with. In order to perform well, his subordinates even reported fewer troublesome matters to him. He also wanted to train his subordinates' working abilities. He didn't have to do everything personally. He just had to close it. With fewer troubles, he would be able to find time to do the live broadcast. Today, Jian Luo prepared to make a kebab hot pot. The broadcast started. Jian Luo's popularity was very high. Moreover, as the new products were released on Earth, more and more people knew and recognized him. When the broadcast started, people kept pouring into the broadcast. In my Lifetime series, I finally remembered the password series. "Grandpa, the streamer you are following is broadcasting." Jian Luo looked at the comments and laughed out loud. It was currently autumn in Dark Star, and Su Liang's newest sweater had been made. It was dark red in color, and there were a few maple leaves embroidered on the chest area. There was a tinge of orange in the big color, and it made people's eyes light up. Autumn was a little cold, and when the air conditioner was not turned on, it was just right to wear a sweater that was neither too thin nor too thick. Jian Luo's skin was white, and the dark red color made people's lips red and teeth white. He rolled up his sleeves. "Today, we are eating kebab hot pot. I also invited my friends. There are more choices for kebab hot pot. Everyone can choose. Recently, many new varieties of vegetables had been cultivated at the planting center. Moreover, many local delicacies had been discovered on Earth. In order to ensure good sales, Jianluo took them out and announced them to the world. This is kelp. It's very chewy. This thing is lotus root. Then, this is potato and cabbage. He introduced them one by one and then started to boil the soup base. As more and more herbs were excavated on Earth, many spices were produced. The rich soup base mixed with the spiciness made people's taste buds were greatly challenged. They could salivate even through the screen. The guests invited by Jianluo had also arrived. Qing'er was still Jiangjiang. She was one of the managers of her own factory. The whole room was bustling with noise and excitement. Qing'er and Jiangjiang had been helping out. As the administrator of Xinjiang live streaming network, it was also the first time that Jiangjiang was meeting everyone in the live streaming room. After a while, everyone could finally eat skewers of hot pot. The biggest advantage of hot pot was that one could eat different delicacies in the same place. Especially if the chef knew how to make the soup base, the taste would be different. The audience was once again tormented. Why can't I afford vegetables? I'm too greedy. Okay, I'll drink nutrient solutions this month. I also want to eat a plate of shredded potatoes. Everyone, bear with it. I heard that there will be no restrictions on the purchase of potatoes next month. Every time Jianluo's live broadcast, it would attract a large number of customers. The vegetable market, which was already in a precarious situation, was even worse because of this live broadcast. There were even scalpers who started to increase the price of vegetables. The influence behind this was the rise of the status of humans. A large part of the high and mighty dark star disappeared. Humans gradually gained respect in various public places. As they ate, many people also noticed the clothes. Jianluo's clothes were too eye-catching. Which brand's new design is this? I like it so much. It looks too white. The wife of the dragon race must be wearing high-end luxury goods. Jianluo noticed that someone was talking about the clothes. He said honestly, this was knitted by my mother. If you like it, you can go to her live broadcast room and ask if there's any quantity to order. Many people didn't know the relationship between Bai Ri and Jianluo, but they were shocked by Jianluo's words. After all, Bai Ri was a big star in the handmade section. Her handmade products were in short supply. People who got their hands on them couldn't wait to boast. Last time at Jianluo's wedding, I said that there was a woman who looked like Bai Ri. Ah, a winner in life. The husband is the dragon king, the child is the hope of the world, the mother is clever, the boss is the richest man, and the teacher is the priest. What doesn't Jianluo have? A group of audience members began to hit the screen with acid. Jianluo watched them mention Lu Shifeng's name with a smile on his face, but his heart was heavy. Even if the soul stone didn't show any abnormalities, he couldn't help but worry. Others envied him, but he envied others for having a happy family. They didn't have to be in fear every day, and they didn't have to run around with heavy responsibilities every day. However, everyone's choices were different, and their paths were different. Half a month later, Jianluo was inspecting the shops in the mall. He was preparing to open a physical hot pot restaurant, so he came to look after the shop. While he was looking, the communication device in his pocket suddenly rang. Hello? Jianluo. Secretary Jean said, I think I should inform you first. Judging from the movements in the Dragon Valley, the little highnesses seem to be back. Jianluo felt his voice tremble. Really? Secretary Jean smiled. It shouldn't be wrong. It should be that the divine tree is going to give them wings, so there will be a lot of movements. During this time, only the 3 young dragons entered the illusion, no one else. I'll go back right away. Jianluo was so excited that his legs were a little weak. After communicating with the person in charge for a while, he ran back. Lu Shifeng said that it would take at least a few months, and at most half a year. However, the 3 young dragons came out in less than 2 months. Were they really okay? Jianluo ran all the way back. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the dragon tribe's illusion, he heard the dragons roar coming from inside. It was a somewhat immature roar, and the sound came one after another. More than one young dragon's voice came out. This sound was different from the tender cry of a young dragon. There was a faint foundation and momentum in it. Before Jianluo came, the young dragons inside seemed to be a little excited and didn't plan to come out. Jianluo stood at the door and felt a gust of wind seemed to be blowing from inside. Then, a figure came out from above the door. When he looked up again, two black dragons appeared in the sky above the military base, hidden in the clouds. Jianluo stood at the door and watched. Long Outyin, who was slightly bigger, was the first to dive down. When he got closer to Jianluo, he turned into his human form. Jianluo thought that the human body might be very tall, but he didn't expect that the one who fell into his arms was a little boy who looked only 5 or 6 years old. He had black hair, blood-red eyes, and strong facial features, like Lu Shifeng. Long Outyin threw himself into Jianluo's arms and hugged Jianluo's neck. He said in a low voice, "Daddy." Jianluo still felt a little unreal as he held the child. He patted the child's back and said in a trembling voice, "You're back?" "Yes." Long Outyin buried his head in his arms. Even though he had grown up, his mind was still very small. He muttered, "Daddy, carry me." Jianluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he looked up, his second son had also come down. He looked a little different from his eldest son. His facial features were more gentle, like Jianluo, but his temperament was very cold. The child had a sense of distance around him that kept people at arm's length. When he noticed that Jianluo was looking at him, he walked over in small steps. Jianluo squatted down and put Long Outyin down. He said to him, "Come here. Daddy will carry you." Long Badian was noble and cold a second ago, but in the next second, he obediently came over and hugged Jianluo. He was unexpectedly soft. "Are you hurt?" Jianluo couldn't help but worry. "Where's my sister?" The two cubs looked at each other. In the end, the eldest said, "Our illusion is different. I don't know where my sister is." There was a moment of silence in the air. Jianluo couldn't help but start to worry. The two cubs might have noticed their father's emotions. They sensibly leaned against Jianluo's side. Just as they were silent, a soft dragon's roar came from the Dragon Valley. The three of them looked towards the door. The little silver dragon didn't stay in the Dragon Valley. As if it had sensed a familiar aura, it flew out. When it landed, Jianluo saw a girl with long silver hair. She was about 5 or 6 years old. She wore a pink dress with flower petals. Her eyes were black and she was petite and cute. When she saw Jianluo, she stumbled over and threw herself into Jianluo's arms. The girl's voice was soft. "Daddy." Jianluo looked at the 3 safe and sound children in front of him and almost cried. He smiled and said, "It's good that you're okay." The 3 cubs had wanted to find their father at first. When they found out that their father had entered the illusion, they weren't as happy as Jianluo thought. When Lu Shifeng was around, he was very strict with them and never spoke to them nicely. He thought that the children hated their father, but when they found out that their father wasn't around, they were very disappointed. They even often sat in a daze in the Dragon Valley with Jianluo. Lu Shifeng's illusion was far longer than the 3 cubs. 1 month, 2 months, half a year, there was no movement in the Dragon Valley. Under Jianluo's care, the cubs slowly grew up and became more sensible. The affairs of the dragon tribe were managed by Lu Shifeng's trusted subordinates. For the long lifespan of the dragon tribe, a year was as short as 10 days. There wouldn't be much trouble, but there would be some annoying rumors. In the beginning, it was just some small rumors. Later on, there were even rumors about a few dragon cubs. At night, when Jianluo was reading a bedtime story, Long Outyin couldn't help but call out, "Daddy." Jianluo looked up and said, "Yes?" "Don't worry too much." Long Outyin held Jianluo's hand and said, "Daddy will be fine." Jianluo smiled and said, "I know." Long Outyin was afraid that Jianluo would think too much, so he added, "Even if Daddy is not around, you can still find us a stepfather." Jianluo's hand trembled. Jianluo told the children to go to bed early. After all, it was better to stop this topic as soon as possible. Otherwise, when their father returned, there might be a bloodbath. When Jianluo returned to his room, the lights were still on. He sat at his desk and started writing in his diary. Ever since Lu Shifeng left, he had developed the habit of writing in his diary. There were many things that he wanted to share with Lu Shifeng. Every day, small things, interesting things, troubles, and thoughts. He did not know how long it would take for Lu Shifeng to return, or when he would return. It could even be said that a human's life was as short as a white steed passing through a crevice. Illness was a common occurrence, and any wave could be gone. He hoped to leave something behind for Lu Shifeng, even if it was just a book. Of course, he also hoped that he could leave his future years to that man, as long as he returned sooner. The next day early in the morning, Jian Luo received a message from Earth. It was only a few words, but it was very exciting. The Dark Star couple was pregnant. This was the first time in thousands of years that the Dark Star couple had gotten pregnant again. They did not rely on electronic technology, nor did they rely on external forces. Instead, they relied on herbs to nourish their bodies and truly achieved a natural pregnancy. This meant that this lonely planet for thousands of years was saved. Jian Luo's excitement could not be expressed in words. Really? Has it been confirmed? The old Chinese medicine doctor said, I only informed you 3 months ago because the fetus was normal. I don't do things that I'm not sure of. Inform the medical team from the Dark Star to come over. Taking care of the Dark Star fetus was something that had to be done by professionals. Furthermore, if there were any accidents, they would not be blamed. Jian Luo, don't worry, I still understand this. With 100% certainty, Jian Luo informed the officials. When the officials heard the news, they were stunned. They couldn't even speak properly. Really? Is it true? Mr. Jian, you're not joking, right? Jian Luo smiled. I think if this is a joke, it's not funny at all. The Dark Star was silent for a moment before crying. It was hard to believe that the noble and proud Dark Star was crying. This made Jian Luo a little surprised. Sorry, I was too excited. The man said, my wife and I have always dreamed of having a child. We never thought that it would really come true. Jian Luo comforted him. Everything will be fine. Don't be sad. The man pulled himself together very quickly. Mr. Jian, you are right. We will send people over now. Thank you humans, thank you Earth. You are our saviors. Dark Star will always be grateful to you. Jian Luo listened to his somewhat incoherent words and smiled gently. You don't have to thank me. If you hadn't taken us in as vagrants, perhaps the human race would have been extinct long ago. Our ancestors have a saying, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Helping each other is what we should do. The male doctor on the other side sighed with emotion. After ending the call, Jian Luo rushed to the reclining garden. This matter was no small matter. If the medicine was feasible, he would have to deploy manpower again and start a large-scale migration of people to Earth. His original purpose was actually to let all the humans return to their homeland. After returning, the first thing Jian Luo said to Qing'er was, I'm going to hold a meeting. Inform everyone to come to my place for the meeting. Qing'er, okay. They were very efficient. At noon, the Dark Star News Network also announced the official pregnancy of the Dark Star. It was not a copy, but a natural pregnancy. Everyone on Earth knew about it. The entire Interstellar knew about it. All the Dark Star people were in an uproar. I've been waiting for this day for too long. I knew Jian Luo could do it. The human race is really too great. I'm crying. I suggest that we build a statue of Jian Luo in the central square. The discussions on the internet were overwhelming. The people in the reclining garden were also talking about it. Everyone had a happy expression when they came to the meeting. After seeing that everyone was seated, Jian Luo said, I'm sure everyone is clear about what happened today. I won't beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Today's scientific research results are not something that anyone can show off. If anyone misbehaves and tarnishes the reputation of the human race, they will be severely punished without mercy. These words were powerful and full of deterrence. After saying that, Jian Luo glanced at everyone and said, I hope everyone can control the people under you. Don't get carried away. Don't forget that not long ago, Earth and humanity were both from the Dark Star. Don't forget what your surname is just because they gave you some face. Everyone who came to the meeting felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. There were indeed some irrational people in the meeting. However, after hearing Jian Luo's words, they seemed to have woken up. Got it. Brother Jian, don't worry. We will inform everyone and take care of the good people. Only then did Jian Luo feel more at ease. Then, he had another important thing to tell him. A lot of the land on Earth is being developed. The industrial era is about to begin. Large-scale plantation centers and tourist and cultural centers are being built. To put it bluntly, Earth needs people now. Everyone looked at Jian Luo. Everyone is on the same side, so I won't hide it. Jian Luo supported his chin with one hand and tapped on the table with his slender fingers. The Dark Star is now very accepting of humans. Also, the Dark Star is one of the top planets in the universe. If anyone wants to stay and develop on the Dark Star, they can. Jian Luo, those who want to move to Earth, give me the list. Those who want to stay, give me the list. You have 1 week to consider. I won't force you. There was a moment of silence in the air. Previously, everyone was unwilling to work on the Dark Star because on the surface, the Dark Star people said that humans were liberated. However, it was different now. The Dark Star people were grateful to humans and were very friendly to them. They could find a very good job on the Dark Star. After a while, someone said, "Let's go home and discuss it." Jian Luo nodded. Go. He left the decision to these people and thought that the list would be 50 to 50. Who knew that in less than 2 days, the 20 to 30 people who were supposed to go to Earth would come back? Just when the people in the reclining park were hesitating, they came back. What? Move? That's great. Earth is too beautiful. The air there is so sweet and the food is delicious. I don't want to drink nutrient fluids anymore in this life. Now, the new villa area has been built. Brother Jian even asked the research institute to build a signal base. The internet speed is very fast. I want to die on Earth for the rest of my life. When everyone was hesitating, someone fanned the flames. This effect was very strong. More and more people confirmed their choice. In the final list, 80% of the people chose to move to Earth. Everyone's reason was very simple. Leaves fall to their roots. We can't not stand up for the rest of our lives. Earth helped us gain the right to freedom. Now that the mother planet needs construction, if I don't go back when we need people, am I still human? When the list was handed to Jian Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was a big project. Many businesses and factories had to move. Only a portion of the fast food stores stayed. Jian Luo personally followed up on the matters there. He originally wanted to stay there for a few months, but he still had a child at home. He only stayed for a few days and came back after assigning the general tasks. Dad. Long Outyan threw himself into his arms. Jian Luo caught the child. Ever since the child had someone, he went to school. In less than a month after entering school, he was loved by everyone. Every time after school, he would be surrounded by a large group of people. However, the elder brother would always take the younger brother and sister with him. Jian Luo patted the child's head. Are you obedient in school? Long Outyan nodded and glanced at his brother. Brother was praised by the teacher today. Is that so? Jian Luo looked over. Long Outyan said, because everyone was noisy in the self-study class. Brother was the only one who didn't talk. He clearly didn't fit in with the group. Jian Luo was a little worried. The older the child was, the more obvious his personality would be. He didn't know where Long Baishan's autism problem came from. When he was young, he thought that he would be fine as long as he grew up. Who knew that he wouldn't talk to anyone other than his family? Thinking about it, his father, Lu Shifeng, didn't have this problem. Jian Luo decided to spend more time with the child. He said, Dad will bring you to watch a movie today, then go to the amusement park. The 3 children's eyes lit up with excitement. They said in unison, okay. Usually, Jian Luo was busy with work, and the teachers were the ones who took care of him. Now, Jian Luo gradually felt that there was a problem with the child's personality, so he decided to slowly take over. They went to the largest consumer entertainment place in Dark Star and ordered food. The restaurant was Jian Luo's branch. The fried chicken and hamburgers were very popular with the children. The waiter brought the food over. Long Outyan looked at it and said, "Go down." The waiter looked at the other two children. The white-haired girl was very elegant. She said, "I don't drink this with orange core. Please change to another cup." The second child, who didn't like to talk, didn't say anything. He just looked at her indifferently and continued to eat. Jian Luo, who was sitting opposite them, saw everything. Everything seemed to be quite normal, but he also felt that there was a subtle abnormality. It was as if his three little highnesses, who had been revered by the masses, had been subconsciously influenced to live like princes and took it for granted. Of course, this was only the beginning. Along the way, Jian Luo became more aware that something was wrong. When they were watching the movie, the three children were arrogant. They did whatever they wanted and ordered others around. This might be a very normal thing for them, but it made Jian Luo feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Finally, when they were selling tickets in the amusement park, Jian Luo said, "Did you say thank you to the people?" The child sitting opposite him was stunned. "I'm asking you a question." Jian Luo looked at the trembling waiter. "They just gave you a ticket and you accepted their service. Did you say thank you?" The little ones looked at Jian Luo in surprise. Jian Luo lowered his head and looked down at his children. There were many children queuing up around them. He repeated patiently, "Did you say thank you when she served you and helped you?" Perhaps no one taught the children these things. No one told the high and mighty little highness that service was not a given. Long Outyan was the first to react. The noble little highness turned to look at the waiter and nodded. "Thank you for the tickets." The waiter trembled in fear. He did not dare to accept the gratitude of a noble. "It's my pleasure." The other two did the same. After thanking them, Jian Luo pulled the three children in. Along the way, he noticed that the three children were a little awkward. Hence, he sat down at a pavilion and ordered drinks for them. "Do you have anything to say to Daddy?" Long Outyan was the first to speak. "Is Daddy angry?" Jian Luo looked at the red eyes that were exactly the same as Lu Shifeng's. He asked gently, "Why do you think Daddy is angry?" "I don't know." Long Outyan shook his head. The 5 or 6-year-old children had red lips and white teeth. Their skin was fair and delicate. They sat there with their backs straight. It was obvious that the etiquette teacher had taught them well. However, she did not teach them how to treat others. Long Outyan said, "Daddy gave her money and she gave me the tickets. It's a fair deal. Why do you need to thank me?" Jian Luo turned around and saw that the two children were looking at him in confusion. He paused and thought for a moment. Then, he reached out to the two children and said, "Give me your cups. Daddy is thirsty." Long Outyan and his little sister took out the cups of water from their bags and handed them to Jian Luo. Jian Luo took both cups at the same time. He smiled at his little sister and nodded. "Thank you. You did well." Long Outyan was stunned. Jian Luo then said to his little sister and Long Badian, "Give Daddy a tissue." The two children handed Jian Luo tissues from their pockets at the same time. Jian Luo took them and said to Long Badian, "Thank you, baby." His sister froze again. Jian Luo asked Long Outyan, "Are you happy now?" Long Outyan pouted. "Why aren't you thanking me, father?" Jian Luo said, "Daddy bought the water for you. You passed the water to Daddy. It's a fair trade. Does Daddy need to thank you?" This was Long Outyan's logic, and Jian Luo was returning it to him. "The strange thing is, you were the one who did this first, but when I treated you the same way, you were unhappy." Looking at the conflicted looks on the children's faces, Jian Luo finally said, "Thank you. It's not something that can be omitted just because the transaction is equal. This is a kind of attitude and recognition towards the other party. It's a form of respect and courtesy towards both parties." Jian Luo returned the cup to Long Outyan and softened his tone. "Dad was rude just now. I apologize." Long Outyan took the water and pursed his lips. He lowered his head and said, "Zai was rude to others just now." But Zai corrected him in time. Luo said, so this can be forgiven. The other two children were also deep in thought. Luo continued to bring them to play. Along the way, he discovered many problems. These three children actually had a very noble disease. Perhaps it was nothing in front of etiquette teachers, but for Luo, he hoped that these children could be more sensible. He would teach them everything he could. As for what kind of person they would become in the future and what kind of path they would take, it was up to them to decide. The next day Luo went to Earth. Now that Earth's industrial age was developing, this planet that had been lonely for hundreds of years welcomed an unprecedented vitality. Every plate was progressing in an orderly manner. As Earth's medicinal herbs became famous, many other Chinese medicinal herbs were also showing their effects. Chinese medicine for health. It specializes in curing all kinds of old diseases. Did you make wolfberry tea today? With Dark Star's free advertising, Earth, this small and remote planet, gradually entered the public's vision. The development of the Chinese herb pharmaceutical company undoubtedly made Earth's health and nutrition more familiar to the public. Now that technology was advanced, many things that could not be done in the 21st century could now be done. Underwater world sky gliding path temperature resort, these were all established in a short period of time. Luo did not look for investors. Basically, Moonlight invested half of the shares, and he invested the rest on behalf of Lu Shifeng. Basically, Luo would ask Moonlight to join in any business he did. On one hand, Yan was his boss. On the other hand, Moonlight controlled 80% of the universe's economy. If he did not have a big backer, it would be difficult for him to do anything. However, this did not mean that Luo did not have to deal with other investors every day. For example, now he had to take his children to eat while discussing the next season's cooperation with the finance department of another planet. Mr. Li, this price is definitely the lowest. I'm really sorry that there was an accident when we froze a batch of vegetables and fruits last time. How about this time? I'll personally follow up. If anything happens, I'll compensate you double. Luo, I have absolute trust in you. Mr. Li said, but I heard that the other planets have all gotten their newly cultivated vegetables and fruits. Why is it that we are not in line? Isn't this inappropriate? Luo smiled. Mr. Li, I won't hide it from you. It's not that I don't want to arrange it for you, but the first batch of newly cultivated vegetables and fruits are not for sale. It's a gift to big customers. We also have rules. Otherwise, wouldn't we have to give it to you first? Ha 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 ha. The man on the other side was obviously very happy. It's still better to chat with you. How about this, send the goods over. This time, we're going to have a festival soon. The monarch wants to let the people celebrate together, so he ordered a larger batch. I won't be long-winded about other things. I'm not satisfied with your manager and I'm in a hurry. Help me follow up today and send me the order in the afternoon. After it's done, I'll personally treat you to a meal. Luo replied, it'll be my pleasure. I'll arrange it for you as soon as possible. Only then did the other end hang up. Luo heaved a sigh of relief. This customer was really difficult to deal with. A few product managers had failed to take on this job and had high expectations. However, this order was really a big one. It was an 80 million order, and the net profit would be at least 30 to 40 million. It was worth it even if he was a little tired today. At the dining table, the children were eating obediently. Luo said, don't just eat meat. Eat vegetables. Among them, the second son was the most picky. Luo said, Long Badian, if you take food from your bowl to your brother again, I'll make you drink nutrient solution tomorrow. The silent second son hesitated for a moment. Then, he obediently took a piece of vegetable and ate it. Luo felt a headache coming on. Nutrition needs to be balanced. Do you see how picky Daddy is? I want to eat Daddy's cooking. Little sister looked up from her bowl. Daddy hasn't cooked for a long time. Luo was too busy. Sometimes, he didn't even have time to eat, let alone cook. He only realized this after Zai reminded him. Looking at the children's faces, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Tomorrow. Daddy will cook for you guys tomorrow, okay? Long Outyen held his bowl and said, Daddy, there's a parent-teacher conference in school today. Will you come? Jian Luo froze for a moment. The other two children also looked at Jian Luo. This was their first parent-teacher conference. They all hoped that their daddy would come. Jian Luo remembered that he had an urgent order today. When will it start? It will start at 11 noon. Long Outyan said, there will be a lot of activities and games in the afternoon. It will be over when school ends in the evening. Jian Luo planned in his mind and said, okay. Daddy will try to rush over. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Jian Luo asked Secretary Jean to send the children to school and then rushed over to arrange the distribution of goods. He wanted to rush over before 11 o'clock. However, the more urgent it was, the harder it was to squeeze out time. All kinds of things came one after another. He was very busy. Brother Jian, please confirm the quantity here. The manager of the warehouse said that a batch of goods was transferred by the B Galaxy's logistics department. They will only arrive at night. Brother, the public relations department called. They said that there was a malfunction in the underwater world on Earth. Some tourists were injured. Jian Luo didn't stop in the morning. However, when he still had a lot of things to deal with, it was already 10:30. His children's parent-teacher conference was at 11 o'clock. Jian Luo sent a message to Qing'er. Call Jianxing and ask him to rush back. There's a list here. I have something to do today. Bosley said that he wants you to personally deal with this batch of goods. Qing'er hesitated. He might come over today. This batch of goods is very big. Last month, the F Galaxy suffered a loss. Our cash flow is not good now. If this deal is successful, it will solve our urgent problem. Jian Luo was well aware of these matters. This was also the reason why he would rather personally follow up with Bosley and talk to him for so long. There was a problem with his capital chain, and he needed this order urgently. Ring ring ring. There was a call. Jian Luo picked it up. Hello. Daddy. His sister's tender voice came from the other end. It was very lively on their side. Jian Luo could hear the adults and children laughing. His sister said, when are you coming? We will pick you up at the school gate. Jian Luo choked. He hesitated for a moment. Then, he heard a child talking. Chi-Chi, when is your daddy coming? His sister said, Daddy will be here in a while. Then wait for him. The child said, we will go in first. His sister said, okay, see you later. After the children finished talking, his sister said to Jian Luo, Daddy, call me when you arrive. Brother and I will wait for you at the pavilion. Jian Luo swallowed his words. As if he had made up his mind, he said gently, okay, there will be some traffic on the way. Don't wait under the sun. Daddy will call you when he arrives. Do you want to eat something? I will buy it and bring it to you. Brother wants to eat cloud fruit. His sister was excited. I want it too. Jian Luo smiled. Everyone has one. Wait for Daddy to go over. After the call, he began to give instructions. Ask Jianxing to come back and keep an eye on this batch of goods. I will explain to Bosley on the way. If this deal is not successful, I will come back tonight and talk to someone else. You don't have to worry about the funds. As long as I am here, it will not collapse. For a moment, Qing'er felt that Jian Luo was glowing. Okay. Qing'er said, I will contact him. Jian Luo was quite busy. At this time, someone sent him a message from an unknown number. He did not even look at it and directly hung up. What a joke. There were so many harassment calls every day. How could he have the time to answer every day? Although he had been rushing and talking about business on the way, he was still 10 minutes late when he arrived. When he arrived at the pavilion, he did not see anyone. Jian Luo was a little stunned. Coincidentally, there was a child sitting next to the pavilion. He said, Are you Brother Yu's father? His second son was called Lu Qingyu. Jian Luo said, I am. Brother Yu's parents just came. The little boy pointed. They brought them over there to educate them. Jian Luo was stunned. He thought that this child seemed to only have one father. Were there still people who kidnapped children to school these days? When Jianluo went to look for them, he saw them at the corner of the garden. The three children were standing there obediently, and a tall man was standing in the middle. His back was straight, and he was wearing an orthodox military uniform. His legs were slender and full of explosive power, and his mature and handsome face was a little serious. That person was just standing there, but it was enough to make people unable to take their eyes off him. For a moment, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Jianluo looked at Lu Shifeng. He stood there, unable to move his feet. He just stood at the end of the path and looked at them. His mind was blank. Suddenly, Long Outyan looked up. He wanted to run towards Jianluo, but he didn't dare to move because his father was here. He could only call out weakly, "Dad." Jianluo came back to his senses. Lu Shifeng seemed to have sensed it as well. He turned around and met Jianluo's gaze. Jianluo's face was almost the same as before he entered the illusion. It was as if something had changed, but at the same time, it was as if nothing had changed. He seemed to have become more mature, and his aura was more stable and confident. Lu Shifeng saw that Jianluo didn't move. He frowned and walked towards him. Step by step, he stopped in front of Jianluo. "Why aren't you coming?" he asked. Jianluo's throat was a little dry. There was a traffic jam. Lu Shifeng's eyes seemed to be smeared with a layer of smile. He said, "Who asked you that?" Jianluo looked at his familiar smile and heard his familiar voice. He finally felt a little more real. However, he still didn't dare to act rashly. He was afraid that this was just a dream and he would easily shatter it. Lu Shifeng looked at the bag of cloud fruits in Jianluo's hand. He knew that it was for the children. So, he turned around and pointed at the three children behind him. "You don't know how to sit or stand properly. You're not allowed to eat." The three children looked as if they were struck by lightning. Jianluo felt that it was real. He laughed out loud. "Actually, we hired an etiquette teacher. You're just like this." Lu Shifeng seemed to be quite disdainful. He said, "You're not good at learning. You're not allowed to eat it tomorrow." Long Outyan was about to cry. Jianluo didn't know if he should excuse the children anymore. He cleverly chose to keep quiet. He was still thinking about what to do with the snacks in his hand. Should he give them to the children's classmates? But who should he give them to? While he was thinking, Lu Shifeng took a step forward and took one of the bags. He took one and gave Jianluo. Jianluo was stunned. He took it and took a bite mechanically. The cloud fruit tasted sweet and delicious. He still remembered their first date in the mall. At that time, Lu Shifeng treated him to a cloud fruit for the first time. However, he was too cautious and conflicted back then, so he didn't have time to taste it properly. Lu Shifeng ate a few mouthfuls in front of the children. He asked Jianluo, "Is it good?" Jianluo said, "It's sweet." Lu Shifeng said, "I haven't eaten outside for a long time." Jianluo suddenly remembered that he had been in the illusion for almost a year. He suddenly felt a little sad. He took another bite of the cloud fruit and said in a low voice, "I'll cook something delicious for you when we get back." Lu Shifeng said, "No need." Jianluo looked up. "My need for food is not urgent for the time being. If Madam's heart aches for me, why don't you pay more attention to other things?" Lu Shifeng's handsome and elegant face did not blush, but his heart started to beat indecently. After the group finished chatting, they entered the children's classroom. This school was a top aristocratic school. There were many children. Most of the parents had changed their minds and came to participate in parent-child activities more diligently. When they came in, most of the people had already arrived. When many of the small aristocrats saw Lu Shifeng's figure, the whole classroom slowly stopped talking. Someone stood up first. "Hello, sir." With someone taking the lead, the others also reacted. "Hello, sir. Marshall, you're back. It's an honor to meet you." Voices intertwined one after another. Lu Shifeng had no expression. He said, "I'm here to attend the children's parent-child meeting. No need to be so polite." Only then did the others sit back down in trepidation. They all knew that the Dragon Clan's Little Highness went to school here. They were prepared to meet the Little Highness, but they were not mentally prepared to meet Lu Shifeng. Moreover, there was no news that the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan had returned. It came so suddenly. They couldn't bear it. The teacher came in and was surprised to see Lu Shifeng and Jian Luo. These two were famous figures. Well. The teacher coughed softly. Thank you for accompanying your children to attend our parent-child meeting. Lu Shifeng and Jian Luo looked up at the teacher, who was a little nervous. The teacher pointed to the table. There are letters written by your children on the table. Please open them and read them. Also, write a letter to your children. There were a total of 3 letters in front of Jian Luo and Lu Shifeng's table. He and Lu Shifeng picked up the letters and read them separately. He took Long Outyan's letter. Lu Shifeng first read his sister's letter, and Jian Luo began to read Long Outyan's letter. The letter written by this child was basically only 2 lines. At first glance, it was obvious that he was not serious. Jian Luo finished reading it in an instant. Then, he began to read his second son's letter. As his second son was usually silent, he did not have much hope. Who knew that after opening the letter, he would see an entire page? Jian Luo was slightly stunned at first. Then, he began to calm down and began to read. This child's handwriting was a little immature, but the words he wrote were mature. It said, "Daddy, don't work too hard. Even if Daddy is not here, my brother and sister can take good care of you in the future. We won't let anyone bully you. The Dragon Clan is your backing. If not, we will be. In the past, Daddy took care of us. In the future, we will take care of you." Throughout the letter, the handwriting was serious. It was hard to imagine that this was written by the child who was not good with words. Jian Luo's hand trembled as he read. Lu Shifeng finished reading his sister's letter and asked him, "What's wrong?" Jian Luo shook his head. Lu Shifeng handed his sister's letter to Jian Luo. His blood-red eyes stared at the young man's thin face in front of him. After staring for a moment, he said, "Thank you for your hard work." Jian Luo was stunned. He took his sister's letter. The little girl wrote a lot. She detailed Jian Luo's hard work in the past year. She also said that she and her brother would grow up quickly to share her burden. Every word was earnest and sincere. It had to be said that a daughter was really a little cotton-padded jacket. Some of her words could melt a person's heart. The teacher in front said, "Please write back to the children after you've finished reading." Jian Luo did not know what to write for a moment. Lu Shifeng put down the letter and found a clean piece of paper. He said, "I'll do it." Thus, Jian Luo saw Lu Shifeng write a line on the paper. "He doesn't need you to take care of him. He can live his own life. I will be responsible for his life." The words were just like the person. They were arrogant and ostentatious, making people feel respect for him. Jian Luo paused for a moment. Then, he burst out laughing. He looked at the shocked expressions of the 3 children not far away when they received the letter. He slowly felt that his heart was full. He even felt that he was very happy and satisfied now. His children were growing up healthily, and his husband had returned. One's life would not always be smooth sailing. However, to be able to take care of his family slowly was also a kind of satisfaction. The next day today was the day of the demolition of the reclining park. The original old-fashioned houses were going to be demolished to build a new office building. As the business grew bigger, the industries of humans became more and more widespread. Clothing, food, medicine, tourism, and vacations were all slowly expanding. There were also people who were envious and wanted to take a share of the profits. There were also merchants who wanted to cause trouble and make some small moves. However, the backing of humans was too powerful. Not to mention that Moonlight was the largest shareholder, the dragon race was not to be trifled with. As a race that liked to fight, they usually did not talk too much. "Brother, the demolition here is about to be completed today. Basically, everyone has moved. The light rail on Earth has been installed. Now, it will take about an hour to travel from Dark Star to Earth by light ship. Everyone moved last night. Our house is also empty. The demolition team will be here in a while." Jian Luo stood in the small courtyard and said, "Okay, go and greet them first. I'll stay alone for a while." Jian Luo stood in the small courtyard and did not leave. He hesitated and said, "Brother, if you can't bear to part with it, we can keep this place." As time went by, the young man who didn't dare to sleep alone had grown up. Jianxing's height was almost the same as Jianluo's. Now, he could lead a team by himself. He was also a young man who kept his word and could make decisions. Jianluo looked at the small courtyard and smiled. "Where's Mom? Ask her to come and take a picture with us." Jianxing's eyes lit up. "Okay." Not far away, Su Liang, who was working with the person in charge, heard the call and walked over. "Picture? Mom didn't wear anything decent today." "No need, Mom. You're beautiful all the time." Jianxing was telling the truth. Su Liang was really becoming more and more beautiful. No, it could be said that she was confident, the confidence of a mature woman. Her clothing brand was very successful. This year, she was even developing high-end products and entering the ranks of luxury goods. She also had thousands of employees under her and was making a lot of money. Sometimes, when Jianluo's projects lost money and had financial problems, Su Liang was no longer worried to the point of tears. Instead, she could be the pillar of support for her son. After a woman had a career, her whole aura was different. She had a lot of suitors. Jianluo looked back and saw her tidying up her hair. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't bother. You're beautiful no matter what." Su Liang glared at him and curled her lips. "You only know how to make your mom happy." The three of them stood in the courtyard. The small courtyard was still a little shabby, but they had gone through the most difficult days here. It had witnessed all the ups and downs. Under the tree in the courtyard, there was the swing that Jianluo used. At the entrance of the courtyard, there was the stone stool that squatted at the door and drank the northwest wind when he was so poor that he could not open the pot. The person who was called over to take photos of them said, "Come, 3, 2, 1, look at the camera." Jianluo and Jianxing stood beside Su Liang and smiled at the camera. Eggplant. The photos recorded the beautiful scene. Su Liang and Jianxing were waiting for the photos to be sent over. They still had to go to the front to supervise the progress. Jianluo went into the room that was almost empty and looked around for a while. There was a sofa in the room. It was a little shabby, but he had a lot of memories. He sat on the sofa for a while and recalled all kinds of embarrassing things when he had just transmigrated. He recalled Su Liang advising him to stay away from Lu Shifeng. Everything that had happened seemed to have happened yesterday. Creak. The sound of the door being pushed open came from outside. Jianluo looked up and saw a tall man standing at the door. Lu Shifeng looked at him and walked over. "I knew you would be here." Jianluo smiled. "Aren't you busy? Why are you here?" "This place is going to be demolished." Lu Shifeng said, "They are all going back to Earth to stay at night." Jianluo nodded. "It's convenient to go back now, but it will take some time. However, most of the industries have been moved to Earth, and very few people need to come back. Mother's clothing factory has also been moved over." "Lu Shifeng, what about you?" "Me?" Jianluo suddenly understood why he was here. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Where am I going? My home is here." Lu Shifeng looked at him with a deep gaze and sat down. "Earth is also your home planet. Then what should I do?" Jianluo leaned into his arms. "Should I go back?" Lu Shifeng held his hand a little harder. Jianluo chuckled. He said, "Are you here to pick me up?" Lu Shifeng paused and said, "Yes, to pick you up." Go home. What a beautiful word. In the past, Jianluo didn't have a home. He was an orphan. There was no place he belonged to, and he didn't have any relatives. Once upon a time, he actually had such a beautiful word. Just a few years ago, in the same sofa, in the same small house, he and Lu Shifeng stood on opposite sides. He never thought that his home would be given by him. A few years later, he was still here. The man beside him came to pick him up. From then on, he also had a home to return to. It turned out that happiness was really so simple. Jianluo looked up and smiled. "Lower your head a little." Lu Shifeng lowered his head. That handsome face was right in front of him. Jianluo kissed him on the lips. His voice was gentle and affectionate. Okay, let's go home. When Lu Shifeng woke up, he realized that something was wrong. The roof in front of him was no longer the master bedroom of the dragon clan. Instead, it was a small, shabby room. The light in this room was very dim. His excellent memory clearly told him that even when he was out on a mission, he had never lived in such a house. Beep, an old electronic sound came from outside. Lu Shifeng sat up and looked outside. Soon, he realized that his body was uncomfortable. He looked down and realized that his body had changed too. Su Liang came in from outside and said, Ah Xing is going to wake up soon. Jian Luo is already up. He was injured yesterday and wants to go out for a walk today. Jian Luo, Lu Shifeng was still very sensitive to his wife's name. Combined with Su Liang's words, he slowly understood what was going on. He might have been confused by the intersection of time and space, and his soul temporarily left his body. Because of his and Jian Luo's magnetic field, he was attached to Jian Luo's family. For some reason, he felt lucky that he did not possess Su Liang's body. A familiar voice came from outside, but it sounded very young. It was the young Jian Luo. He stood at the door and said, Ah Xing hasn't woken up yet. Su Liang pointed at him and said, This child is lazing in bed today. Jian Luo smiled. He always looked good when he smiled. It was refreshing and pleasant. He's still young. Let him sleep a little longer. Lu Shifeng looked at Jian Luo quietly. He suddenly wanted to admire him. Su Liang did not give him the chance. Mom has to go to work. The farm arranged an early shift today. 2 bottles of nutrient solution are on the table. Eat them yourself. Jian Luo said, Mom, I'll pick you up tonight. Su Liang smiled slightly. Okay, I left some vegetables for you on the stove. If you want to use them, you can use them yourself. But be careful, there's not much left at home. Lu Shifeng was a little surprised by Su Liang at this time. She was covered in dust, her face was sallow, and she wore a loose cloth shirt that covered her body tightly. She was completely different from the woman who shone brightly in the later period. Jian Luo said, Got it. You may go. After Su Liang left, Jian Luo said to him, Big brother has a live broadcast today, and there's only 1 potato at home. I'll fry some shredded potatoes. Last time, Mom said that there would be some corn that didn't look good in the planting center. Last night, I picked some that were still edible. I'll grind them into corn flour later. We can cook noodles or steam buns to eat. Lu Shifeng frowned when he heard this. The noble and elegant Dragon King had never known that he needed to live in poverty. The only difficulty for him was which planet to attack today and what the little emperor was going to do tomorrow. He subconsciously blurted out, Buy something good, use my card. Jian Luo was stunned. His shocked and suspicious gaze fell on his younger brother. When he saw his skinny little brother looking at him and saying something shocking, he couldn't help but laugh. The one who was hit in the head is Big Brother. What are you talking about? Lu Shifeng didn't want to talk to this silly boy anymore. Jian Luo began to grind corn flour and peel potatoes. During this period, Lu Shifeng had been watching him and helping in the kitchen. In fact, he had been married to Jian Luo for several years, but when he was free, he liked to come back at night and watch Jian Luo busy in the kitchen. A few years ago, when the earth was just on the right track, Jian Luo was very busy. Later, everything gradually became orderly. Jian Luo deliberately entrusted things to others and returned to the family to take care of the children, accompany him, and do something he liked. Do you want to eat noodles or buns? Jian Luo said. Lu Shifeng came back to his senses. Either is fine. They were in front of the table. Not far away, the TV was showing the news. It was showing the triumphant return of the Supreme Marshal of the Armed Forces. Lu Shifeng happened to be showing his own image. At that time, he didn't know Jian Luo, but Jian Luo should have known about him from these channels. Suddenly, Lu Shifeng had an idea. He asked Jian Luo while kneading the dough, What do you think of Lu Shifeng? Jian Luo, who was preparing for the live broadcast, was stunned. He said stupidly, Who is he? That. Lu Shifeng looked at him stupidly and felt a little helpless. Don't you watch the news? Jian Luo tilted his head and looked for a while. After looking for a long time, he commented, "He's so handsome." Lu Shifeng looked at his sincere and infatuated gaze. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Jian Luo looked for a while more before saying, "It's just that he doesn't seem easy to get along with. People like that are very dangerous." Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes. Looking at his wife badmouthing him in front of him, he said, "Oh? You know that too?" Jian Luo didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. "It's obvious. For us, these aristocrats are more dangerous. It's fine to admire them. Don't tell me you expect them to be friends with you?" Lu Shifeng said, "You even praised him for being handsome." Jian Luo snorted and looked at his silly brother. "Can't I admire him?" Lu Shifeng fell silent. He suddenly realized that his relationship with Jian Luo might have been because Jian Luo was afraid of him from the beginning. If it weren't for the child, they wouldn't have been together. Lu Shifeng said slowly, "What if he's not so difficult to get along with?" "You like him?" Jian Luo felt like his brother was dreaming today. "Let's not talk about the difference in status. Let's talk about the difference in wealth. Even if you two end up together because of true love, this will still be a stumbling block and an obstacle. If people point fingers at you and gossip about you in the future, it'll be fine as long as you don't feel sad." Lu Shifeng listened to Jian Luo's words and suddenly fell silent. He didn't say that. He just felt a little distressed, as if his heart had been stabbed. The sharp pain wasn't sudden, but it was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Jian Luo said again, "All right, don't think too much. We'll talk about the future in the future. Your brother doesn't ask for too much. It'll be fine as long as we earn some money and buy a house in the city." Lu Shifeng still didn't give up. He couldn't accept that he wasn't part of Jian Luo's plans for the future. Perhaps it was because he was old that he wanted to be calculative about such trivial matters. Thus, he didn't want to start the topic. "What about your future partner? What do you want and what do you want?" He wanted to know if he could satisfy Jian Luo's wishes. Jian Luo thought for a moment. "Let's have 2 children. They'll work together to make a living. Occasionally, they'll quarrel over trivial matters. Most of the time, they'll sit together quietly and keep each other company. That's enough." Lu Shifeng thought of their 3 unfilial children. They had grown up and their wings had hardened. Sometimes, they would be rebellious. When he wasn't around, they could make Jian Luo cry. Although he advocated violence to solve problems, Jian Luo liked to sit down and talk with them. Over time, Lu Shifeng got annoyed and simply sent all of them to live in school. Out of sight, out of mind. Although this was good, he felt that Jian Luo was actually a little lonely most of the time. Their lifespans were tens of millions of years. It was too long. It was as if the children had gotten used to a noisy life in the past few years. Thus, when the children suddenly left, the whole world became empty. When the live broadcast started, Lu Shifeng went out. He sat outside and watched Jian Luo work hard to make a living. He sat there and watched him work so hard that his forehead was covered in sweat. He couldn't move his feet in the narrow kitchen, but he still tried his best to smile and give the audience the best experience. He looked at Jian Luo and kept looking. Knowing that Jian Luo had made lunch and earned money, he came over and said, "Let's go buy rice tomorrow. Speaking of which, someone contacted me and asked me to send a meal to her boss. I don't know what her boss likes to eat." Lu Shifeng, what's his surname? Jian Luo didn't expect his brother to ask this. He said, "I think his surname is Jean." Lu Shifeng smiled when he heard this. He looked at Jian Luo and stared for a moment, as if trying to remember the appearance of the person in front of him. After staring for a long time, he said, "Although you cook, he likes to eat it." Jian Luo was surprised. "Ah? Yes." Lu Shifeng nodded and said, "He's not that difficult to get along with. He's not dangerous, at least to you." Jian Luo was stunned. This time, he finally felt that something was wrong. He stared at his brother in front of him with wide eyes. He saw Lu Shifeng stand up. The marshal could feel the fluctuations in time and space and knew that he might be leaving. He stood in front of Jian Luo, bent down, and gave Jian Luo a hug. He whispered in his ear, "Don't be afraid of him. He loves you too." The morning sun shone in from the bedroom. Lu Shifeng woke up. He didn't know if he woke up from a dream or something else. He opened his eyes and saw Jian Luo sleeping soundly beside him. The person beside him looked more mature and had grown up a lot. He had his own beauty at different times. Slowly, as time passed, Jian Luo slowly opened his eyes. Lu Shifeng said, "You're awake." "Yes." Jian Luo nodded gently. He looked at Lu Shifeng and said, "I had a dream. I dreamed of some things in the past." Lu Shifeng said, "I also had a dream. I dreamed of you." Jian Luo was slightly surprised. He nestled in Lu Shifeng's arms and whispered, "What did you dream of?" Lu Shifeng said, "I dreamed that you said that you wanted to have another child with me. You liked me from the past, but you didn't dare to say it out loud for some reason. You told me everything in the dream." Jian Luo got up in disbelief. "Impossible. You lied to me." "Lied to you?" Lu Shifeng raised his eyebrows and sneered. "I'm good-looking and very handsome. You said it yourself." Jian Luo actually believed him. "Really? I really said that?" Lu Shifeng nodded. He pulled Jian Luo under him. The man's posture was strong. He bent down and said, "Since you said so, I'll fulfill your wish." "No, Lu Shifeng bent down and kissed his lips. He lowered his voice and said, "Jian Luo, let's have another child." "You said it." Jian Luo's three little highnesses were all influential figures in the school. The princes of Earth and Dragon Clan seemed to have a layer of gold wherever they went. But what was worth mentioning was that the little highnesses' personalities were extremely good. They were very polite and friendly to others, and the three of them had different temperaments. Lu Qingyin's personality was the most sunny and friendly. He was the most popular and had the most support. He was the kind of little son that everyone wanted to get close to. Even in the school, there would be a lot of people following him wherever he went. He even had a support group in the school. Lu Qingyu's personality was very cold. He was as cold as an iceberg. Anyone who got close to him would be frozen on the spot. Lu Qingqi was very smart. She was not as cold as her second brother. She could also get along well with everyone in the school. But perhaps because she was too smart, people always felt that there was a barrier between them that they could not cross. "School, I think Qingyinji is in love." "Do you think so too?" "Yeah, 2 days ago, he suddenly asked me how to make a man happy." A group of students gathered together and gossiped. There were movements and sounds outside. They turned around and saw a boy walking towards the classroom. He was very tall and his handsome face was 90% similar to Lu Shifeng. But Marshal Lu was always noble and elegant. This little highness seemed to have a natural masculine and upright aura. Today, he was holding something in his hands. When the students saw him, they all surrounded him. "What is Qingyinji holding?" Lu Haizai held a small medicine box in his arms. He said, "I'm delivering medicine to someone." The students looked at each other and saw different emotions in each other's eyes. Some were frightened, some were full of resistance and did not dare to accept it. Some were burning with the flames of gossip. Some put it into action and directly asked, "Who is it for?" This was too strange. "Who could take down Lu Qingyin?" Lu Haizai said, "For Qingyu. He was injured during training yesterday. I'm delivering medicine to him." Everyone's gaze gradually became a little stupefied. "Did you see Qingyu come?" Lu Haizai put down his bag. "He came to school first this morning." "Did you see where he went?" The class monitor said, "I think he went to the training hall." An angry expression appeared on Lu Haizai's face. "Got it." He strode out, leaving the people in the class to look at each other, thinking about the meaning of life. So, was Lu Qingyin in love? Could that little boy be his younger brother? Training officer. There weren't many people in the early morning. A battle simulation machine was turned on. Someone sat up and wiped his face with a towel. Bang, the door was slammed open. A figure walked in with large strides, accompanied by a black-bellied nagging, "Lu Qingyu, do you still have your brother in your eyes? Why didn't you wait for me to go to school with you this morning? You've grown up, haven't you?" Why didn't you tell your brother that you're injured? Why did you still come to train when you're injured? Do you believe that I'll tell Dad? Lu Qingyu paused and lazily threw the towel to the side. He lifted his eyelids and looked at his simple-minded brother. I don't want to waste time with someone who wakes up early and sleeps in bed. Heizai was speechless. Who doesn't laze in bed? Lu Qingyu sneered. I heard that you've injured your ankle. Lu Heizai sat down in front of the battle simulation machine and naturally went to check on the injury. His younger brother and sister's bodies were not particularly good. Lu Qingyu seemed to have inherited many aspects of his father. His facial features were soft. He originally had a very gentle and beautiful appearance, but he was too cold. He was forcefully pulled into an ice beauty by his temperament. He was terrifyingly feminine and fierce, but his body was like Jian Luo, easily injured. Lu Qingyu was not interested. Are you a pig? The dragon race's self-healing ability is very strong. It'll be fine in the afternoon. This medicine of mine is different. Lu Heizai indicated for him to look at the medicine box. It won't hurt after applying this. It'll be very painful for you to self-heal. Lu Qingyu smiled faintly. Who do you think is afraid of pain like you? Lu Heizai flew into a rage out of humiliation. Lu Qingyu, enough is enough. Don't force your brother to beat you up. Lu Qingyu looked at him. His mouth was fierce, but his movements were very gentle. Moreover, he was applying medicine on himself. He didn't feel any pain, but he was frowning tightly. With a small twist, he made it look like his leg was broken. Just like his father, always worrying for nothing. Lu Qingyu rationally despised his stupid brother, but his eyes were much gentler. He lazily leaned against the battle simulation cabin and dragged out the last syllable. Yes. The two people chatted for a while, and a figure appeared at the door of the training room. A slender girl wearing a school uniform with a charming and cute face. Her long white hair was tied up, and 2 strands of hair hung down from her temples. She had an artistic and quiet temperament. She was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles. These were not ordinary spectacles. There were only 2 pairs in the world. One belonged to the rich boss Nya, and the other was on Lu Qingqi's face. The 2 of you made me look for you. Lu Qingqi curled her lips. She was carrying the lunchbox. You guys ran too fast in the morning. Dad told me to bring breakfast for you guys. Lu Heizai was very excited. What did Dad make today? Spicy soup. Because the dragon race loved to eat spicy food. There's also soup dumplings. I want both meat and vegetables. Originally, there were also side dishes, but Dad said that since you guys left in a hurry, you probably aren't hungry, so I don't need to pretend. Tears fell from Heizai's eyes. He loved side dishes the most. The 2 people shared the buns. Lu Qingqi looked at her second brother's wound and chatted together for a while. Since a long, long time ago, the 3 of them were inseparable. They were willing to communicate with others, and could also be friendly and sociable with others as their dad said. But that was just a routine. They still only had each other. In these 2 years, as they grew older, they gradually had their own direction. But that still did not diminish their deep feelings for each other. Lu Heizai said while eating a bun. My mentor has an internship recently. I have to go to the research room to study these 2 days. You 2 have to take good care of yourselves. The younger brother who was eating a bun paused and asked, what internship? It's an experiment. I'm not the only one. There are also other schools' social gatherings. I'm the president of the student union, so I have to organize the activities. Lu Heizai snatched a bun from his brother. Do you guys want to come? The younger brother and sister looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. Not coming. No one took this social gathering to heart. However, the first person to notice that something was wrong was Lu Qingyu. He knew his silly brother better, so it was easy for him to notice any abnormalities. He felt that something was wrong because his silly brother suddenly stopped lazing in bed. Lu Qingyu narrowed his eyes. Is the social gathering very busy? N? Lu Heizai had just washed up and did not even put on his school uniform's tie properly. He said casually, no, it's just that there's a classmate whose family situation is more difficult. Every day, she has to walk a long way to our school. Moreover, it's very close to our house. I'll bring her along later. She's too pitiful. Lu Qingyu stood up and slowly walked in front of his brother. He reached out his slender hands and helped him tie his tie. He softly said, Is it a social gathering? Yes. Lu Hei's eye smiled brightly. Do me a favor. Lu Qingyu's eyes slightly darkened. He did not say anything and only said, Go. The second person to notice was the smartest little sister. In the past, her silly brother would definitely run thousands of miles over to the cafeteria to eat together. Then, her second brother would start to be picky about food and her silly brother would fly into a rage. However, nothing happened at noon today. She'd only received a message. Remember to eat. I won't be going to the cafeteria today. Sender, Lu Qingyin, the smart little girl, read it a few times and narrowed her eyes. She put away the message and walked to the classroom to find her second brother. The first thing she said was, Is he in love? Lu Qingyu put down his book. Do you think it's possible? The little sister choked. She felt that her brother did not seem to have this brain cell for the time being. Then I'm thinking too much. Lu Qingqi sighed. He really doesn't seem to have such thoughts. He doesn't. Lu Qingyu raised his eyebrows. He sat on the chair and crossed his legs on the table. His posture was extremely arrogant and his eyes were cold. That girl might not be. Under the scorching sun, two people sat under the wisteria tree. The boy was bright and handsome while the girl next to him was petite and cute. The two of them sat there and ate a piece of bread. The scene was beautiful no matter how one looked at it. The girl was shy. Thank you, Brother Qingyin. My family is a bit poor and I can't afford to eat in the cafeteria. I was worried that people would look down on me for eating lunch, but you took care of me and accompanied me. It's nothing. Lu Haizai was very frank. The professor asked me to take care of you. You don't have to worry too much. Actually, everyone is very good. You see, I also eat lunch. No one looks down on me. The girl lowered her eyes. You're so nice. Lu Haizai was a bit embarrassed. It's okay. The girl pursed her lips and naturally gave him a piece of bread to create intimacy. She had spent a lot of effort to get into this aristocratic school. If not for this social gathering, a low-level citizen like her would not have the chance to meet the aristocrats. She had already asked around. The Dragon Clan's crown prince, Lu Qingyin, was pure and friendly. However, his status was honorable. He was a veritable golden turtle. As long as she could take him down. Would she still be afraid of not being able to enjoy glory and wealth? She knew that Lu Qingyin was kind, so she tried her best to pretend to be soft and pitiful. She painstakingly created an opportunity to be alone with him. As long as the following plan went according to plan, power and wealth would be at her fingertips. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Then, she heard a voice from not far away. Brother. At the end of the forest, there were two people standing respectfully. They were smiling as they looked over. When the girl met their gazes, she didn't know why, but she felt like she was surrounded by killing intent. This was especially so for the boy. He glanced at her, and a powerful pressure pressed down on her, making her unable to move. Lu Qingyu walked over. What are you doing? Lu Haizai did not expect to see his younger brother. He stood up and turned on the beeper mode. Lu Qingyu, why aren't you eating in the cafeteria at this time? What are you doing here? You even brought your sister and didn't eat. Do you know that you're still growing? You didn't even listen to my messages. Lu Qingyu dared to say that if this wasn't his own brother, he would have already had the urge to turn around and leave. However, his sister's reaction was very fast. She smiled and looked at the girl who was sitting uneasily and said, Hello. The girl holding the lunchbox was looked at by her and inexplicably nervously came in. She stood up and said weakly, Hello, I'm Shenwen Jing. I'm a student of the fellowship party. I'm from the Jade Rabbit race. Oh? His sister's golden eyes shone under the sunlight. For a moment, her gaze was as cold and emotionless as Nya Yen looking at the value of a commodity. So you're from the Jade Rabbit race. Nice to meet you. Shen Wenjing inexplicably felt uncomfortable. However, Lu Haizai was more thick-skinned and didn't feel it. He continued to say, Wenjing has been eating here for the past few days. She brought her own lunchbox and cooked it herself. Lu Qingyu glanced at him and didn't hold back. You also cooked? Lu Haizai said, I brought some dry food. Because Wenjing said that if she ate alone, she might be looked down upon by others, so I accompanied her. Lu Qingyu glanced at Shen Wenjing. When that pair of eyes stared at someone, it gave people the feeling that all thoughts could be seen under his eyelids. He stared for a moment and sneered, so it's like that. Then let's go together. Lu Qingyu wanted to see if she only had this little trick. Can't we just go to the cafeteria to eat together? Shen Wenjing did not want to be together with them, because although these two people looked friendly, they actually hid their sharpness, giving her a very dangerous, extremely dangerous feeling. She was not a match for these two people, and these two people were not her target. Moreover, her target wasn't them. What did it have to do with them to come and ruin her good thing? Thinking of this, Shen Wenjing wanted to refuse. No, I'll eat by myself, Lu Qingyu directly said to his brother. The professor asked brother to take care of her. If he knew that brother only let her eat the lunchbox he brought and didn't take care of her at the cafeteria, wouldn't he have opinions about brother? This sentence finally woke Haizai up. Haizai suddenly understood and looked at Shen Wenjing at the side. That's right, if you go to the cafeteria with us, others won't look down on you. Shen Wenjing choked. Then let's go. Haizai was warm-hearted. Let's go eat together. I'm starving. He didn't even dare to say that he hadn't eaten his fill just now. When Lu Qingyu saw that his brother had agreed, he revealed a meaningful smile and said to Shen Wenjing, Big brother, if we bring Miss Shen along, it will inevitably make people think that Miss Shen is freeloading. Why don't we directly transfer the money to Miss Shen and let her get the food herself? Wouldn't that be better? For a moment, Black Zai actually felt that his younger brother was thoughtful. Lu Qingyin turned to Shen Wenjing and said, Then I'll give you the money. You can go get your own food. You don't have to be polite with us. Shen Wenjing's smile froze on her face. She wasn't so poor that she couldn't even afford to eat at the cafeteria. She just wanted to use this opportunity to let Lu Qingyin spend time with her at noon every day. At the same time, she also wanted to separate from his younger siblings and increase their chances of being alone. If she had to eat by herself, what was the point of all this? However, just as she was deep in thought, Lu Qingyu, who was beside her, took a step forward. The young man, who was emitting a cold aura, looked down at her and sneered, Miss Shen, please give me your bracelet. I'll transfer the money to you. Shen Wenjing hesitated and didn't move. What? Lu Qingyu seemed to have seen through her thoughts and smiled. Don't feel embarrassed. What's Big Brother's is mine and what's mine is Big Brother's. You don't have to differentiate and care about who is who because we're together. After saying that, he seemed to intentionally or unintentionally glance at the boy beside him. Lu Haizai nodded at the side, no need to divide. We're together. This sentence was simply very heart-wrenching. Lu Qingyu decisively transferred over 5,000 star coins and smiled. I heard Big Brother say that your family's situation is difficult. You can keep the extra money to take a taxi. In the future, you don't have to walk here. It's not easy for him to wake up early. Lu Haizai was exposed and was very embarrassed. What are you saying? Lu Qingyu acted as if he didn't hear anything. After retracting his hand, he dropped the matter. Today, he was more talkative than usual. However, after sending people away, he returned to normal and walked in front of Lu Haizai. Let's go. Lu Qingyin said, where are we going? To eat. Lu Qingyu said, if we don't go, today's ribs will be gone. I forgot. Then hurry up. You're still growing so you need to eat more. Ribs are very good for calcium. Last time, father even said that you two are very picky eaters and don't like to eat meat. Do you think it's normal for dragons not to eat meat? It's Big Brother who likes to eat ribs, right? Nonsense. The three of them noisily left, leaving Shen Wenjing standing in the same place as she watched their departing backs. A chill gradually condensed in her eyes. The next day, bang. An accident occurred during the experiment at the experimental base. This kind of sudden movement not only frightened the students in other places, it also frightened the students in the laboratory. What happened? I heard that the experiment group had an accident. It's a girl who got injured. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the school doctor had already rushed over. Indeed, Lu Qingyin's group had a small accident during the experiment. There weren't many people who were injured and Shen Wenjing was among them. As the senior in charge, Lu Qingyin followed over. Shen Wenjing's injuries weren't serious. It was just that the wounds were all on the outside and looked very serious. Even so, she still tried to talk to Lu Qingyin on the side. Qingyin Gij, it's not your fault. It's all my own fault, it's okay, don't worry. Even if it's disfigured, it's still my fate. Lu Qingyin was also a bit silly. Their school was a school for nobles. Those who could become nobles were all strong and had some strength so they wouldn't get injured easily. Even if they did get injured, their self-healing ability was also very strong. For example, his own little sister. Although she was also a delicate girl, she wouldn't walk towards disfigurement when injured. Everyone else waited outside. The doctor stood outside the emergency room and refused to let anyone else in. Lu Qingyin waited outside. There were other injured students, but their injuries weren't serious. The professor came later. He didn't scold Lu Qingyin, this proud student, and only reminded him, Qingyin, these students need to rest in the future. They were supposed to return to school tomorrow, but with the current situation, there's no way we can let them go. I'll have to trouble you to look after them. Lu Qingyin nodded, okay professor, he blamed himself a bit. That experiment was very simple. He thought that there wouldn't be any problems. He didn't expect that such a small oversight would lead to such a big disaster. The professor patted Lu Qingyin's shoulder and said, no one can perfectly avoid accidents. When it comes, we just have to do our best. Understand? Lu Qingyin nodded lightly. Following that, his younger siblings noticed that their elder brother had become unusually busy. Perhaps it was due to his sense of responsibility and mission, or perhaps it was due to his self-blame for his carelessness, but he was very attentive to taking care of the injured. I'll go to the hospital to take a look. You guys go, I won't go. I'm going to the hospital to take a look. Seems like I need to accompany the bed. I won't be going home for 2 days. Lu Qingyin's actions finally aroused Lu Qingyu's dissatisfaction on the 3rd day. He said, are you a servant? Lu Haizai was stunned. Ordered around by others. Lu Qingyin said, what, were you the one who lit the fire and blew it up? Lu Haizai said, but I'm the one in charge. They really need my help, can you manage them all? A slightly cold voice interrupted his words, and the room was silent. There are millions and millions of things in this world. You can't manage them all. The boy sitting on the bed lowered his face. His expression couldn't be seen, but his eyes were dark. He said, Lu Qingyin, do you understand? Different from the lazy and wanton banter in the past, this sentence seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 gold. Lu Haizai was stunned for a moment. He pounced over and hugged his younger brother who seemed to have never acted spoiled since he grew up. He laughed heartily and said, what's wrong, today? Lu Qingyu was pushed onto the bed by his sudden action. He pushed him away in disgust. I'm not joking with you. Lu Qingyin played with him for a while. In the end, he lay on the side panting. His blood-red eyes were as clear as a bright ruby. He said, I know you're afraid that I'll be used by others, but older brother isn't that stupid. It's just that they're young, a bit like you and younger sister in the past. It's a pity that you two matured early. It seems like you didn't like to be with me since a long time ago. When you were young, you would want to sleep with older brother. Later on, when you went to school, you didn't play with older brother. You didn't tell me when you were injured, and you didn't discuss with me when you encountered anything. As he spoke, he actually felt a bit wronged. Lu Qingyin said, I thought you guys didn't need older brother anymore. Lu Qingyu quietly laid on the bed. Listening to the incessant chatter beside his ears, his heart was unprecedentedly calm. He said, older brother. Lu Qingyin, So stupid. Stinky brat, I'm your older brother. Say that again? Lu Qingyu's mouth slowly curved into a smile. He laughed out loud and finally looked at him again. Although you're very stupid, you're Lu Qingyin. Lu Qingyin was stunned. What do you mean? What I mean is, Lu Qingyu said. No matter what, when you get married, have children, and have a meteoric rise, you'll always be older brother to me and younger sister. It won't change, idiot. The next day Shen Wenjing realized that no matter how she sent messages, Lu Qingyin didn't come again. He said, my younger brother isn't feeling well these 2 days. I have to take care of him. Not feeling well, how could a dragon not feel well? Moreover, what could happen to that youth who looked so scared? Just as Shen Wenjing was puzzled, the door to the ward opened. A tall youth stood outside. His appearance was impeccable. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He had slender and explosive legs. He wore a neatly trimmed dark blue school uniform. He had inherited Lu Shifeng's elegance and calmness completely. His appearance was more similar to Jian Luo's. It was a bit gentler. This seemed to be the best disguise. Inexplicably, Shen Wenjing was a bit nervous. You, what are you doing here? Didn't you send a message to my older brother saying that there's progress in his illness? Lu Qingyu strode towards her, his boots stepping on the glossy floor, step by step emitting a somewhat cold sound. He was like an evil spirit from hell, approaching inch by inch. Shen Wenjing said, I didn't send it to you. Lu Qingyu smiled. What, is there a difference? Shen Wenjing was stunned. The one you like, isn't he the heir of the dragon race? Doesn't he have that strong financial resources? Lu Qingyu slowly bent down. That handsome face was enlarged in front of Shen Wenjing. His voice was low and gentle. It had a bewitching charm that the girl could not refuse. What he has, I have too. Sending it to me, isn't it the same? Shen Wenjing's mind shook for a moment. Lu Qingyu's face curved into a smile. He's stupid. He doesn't know how to be romantic. Even his grades are SOSO. He's not as smart as my sister and not as outstanding as me. Do you think the position of Dragon King will really be his turn in the future? You and me, maybe the chances of success will be greater. What do you think? In front of that face and gentle tone, no girl could resist. Shen Wenjing murmured, Suddenly, Lu Qingyu's gaze turned cold. It was like a pair of poisonous snake's eyes. It was dangerous and piercing to the bone. His mouth curved into a sneer. Pa. A stack of photos and information smashed onto Shen Wenjing's face. Lu Qingyu looked at her condescendingly, as if she was a disgusting and lowly bug. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you have the right to despise him? The photos were all of Shen Wenjing's previous hookup with a low-level noble in school. She also secretly bribed the teacher to cause the explosion in the laboratory equipment. There were also all kinds of misdeeds of bullying her classmates and stealing other people's boyfriends. She never knew that she had hidden so deeply that she could be dug out. Moreover, she was dug out so thoroughly, her heart slowly turned cold. She looked at the man in front of her. She started to feel fear from the bottom of her heart. However, she still wanted to struggle. If you dare to walk out, I'll shout molestation and let you also, creak. A sound came from outside. A girl leaned against the door and looked over. It was his sister. Lu Qingqi was playing with a disc in his hand. He waved his hand and said, Hi. Shen Wenjing was stunned. She did not expect that there would be another person outside. She also did not expect that the usually approachable girl would have a dangerous smile behind her glasses. I've already recorded it. Shen Wenjing shuddered. She realized that if she did not admit her mistake, she might die a horrible death. She finally understood that the second highness of the dragon race was not someone to be trifled with. I'm really sorry. I won't dare to do it again. I'll leave. I won't pester him anymore. I shouldn't have coveted him. I'll disappear immediately. Please let me go. Lu Qingqi raised his brows. Didn't you want to say that my second brother was molesting you? Shen Wenjing's tears fell. I'm sorry. I'll admit my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. At this moment, she realized that out of the 3 brothers of the Lu family, perhaps the eldest one was easy to deal with, but the other 2 were not. Lu Qingqi asked, Will I see you again tomorrow? Shen Wenjing knew that she might have escaped this calamity. No, no. I'll leave immediately. Even though his sister said that, the young man standing beside her still had a cold face. Shen Wenjing hurriedly said, I won't say anything about you guys coming here. I'll find another excuse. I'm sorry, really. I won't dare to do it again. The young man's face softened, but he still did not have much mercy. Leave here. Don't appear in front of me and him again. If you do it again, Shen Wenjing wanted to kowtow. I won't. I really won't dare to do it again. Lu Qingyu's eyes were cold, as if those pleading words were nothing more than fleeting clouds to him. All of his kindness and compassion had ceased to exist since he was born. The only emotion he had left in this world was for his family. His family was his entire world. He wanted to protect his brother and sister. If anyone wanted to hurt them, he would not let them off easily. Turn around. Leave. The brother and sister walked out of the hospital. But they met the naive big brother who was carrying something. Hey Zai said, why are you two here? Lu Qingqi and Lu Qingyu looked at each other. It was the younger sister who spoke first. We heard that Miss Shen's illness has been cured. We specially came to take a look. Hey Zai's face was full of question marks. She recovered so quickly? Of course. The younger sister nodded and dialed Shen Wenjing's number. She said, Miss Shen, have you recovered? Big brother and I are outside. Do you need to go in to see you? Shen Wenjing couldn't wait. Okay. I'm fine. I'm ready to be discharged. Don't come. Hey Zai was puzzled. So fast. Do you need help? No need. Shen Wenjing seemed to be afraid of him coming over. Don't come. I'm fine. I'm completely fine. You don't have to come over. Hey Zai said, but, it's nothing. You go do your own things. Thank you. The phone was hung up so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. The younger sister smiled and said, Brother. It's okay. We've taken a look for you. Today, the school is closed for half a day. Second brother and I agreed to go to father's new entertainment restaurant to play. Take us there? Hey Zai recovered from his shock. When he heard that his younger brother and sister wanted to go play, he was full of energy again. Do you want Big Brother to take you there? You finally know to go play with Big Brother. 2 years ago, you always went out without Big Brother. Do you know how dangerous it was? Only Big Brother can protect you better. The younger sister rolled her eyes and said softly, wasn't I going out to fool around? I went out to study, not to play. Play then play. Lu Heizai said. You're still young. It's okay to play. The younger sister retorted. No way. I can also make some achievements. Don't look down on others. It's not like the family can't afford to raise you. It's okay if you're a little less strict with yourself. The younger sister raised her head and exchanged glances with her second brother. Lu Qingyu said lazily, so noisy. This sentence indeed made the incessant Heizai shut up. He said, impolite child. Big brother can't even say a few words. Lu Qingyu glanced at his younger sister and said, he's right. Sometimes you don't have to work so hard. Aren't you the same? The younger sister muttered a sentence. She could never forget that because she was weak and sickly, her two brothers spent a lot of effort and thought to protect her when she was young. There was even one time when her sports results were bad. In order to take care of her self-esteem, her silly big brother did not hesitate to deliberately get a low score so that she would not be so sad. All along, the three of them had been together. She received her brother's care and care. However, she did not want to be a flower in a greenhouse. She also wanted to be a tree that could shelter them from the wind and rain. Just as she was thinking, she heard her big brother say, the car is here. He was still used to standing in front of her, using a habitual protective posture. Even though they were not together for the past 2 years, her big brother still did not separate from anyone else. He still meticulously protected and took care of his younger sister. Looking at his back, Lu Qingqi said softly, because I also want to protect you guys. The car was a bit noisy. He Zai, who was in front, did not hear the very soft words behind him. When he turned back, he was puzzled. What did you just say? Lu Qingqi paused and smiled. I said, you can't park here. Big brother, you're really stupid. 2 days ago, the school emphasized that if you find out, your grades will be deducted. He Zai scratched his head and asked his brother, really? Lu Qingyu nodded absent-mindedly. Lu Heizai's wails came from the empty space. The younger sister looked at her energetic big brother. Her eyes curved and she smiled from the bottom of her heart. In the past, she always felt that she wanted to keep a distance from her brothers so that she would not become a burden. But now, she suddenly did not think that way. The three of them were originally together, weren't they? Pushing up his glasses, he said, let's go. We'll go to the front and walk over together. He Zai stopped nagging and said, if we don't take the car here, it might be a bit far to walk outside the school. It's okay. The younger sister said, let's go together. Let's walk together in the future. In the beginning, Fei Yuhan hated Jianxing. No, to be precise, he didn't have much of an impression of Jianxing. He didn't pay much attention to him. He only knew that there was a human in this school who had money from his family, but other than that, he didn't have any other strong points. However, who could say that being rich wasn't a strong point? Brother Han, that's the human. His underlings would be waiting for him at the morning meeting to show it to him. Fei Yuhan looked in the direction he was pointing at and saw a youth in thin clothes walking through the crowd. His appearance was delicate and pretty, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and black school uniform pants. The white short-sleeved shirt revealed his slender arms, and when he walked under the sun, his fair skin seemed to glow. He was a little thin and quiet. It was said that humans were very fragile, but looking at him, it seemed like he could be crushed with a single hand. Rich? Fei Yuhan gave him a simple glance and withdrew this thought. Coincidentally, his gaze was too invasive, and the youth not far away also looked over. His gaze was a little puzzled and harmless, like a curious little rabbit that was friendly to everything. Their eyes met, and then they politely looked away. They weren't the same type of person. Soon, Fei Yuhan came to the conclusion that he couldn't have any interaction with this person. Then, life always seemed to be playing a joke on him. Sir, this is your bill. Please verify it and scan the code to pay. A tender voice sounded from the side. He looked up and saw a delicate little face. Jianxing said, it's a total of 2,389 star coins. Fei Yuhan glanced at the restaurant and said, does this restaurant belong to your family? Jianxing was stunned and shook his head, no. Then you're collecting money here? Me. Jianxing held back for a moment, then pointed at his work clothes in a good mood, I'm a part-time waiter. Fei Yuhan raised an eyebrow. He checked the bill, confirmed there were no mistakes, and swiped his card. However, his lackey couldn't help but look at the rather famous rare breed in the school and said, hey, do you know, it's against the school rules for students to work without permission. If you want to punish, you have to find your parents. Isn't your family quite rich? Why are you working here? The series of 3 questions clearly confused the person. Jianxing did not realize the seriousness of the matter. It was more likely that he did not even understand why he had violated the school rules. Obviously, calling his parents had frightened him. His face showed a panicked expression. Jianxing's face turned red, and his hand that was holding the bill unconsciously tightened. He stuttered as he explained, I only come here occasionally to earn some living expenses. I didn't know that it was against the school rules. Please don't tell the teacher. I won't come next time. Little pitiful these words flashed through Fei Yuhan's mind. The child standing in front of him had a blush on his face, and his body was trembling slightly. Perhaps he was malnourished. The collar of his work uniform showed his fair collarbone because of his nervousness. He was shorter than him by more than a head and looked younger. They were spending money here, but he was working, even though he went to such a good school. If it was anyone else, they might have felt pity for him, but Fei Yuhan was not. He had no interest in sympathizing with others. You can rest assured, Fei Yuhan said slowly, no one is that bored. Jianxing looked at him a little timidly. Fei Yuhan stood up, taller than him by a head. His condescending aura seemed to crush Jianxing. His handsome face curved into an arrogant and heartless smile. If I were you, I would read the school rules. At least the next time you see someone from the same school, you will know to hide. Xianxia felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Fei Yuhan turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he said, and Xianxia's hair stood on end. He did not know why he was afraid of this person. He slowly turned around like a timid little hedgehog, vigilant and careful. What? Pull up your collar. Fei Yuqing's smile suddenly disappeared, and his voice was low. This was just a simple social interaction. No one took it to heart until, at noon, the group went to the cafeteria for lunch. While the underlings were discussing what to eat, Fei Yuhan dug in his pocket and realized that his meal card was missing. No way, did he lose it? Did he lose it when he went to the cafeteria yesterday? Could it have been picked up by that kid? Then why didn't he come to return it? Could it be that he wants to keep it for himself? Not necessarily. Fei Yuhan's cold gaze swept across everyone. Are you done? For some reason, everyone suddenly felt a murderous aura. Suddenly, no one dared to speak. In this school, there were many influential people, but the most popular and famous one was Fei Yuhan. He was a dragon. Although he was not a pure-blood dragon and had the bloodline of the Dragon King, he was a half-pure blood, the same bloodline as Marshal Lu Shifeng. In the future, even if he did not become the Dragon King, he would definitely be a figure that could not be underestimated. Fei Yuhan retracted his gaze and lazily said, "Let's go." "Boss, where are we going?" "To eat." "But your meal card is gone. You don't have it?" Later, Fei Yuhan met Xianxia again during the school festival. His ranking was pushed down by Xianxia, so he went to find Xianxia's begging card and meet this little boy. He wanted to see what kind of expression he would have. Perhaps he would be proud, or perhaps, showing off. Fei Yuhan stood on the path. Meal card. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then quickly took it out and handed it to him. "I'm sorry, I wanted to give it to you, but your area was too strict. I wanted to give it to the teacher, but I didn't have time." Fei Yuhan let out a low "n." "I've caused you trouble," Xianxia said with some annoyance. "I heard that it's very troublesome to make up for it. You also need to have your family register with the school. Fortunately, I returned it to you in time." "Don't worry, I didn't touch a single cent," Fei Yuhan said. "I know." "Ah?" His face was full of "how do you know?" Fei Yuhan said, "If you use it, you will know that I don't have parents." Xianxing's eyes were filled with shock. For a moment, he looked at Fei Yuhan with sympathy and pity. That kind of feeling was very complicated. Fei Yuhan looked at him indifferently. Just as Xianxia thought he was going to say something, the man walked closer. When he said other people's names, it was as if there was a kind of magic, a kind of magnetic charm. Xianxia. "Xianxia, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention, if I were you, I would read more history and see the origin of the copying technology." Fei Yuhan looked at him with a teasing gaze. "At least you won't lose face next time. What do you think?" Xianxia didn't have a good impression of Fei Yuhan at first. Oh, to be more precise, he was very bad. He was very arrogant, looked down on others, and always spoke as if he was above others. In short, he didn't like him at all. This semester's first place is Fei Yuhan again. This year's popular student is also Fei Yuhan. Wow, did you hear? Brother Han, nearly half of the students in the school were Fei Yuhan's fans, while the other half were his diehard fans. As a non-fan, or rather, an anti-fan, Xianxing's heart didn't fluctuate at all. Until, "Xianxia, come here for a moment." The homeroom teacher's voice came from outside. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked outside. He saw the homeroom teacher looking at him with a worried expression. He was stunned for a moment, then walked in front of the teacher and respectfully said, "Teacher." N. The homeroom teacher sighed and said, "Xianxia, this time our class's evaluation, your results weren't very good." Xianxia knew in his heart that he probably understood the homeroom teacher's meaning. His cultural results were mediocre. If he really wanted to talk about it, then the only thing he could do was fail the physical exam. Beastman's physical fitness was generally better, so it wasn't surprising that he would drag them down as a human. Teacher also doesn't want to force you. The homeroom teacher pushed up his glasses. This time, I don't want your results to be outstanding. It's good enough that you pass. I know your foundation is poor, so you have to take the time to practice more. Xianxia nodded obediently. Thank you, teacher, I understand. He knew that there was no need to talk about his difficulties. Overcoming them was what he should do. Because he got full marks in the cultural class, he skipped some classes and went to the training hall to train when there weren't many people. There was a circular track in the training hall. In order to improve his body faster, he could only run round after round until he reached his limit. Sweat flowed down his cheeks and fell to the ground. His white little face was flushed red. He was so tired that he collapsed on the ground, not knowing what time it was. Gotcha. There was the sound of an electronic door opening. Xianxia was a little surprised. He had heard that no one would come to the stadium this early. Could it be that a teacher had come to check the equipment in advance? Or was it the administrator? The footsteps were neither fast nor slow, as if an elegant hunter was walking in a territory that made him feel free and comfortable. Finally, when the footsteps got closer, the owner of the footsteps stopped in front of Xianxia. Xianxia, who was so tired that he almost collapsed, raised his head with difficulty and met a pair of teasing eyes. Fei Yuhan raised his eyebrows. Non-committally, what a coincidence. He seemed to be sizing them up intentionally or unintentionally. Are you sleeping here? Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. No, I'm just taking a break. Why was this person so blind? How infuriating. Is that so? Fei Yuhan's gaze gradually became indifferent. Good luck. Xianxia didn't want to bother with him anymore. He slowly got up, but because his legs suddenly went soft, he fell back down. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he seemed to hear a light sneer. It didn't have any sarcasm, but it was definitely directed at him. Xianxia was annoyed. What's so funny? You're all strong and healthy. You won't understand. Fei Yuhan restrained his smile and said in a rare serious tone, what does this have to do with being strong and healthy? You're using the wrong method. No matter how hard you work, it's useless. Xianxia, ? Your physique is weak. You shouldn't spend time on these projects that require long-term training. Instead, you should choose skillful projects. Fei Yuhan said, for example, the battle simulation machine over there, as well as shooting and dodgeball. These projects can give you extra points. Otherwise, with your running speed, you might pass after 10 years of training. Xianxia was originally angry, but after hearing this, his anger inexplicably disappeared. He even felt that it made sense. Xianxia humbly asked for advice. Then, what should I do? Fei Yuhan sneered, how would you know? Go find your own teacher. Fei Yuhan wasn't too charitable. Even if you're stupid, you can't be stupid with your mouth, right? Xianxia choked. The gratitude that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. He had thought that Fei Yuhan was good to him, but it turned out that he had been overthinking. However, with his suggestion, Xianxia found the teacher in time to discuss his ideas. He wanted to see if he could change the project or change the direction of the physical exam. He thought it would be difficult, but the teacher quickly agreed and even helped him to a large extent. After training for half a month, Xianxia's results passed. Even the form teacher said, I really didn't expect you to be so talented in these projects. I have a whole new level of respect for you. Xianxia smiled slightly, thank you, teacher. Looking at his passing results, Xianxia was slightly dazed. Before this, his dream was to become a police officer, a soldier, and protect his family. However, after going to school, he realized how difficult these things were. He couldn't even pass the physical exam. He even had to put in 100 times more effort than others to keep up with the progress of others in liberal arts. So, he actually wanted to give up. However, Fei Yuhan pointed out a path for him. He said that this path didn't work, so he had to change his approach. Do what he was good at. Xianxia looked at the results and suddenly fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he felt that the problem that had been troubling him for a long time had been resolved by someone he wasn't very familiar with. He didn't even have a good impression of before. The next time I see him, I'll thank him properly, Xianxia thought. At least I'll say thank you properly. What, you're going to change your major? Really? You're not going to take the physical exam? Why? Class monitor, don't be too agitated. I heard that you passed the physical exam this time. You can definitely do it if you work harder. Xianxia shook his head and said, I'm going to apply for Phoenix Stages Research Institute. I'm good at liberal arts. Next year, they'll be recruiting interns. I want to give it a try. His friend was surprised, but didn't you want to go to the Dragon Clan? I want to try what I'm good at even more. It's not bad to give up. Xianxia said, in any field and position, as long as you want to, you can shine. I also want to try and see if I can do it. But it's still very difficult to qualify for Phoenix Stage. His friend said, you can apply for research institutes in other places. If you only fill in Phoenix Stage, you might lose your chance. Don't regret it then. Xianxia didn't take it to heart. He said, I'll regret it if I don't choose. 10 months later. Phoenix Stages Research Institute welcomed its only intern. The senior leading him said, your first task is to observe the health indicators. And collect data for the Dragon Clan recruits' health bracelets. Xianxia was very enthusiastic, no problem, senior. I'll definitely complete the task. That's good. The senior gave him the information and the card. This is the information for this batch of recruits. You'll also be in charge of following up and collecting information. Go, do a good job. The hot-blooded newcomer took the information and opened the first page, full of anticipation. The person who appeared on the page had a handsome face and 3 large words beside it, Fei Yuhan. This was the first time Xianxia and Fei Yuhan met each other after leaving the school. It wasn't a pleasant scene. At that time, he had just entered the research institute and wanted to prove himself. However, he met an uncooperative person and suffered a lot. Don't follow me. What, don't you understand? Forgive me for being blunt, but you're blocking my way. No matter how much enthusiasm he had, Fei Yuhan had 1,000 ways to extinguish it. His actions and methods were simply outrageous. Xianxia took his own collection and recording template and said after taking a deep breath, I need to continuously improve the accuracy of the health bracelet according to your health path and the changes in your body posture at different times every day. I'm working, please cooperate. Fei Yuhan's movement stopped. The trainee was wearing a dark green camouflage uniform. His figure was tall and straight, and even in the simplest camouflage uniform, he looked like he was wearing a limited edition piece of high-end clothing. He looked tall and straight, and his tall figure easily gave people a sense of oppression. If Xianxia had not been following him for the past few days, Fei Yuhan would have been terrified when he turned around to look at him. Fei Yuhan slowly took a step forward, causing Xianxia to retreat to a corner. The somewhat thin boy was as weak as a chicken in front of the tall and mighty dragon. Fei Yuhan said, why should I cooperate with you? This is my job. You said it yourself, this is your job. Fei Yuhan's handsome face slowly approached, and he raised an eyebrow. So, what does it have to do with me? Xianxia was stunned. Fei Yuhan's eyes flashed with a sarcastic smile. Be clear about your priorities. Do your job well and don't cause trouble for others. This is basic etiquette, understand? What he said made sense, and I was speechless. After Fei Yuhan left for a while, Xianxia reacted and shouted, but the health bracelet was made for your own good. With the health bracelet, your health can be monitored in real time and you can train better. Isn't this a win-win situation? Fei Yuhan stopped and turned around. Win-win? That's if both sides have the same intention. Fei Yuhan said, who told you that I need better training and monitoring? Xianxia felt that he could no longer communicate with him. Fei Yuhan turned around and prepared to leave. Xianxia had no other choice. His target was the other party, so he could only say, then what will it take for you to agree? He didn't know how stubborn he was at this moment. He only knew that people had to work hard and fight for themselves in life. He also didn't know how attractive the way he was working hard and fighting for his goal was. Fei Yuhan was taken aback. For a moment, he wanted to re-evaluate this boy. Although he was just a tiny human being, he was still different from himself. He was just a half-pure-blood clone, forever living in the shadows of others. No matter how outstanding he was, he would always be compared to Lu Shifeng, who had limitless glory. No matter how hard he worked, he would always be said, "You're too weak. He's not a pureblood after all." I'm still a far cry from impartial. What a pity, people praised him, but they also secretly pitied him. He had thought of working hard to prove that he could do what Lu Shifeng could do, but public opinion and rumors would never let him go. He had struggled and worked hard, but it was useless. He had already given up and muddled along. His life was a pile of mud, and his ending was already decided from birth. But Xianxia was different. Why was there always a light in this child's eyes? They were so clean that they were a mess, and the light was hot and dazzling. Fei Yuhan said, "Do as you wish." Xianxia was stunned. "If you want to follow, then follow." Fei Yuhan turned around and left. "If you dare to make a fuss, I'll throw you out, understand?" "Okay." The observation period of the internship lasted for a month. After 5 days of running in, Xianxia finally made some progress. At the same time, his relationship with Fei Yuhan also eased up. When he had nothing to do, he would do whatever he could. After all, children from the countryside couldn't stay idle. "You cleaned my room? I saw that your clothes haven't been washed for several days. They'll stink if you leave them out." "What is this?" "This is a still flower. It helps you sleep." "You put this sissy thing in my room?" "It's obviously very pretty." Many times, Xianxia would be thrown out. He was already used to being locked outside by Fei Yuhan. Usually, he would have a way to deal with this situation. "I cooked noodles. I steamed rice today. Do you want to try it? My brother sent me sausages. They're very delicious." Yes, no one could resist the temptation of delicious food. Usually, Fei Yuhan wouldn't be able to do anything to him at this time, so she used this method. The recruits all knew that Fei Yuhan, the one with a bad temper who didn't usually get too close to others, was a very strong dragon, and had a human following behind her. They were inseparable and always stuck together. To this, Xianxia said, "Great. Today is another day of successful harvesting." During this 1 month, it would be impossible to say that I didn't have any feelings for him at all. It was just that the noble dragon tribe, the future mainstay of the dragon tribe, was destined to have an extraordinary fate, and shouldn't have anything to do with a nameless human. They were like clouds in the sky, slowly coming into contact with each other before gradually drifting further and further apart. On the day of his departure, Xianxia came to find Fei Yuhan. At this time, Fei Yuhan had just come down from the training chamber. Seeing Xianxia, she asked, "What are we eating tonight?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Hot pot." "Eat this?" Fei Yuhan said, "It doesn't take much time. You didn't appear for an entire day. What did you do?" Xianxia shook his head. He brought Fei Yuhan to the small fridge in his room and opened it. It was full of food. He said, "This is all frozen food. You don't usually like nutrient solutions. When you're tired from training, heat it up and eat it yourself. There's not much. In the future, when I'm not here, you should eat sparingly. I found that you don't care about your body. Even if you're a dragon, you shouldn't always be so careless." He nagged like an old mother. Fei Yuhan didn't know who he was so similar to. Fei Yuhan had seen his older brother, Jian Luo, before. That boy's appearance was very delicate and pretty, and he looked 80% like the child in front of him. However, he looked more gentle and quiet. He didn't know if the two brothers had a bad habit of talking too much. Fei Yuhan sneered and was about to say, "Why do you care so much?" Xianxia closed the fridge and said, "If you're not happy, don't vent your dissatisfaction on your health. You taught me before. If one path doesn't work, then take another path that suits me. You taught me that." Fei Yuhan was stunned. The youth in front of him raised his head and looked at Fei Yuhan. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a mischievous smile. "If I were you, I'd go read more books. Who knows, maybe next time I'll lose less face, senior." End of chapter 181. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.